Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 6 Chapter 208. The Hyuga clan merges and the Five Nations Alliance begins. The next day, Naruto, who had been trying to escape for the entire day, finally calmed down. Kurenai Yuhi also went to the Hyuga clan to coordinate matters concerning the main family in the branch house, but the matter eventually came to Yin Xiang's side. According to Kurenai Yuhi, Hyuga Hiyashi wanted to meet Yin Xiang no matter what. Uncle, just tell me straight. Yin Xiang sat on the sofa and handed Hyuga Hiyashi a cup of tea. I don't want to veto your decision to cancel the main family and branch house. After all, we have already agreed on this matter before, and I will not change my mind. But now the ninja village and the 5 major countries may be about to go into war. Once we remove the caged bird, it will be bad if the Byakugan is lost on the battlefield, so now is not the time. Hyuga Hiyashi said. Don't worry, this war may not break out, Yin Xiang said with a smile. Hyuga Hiyashi was also stunned when he heard this. What do you mean? It's just a speculation. I think that if the war starts, the Hyuga clan members will be able to break free from caged bird and achieve 100% use of the Byakugan. Their strength will also increase a lot. Don't worry, uncle. We have to take this step eventually, Yin Xiang said to Hyuga Hiyashi. He also knew what Hyuga Hiyashi was worried about. It's not that he doesn't want to release caged bird. I'm going to find Yin Xiang. Hinata turned around and shouted to Hyuga Hiyashi, then disappeared from their sight. You were really happy, Hinata. Looking at Hinata's back as she left, Hyuga Hiyashi smiled with satisfaction in his heart. It seems that his son-in-law is really good. I just want you to say it yourself. The main family and the branch house are merged. Are you happy? Yin Xiang said, putting one arm around Hinata's waist and touching Hinata's thigh with the other. Well, I'm afraid we'll have to wait. Yin Xiang smiled awkwardly. She didn't expect Hinata to take the initiative to urge them to get married. Yeah. Yuhi Kurenai nodded. The cemetery has been arranged, and the ninjas have been buried. I didn't expect that the cage ninjas would come to help. Advertisement: if everything goes well, he can leave the world to anyone to manage, and find a place with his group of young wives to spend his old age happily. Hinata, where are you going? Hyuga Hiyashi shouted hurriedly when he saw this. Then, when will our wedding be? Hinata then looked at Yin Xiang and asked. Yin Xiang's tone was very gentle, yet powerful, a gentle yet firm tone. Do you even need to ask? Don't you know? Hinata threw herself into Yin Xiang's arms, sat on Yin Xiang's lap and said. The people in the branch house felt mixed emotions for a while, especially Neji. At the same time, Yagami had already taken Uchiha Sasuke to the meeting place of the Five Nations Federation. If you don't lift it, I'll do it, Yin Xiang said. Of course, you're such a handsome guy who keeps his word, Hinata said with her arms around Yin Xiang's neck and smiled. Now she felt less and less shy when getting along with Yin Xiang. Really? Yin Xiang smiled when he heard that. Of course, how could he bear to see his young wife Yuhikorin and Izumi and the others busy and exhausted? There are more than 2,000 shadow ninjas here, it would be a waste if they are not used. Yin Xiang, after a moment, Yin Xiang's door was pushed open. There are only a few people who can do this, but Yin Xiang didn't expect that the person this time was Hinata. Looking at her expression, she seemed very happy, so happy that she even forgot her manners. Yin Xiang naturally knew that this was all because of that damn favorability. Okay. Hinata nodded slightly disappointedly. She was now looking forward to marrying Yin Xiang more, and she didn't know why. In short, Yin Xiang was prepared to wait until Hinata's obedience to her reached 100%. By that time, even if she married Hinata, she would be able to accept that he had other women. Especially, if she knew that he and her teacher Hong were having an affair, she would probably not be able to bear it. Yagami, Indra and Uchiha Madara all changed their appearances. Yagami was naturally dressed as a daimyo. Then he was carried in a sedan chair by 4 people and sat on it, while Wu Tang led the way in front. Advertisement: after receiving the news, Hinata was very happy and ran out of the house immediately. That afternoon, he summoned the main family and branch houses of Hyuga to gather in his courtyard, removed the caged bird from the forehead of the Hyuga branch house, and announced that the branch house main family system would disappear from then on. By that time, there will no longer be any such thing as the 5 major countries and 5 major ninja villages, or the cage or daimyo. Be sensible. After I finish this busy period and marry you, I will resign from the position of Hokage. Then we can live a peaceful life, Yin Xiang said. Yes, I understand. Hyuga Hiyashi nodded before standing up and leaving the Hokage's office. Even if this war doesn't happen, it's very likely that it will happen in the future, maybe 10, 20, or 50 years from now. Are we going to worry about a war that hasn't happened yet and keep delaying it? It's just futile to continue like this, so there is no reason to stop. Now, immediately, remove the caged bird from the branch house and become one family. But this has been the tradition of the Hyuga clan and it has lasted for a very long time. If they were to cancel it now, they would be very uncomfortable, so they would subconsciously put it off again and look for various excuses. In fact, they just haven't gotten over it in their hearts yet. When Hyuga Hiyashi announced that the main family and the branch house were now one, Neji's head was buzzing. He didn't expect that Yin Xiang actually did it. Uchiha Madara and Indra were dressed as servants, following inconspicuously on both sides of Yagami's sedan chair. Sasuke was locked in a prison cart at the back. That's great, Hinata. Yin Xiang couldn't help but smile. Sorry, in the end you have to deal with it. Shirihong said to Yin Xiang apologetically in the office at this time. She originally wanted to help Yin Xiang share her worries, but in the end she still disturbed Yin Xiang. Don't worry about it, he just needs a push. Yin Xiang smiled and said, Sister Hong, just help me keep an eye on the funeral. No one will be willing to see you resign from the position of Hokage. Well, no matter how busy you are, don't forget to eat. Hinata said, smiling and waving to Yin Xiang, then left the office. Well, I see you are still busy, I'll go back first, Hinata said as she jumped off Yin Xiang. Hinata, what's wrong? You look so happy. Yin Xiang put down her pen and smiled when she saw this. Shihong also left the room silently. Chapter 209 Five Nations Federation at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Yagami and others came to the area between the land of fire and the land of Hirata. There was a tall tower building here which looked very good. Yagami and others had never paid attention to this place before, but they did not expect that it was the place where the daimyos of the 5 countries gathered for a meeting. When Yagami and others arrived, there were already 3 sedan chairs and countless soldiers in different costumes outside the tower. It seemed that the daimyo from other countries had arrived. Seeing that it was the daimyo of the land of fire, the soldiers made way. Yagami got off the sedan chair and walked into the tower with Uchiha Madara, Indra, and Wu Tang. We took the elevator to the 5th floor. This is the meeting room. Wu Tang opened the door and said to Yi Shen. Yi Shen nodded and led the way in. It was very spacious here, and could only accommodate about 4 people. It was more like a passage than a room. At the end, there was a cushion. Yagami looked down and saw what looked like a waterfall, and at the bottom was a map of the Hokage world. Looking up, there was a similar structure on the opposite side. There were 5 of them, about 5 meters apart. The daimyo were holding their meeting in this way. It seems we have to wait a little longer. Yi Shen looked at the seat of the daimyo of the land of lightning. He had not arrived yet, so Yi Shen sat down and waited for their arrival. Uchiha Madara and Indra were also leaning against the wall, bored. A moment later, the daimyo of the land of lightning also arrived and sat in his seat. Well, everyone is here. At this time, the daimyo from the direction of the land of earth spoke. Let's start the meeting as soon as possible, said the daimyo of the wind country. Daimyo of the land of fire, where is the criminal, Uchiha Sasuke? The daimyo of the land of lightning said, looking in the direction of Yagami. Outside. Yi Shen said. First, execute the criminal in front of the whole world, shouted the daimyo of the water country. Advertisement, then what? Yi Shen nodded and said. That Uchiha Sasuke is a traitor ninja from the Konoha Shinobi village in your land of fire. It is said that he has defected for a long time, but Konoha has not done anything. The Konoha Shinobi village is also responsible for this matter, said the daimyo of the land of lightning. You mean, to wipe out the Konoha Shinobi village? Yagami laughed when he heard that. Of course, said the daimyo of the land of water. Will we wipe out the Konoha Shinobi village so that our country will have no big ninja villages and can be easily controlled by you 4 countries? Yagami said with a smile. It's natural for the daimyo of the land of fire to have such concerns, said the daimyo of the land of earth. After all, the ninja village is still very important to every country. No matter how many ordinary soldiers there are, they will still feel powerless when facing ninjas. Even if they can capture it, they will pay a heavy price. If the Fire Nation lost Konoha Shinobi village now, it would indeed go from being the strongest great nation to the weakest. At least, hand over the Hokage of Konoha village. Someone has to bear joint responsibility for this, said the daimyo of the land of lightning. I investigated before coming here. It seems that the 6th Hokage of Konoha is the one who ended the Ninja World War this time. He is very powerful. I think that even if the daimyo of the land of fire is willing to hand over the Hokage, that Hokage will not surrender obediently, said the daimyo of the land of wind. In that case, use Konoha village as a threat. If he doesn't surrender, destroy Konoha village, said the daimyo of the land of lightning. Isn't this still going to destroy our country's ninja village? Yagami said upon hearing this. It seems that this new batch of daimyos are all radical fighters, especially the daimyos of the land of lightning and the land of water. The daimyo of the land of wind is a man with plans. The daimyo of the land of earth doesn't speak much, but he seems to be the type who would instigate other big countries to go to war and then reap the benefits. Don't be anxious. You can talk to the Hokage first and see how he reacts, said the daimyo of the land of earth. Is there any need to discuss this? Yagami looked at the daimyo of the land of earth and said, if I were to ask you to talk about this with Tsuchikage, what would Tsuchikage's reaction be? This. After hearing this, the daimyo of the land of earth was speechless. Of course, there was no doubt that Tsuchikage would not stand up, and at that time he would most likely lead Iwagakure to go to war with the land of earth. Okay, let's not waste any more words. You can do whatever you want with Uchiha Sasuke, but if you want me to hand over the Hokage, you have to hand over the cage of your country as well. Yagami stood up and walked to a bright place and said. Before that, I want to ask you one thing. What do you know about the Kamisato clan? Yi Shen said, scanning each person's name. Advertisement hearing about the Kamisato clan, all of them were visibly stunned, and Indra and Uchiha Madara also perked up and listened to what they said next. As expected, you also care about the affairs of the Kamisato clan, said the daimyo of the wind country. Yashin was also overjoyed when he heard this. He had originally thought that since the previous daimyo had not passed the message to them, they would not even know about the existence of the Kamisato clan. Since the daimyo of the Wind Country said so, he believed that others must have known about it as well. This is also what I wanted to ask at this meeting, said the daimyo of the Wind Country. So should we exchange information about the Kamisato clan? Said the daimyo of the Land of Earth. Wait, what Kamisato clan? What are you talking about? The daimyo of the Water Country listened to the conversation of the three people and walked out of the darkness and asked. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning didn't say anything, but also walked out, also with a confused look on his face. It seemed that the two of them didn't know. Seeing this, the daimyo of the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth also walked out of the darkness. The five daimyo looked at each other from a few meters away. They all looked quite young. The oldest one is the daimyo of the Land of Earth, who is about 40 years old. Don't you know? Asked the daimyo of the Wind Country, looking at the daimyo of the Water Country and the Thunder Country. Both of them shook their heads. Upon hearing this, the daimyo of Wind Country exchanged glances with the daimyo of Earth Country and Yagami and the other two. The meaning was very clear. Since they didn't know, it would be better for them to wait until the meeting was over before discussing it in private. Don't hide it. It seems like you don't know much. Maybe if you tell us, we can learn something. The daimyo of the Country of Thunder said. It seems that this guy is not only a fighter, but also has some brains. It doesn't matter. Let's just put it on the table and talk about it. Let me start with the Kamisato clan. Boom. Before Yagami could finish his words, there was a sudden and violent vibration above everyone's head, and Indra and Uchiha Madara immediately became alert. At this moment, the house above everyone's heads collapsed, and a black shadow fell on the map below everyone. Chapter 210 The Kamisato clan appears. At this moment, the house above everyone's heads collapsed, and a black shadow fell on the map below everyone. I saw a young man appear on the map in the center of the crowd, with his head down and not saying a word. Who is that guy? Uchiha Madara looked at the young man, sweat dripping from his forehead. He looks very strong. Yeah. Indra also nodded. The fact that he could make both of them feel scared proved that this person was definitely not an ordinary person. Yin Xiang also stared at the young man with a concentrated look. Could it be that this guy is from the Kamisato clan? Hey, who are you? Guards. Upon seeing this, the daimyo of the Land of Thunder immediately pointed at him and shouted, Guards! With the word, guards, people from every country outside rushed in and surrounded the young man below. But the next moment, all the people had blood gushing out of their mouths and noses, and then fell straight to the ground. What? Uchiha Madara was shocked. He obviously didn't do anything. Shut up. At this moment, the young man spoke, looking up at Uchiha Madara. His eyes were like a pool of stagnant water, without any emotional fluctuations, and his whole body was filled with terrifying murderous aura. So scary. Upon seeing this, the daimyo of the Land of Earth was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, tears streaming from his nostrils, and he crawled away, ready to escape. But the next moment, he fell to the ground with blood coming out of his mouth and nose, just like the soldiers before him. I said, shut up. The young man continued. Now the other daimyos who had originally planned to escape were now standing there trembling, not daring to move a step. It's pure murderous intent. Seeing this, Yin Xiang thought to himself that it seemed that the deaths of those soldiers before were also due to his murderous intent. He scared people to death with just his murderous intent. My name is Kamisato Dashikazu, and the Kamisato clan is the clan that controls this world. I will continue to preside over today's Five Nations Conference. Seeing that everyone was quiet, the young man spoke in a low voice. As expected, he is from the Kamisato clan. He doesn't look very old. Did he use some method to maintain his appearance and immortality, or maybe it was a ninjutsu? Yagami thought to himself as he sat back on the mat. Uchiha Madara and Indra didn't dare to relax for even a second. I have investigated everything that happened before. Uchiha Sasuke has been executed. From today on, there will no longer be a daimyo in the 5 major countries. I will lead the 5 major countries and merge them into one. Kamisato Dashikazu continued. Advertisement, that. The daimyo of the Wind Country walked forward, raised his hand, and said tentatively. Speak. Kamisato Rikyu looked at the daimyo of the Wind Country and said. How should we deal with the Kingdom of Shadow? Asked the daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind. After all, there are more than 5 countries now. That depends on how the so-called daimyo of the Shadow Country expresses his opinion. Kamisato Rikyu looked in the direction of Yagami and said, his tone remained unchanged. Uchiha Madara and Indra were both stunned when they saw this. His identity has been exposed. Madara turned around and looked at Yagami and said. Do you want me to go up first and test his strength? Uchiha Madara said. His expression had changed from surprise to a smile. This guy was clearly excited. Yin Xiang. Don't be so surprised. I can see through all ninjutsu. Kamisato Dashikazu said. Yin Xiang, I admire your abilities. You are very strong, but, compared to me, it is nothing. I will give you a chance. Lead the Shadow Kingdom to join us and obey my orders from now on. In this way, this world can be handed over to you to manage. Kamisato Rikyu said to Yagami. The atmosphere is so depressing. The daimyo of the Wind Country swallowed and said softly. Isn't that the Hokage's name? I have only ever had 2 plans in mind. 1. To kill you and completely rule the world. 2. To be killed by you and end everything. I don't like working for others, Yi Shen said with a smile. Perhaps I am the daimyo of both the land of fire and the land of shadow, Yagami said with a smile. Boom. Who? After a moment, Kamisato Rikyu let out a breath and looked up at Yagami. It seems that you don't intend to negotiate properly. Yi Shen and the other two immediately jumped out of the tower and jumped out of the smoke into the open space. There is no difference between the original body and me, Yi Shen said. You step back, I'll do it myself. Yi Shen walked in front of the two of them and waved his hand. The three people, including Yi Shen, were stunned. They didn't expect that this guy would actually call out Yi Shen's real name. Now is not the time to chat. Where is your real body, Konoha? Yuzora Yin Xiang. Kamisato Rikyu said to Yagami. As soon as Yi Shen finished speaking, the entire tower shook, and then the wall in the direction of Yi Shen and others collapsed. Advertisement, not worth mentioning. How do you know if you haven't fought it? Yi Shen stood up and said with a smile. Bang! At this moment, there was an explosion from the direction of Kamisato Rikyu. In Yi Shen's eyes, Kamisato Rikyu stabbed towards him like an arrow. The room where the three people were previously in was now in ruins, and 1/5 of the tower was in ruins. That. Uchiha Madara pointed to a place not far away. Yagami and Indra looked and saw Sasuke's body. His body had been separated into two parts. Tisk. Uchiha Madara took 2 steps back upon hearing that. He was finally reborn, and he didn't want to die instantly. At this time, Kamisato Rikyu had already walked out slowly from the smoke, his eyes fixed on Yagami and the other two. If you are prepared to be killed instantly, you can go, Yi Shen said with a smile. Yagami remained sitting there, reaching out to cancel the transformation technique, returning to his original black-robed appearance. Uchiha Madara and Indra saw this and also cancelled their transformation technique. Yi Shen then realized that the black robe he was wearing was also transformed by the transformation technique. We finally met this guy, there's no reason to retreat, Yi Shen said. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. But, at least let your real body come over. You are just a clone. Judging from our feelings alone, Madara and I are no match for this man, Indra said anxiously. When Kamisato Rikyu heard this, his facial expression did not change at all. He just stood there and did not speak for a moment. This guy, could it be that? Upon hearing this, the daimyos of the other 3 kingdoms also looked at Yi Shen in surprise. The other daimyos only felt that the temperature around them had dropped to 0 and they were cold all over. You guy. Did you intercept the daimyo of the land of fire and try to sneak in? The daimyo of the land of lightning pointed at Yi Shen and shouted. That guy is very strong. Should we retreat first? Indra looked at Yi Shen and said. No wonder he made all kinds of excuses when we asked him to hand over the Hokage. Turns out he is the Hokage. The daimyo of the land of lightning shouted. A smile appeared on Yagami's lips. The Kamisato clan is really interesting. Chapter 211 Night God vs God Lilihe. Tenseigan, 9 Tails mode. Yagami instantly entered Tenseigan's Sage mode and 9 Tails mode, his whole body flashing green and yellow light, and black stripes flashing on his body. Also rushed towards Kamisato Rikyu. Bump! The two men's fists collided in the air, and in an instant, terrifying energy was set off around them. As this energy spread, the ground around the two people cracked like cotton and then flew out. Bang! Bang! Madara also activated Susanoo to block the flying stones, but unexpectedly, the place where Susanoo was hit by the stones suddenly had cracks. Can gravel alone crush Susanoo? Madara was also surprised. We cannot interfere in the fight between these two people, let's move away, Indra also said. How is it possible? The power of the Modifier Max can only match this guy. Yi Shen was very surprised. With the power of Sage mode, 9 Tails mode and the power of the Modifier, it was only equal to the opponent's ordinary punch? Madara nodded silently, and the two retreated to a distance under the cover of Susanoo, and all this happened within 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, Yagami and Kamisato Rikyu were still fighting, but the difference was that the light on Yagami had completely dissipated. But in this situation, even if we have to fight, it must be the real body, after all, Shadow Clone is meaningless. In other words, it is very likely that they are not from this world at all, or it is also possible that they walked out of this world and conquered other worlds. The point is, this world. Advertisement, so, as long as it has something to do with ninjutsu, it cannot be used. Yagami immediately jumped back and landed not far away, but Kamisato Rikyu did not immediately chase him, perhaps. Maybe he looked down on Yagami. And this Flying Thunder God technique, is it ready to come in front of me and end the battle in an instant? Kamisato Rikyu raised his fist. On his fingers was the Flying Thunder God technique left by Yagami, which was left by chance during the fist fight. When Kamisato Rikyu finished saying this, the Flying Thunder God technique on his fingers disappeared. We were, said Kamisato Dashikazu. It seems there is nothing more to say, let's do it. Yi Shen thought to himself, and then a terrifying aura burst out from his body, and he entered the 8 gate in one breath. It is a completely dark color, without any luster at all. If you don't have extremely good eyesight, you may not be able to tell the changes in these eyes. Yi Shen wants to be the manager of this world, but not as someone else's subordinate. These 4 words confirmed Yi Shen's second thought, that they were the natives who had become strong enough to break through the dimensional wall or use other means to enter other worlds. 8 inner gates, 8th gate, Death Gate, open. As a powerful blood-red chakra erupted around Yagami, Yagami's skin also turned blood red, and a horizontal bar representing the Mount Myoboku Senjutsu instantly appeared in his red pupils, and he entered Sage mode. What? Madara and Indra were both shocked when they heard this. This person who was full of oppression, who they knew they were no match for without even trying, actually claimed to be the weakest person in the Kamisato clan? I'm the only one left. Upon hearing this, Kamisato Rikyu's expression changed for the first time. It was a very dangerous smile. In the Kamisato clan, I'm the weakest one. The reason why Yi Shen asked this was because of what Kamiri Lihei said before. He said, Yukon Yin Xiang, I admire your ability very much, your strength is very strong. But, compared to me, it is nothing. I will give you a chance, lead the Shadow Kingdom to join us, and obey my orders from now on. In this way, this world can be handed over to you to manage. Tenseigin in Yagami's eyes looked at him and found that the other person's pupils had changed from normal at the beginning to black. Boom. But before that. Advertisement, really? Yi Shen nodded, then frowned and asked, You are not from this world, right? This time Yi Shen's voice was very low and only the two of them could hear it. But the fist wind did not cause any harm to him. Are you the only one left in the Kamisato clan? Yagami asked Kamisato Toshikazu. If this guy was really the only one left, why bother? He could just use the modifier to kill him. Yi Shen frowned when he heard this. To be honest, he had originally planned to use Shadow Clone in this state, and use his 1008 Gate Fairy clones to surround and beat him up, but just as he thought of Kamisato Ricky's ability, Kamisato Ricky said it. Are you planning to decide the outcome with physical skills? Madara said as he looked at Yagami's powerful aura. They had naturally seen from the previous battles that Kamisato Rikyu could indeed break all ninjutsu, so they could only use physical skills to deal with him. Let your real body come and tell him that even if you don't want to, you have to submit to us now. If this world didn't lack a manager, I would have wiped you out long ago. Kamisato Toshikazu said. 0.2 seconds later, Yi Shen's clone status was released. The next moment, Yagami's figure disappeared instantly. This was the use of swift style. Even in such a short distance movement, it was extremely fast, even stronger than the time-space ninjutsu. Bump. I've told you before, I can see through all ninjutsu. Of course, I can also shatter and ignore all ninjutsu. Ninjutsu is meaningless in front of me. Kamisato Rikyu said, raising his head. But Yi Shen still decided to test whether he could hurt the opponent in this state. In this case, we can only rely on taijutsu, Yagami thought, and immediately prepared to use 8 inner gates. If it was 8 inner gates plus Mount Myoboku Senjutsu, maybe it would work. Die. Yagami appeared in front of Kamisato Riki within 0.1 seconds and swung his fist. The fist appeared in front of Kamisato Riki within 0.1 seconds again, and a huge hole had appeared on the ground behind Kamisato Riki due to the wind from the punch. The effect of the Yi Shen modifier can only be applied to this world, so even if he uses the modifier to modify himself into the strongest person in the world in one breath, even if he can defeat the person in front of him, there is a great possibility that he will lose to other people from the Kamisato clan. After all, since I can travel through time to the Hokage's world, it is not impossible for people from the Hokage's world to travel through time to other worlds. Don't waste your energy. Kamisato Rikyu looked at Yagami and said, Shadow Clone is also a ninjutsu. I can make you disappear at any time if I want. Chapter 212 The Power of Another World. 0.2 seconds later, Yi Shen's clone status was released. Huh? At the same time, Yin Xiang's real body also received the memory in an instant, and then without waiting for Shiri Hong next to him to react, he instantly disappeared in the office. What happened? Shiri Hong was also stunned when she saw Yin Xiang suddenly disappear. And Yin Xiang has appeared between Madara and Indra. The real body is here. Madara smiled when he saw this. Do you want to fight again? Indra asked. Now that his real body is here, he can fully display his physical skills, and maybe even have the strength to fight. It's meaningless. Yin Xiang shook his head. Even if he killed Kamisato Toshikazu in front of him, who knows how many people from Kamisato's clan would appear later. Although Yin Xiang can use the modifier to wipe out the Kamisato clan all over the world in one go, from the previous conversation, the other members of the Kamisato clan are not in this world, so the modifier is useless to them. Not fighting anymore. Then why are you here? Madara said. To save your lives. Yin Xiang rolled his eyes and said. If he hadn't come, Madara and Indra would not have been able to leave alive. I say, why don't you give it a try? After killing him, use Impure World reincarnation or something to make him yours. Then when the people from the Kamisato clan come, you and him can kill them together. Madara said. This guy is quite smart in this regard. Have you forgotten? Ninjutsu is ineffective against them. Besides, even if he is resurrected, this guy said that he is the weakest one in the Kamisato clan. Indra said. Tisk. Madara also clicked his tongue. Does that mean there's really no way to deal with this guy? What is your plan? Indra asked Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang's blood vessels popped up when he heard this, and he used 8 inner gates again. Hey, didn't you say you didn't want to fight anymore? Madara asked. I only said it's meaningless, I didn't say I won't fight. Even if I die today, I will never surrender to him. Yin Xiang said, taking a step forward. Oh, Kamisato Rikyu also looked at Yin Xiang with interest. I didn't expect you to be so courageous. While Yin Xiang and the others were talking, this guy didn't make any move. Advertisement, then, do you want to leave any last words? Madara asked tentatively. Okay, my last words are, Indra, if I die, kill Madara and bury him with me. Yin Xiang turned around, squinted his eyes and smiled. Understood. Indra also nodded in agreement. Hey, I mean well too. Madara was speechless upon seeing this. When people die, there's nothing left. Things like wills are useless. After Yin Xiang said this, she disappeared in front of the two people in an instant. This is swift style. Although ninjutsu is useless against Kamisato Rikyu, this kind of auxiliary attack ninjutsu can still be used. The next moment, Yin Xiang appeared in front of Kamisato Toshikazu and punched him. Kamisato Riwa stood there, without any defense or intention to move. Yin Xiang punched down and hit Kamisato Rikyu in the face. Hit! Madara shouted when he saw this, but the next moment, everyone's expression changed. Kamisato Rikyu's body turned into flames, and Yin Xiang's fist went straight through it and hit the ground. The next moment, the sound of burning flames was heard, and Kamisato Rikyu appeared in front of Yin Xiang unharmed, also floating in the air, looking at Yin Xiang with a smile on his face. In the previous life, countless fans of Pirates King and Hokage Ninja compared the combat systems of these two anime, but Yin Xiang always knew clearly that the combat systems of the two worlds were completely different and could not be compared at all. Haki not detected, and now, Yin Xiang has experienced this even more deeply. Retreat quickly. Indra said to Madara, then he started running. Madara also hurriedly followed. The ground behind them began to collapse at this time. If they had not retreated in advance, they would have sunk into the rubble. With the help of observation Haki, even if his attack can compress the space and successfully hit his body, he can elementalize in advance to dodge. My fruit. Try again. Yin Xiang thought to himself, then stood in place and punched out. The air around him was directly compressed. In Yin Xiang's perception ninjutsu, the moment he swung his fist. No, the moment before he swung his fist, the opponent had already turned his body into flames. The collapsing ground continued to follow them until the two ran 15 kilometers, when the collapse finally stopped. There is no Pirates King Conquerors Haki saying in this world, so the upgrade cannot be completed. In an instant, the entire ground shook violently and then collapsed. Open black lens bracket understanding completed. Close black lens bracket advertisement, your mother. Yin Xiang already had a rough guess in his mind at this time. The other party could predict his actions in advance, and in his cognition, he could also turn his body into flames. In Yin Xiang's cognition, there was only one situation that could do this. Open black lens bracket understanding, 10%, 20%, 50%, 80%, 99%, 100%. Close black lens bracket, I can't understand Haki. The ground turned into a bottomless pit, and soon, an astonishing column of water gushed out from below. Yin Xiang flew high in the sky, gazing at the water column below. Your grandma's legs. Yin Xiang could only curse in his heart. I guess the fist that Kamisato used to break the wall just now was the one that used armament Haki. That punch just now didn't feel like it hit the target at all. It clearly missed. He also felt a burning sensation. It was as if he had really turned into flames. At this time, Yin Xiang had already started running the modifier frantically. It seems that you understand the gap between us. Kamisato Rikyu predicted that Yin Xiang had no intention of continuing the attack. The inexplicable deaths of those soldiers in the daimyo of the land of Earth were caused by conquerors Haki, and they were ridiculously strong conquerors, otherwise those people would not have died instantly. Observation right. Kamiri and this B************ D came with the abilities of the Pirates King world. Then an airwave attacked the flame, and of course it remained unscathed. Boom. The tower where the 5 daimyos had held their meeting previously has also sunk into the ground. And he can attack Yin Xiang at any time. As long as he knows observation Haki, and it seems that his observation Haki has reached the point where he can predict the future. No matter how fast Yin Xiang's attack is, it will not work. I need to modify my conqueror's Haki to the highest level, Yin Xiang thought to himself. Yin Xiang, who can't use observation Haki and armament Haki, can't hit him at all. Open black lens bracket unknown, close black lens bracket. What an amazing force. Madara said while looking at the collapsed ground 15 kilometers away. If this punch had hit him in the face, not only would his body not be left, even his ashes would not be left. Trying to understand, Chapter 213 Yin Xiang's Adventure Plan. Looking at Kamisato Rika in that state now, he still had a playful smile on his face. It seemed that he didn't realize that he had seen through his abilities, he just thought it was fun. That is to say, he didn't know that Yin Xiang came from somewhere else and thought that Yin Xiang was a local. It seems that the supreme rulers in the Hokage world are indeed their Kamisato clan. Since I can't learn Conqueror's Haki, then I can never be his opponent. In this case, let's think of other solutions. Yin Xiang thought so in his heart, and at the same time he dissipated the 8-gate state, and looked at Kamisato Riwa in the air. Don't fight anymore, Kamisato Rikyu said to Yin Xiang. No more fighting. Yin Xiang said, but I don't intend to be the administrator of your world. You should find someone else. Isn't the Sage of 6 Paths still alive? Him? He died a long time ago, and only some chakra was left, Kamisari Riki said after hearing this. Then you figure it out yourself. I won't take your world away, nor will I become your subordinate to help you manage this world, Yin Xiang said. In that case, I have to get rid of you, otherwise others won't be able to manage it, Kamisato Toshikazu said, and prepared to take action. Okay. Okay. Wait, Yin Xiang also quickly shouted to stop the other party. Yin Xiang is determined to kill this B*****************, D. But in order to prevent other members of the Kamisato clan from coming to seek revenge, he must use the only remaining modification point to the limit. Now there are several choices before him. 1. Use the modifier to directly kill Kamisato Riku and wait for other members of the Kamisato clan to retaliate. By that time, he will definitely die. 2. Use a modifier to copy Kamisato Riku's abilities to yourself. Because this guy's abilities do not belong to this world, his learning ability cannot learn his abilities. But if you use a modifier to directly copy Kamisato Riku's abilities, it is possible, but these abilities can never be improved. He could use his abilities to defeat him, and then face the rest of the Kamisato clan, and maybe there would be a glimmer of hope. Etc. Advertisement. What if you don't have a modifier? If we don't rely on modifiers, are there other ways? Is there any way to kill this person and all the Kamisato clan members in the future? Yin Xiang's brain was working frantically. He had been using the modifier all the time, and his brain was a little rusty. This man, Shen Lily, was very martial. After Yin Xiang asked him to wait, he really waited there. Maybe he was really waiting for Yin Xiang to consider it. After all, they could feel at ease with someone like Yin Xiang helping them manage the family. What they are fighting for now is the ownership of this world. Got it. An idea suddenly occurred to Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang thought of a way to defeat them. It's risky and time-consuming, but worth it. Okay, I promise, I will help you manage this world. Yin Xiang looked at Kamisato Toshikazu and said. A wise choice. Kamisato Riki nodded when he heard this. From his observation, Yin Xiang really had no intention of taking action. Then what do I need to do? Yin Xiang looked at him and said. It's up to you, as long as the people in this world don't disappear, it's the same as before, even if there is a war, the order is restored. Our purpose is just to make you understand that the ruler of this world is our Kamisato clan, not you. Kamisato Toshikazu said. Okay, I understand. Yin Xiang nodded. That's it then. I'm leaving now. Kamisato Riku nodded and said. Leaving means? Yin Xiang asked. Go back to other worlds. Our clan lives in other worlds, so no one will interfere in your politics. Kamisari Riku said, and a black crack appeared in front of him. Just as Kamisato Riku was about to go in, his body froze for a moment. The next moment, Yin Xiang's figure passed by him and rushed directly into the crack. Advertisement. This is Yin Xiang's plan. Find their way to other worlds, learn the abilities of other worlds, and then come back to avenge themselves and wipe out all these bastards. Although he did not have the observation haki, he knew how to deal with it. All he had to do was to not think about anything. When he finally decided to rush into the crack, it only took 0.1 seconds. During this time, even if Kamisato Riku's observation haki could sense it, he would not be able to stop it. The moment he rushed into the crack, Yin Xiang saw Kamisato Riki's stunned expression, and then the crack closed instantly. This was the reaction that Kamisato Riki made after he came to his senses, but he was not as fast as Yin Xiang, so Yin Xiang succeeded. At this time, there was darkness around Yin Xiang, and then suddenly several white cracks appeared, emitting light and covering Yin Xiang. As the light became stronger, Yin Xiang could not help but close his eyes. Then, the sound of waves rang in his ears, and he felt that the light was no longer dazzling, so Yin Xiang opened his eyes. In front of her was the sea, and under her feet was flat land. The waves constantly hit the cliffs under Yin Xiang's feet. The first step was successful. Yin Xiang looked at the scene in front of him, and he understood that he had successfully passed through the crack of Kamisato Riku and came to another world. What is this place? Just then, a voice came from behind Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang also turned around quickly and couldn't help but open his mouth wide. It turned out to be Uchiha Madara and Indra. How? Did you follow me? Yin Xiang looked at the two of them and asked in surprise. Is it strange? The Flying Thunder God Jutsu is quite interesting. I have learned it a long time ago. Indra said, pointing to the Sharingan in his pupil. Yin Xiang looked at Indra, then at Madara, with Mangekyo in his eyes. Madara's Mangekyo abilities include one to enhance ninjutsu and the other to predict the future 1 second later. This is different from the observation haki. The observation haki allows one to predict what the other person is thinking. Madara can only see the future 1 second later. He knew it 0.7 seconds before Yin Xiang was about to rush into the crack, and used illusion to look at Indra. At this time would not pass. The two even discussed in the illusion space whether to follow Yin Xiang. After coming out, Indra immediately took Madara to use Flying Thunder God, and arrived at Yin Xiang's side within 0.5 seconds, and entered the space in the crack at the same time as Yin Xiang. After learning this, Yin Xiang smiled helplessly. In this world where she didn't know where it was a wonderful thing to have two people like this to accompany her. Then let's see what kind of place this is. Yin Xiang then looked at the town behind them and smiled. Chapter 214 New World. Then let's see what kind of place this is. Yin Xiang then looked at the town behind them and smiled. Boom. At this moment, there was a loud thunder in the sky, and the sky, which was clear just now, suddenly began to rain heavily. This is. Madara raised his hand to feel the rain in the air, frowned, and said after a moment. This seems to be man-made rain, and that thunder, I can't tell why, but it feels weird. The town is very lively, Indra said after using perception ninjutsu to sense the town. Let's go and see. Yin Xiang nodded. Just now his mind was full of his women. He didn't know when he could see them again, and he didn't know if they would miss him, but he had already begun to miss them. Oh, my Tsunade, my Terumi Mei, my Hinata little wife is still waiting for me to marry her. Yin Xiang shouted in her heart while running towards the town. When arriving in the town, Yin Xiang saw a group of people who looked familiar, but they looked familiar inexplicably. They wore white hats, white clothes, and held simple guns. And the logo on the body, it's clearly the Marine logo. Marine from the Pirates King world. New world detected. Modifier is being upgraded. Upgrade progress. 10%, 20%, 40%, 80%, 100%. Open black lens bracket upgrade completed. Close black lens bracket, current plane. Pirates King's world, Log Town. Congratulations to the host for achieving successfully crossing the plane without using a modifier and receiving the reward. Modification points x3. Ding, mission triggered. Go to Grand Line, mission reward, lucky draw x1. The sound from the modifier beside his ear immediately made Yin Xiang understand his current situation. It seemed that the crack opened by Kamisato Rikyu was the one leading to the world of the Pirates King. On the other hand, it also showed that this guy usually stayed in this world. Advertisement, but in this case, what should I do if the other party catches up to this world? Although he has now arrived in a new dimension and can modify his new powers, if he increases the power of the Pirates King's world to ultimate and kills Kamisato Rikyu, more Kamisato clans from other worlds will come. If he continues like that, it will be endless. The most urgent task is to hide the whereabouts of himself and Madara. No. Try harder. Nami shouted at the man. Yin Xiang and Indra also looked at Madara speechlessly. Change our presence in the eyes of the Kamisato clan and reduce it to nothing. Yin Xiang thought about it and said. Damn it, why can't I suddenly feel their presence? Kamisato Rikyu also stopped in midair and muttered to himself. But it's really noisy. Can we kill them all? Madara said, scratching his ear. Pirates? Just those two? Madara said after hearing this. After all, Nami and Usopp looked very weak. At this time, a man and a lion were standing next to a boat, and Nami and others also came. Are you a child? Why are you interested in that kind of thing? Indra complained. Isn't this Nami and Usopp? Yin Xiang and the others stood at the entrance of the alley. When Nami and Usopp ran over, they had a brief eye contact with the three of them. Then a group of armed marines ran past the three men. Although they saw the three men, they were not their targets. Let's follow them first. Yin Xiang thought for a while and said, he was just recalling the plot. Now they are in Log Town. After they escape from here, they should go to Grand Line. He can follow them and complete this mission, and then find a place and a boat. Stop. Let me be your opponent, the deputy captain of Buddy the Clown's gang. I, Lord Mochi, will never let you get close to this ship. Mochi, standing in front of the ship, shouted to Nami and Usopp. Hey, it's dangerous here. Pirates are being captured. Find a place to hide. Marine shouted to the three of them, and then continued to chase Usopp and Nami. Sure enough. The man said helplessly. In an instant, Kamisato Rikyu, who was flying rapidly in the air, lost his direction. Seeing this scene, Nami and Usopp were so scared that their mouths opened wide. Advertisement, hey, did you see that? That man has a very long nose. Uchiha Madara said after the two ran some distance away. Hey, look. Uchiha Madara said to Yin Xiang at this time, and the three of them also stopped. Suddenly, two people, a man and a woman, rushed out from the alley. The man was carrying an incredibly large fish on his shoulder, and they were running wildly. Every time his crack opens, the teleportation location is different. Seeing the extremely powerful Madara next to them, the two of them trembled all over, turned their heads away without daring to look at the three people, and ran away. I'll do it, I'll do it, I'll do it, Madara shouted from the side, and at the same time kicked one foot on the roof, rushed out in a leap, and passed behind the Marines. The next moment, the Marines flew up collectively. Oh, their upper bodies flew up collectively, and Madara only had an ordinary kunai in his hand. The modifier immediately took effect, changing the presence of the three people in Kamisari Rua's area. Yin Xiang. From now on this book can also be called Pirates. Building the strongest pirates group with Indra and Madara. At this time, Marine shot directly at Na and Usopp. Change. Yin Xiang nodded and said, it seems that Kamisato Rikyu has caught up. Hey, Nami, can I throw this away? The man looked at the woman next to him, Nami, and shouted while running. Don't kill people as soon as you come. Indra was speechless. What should we do now? Then Indra looked at Yin Xiang and asked. Let's kill those people, Yin Xiang said standing on the roof. It seems we have come to a very weak world. Indra also said, not only the two pirates, but also these people who look like soldiers, they feel like they can be crushed to death with one hand. Modify the three of us. Yin Xiang originally wanted to modify his sense of existence directly, but if his sense of existence was gone, how could he pick up girls in this world? Even though he came to a new world and temporarily lost his girls, in this world of Pirates King, there are still plenty of beautiful girls. Ding, there is a member of the Kamisato clan in the world. Kamisato Rikyu. Only he can be modified. Do you want to modify it? I don't know if the two were too lucky or Marine's shooting skills were too poor, but he couldn't hit them after several shots. After Yin Xiang finished speaking, the three of them jumped onto the roof and chased after them at a very fast speed. With their speed, they even reached the port before Nami and Usopp, who had already run a long way away. Chapter 215. Conditions for boarding the boat. What? Who is it? Mochi was also shocked when he saw this. Before he could react, Yin Xiang suddenly appeared in front of him, grabbed his face and pressed his head hard on the deck of the Mary. Suddenly, Mochi fell to the ground with blood from the mouth and nose, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. Seeing this, Li Ji just ran away. Wait. Nami saw Yin Xiang looking at her and was so scared that she knelt down. Usopp also knelt down on the ground in a quick and neat movement. We didn't provoke you, did we? If we did, I apologize, please let us go, Nami shouted while hiding from Yin Xiang. So many Marines were dealt with by these guys in a flash. They were definitely not good guys, and their movements were so fast that it was impossible to see clearly. We were definitely no match for them. Don't worry, it has nothing to do with you. Yin Xiang stretched out her hand and said to Nami. Nami also tremblingly grabbed Yin Xiang's hand and stood up with Yin Xiang's help. Me? What about me? Usopp looked at Yin Xiang and asked while still kneeling on the ground, but Yin Xiang ignored him. Helping you deal with these people is a gift for you. You should go to Grand Line, we need to take a boat. Yin Xiang looked at Nami and said. Nami now is far less charming than she was 2 years later. She still looks like a child, which makes people lose interest in her. Nami was also stunned when she heard that, but then her eyes rolled, and she must have had some bad idea in mind. Then, can you protect us on the road? Nami said. That's natural. Yin Xiang nodded and said. Great, Nami also said excitedly. Can you help us rescue our companions first? There are still 3 people who haven't come back. We can't sail without them. Although you seem very powerful, there is a very strong marine in this town. I'm afraid Luffy has been stopped by him. Sanji said. I think we should go and help. Ability similar to Kamisato Ricky's. Indra was also stunned when he saw this, and his eyes immediately turned into Sharingan. The moment he looked at Smoker, Smoker rolled his eyes and fainted on the ground. Advertisement Smoker raised his head, holding a cigarette in his mouth and looking at Indra. You guys, are you in the same group with the Straw Hat Boy? Can I get up? Usopp asked weakly, kneeling on the ground. Sanji was also startled when he saw this, and immediately stopped and looked at Indra, who was wearing unusual clothes. Who are you, a marine? Really? Sanji heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. He didn't expect reinforcements to appear at this time. The green algae-headed guy is right behind, fighting with the marine. As for Luffy, there is no trace of him. Leaving Sanji's side, Indra quickly found Zoro's location. At this time, Zoro was fighting with Tashigi. Indra pinned her against the wall in a few moves. However, Zoro did not use heavy hands on this woman who looked very much like his childhood sweetheart. At the same time, Indra also found Sanji, who was running towards the port. There were no pursuers behind him, and Indra immediately appeared in front of him. Indra rushed forward without hesitation and kicked Smoker, but the kick obviously missed. I don't know, we got separated all of a sudden, Sanji shouted. I understand. Indra nodded. Then you go to the boat by yourself. After saying this, Indra disappeared. Miss Nami, what did you do to her? Sanji glared at Indra when he heard that, and then kicked him. It's just weaker than you. Yin Xiang smiled and said, can we get on the boat? Yin Xiang then looked at Nami. Bump. Don't worry, Indra will find him. Yin Xiang said on the side. Sanji also jumped onto the boat at this time. He was a little stunned when he saw Yin Xiang and Madara, but seeing that they had no ill intentions, he also knew that these 2 people were in the same group as the previous man. At the same time, Indra also found Luffy, who was indeed caught by Smoker, and pinned Luffy to the ground with his 10 hands. Oh! Indra sneered when he saw Sanji's direct move. He easily grabbed his right ankle and hung him in the air. Your leg strength is pretty good. Don't bother, I'm here to save you. Where are the others? Indra said to Sanji, who was hanging upside down, and then threw Sanji out. Sanji also spun in the air and stood steadily on the ground, looking at Indra in astonishment. Save us. Advertisement, it's okay, just wait. Yin Xiang shook his head and said, although Smoker is a Logia ability user, the ninja still has many ways to deal with him. Okay. Nami nodded, then took Yin Xiang and Madara on board, raised the anchor, and waited for Luffy and the others to come back. Before Zoro and Tashigi could say anything, Indra appeared behind Zoro, grabbed his shoulders, then returned to Yin Xiang as a flying thunder god, dropped Zoro and disappeared again. A short orange-haired woman, are you her companion? Indra said looking at Sanji. Yin Xiang nodded and winked at Indra, who nodded on the roof and disappeared. Get up. Madara grabbed Usopp's neck and pulled him up, then kicked the fish he was carrying onto the bed. These guys are too weak. They didn't react at all. Yes, the long-nosed man named Nami and Usopp, they're already on board. Indra nodded. Hiding in the corner, a man in a dark green cloak was also stunned when he saw this. He was about to take action. Damn. How could this be? Sanji obviously didn't expect that the other party would catch him so easily. You. Zoro was about to talk to Tashigi when suddenly his eyes blurred and the scene changed. As for what her companion looked like, Indra didn't need to ask, because it must be the person currently being chased in the town. Zoro. Usopp was also surprised to see Zoro suddenly appear. After all, Indra used the body flicker technique, so it was normal that Sanji couldn't see it. Indra's body flicker technique was difficult to see even for cage-level ninjas. Ms. Nami. At this time, Sanji also ran over from not far away, waved and shouted at Nami. Sanji. Get on the boat. Nami shouted to Sanji, where's Luffy? It was so fast that I couldn't even see it. Miss Nami, do you know such a powerful person? Sanji was also amazed when he saw this. That person just disappeared suddenly? Chapter 216 Laboon. Aligato, that's a great help. Luffy jumped up from the ground and shouted at Indra. You know Nami, right? Indra looked at Luffy, confirming his identity. Nami is my companion. Luffy nodded and said. Indra nodded and held out her hand to Luffy, who thought it was a handshake and held out his hand as well, but when their hands touched, the scene in front of Luffy changed instantly. Disappeared. The man in the green cloak hiding in the corner was startled, looking at the shoehorn on his face. Who else could it be but Dorag? Luffy was also surprised when he noticed the changes in the surrounding scene. Everyone, what's going on? How did I get on the ship? Luffy shouted with a face full of question marks. Okay, it's time to set sail. Nami saw people getting up and shouted, open the sail. Usopp, go take the helm. Let's go. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly moved. While they were busy, Yin Xiang introduced himself and others to Luffy, as well as their purpose. So you want to take a boat? No problem, of course no problem. Luffy smiled with his big teeth bared. As they were talking, the Merry had already left Logue Town. Look at that light. After escaping danger, everyone on the Merry, which was swaying in the heavy rain, looked at a lighthouse in the distance. Isn't that a lighthouse? Usopp said. That's the guiding light. The entrance to the Grand Line is right under that lighthouse. Nami smiled while looking at the lighthouse. The Grand Line is right there. Luffy also looked at the lighthouse with anticipation. Grand Line? What is that? Madara asked, standing next to Yin Xiang. It's the place that all pirates long for, where the great treasure is buried, Yin Xiang said. How do you know? Indra couldn't help but ask. I've been here before. Yin Xiang shrugged and explained. Indra and Madara looked at each other when they heard this. This guy lied without thinking, but he was full of secrets, so they were used to it and didn't intend to ask any more questions. So what should we do? Nami asked, looking at Luffy. Now that we know the direction, let's go. Yin Xiang said to the two, and then walked towards Luffy. Now that we know the direction, we will get off here. Sorry to bother you. Advertisement, get off the boat? Nami asked in surprise while looking at the sea around her. We don't have any boats to use, said Usopp. Besides, it's stormy now. Even if there is a small boat, it will capsize, Sanji said. It's okay, we don't need a boat. Yin Xiang shook his head and smiled. Although I don't know how you plan to go, thank you for helping us this time, Luffy smiled. Yeah. Yin Xiang nodded and turned to leave. Wait, at this moment, Luffy called Yin Xiang, and Yin Xiang turned around in confusion. You are a pirate too, right? I want to be the king of pirates. Although I am very grateful to you, if we want to fight for the great treasure, I will do my best, Luffy shouted. I'm not interested in that kind of thing. Yin Xiang said, and used the light and heavy rock technique on Indra and Madara. The three of them immediately flew up and headed towards the lighthouse. What? It actually flew up. Zoro was also surprised when he saw this. How cool, Luffy shouted with stars in his eyes. This is obviously the inside of a whale. Indra said helplessly, but who would transform the inside of a whale into this? You can reach a new plane, with your learning ability at max, and learn abilities from this world. Woo! The whale roared after it appeared. Let's go into his body, Yin Xiang said to the two. Hey! Madara stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Yin Xiang, but Yin Xiang still ignored him. Modify conquerors Haki max, Yin Xiang thought. This is a very small island, so small that there is not even a house, only a lighthouse and a piece of grass. Hey, there's nothing here, Madara said, looking at the endless Black Sea. I think we should go back to that ship. At least they seem to have a clear goal. To modify Conqueror's Haki, you need to consume modification points x3. The current number of modification points is 3. Do you want to consume it? Open black lens bracket Conqueror's Haki has reached. Max, close black lens bracket open black lens bracket modification successful. Close black lens bracket. Ding, arrived at the Grand Line, mission completed, reward, lucky draw x1. Advertisement, can the learning ability modified by the modifier now be used to learn the abilities of this world? Yin Xiang ignored him and was in a daze at this time. After a while, the surroundings of the three people changed. There was water, clouds, a small island, and a house. It was still daytime. Woo, are you okay? Madara shook Yin Xiang's shoulder and said. Madara and Indra followed reluctantly upon seeing this. In an instant, the three people disappeared from their sight and entered darkness. Boom. And Yin Xiang had already rushed out in a flash. Open black lens bracket observation Haki has reached. Max, close black lens bracket just as Laboon roared again, Yin Xiang jumped directly into its mouth. Yin Xiang then remembered that the old thing Crocus usually lived in the body of this whale called Laboon. Open black lens bracket armament Haki has reached. Max, Close black lens bracket. What's going on? Can the belly of this whale trigger spacetime ninjutsu? Madara said as he looked at the scene around him. The flight was very fast. The three of them flew across the red line and reached the other side of the lighthouse, where they landed. The editor replied, "Is that a whale?" With the dim light of the lighthouse, the three of them could see clearly what was rushing out from the sea. Yes. Yin Xiang thought about it. In this world, as long as he mastered Conqueror's Haki, plus this set of ninjutsu, it would be no problem to deal with everyone. Apart from Conqueror's Haki, he didn't need to modify anything else. Moreover, there would definitely be new tasks in the new world, and he would get more modification points at that time, so he chose to consume them. A whale with scars all over its head. Are you okay? There is no reason for you to volunteer to be food. Madara looked at Yin Xiang speechlessly. It's okay, it's okay. Yin Xiang slapped Madara's hand and said, then looked around. If he remembered correctly, there was a former crew member of Pirates King Roger named Crocus here. If he asked him for a record pointer, he would know how to go to the next place. After entering Laboon's body, the three of them ran all the way deeper along its upper oral arm. At this moment, there was a loud noise, and the entire sea surface began to shake violently. Just as Madara and Indra were preparing to fight, the sea surface surged, and then a huge monster rushed out. Madara and Indra followed suit and jumped in. Chapter 217 Record Pointers and Conqueror's Haki. Just as Indra and Uchiha Madara were amazed at the green sea and blue sky. A white-haired old man walked out of the house on the island, glanced at Yin Xiang and the other two standing on the stomach acid, and was a little surprised, but then he jumped into the stomach acid and swam to the side. This old guy doesn't look strong, but he's actually quite powerful, Uchiha Madara said as he watched Crocus swimming towards the stairs in the distance. After all, an ordinary old man can't swim in the stomach acid of a whale. Indra also nodded and said. On the other side, Crocus had swam to the ladder on the side, climbed up the stairs, and then injected with a huge syringe. The shaking around also stopped immediately. This is Laboon hitting redline again, and Crocus injected it with a sedative. Hey, those little guys down there, who are you? After injecting the sedative, Crocus looked at Yin Xiang and the other two and said. Little devil. Madara gritted his teeth upon hearing that, wishing he could skin Crocus alive. After all, he was a man who lived hundreds of years ago, so how could he tolerate Crocus calling him a little devil? It was not an exaggeration for him to call Crocus a little devil. Indra didn't say anything, but his face was gloomy. He lived thousands of years ago. So he was even more unconvinced than Madara. I'm just passing by. I just entered the Grand Line. I want to borrow a record pointer from you. Yin Xiang looked at Crocus and said. He didn't have much to say about being called a little devil. Record pointer. Crocus smiled upon hearing this and leaned on the railing beside him. Do you think I'm doing charity? How dare you enter Grand Line without a record pointer? In exchange, I can help you heal this whale's injuries, Yin Xiang said. This made Crocus stunned, and then he sneered. Humph, stop talking nonsense, its wound cannot be healed. After all, Crocus is the ship's doctor on Roger's ship. His medical skills are quite good. He couldn't do anything about Laboon's injuries, let alone this little kid in front of him. Advertisement. You might as well give it a try. If it doesn't work, I won't give up your record pointer. Yin Xiang said, not only can it be cured, but it can also leave no scars at all. Hearing this, Crocus also fell silent and thought for a moment. Okay, let's try it. Crocus nodded, then jumped down again, jumped into the stomach acid, and swam out. Stop being so petty and let's go. Yin Xiang patted Indra and Madara on the shoulders and said with a smile, then followed them. The two of them also snorted coldly and followed. The four of them came out through Laboon's mouth together. It was naturally still pitch black outside at this time, and the four of them also crawled out through Laboon's teeth. Woo! Seeing Crocus, Laboon also let out a soft roar. Look, it's pretty serious. Crocus took out a flashlight from somewhere and pointed at Laboon's head, which was covered with hideous scars. The record pointer is right here. If you can cure it, I'll give it to you, said Crocus. If you ask me, just grab it. Uchiha Madara took a step forward, and his figure disappeared in an instant, appearing in front of Crocus. His speed was so fast that it was impossible to see with the naked eye. Crocus easily dodged Madara's attack by simply raising his hand. Madara was also a little surprised. With her speed, there was no way the other party could see it. I tried several more times, but was dodged every time. Can you see through my movements? Madara came to a conclusion after seeing this, and directly opened Mangekyo to prepare to use his predictive ability to snatch it from him. Crocus's observation haki also made him feel something was wrong, and his brows frowned. Okay, it's just a record pointer, there's no need, Yin Xiang said helplessly. It seems like you have some strange abilities, Crocus said, looking into Madara's eyes, which looked dangerous just by looking at them. Yin Xiang had also started treatment. He placed his hand on Laboon's head and used medical ninjutsu. A green light emanated from his hand. Laboon felt comfortable and closed his eyes. Advertisement and its wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Crocus also widened his eyes in surprise when he saw this. After a while, the wound on Laboon's head was completely healed. Is the deal done? Yin Xiang walked up to Crocus, stretched out his hand and said. Is that the ability of the devil fruit? Crocus put the recording pointer on Yin Jiang's hand and asked with some surprise. Just take that as it is. Yin Xiang took the recording pointer, put it on his wrist and said, then looked at the recording pointer. The location of the next island had been stored. I can only heal its physical wounds. As for its mental injuries, other means are still needed. However, that is not within the scope of our transaction. Yin Xiang looked up at Crocus and said. Do you know the Rumba pirates? Crocus asked in surprise. It's not important. Yin Xiang smiled, then flew away with Madara and Indra. This surprised Crocus again. I say, why was he able to dodge my attack? Madara asked puzzledly during the flight. That's an ability called Observation Haki. Yin Xiang said to Madara, there are two abilities in this world that everyone can practice, called Haki. One is Observation Haki, which can predict the enemy's actions. If you practice it to ultimate, you can foresee the future. The other is called Armament Haki, which can greatly enhance attack power and can also be used to deal with some Logia Devil Fruit ability users. Oh, Logia Fruit ability users can turn their bodies into fire, smoke, ice, etc., making ordinary physical attacks unable to hit them. There is also Conqueror's Haki, which is said to be learned by only one person in a million. It can stun nearby enemies. If you master it to ultimate, it can also cause physical damage. It can also wrap around weapons or fists and feet. Yin Xiang also explained these abilities to the two of them. I see. Indra nodded when he heard that, and remembered the time when he attacked Smoker. If he was not the user of Smoke Fruit's ability, Smoker would have died with just one punch. Is it the same ability as Kamisato Rikyu? No wonder. Madara nodded. Then this is Kamisato Rikyu's other world, right? Will he come after us again? Probably not in the short term. Once we find a place to stay, you can practice these abilities. If possible, get a few more devil fruits so we can try these abilities as well. Yin Xiang smiled, and then explained the devil fruits of Zone and Paramecia to the two. Chapter 218 Whiskey Peak. This world is really strange. Indra and Madara also said after hearing Yin Xiang's explanation. But the most important ability is Haki. As long as you master Haki, it will be enough to do whatever you want in this world. If it weren't for the fact that the enemy can use Observation Haki, with your current strength, you too would be able to do whatever you want, Yin Xiang said with a smile. Soon, the three of them arrived at the island pointed by the recording pointer. It was a small island composed of two sides, divided by a small river in the middle. Seeing the cactus shape on the mountain, Yin Xiang also thought about where this place was. Isn't it one of the territories under Crocodile? Speaking of Crocodile, he has currently occupied Alabasta. If we subdue him and station him in Alabasta from now on, and then use illusion to control Vivi's father, it would be a good base. Let's rest here tonight. I'm hungry after not eating for a day, Yin Xiang said, looking around. There was no one on the street at this time, but the sounds coming from the houses could still be heard. Most of the houses were brightly lit. The three of them walked for a while and saw a restaurant. Do you have money? Indra looked at Yin Xiang and asked. I have. Yin Xiang was embarrassed. He was rich, very, very, very rich, but the currency was not universal. No money. Yin Xiang then said simply. Then kill the cook after dinner, Madara said with a smile, then opened the door and walked in. Yin Xiang shrugged and followed in. If the boss didn't cooperate, that would be all that would be left. The boss was obviously stunned when he saw Yin Xiang and the other two come in, but then he changed his expression to a warm one. Welcome, guests. Is there any food? Feel free to come up. Madara pulled out a chair and said with a bossy look. Of course. Please wait a moment, sir. The boss nodded repeatedly and then left the front desk through the door behind him. However, in the perception of the three people, this guy did not go to the kitchen, but ran out of the back door of the restaurant. It looks like there's no food to eat. Yin Xiang also sighed, stood up and walked into the kitchen. When someone comes, you guys clean up and I'll prepare some food. Clear. Advertisement, learn. The two also answered. But they had just checked and found out that Yin Xiang and the other two were not wanted criminals at all, so there was no need to be polite. They could just rob them and kill them. When Madara grabbed a samurai sword, only the head flew. Wow, it's so lively. Madara smiled as he looked at the dozens of people in front of him holding weapons. Many people were also crying as they arrived one after another. The entire restaurant was surrounded. Then he stretched out his hand and made a few seals. Fire style. Extinguish the great fire. This person is Ikalem. After such a huge fire at Madara, not to mention how many people died, even those who survived by chance would never dare to approach here and would hide themselves. The two of them also went to get something. As Yin Xiang expected, while he was cooking, there was a loud noise outside, followed by the sound of Madara pushing the door and walking out. Madara stood at the door like a door god, not moving a step from beginning to end, and they were unable to get any closer, and more than 100 people had fallen. As Madara spewed out flames, all the people in front of him were covered by flames and screamed. Don't worry, there will be a chance. After dinner, we will find some suitable clothes and at least integrate into this world first, Yin Xiang said. Hand over all the valuables you have. The leader, who was the previous restaurant owner, shouted at Madara. What, is this the end? Madara looked at them and taunted. Just. Are they willing to help? Ikalem couldn't help but think, while looking at the restaurant worriedly. Boom. It's boring, so boring. When will we meet some strong guys? Madara couldn't help but say during the meal. These guys who were as weak as ants made him lose all enthusiasm. Advertisement. Are you a woman? You look so scary. Madara couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. The reason why they were so polite to Luffy and others was because Luffy was already a fugitive with a bounty of 30 million at the time, and they knew they were no match for the 30 million pirates, so they pretended to welcome the pirates, held a banquet for Luffy and others, and took the opportunity to take them down. When the fire died down, there were hundreds of Kurozumi on the ground, especially Miss Monday who was in the front, who was burned to ashes. Get out of the way. At this moment, a woman walked out of the crowd. Among the three, only Yin Xiang was barely normal. He was wearing a black robe that had become tattered during the fight with Kamisato Riki. Indra's outfit is too retro, and Madara's outfit is even more outrageous, with a full set of armor. What? Miss Monday's veins popped up when he heard this, and then he rushed towards Madara. That person is so strong. At the same time, behind a building outside the hotel, a man with long curly hair was sweating and his eyes widened as he said, with that kind of strength, he can only come out to guard the door. The others inside must be stronger. If it's them, they can definitely save Alabasta. But now there is no point to modify it, so I can only be a bandit for a while. Kill him, Miss Monday, the people around also shouted. Then everyone rushed towards Madara, and some of them were ready to rush through the door. Kill him, brothers, someone in the crowd shouted. Roar! Madara saw this and stabbed the knife in his hand into the ground. Not bad for the momentum. You're so arrogant. All the valuables are on me. Come and take them if you're capable. Madara laughed disdainfully. He had just witnessed the whole process here, and after seeing Madara's powerful strength, he immediately thought of Alabasta. If it were them, they would definitely be able to do it. She was wearing a pink plaid skirt, dark skin, pink hair, and brass knuckles, and looked very unappetizing. After a while, Yin Xiang and the other two finished their meal, left the restaurant and began to look for clothes to wear from house to house. Yin Xiang also collected some money by the way, intending to use a modifier to turn himself into a rich man. Boring. Madara curled his lips, turned around and walked back to the restaurant. At the same time, Yin Xiang put 3 servings of fried rice on the table. You're back just in time. There's also barbecue. You take it. Indra, get some drinks. Yin Xiang pulled out a chair and said. Madara just stood at the door, motionless, until someone approached him, and then he was kicked far away. Then there were continuous shouting and scenes of people flying. Chapter 219 The current situation of the ninja village. When the three of them reunited, they were already dressed neatly and could completely blend into this world. Yin Xiang wore a black coat, a white shirt, black trousers, and a pair of leather shoes. Unexpectedly, they fit him well and looked very neat. Madara changed into a pure black outfit, similar to a kimono, but not quite a kimono. Indra was also dressed in white. The two of them looked like the black and white devils. The three of them found a house with 3 bedrooms and a living room and slept there. Ikolem had followed them all the way, and had been hesitating whether to go find them. Now he was pacing back and forth at the door of the room. Yin Xiang and the other two naturally knew that this guy had been following them at the door, but they had ignored him. After all, they didn't sense any murderous intent from him, so they just let him be. Alas, the night without a woman's company is so lonely. Yin Xiang lay on the bed, sighing helplessly, not knowing how his young wives were doing. In fact, after Yin Xiang and the other two suddenly disappeared, Tsunade and others learned that the daimyo of the 5 major countries had died again, and the ninja world was once in panic, but everyone responded immediately. First, Tsunade was reappointed as Hokage, and then the 5 ninja villages united and merged into one village, and chose Tsunade as the cage of the entire ninja world temporarily. The ninjas from the Land of Shadows were also temporarily incorporated into this collective ninja village. Until Yin Xiang has a letter, they can only hold on like this. And for a while, no one in the 5 great nations dared to take up the position of daimyo. It seemed that this position had some magical power. Whoever took it would die. Yin Xiang suddenly disappeared, and the 3 Yagami also disappeared. What on earth happened? Tsunade said worriedly while sitting in the office, looking at the moon outside. Looking at the extent of the destruction of the meeting place, some powerful enemy must have appeared. Jiraiya said from the sofa in the back, where Orochimaru and Itachi were also. Itachi was also a little dazed at this time. After all, when he went to investigate, he also saw Sasuke's body. Could it be the legendary Kamisato clan? Tsunade muttered to herself softly upon hearing this. Since we haven't seen their bodies yet, and my impure world reincarnation hasn't summoned their souls, that means they are not dead. They may be hiding somewhere temporarily. Don't worry too much. Orochimaru smiled. Yeah. Tsunade nodded helplessly. Advertisement now the survival and death of the entire ninja world is in her hands. The pressure is simply too great. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Come in. Tsunade called back. Then someone outside pushed the door open and came in. It was Kakashi. What's wrong? Kakashi? Tsunade asked, looking at Kakashi. I found this when I was sorting out my equipment, Kakashi said, holding up a scroll in his hand. This is. Tsunade was also stunned when she saw the scroll, then she remembered something and widened her eyes. During the Ninja World War, Yin Xiang prepared a clone scroll for each captain. When Jiraiya and the other two heard this, they became excited and looked at Itachi. Hurry, hurry, let him out. Tsunade quickly ran to Kakashi and said hurriedly. Yes. Kakashi nodded, then opened the scroll and pressed 2 fingers on it. Unlock. Bump. With a puff of smoke, Yin Xiang's figure appeared in front of everyone. Which enemy can't you handle? Yin Xiang was also stunned after his clone came out, and looked at everyone. This didn't look like a ninja war. Everyone realized what Yin Xiang said. This clone was sealed before the Ninja World War began. He has no memory of what happened after the Ninja World War. What's going on? What happened? Yin Xiang was also stunned when he saw Orochimaru and the others, and felt a little confused. What was going on? Why were Orochimaru and the others here? Shouldn't they be waiting at the base? Tisk. Tsunade slapped his forehead, but this was Yin Xiang after all. The Ninja World War is over, and now your real body has disappeared. This is what happened. Tsunade then explained it to the clone. Advertisement. I see. Yin Xiang also nodded. It seemed that his real body was forced to hide temporarily by the Kamisato clan. Or you can cancel the clone status and notify the original body, asking him to contact us as soon as possible, Jiraiya said to Yin Xiang's clone. Okay. Yin Xiang also nodded and prepared to cancel the clone state. Wait a moment. At this time, Itachi spoke to stop Yin Xiang, and everyone looked at Itachi. What if this clone disappears and the real body is not found? Then we won't even have a clone left, Itachi said. But if Yin Xiang is not dead, and his clone notifies him, he will definitely come back, said Tsunade. But if nothing happened to him, wouldn't he have returned long ago? Why would he have to wait for us to notify him? It only proves that he is in no condition to come back. In order to deter the 5 major nations and reassure everyone, Yin Xiang's presence is needed in the village now. Itachi said. I have to say that Itachi's analysis is still very rational. Although Itachi now wants to kill Yin Xiang to vent his hatred, the village still needs him to protect it, and he cannot resist Yin Xiang, even if it is just a clone. Alright. Although I'm just a clone, my chakra is still sufficient. I'll stay here until the real person comes back. Yin Xiang stepped forward and said, and if the real person uses Shadow Clone, I'll also receive the memory, and then I'll know the real person's situation. That's right. Everyone nodded when they heard this. However, Itachi, Orochimaru and Jiraiya were all eager to try, and it was obvious that they had something to say to Yin Xiang. Then the position of Shadow will be given to you. It happens that the appointment has not been announced yet. Tsunade smiled at Yin Xiang. I didn't expect that when I was not here, you would unite on your own. What is the collective name of the ninja village now? Yin Xiang looked at Tsunade helplessly. It hasn't been decided yet. Our original plan was to hold an appointment meeting after spreading the news, and then everyone would be stationed in the original Shadow Country and gather into a large ninja village. After all, the situation with the 5 nations is still unclear, Tsunade said. But there are a few guys from the Shadow Kingdom who are not cooperating, Tsunade then said with some embarrassment. The ones who won't cooperate are definitely Deidara and Nagato, because if the situation continues, they will definitely go to war with the 5 major countries. Okay, leave it to me. I will communicate with them. Yin Xiang nodded. Chapter 220. Yuyan Casino, smashing the place. After dawn, Yin Xiang and the other 2 packed up and walked out of the room, only to see Ikolem kneeling at the door. What are you doing? Madara looked at Ikolem, speechless. This guy followed them all night yesterday, so why did he get up and kneel at the door? Everyone, I am Ikarim, the captain of the Kingdom Guard from Alabasta, Ikarim said with a kowtow. Madara and Indra also looked at Yin Xiang. After all, they didn't know what Alabasta was. Is there anything wrong? Yin Xiang walked forward and asked Ikolem. I've seen your strength last night. I want to ask you a favor. After it's done, we'll pay you no matter how much the reward is. Ikolem raised his head and looked at Yin Xiang. Judging from the reactions of the 2 just now, this person is definitely the leader. Tell me about it. Yin Xiang asked knowingly. Our country is being manipulated by a man named Crocodile from the 7 warlords of the sea. Now the rebels in Alabasta are about to attack Alabasta. The king doesn't know what the situation is. I would like to ask the 3 of you to save our country, Ikolem said. How many rebels are there? Indra asked. About 2 million people, Ikolem said unsurely, fearing that they would be unwilling to help them after hearing this number, but he did not lie. Help. Let's help them. Madara became excited when he heard there were 2 million people. Even if they were a bunch of trash, numbers could produce a qualitative change. With so many people, it would definitely be fun. Huh? Ikolem obviously didn't expect them to react like this, and was a little confused for a moment. Okay, then let's help him. Yin Xiang also nodded. After all, his original purpose was to go to Alabasta and take Alabasta under his control. Then I'll leave the 2 million people to you. Yin Xiang looked at Madara and said, don't kill them all. In the future they. Don't worry, I understand. Madara also knew what Yin Xiang meant, nodded and smiled. I will join you in dealing with those people as well, said Indra. No, don't interfere. I finally come across some interesting things, don't mess it up, Madara said quickly. Advertisement. Let's go. Do you have the eternal pointer? Yin Xiang then looked at Ikolem. Yes. Ikolem nodded repeatedly and took out the eternal pointer pointing to Alabasta from his arms. The next thing is to consider how to go. The light, heavy, and rock technique can be controlled by chakra, but Ikarim has no chakra. Even if the light, heavy, and rock technique is used on him, it seems that only other methods can be used. After Yin Xiang took the eternal pointer, he stretched out his hand and slapped the ground, absorbing the soil on the ground, condensing it into clay with chakra, and then transformed into a clay dragon. This is. Ikalem was a little at a loss when he saw this. Could this be his devil fruit ability? Stop kneeling and let's go. Madara picked up Ikalem and threw him onto the dragon. The three of them then got on the dragon and flew towards Alabasta. Although it is slower than the light and heavy rock technique, it doesn't matter how long it takes. However, before Yin Xiang solves the Alabasta incident, it will be impossible for Luffy and the others to catch up. After all, they will encounter many things along the way, such as flying dragons, Little Garden, Drum Island and so on. At the speed of the flying dragon, it only took a few hours to reach the sky above Alabasta. Over there is the camp where the rebels gather, it's called Catlea, Ikalem said while sitting on the flying dragon and pointing down. I'll go down and destroy them right now. Upon hearing this, Madara stood up and prepared to jump down. Don't be in a hurry, wait a minute. Yin Xiang stopped Madara and said. Madara was immediately disappointed and sat back on the dragon. As they went deeper into Alabasta, they saw Yuyan. That's Yuyan over there, the territory of that crocodile. He usually stays in the casino here, Ikalem said, pointing at Yuyan below. Leave this to me. You and Ikalem go to the capital and don't mess around. I'll find you after we're done. Yin Xiang said to Madara and Indra, then jumped off the flying dragon. Indra used his chakra to control the flying dragon. Although he couldn't detonate it, he could still control it. Hey, will anything happen after falling so high? Ikalem shouted worriedly as he watched Yin Xiang falling vertically, but the next moment Yin Xiang landed steadily on the ground without even raising a speck of dust. Advertisement Madara and Indra ignored Ikalem and flew towards the royal capital. Yin Xiang walked straight into Yuyan's casino, which was quite lively inside, with many people and a lot of noise. Seeing the VIP passage at the back, Yin Xiang also remembered that this VIP passage leads to the cage on the floor where Crocodile is located. Yin Xiang looked at the gambling tables around him and smiled. It seemed that he could have some fun with him. Thinking of this, Yin Xiang exchanged the few thousand yuan he had on him for chips and walked towards the gambling table. In a short while, Yin Xiang made a fortune through his perception ninjutsu, and almost all the chips in the casino were in Yin Jiang's hands. Go tell the boss quickly, someone is messing up the place, a burly man in the corner said. If I don't go, the boss will kill me, the thin guy next to him said hurriedly. You are stupid, tell Miss Sunday. Yes. The thin man nodded repeatedly, then ran to the back. Come on, open. Yin Xiang was already sitting at the gambling table, looking at the dealer in front of her and shouting, while putting all the chips on, small. Seeing this, everyone followed suit and invested together with Yin Xiang in Shaoshang. The dealer is now sweating with fear, because the number he shook out is small, and he has bet so many chips on it. If this number opens, won't the casino lose a lot of money? Open, everyone shouted. Open. The dealer's hand moved tremblingly towards the sieve. Just when he was about to open the sieve, a burst of sand suddenly appeared, and then condensed on a chair beside him. Crocodile, holding a cigar, appeared in front of everyone. Boss. The dealer looked at Crocodile with fear on his face. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid of losing money when you open a business? Just open it. Crocodile stared at Yin Xiang and said to the dealer. In Yin Jiang's perception, when Crocodile came, he changed the points on the dice through the sand. Chapter 221 knocked Crocodile away with one punch. Boss, you better not afford to have fun. Yin Xiang looked at Crocodile and smiled. Of course, you can't afford to play too much. If you lose everything, don't cry, Crocodile said with a smile. Then let's open it. Yin Xiang tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, supporting his head with his other hand, and smiled. This time, the dealer opened the sieve without hesitation. 1, 2, 3, little wins. When the gamblers saw this, they shouted one after another, and the whole casino was suddenly filled with jubilation. After all, they followed Yin Xiang this time and bet their entire fortunes. Yin Xiang looked at Crocodile with a smile on her face. As he tapped the table with his fingers, he had already used chakra to flip the dice. Everyone happily took the chips into their arms, while Yin Xiang and Crocodile looked at each other, both with smiles on their faces, completely unaffected by the noisy sounds around them. A moment later, when everyone was holding their chips and preparing to exchange them for money, Crocodile spoke. Let's see who dares to take it. Crocodile's voice was very flat, but as soon as the words came out, the noisy crowd suddenly quieted down, and the chips they were holding became a little unsteady. As the first person put the chips on the table, everyone else quickly put their chips on the table. Boss, you don't plan to pay. Yin Xiang looked at Crocodile and smiled. You're cheating, and you still expect me to pay? Crocodile said dissatisfiedly. That's right. I was at least 1 meter away from the sieve. There were so many people watching. How could I cheat? Do you think I can't see it? Crocodile said gloomily and stood up the next moment. Everyone was so scared when they saw this that they ran out of the casino immediately. They never expected that the owner of this casino was Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Advertisement. If they had known this earlier, they wouldn't have dared to come even if they had 100 times the courage. Bump. A group of thugs were shocked when they saw this scene. Seeing their boss being beaten. This is impossible, because the boss is the user of the Logia devil fruit. I say, think about it, you are still useful, otherwise I would have killed you with that punch just now, Yin Xiang said. What do you think? With my ability, it should be no problem for me to be your boss, right? Yin Xiang smiled jokingly at Crocodile. I wanted to just block it with my body and break all their swords, but then I changed my mind and decided to try Conqueror's Haki. Armament Haki. You guy, are you from the New World? Crocodile said while sitting on the ground looking at Yin Xiang. Crocodile had never thought that the people in the first half of the Grand Line, especially those in Alabasta who had just entered the Grand Line, would use Haki. Isn't this to get you to show up? Yin Xiang said with a smile. Or is this guy coming for me? Crocodile also immediately released Conqueror's Haki to fight against Yin Xiang, but was defeated in an instant. Talk about business. That's not how you talk about business. Crocodile looked at Yin Xiang and said. Blood was already oozing out of his mouth. After saying this, Crocodile fell silent, and the cigar he took out of his mouth was crushed by him. Are you kidding? They're just some young pirates who just debuted. The pirates group doesn't even have a name or a flag yet. Yin Xiang said with a smile. He was still sitting at the gambling table from beginning to end without moving a step. During this time, Yin Xiang was calmly organizing the chips in front of him and stacking them neatly. After Crocodile finished speaking, his lower body turned into sand, and his upper body rushed towards Yin Xiang, smashing the hook in his hand towards Yin Xiang. I just needed a place to stay. I happened to be passing by here, so I chose this place. Crocodile was also scared and broke out in a cold sweat when he thought about Conquerors, but he didn't dare to put Conquerors away at this time, otherwise he might faint in the next moment. Advertisement. So Yin Xiang directly used Conqueror's Haki, and a powerful aura immediately erupted with Yin Xiang as the center. The gambling table under him cracked directly, and when the knives were less than 5 centimeters away from Yin Xiang's head, more than a dozen thugs were shocked and foamed at the mouth, bleeding from the corners of their eyes, noses and ears, and fell to the ground in unison. Tell me about it. Be my little brother, Yin Xiang said without hesitation. In a moment, only Yin Xiang and Crocodile were left in the casino, along with a dozen of Crocodile's thugs who appeared out of nowhere. Yin Xiang, however, removed his Conqueror's Haki first. Seeing this, Crocodile also stopped his Conquerors. Crocodile couldn't help but frown when he saw this. Could it be that this kid had never heard of him? Crocodile was knocked flying by Yin Xiang's punch and crashed into the wall with a thud. In order to reduce the damage to himself, he turned himself into sand and did not hit the wall with his flesh. He scattered into sand on the ground and then quickly condensed into a human form again. When Crocodile first appeared, there was no Haki setting, so Crocodile could not Haki. But after the Haki setting was added later, it seemed that Crocodile's strength as a Shichibukai was very poor. Here the setting was changed. Crocodile can use Conqueror's Haki. When fighting Luffy, he was careless because he completely despised him. What exactly do you want to do? Crocodile looked at Yin Xiang and said. Desert Blade. Upon seeing this, Crocodile immediately stretched out his other hand and a sand blade attacked Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang raised his left hand and used Armament Haki to directly block Crocodile's attack, then punched Crocodile in the chest. Yin Xiang stretched out his hand and easily blocked Crocodile's attack. I will help you completely control Alabasta, and I can also help you find Pluton. After all, Yin Xiang's Conqueror's Haki has reached max. Even though he instantly suppressed Crocodile's observation Haki, Yin Xiang did not use his full strength. Crocodile frowned when he heard this. How did this guy know what he wanted to do? But if he asked him how he knew it now, he would be at a disadvantage. Let's talk about business, Yin Xiang said to Crocodile after sorting out the chips. At this time, behind Yin Xiang, several thugs bravely attacked from behind, and 7 or 8 knives chopped down at Yin Xiang's head. Yin Xiang's perception ninjutsu also allowed him to know the movements behind him at the first time. Little pirates. Crocodile got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and muttered to himself. What do you want? Crocodile asked after thinking for a moment. Chapter 222. Subdue the Sand Crocodile. I'm just trying to make things easier for myself. You have power, fame, manpower, ships, and ready-made territory. If you were here, I would be able to make things much easier for myself. Of course, you can choose not to agree, and your fate will be the same as theirs. Yin Xiang got down from the gambling table, stretched his shins and said. Crocodile's face darkened when he heard this, but he was unlikely to be a match for the man in front of him. But Crocodile is definitely not someone who is willing to be inferior to others. Even if he can't win this time, there will always be next time. So what he has to do now is run away first. Crocodile thought about it and his whole body turned into sand, rushing towards the entrance of the casino, but he stopped immediately and materialized on the spot. Yin Xiang appeared at the entrance without knowing when. Don't waste your energy. I know more than just Armament Haki and Conquerors. Yin Xiang looked at Crocodile and smiled. 10 seconds before he wanted to run, Yin Xiang already knew what he would do next. On the other side, Indra and Madara have brought Equalem back to Albana, the capital of Alabasta. This is your name, isn't it, King? Madara said, looking at Cobra sitting on the throne. This guy looks weak and his hair is messy, he doesn't look like a king at all. At this time, Alabasta is still temporarily under Cobra's control, but because of the dancing fans incident, Cobra is gradually losing the trust of the people and is already in a desperate situation. Can you two really help us? Cobra asked Madara and Indra. He also looked very unconvinced. Our boss has already gone to take care of that Shichibukai. Don't worry, it will be fine. Madara sat down on a chair nearby, crossed his legs and said. Indra also flashed to another chair and sat down in the blink of an eye. Really? Cobra was slightly excited when he heard this, but soon lost his temper again. That crocodile is not an easy character to deal with. Advertisement Madara and Indra did not speak, and were too lazy to explain to him. Seeing this, Cobra smiled awkwardly and said nothing more. Bell and Gaka, who were beside Cobra, looked at each other and frowned. The meaning was self-evident. Are these 3 guys who came out of nowhere really reliable? Wouldn't they add fuel to the fire? That rebel army matter, you should know about it, right? Cobra was silent for a moment, then looked at the 2 of them and said. I know. Don't worry, it's just 200 people. Madara waved his hand and said nonchalantly. With 1 Tengai Shinsei, let alone 2 million, even 10 million would be enough. Upon hearing this, Gaka and Bell frowned even more deeply. This sounded too unreliable. Cobra was speechless for a moment after hearing this. Back to Yin Xiang, Crocodile had been confronting Yin Xiang. Neither of them moved. Crocodile was mainly afraid to move, while Yin Xiang looked at him without saying a word, giving him time to think. After all, it would take some time to get someone like Crocodile to follow her. Just as the 2 were in a stalemate, Robin walked out from the back of the casino. Both of them were attracted by Robin. The moment Yin Xiang looked at Robin, Crocodile turned into a sand again, trying to pass by Yin Xiang. However, Yin Xiang slammed the door with armament hockey wrapped around his arm, and knocked Crocodile back. Why don't you give up? Yin Xiang looked at Crocodile who was retreating and said with a smile. This is Nico Robin, right? Do you know me? Robin was also stunned when she heard it and looked at Yin Xiang. She had never seen this person before. Follow me from now on. I'll help you collect historical texts. If I have time, I can help you avenge Ohara, Yin Xiang said to Robin. Crocodile was also anxious after hearing this. Nico Robin was the key to his finding Pluton. Without her, it would be useless even if he found the historical text. Robin was horrified when she heard Ohara, but seeing Yin Xiang's ability to play with Crocodile in the palm of her hand, she was indeed a little hesitant. Advertisement He originally joined Crocodile for the sake of historical context, and now someone more powerful than Crocodile appears and promises to help him get revenge. Anyone would be tempted. What is your purpose for coming here? Crocodile looked at Yin Xiang and said. This guy knew everything about what he wanted to do and the Nico Robin he had hidden. No one would believe him if he said he didn't come here with a plan in advance. To conquer you. Yin Xiang said. The most I can do is cooperate. Crocodile looked at Yin Xiang and said, this was the maximum he could accept. Okay, let's cooperate. Yin Xiang also nodded. Although it was called cooperation, in fact, she just wanted to be his younger brother. This was just a way for Crocodile to save face, so Yin Xiang let him go. What about you? Yin Xiang then looked at Robin and said. Robin now wears a white leather jacket and a white top hat, but her skin is dark, which makes her less attractive. If Robin follows me, I have to find a way to make her skin whiter as soon as possible. I agree. Robin had been thinking for a long time with her head down. Crocodile had given in, and she could recognize the situation. Now following Yin Xiang would definitely be much safer than following Crocodile. Be good. Yin Xiang also looked at Robin and nodded with a smile. So what do you want to do now? Crocodile looked at Yin Xiang and said. Deal with Cobra first. I will make him my puppet, and no one will find out. You just eat, drink and have fun here. I will notify you if anything happens. Yin Xiang looked at Crocodile and said. Are you a fruit user? Crocodile asked after hearing this. Only a fruit user could do such a thing. Don't worry about it, but don't try to escape, or the next time we meet, you'll be dead. I still have to maintain my dignity as a human being, huh? Crocodile snorted coldly, took out a cigar from his arms and put it in his mouth, then tidied up his messy hair. That's better. Yin Xiang nodded, and the next moment she disappeared from Crocodile and Robin's sight. The 2 of them looked at each other. They were indeed shocked by Yin Xiang's speed. They didn't even see how he left. Chapter 223. The Plunder of Alabasta. It's a new month, please vote. Yin Xiang, who left the rain banquet, used Flying Thunder God to appear in front of Indra in an instant, scaring Cobra and others. Gaka and Bell were so scared that they quickly drew their knives and pointed them at Yin Xiang. Don't panic, we're one family. Madara couldn't help but laugh at them. You are their boss? Cobra looked at Yin Xiang and asked uncertainly. After all, Yin Xiang was just a child no matter how you looked at him. He looked no more than 20 years old. The 2 men behind him looked stronger and older than him. Yes, you are the king. Yin Xiang nodded and said. After confirming the other party's identity, Cobra also stretched out his hand and asked Jaka and Bell to put back their weapons. I have already dealt with Crocodile. He won't cause trouble anymore. Next is the matter of the rebels. There are 2 choices now. The first is to clarify the matter of the dancing fans. The second is that we go over now and wipe out all the rebels. It depends on what you want to do. Yin Xiang sat on a chair nearby and said to Cobra. Really? Hearing that Crocodile had been dealt with, Cobra suddenly became excited. As long as Crocodile was dealt with, everything else would be easy. Of course it's true. If you don't believe it, you can send someone to Yuyan to ask. Yin Xiang nodded and said. But, there's one thing I don't understand, Bell said behind Cobra. Everyone also looked at Bell. What's wrong, Bell? Cobra looked at Bell and asked. Why do you want to help us? Bell looked at Yin Xiang and asked. Because Equilem promised us that he would give us anything we want after the success, Yin Xiang said with a smile. So what do you want? Bell asked hesitantly. Advertisement. Cobra also looked at Yin Xiang nervously. After all, since it was a matter of saving the country, the reward would definitely be high. Although they were not sure whether they could succeed. Since you all asked, I'll just tell you straight away. Yin Xiang nodded and stood up. Bale and Gaga became nervous for some reason. What I want is your kingdom. Yin Xiang smiled, and the next moment she appeared in front of Cobra. Her eyes had turned into Sharingan, and she directly cast an illusion on Cobra. Madara and Indra also disappeared from their original places and appeared in front of Jaka and Bell, also casting illusions. Equilem and the soldiers on both sides all fell to the ground. It was Yin Xiang's conqueror's Hokage who did it. In this way, the country will be in the hands of Yin Xiang. Now we can go deal with those 2 million rebels, right? Madara looked at Yin Xiang eagerly and said. 2 million people is a good national strength. We should let them surrender as much as possible, Indra said to Yin Xiang. If we want them to surrender, we have to talk to their leader, or use illusion to control their leader. However, there are too many rebels, and it is hard to guarantee that they will obey if the leader stops them from continuing to oppose the kingdom. In order to reduce the risk, it is better to let them disappear. Yin Xiang said, then looked at Madara. Got it. Madara happily left the palace hall after hearing that. At this time, Cobra and the other two were like puppets with dull expressions. However, under Yin Xiang's illusion manipulation, their facial expressions quickly returned to normal. As long as they were manipulated properly, they would not reveal any flaws. Sit down. Yin Xiang looked at Cobra and said, and Cobra immediately sat back on the throne. Jaka and Bell stood behind Cobra as usual. These two people are the users of the zone fruit. They can transform into animals. Let me show you how to manipulate them, Yin Xiang said to Indra. Indra nodded upon hearing this, and then stood a little further away. Yin Xiang activated the illusion, and Gaga and Bell also activated their fruit abilities, transforming into a dog and an eagle, and showing various forms, complete, half-animal, and partial. These are just the basic abilities. As the fruit abilities develop, the zone and paramecia fruits will have the ability to awaken. After the fruit abilities are awakened, Paramesh's abilities can affect surrounding objects, the ground, etc. Zone's defense will be very strong after awakening, and it will have some special abilities. Yin Xiang said as he restored Gaga and Bell to their original state. Advertisement Indra also nodded behind him. Madara rushed to the gathering place of the rebels at a very fast speed. At this time, the rebels did not know that their Shinigami was on the way. Kusha, almost everyone is here. When do we start? Kusha's right-hand man, Guy, handed Kusha a bag of water and then sat next to him and said. Kosa took the water bag and looked at the desert in front of him without saying anything. He was silent for a moment. If it was not absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to fight with Cobra. After all, that was Vivi's country and Vivi's father. But now there are so many rebels behind him, which have forced him to take action. It depends on how Cobra expresses his attitude next. Yo! At this moment, a black shadow appeared in front of Kosa and Gaibi, blocking the sun above their heads. The two of them also raised their heads and looked at the black shadow. Are you the rebels? Who else could this black shadow be other than Madara? Who are you? Kosa and Gaibi also stood up and looked at Madara. Let me ask you, are you the rebels? Madara said to Kosa. That's right. Kosa looked at Madara, his hand already on the hilt of the knife at his waist, looking at Madara with very nervous eyes. After confirming the other party's identity, Madara hummed happily twice, and then laughed. A kunai slipped out of his hand, and he kicked Guy in the stomach and kicked him away. Then, in a flash, he slashed Kosa's neck with the kunai. Kosa's knife was only halfway out. Hurry up, help. Gaibi, who was flying out, hit the tent and lay on the ground and shouted hurriedly. In an instant, a group of people in the camp surrounded him. At the same time, a horn sounded, and a cloud of dust was raised not far away. There were also the sounds of horse hooves and camels, and they all ran towards the direction where Madara was. Just let me have some fun. Madara saw such a large group rushing towards him, and he didn't feel scared at all. He became even more excited, and the eyes in his pupils turned into Mangekyo Sharingan. Susanoo. The next moment, with a bang, a huge Susanoo in its entirety appeared before the eyes of the rebels. Chapter 224. Conquering Alabasta. What is that? The rebels were panicked when they saw Madara's huge blue Susanoo. The horses were so frightened that many people fell off their horses. It's so huge. Guy opened his mouth wide as he looked at Susanoo. The next moment, Susanoo drew a long knife from her waist and swept it out directly. A beam of sword energy swept towards the rebels. Not only were they broken in half, but most of their bodies were chopped into pieces of flesh. In an instant, the entire desert was stained with blood. Even most of the rebels who were far away and had not yet arrived were killed by this blow. With your strength, you still want to start a war? Let me show you my power, Uchiha Madara, God. Madara said, making seals with his hands, and Susanoo also made seals with her hands. Before the coalition forces could react, the sky suddenly turned gloomy, the clouds scattered, and a huge meteorite fell from the sky. In fact, he is just an ordinary member, and he is given a title with great power. In addition to informing them that the rebels had been wiped out, Alabasta was finally stabilized again, and Yin Xiang could be stationed here with justification. Cobra was in a terrible state when he woke up. He thought he was going to escape from Crocodile's clutches, but this guy turned out to be the boss of Crocodile. Moreover, his methods were even more swift and resolute. He actually took only 1 hour to control the entire Alabasta. This guy was simply too terrifying. Because Cobra had been made aware of his situation, he was fully aware of everything that was happening in the outside world. Cobra gritted his teeth when he heard this. As the rebels became desperate, meteorites fell from the sky and smashed into the desert with a bang. Countless rebels were immediately crushed to pieces. Advertisement boom. A part of the rebel army that came from afar managed to escape the range of the meteorite. It's really wonderful. Crocodile also laughed while holding a cigar. He didn't expect that the person in front of him could accomplish what he had been lurking for several years in just 1 hour, and he did it better than himself. What do you want to do to Alabasta? Cobra shouted at Yin Xiang. Maybe recognizing him as the boss is a good choice. No, how could I, Crocodile, be someone else's younger brother? After arranging accommodation for Yin Xiang and others in the palace, Yin Xiang also solved Cobra's illusion. The restriction used was the same one that Danzo had used on the root members. Because of the fall of the meteorite, several strong winds blew through the desert. Before long, the desert buried the bodies and blood of the rebels. In fact, Yin Xiang has already placed a ban on Cobra. As long as he tries to reveal any information about himself and others, his whole body will be paralyzed and he will be unable to move or speak. He will also know it first. In fact, the reason for killing these 2 million people this time was because he had been so angry with Nagato for a long time. It was too depressing. After all, to Yin Xiang, the 5 major countries were just ants and it would be great if they were all destroyed. But because of Nagato, Yin Xiang had no way to do it, so he used the 2 million people of Kosa to vent his anger. A moment later, a deep pit appeared where the meteorite fell, and the broken meteorite and the bodies of the rebels had fallen into the pit. It's just my base camp. Don't worry, as long as you are obedient, I can keep you awake at all times. You can do whatever you want with the country, don't worry about us. Yin Xiang sat on the sofa, took the teacup handed by Robin and said, but if you mess around, I can't guarantee that there will be a few people in Alabasta who can survive. What is that? Everyone looked up at the sky and was stunned. His mouth opened wide, the weapons in his hands fell to the ground, and his pupils trembled uncontrollably with fear. Advertisement Yin Xiang has manipulated Cobra to appoint Yin Xiang as the new captain of the Kingdom Guard in the name of saving the country. He also cleaned up the bodies of Ikalem and others who were killed by Yin Zhang's conquerors in the hall. He informed the people that the previous incidents with the dancing powder were all caused by a member of the Baroque works under Crocodile, and executed this member in public. The Modifier also made a sound at this time, which was something Yin Xiang had not expected. He did not expect that he could get extra rewards by taking down Alabasta. Yin Xiang also put down the teacup in his hand with satisfaction and looked at Cobra. Next, Yin Xiang and others were regarded as heroes who saved the country in the eyes of the people of Alabasta. The power of God. Guy fell to his knees and looked at Kosa's body. I didn't expect that Alabasta could find such a helper. When Madara came back, he nodded to Yin Xiang, and Yin Xiang understood that things over there had been dealt with. At the same time, Vivi, who was eager to save the country, was at Whiskey Peak with Luffy and others, staring at the corpses all over the town in a daze. Don't believe it, Yin Xiang smiled and said, go to Mariajoy to find the eternal pointer. I'll bring you a celestial dragon's head. Do I look like someone who is joking? Yin Xiang smiled with narrowed eyes. Don't worry, with us supporting Alabasta behind the scenes, you can do whatever you want to this world. Whether you want to overthrow the world government or the naval headquarters, or want to kill all the celestial dragons, I can do it. With us here, there are only benefits and no harm. You just need to be my puppet emperor and enjoy your old age. Are you serious? Cobra was also shocked when he heard this. Most people would not dare to say this. The second meteorite was larger than the first one. After hitting the first meteorite, both meteorites broke into pieces. The attack range of the scattered meteorites was greatly increased. The rebels who managed to escape were finally caught in the meteorites and their heads and bodies were separated. But who would have thought that there was a second one? Of course, there were a small number of rebels who did not arrive in time and survived, but Madara did not specifically count how many people he killed when he killed them. He just thought it was a lot, so he went back home. Kill celestial dragons? Overthrow the world government? Humph, just big talk, everyone can talk big. Cobra sneered. He was ready to throw the jar into the air. 2 million people, he could kill them just like that. If Alabasta was really handed over to such a person to manage behind the scenes, there would be devastating consequences. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission. Occupy any kingdom, and get rewards. Modification points x3. Lucky draw x2. Chapter 225 Historical text. Cobra seemed to really not think that Yin Xiang would do such a crazy thing, so he really gave Yin Xiang the eternal pointer to Mariajoy. Yin Xiang threw the pointer of eternity directly to Indra. Hey, why don't you let me go? Madara said dissatisfiedly. That celestial dragons thing sounds interesting. You're going? The entire Holy Land is gone. All I want is the head of one of the celestial dragons. And after killing the celestial dragons, admirals will appear in a very short time. Admirals are almost the top powerhouses of observation hockey and armament hockey. Although you can kill them regardless of hockey, they exist after all. So, after Indra goes to kill them, just come back immediately with Flying Thunder God. Yin Xiang said. Got it. Indra also nodded. Celestial dragons are characterized by a white robe and a transparent round helmet on their heads, and I don't know if it's a bubble or something else, said Yin Xiang. Leave it to me. Indra nodded and left. Can you really do it? Cobra's eyes widened as he listened to the conversation between Yin Xiang and the other two. These people were simply crazy. They even dared to kill celestial dragons. Crocodile also remained silent, feeling a little panicked and a little excited at the same time. In fact, his personality is a bit similar to Uchiha Madara. He is now gradually developing his own little plans, and is preparing to achieve his own goals through Yin Xiang and the other three crazy people. By then, with Pluton in his hands, he will not be able to defeat them. But he probably couldn't imagine that Pluton was just like paper in front of them. When Indra comes back, you can start practicing observation hockey and armament hockey. I guess you too will be able to use Conqueror's hockey, Yin Xiang said to Madara. Let's not talk about Indra for now. For Madara, who looks extremely hockey, it's almost certain that he can learn Conquerors. They don't know hockey yet. Crocodile couldn't help but ask, if they didn't know hockey. Maybe he could find a time to kill his right-hand man first, and then slowly take revenge on Yin Xiang. Put away your evil thoughts. Even if I don't know hockey, I'm more than capable of dealing with you. Yin Xiang saw through Crocodile's thoughts and said to him. One water dragon bomb can knock Crocodile to the ground. Advertisement. After a few water styles, he couldn't return to his original form. It was simply a one-sided abuse on him. Crocodile stopped talking when he saw that his little trick had been exposed. At this moment, Yin Xiang suddenly received some memories in his mind. It was sent by Shadow Clone. After Konoha was disbanded that night, Yin Xiang's clone went to meet with the top leaders of the Shadow Kingdom and asked them to stay put, protect the villages, cooperate with his work, merge into the synthetic Great Ninja Village, find a place to stay in the Shadow Kingdom first, and wait for Yin Xiang's original body and Indra and others to come back. After thinking for a while, Yin Xiang's clone also tried to contact Yin Xiang's original body, so he used Shadow Clone and then released it. I didn't expect that we could use Shadow Clone to communicate across time and space. Yin Xiang also never expected this. I never expected that the clones left to the captains during the Ninja World War would be used in such a place. Yin Xiang then used Shadow Clone, then released it, and established memory communication with his clone. You are a ninja? Crocodile and others were also surprised after seeing Yin Xiang's operation. It turns out that ninjas really exist, Robin couldn't help but say. Having said that, there are ninjas in this world, such as Raizo and Shinobu, but compared with Yin Xiang and the others, their level is not even as good as the students of the Ninja Academy. Is it strange? Uchiha Madara couldn't help but say. Ninjas are still relatively rare. Yin Xiang looked at Madara and smiled. Madara also understood what Yin Xiang meant, which was that ninjas in this world are very rare, and compared to us, their level is just the level of a hare. I see. Madara also smiled disdainfully. Compared to this kind of opponent, I would rather fight with the admiral you just mentioned. Why can Indra go? Sigh. Because Indra is different from you, he won't fight to the end, Yin Xiang said with a smile. Whispering sound. Advertisement, what should we do next? Crocodile asked from the side. Let's find the historical text first. As far as I know, there should be a historical text in Alabasta, underground in the royal tomb. Yin Xiang looked at Cobra and said. Cobra was also stunned when he heard this, and his heart was shaking. How could this guy know? There is also a historical text in the desert, which is a hole that Luffy and his friends fell into after getting separated. There is a historical text inside, but that was made up by the TV version and has nothing to do with the original comics, so I won't mention it here. So it's under the Imperial Mausoleum. Crocodile stood up excitedly upon hearing this. He had been looking for the historical text all along. Follow me, Nico Robin. Crocodile walked outside after saying this, but halfway outside he found that Robin didn't move. He turned around and saw that Robin was looking at Yin Xiang with an embarrassed expression. Only then did he realize that Robin was already Yin Xiang's subordinate. Nico Robin. You are Ohara's. Cobra looked at Robin after hearing this. I see. With you here, we can indeed interpret the historical text. No wonder you were looking for the historical text. Let's go together. Yin Xiang stood up and said. I'm not interested, so I won't go, Madara said while sitting down. Then you keep an eye on him. Yin Xiang nodded and walked out with Crocodile and Robin. The three of them came all the way to the Imperial Mausoleum and found the passage leading to the hidden historical text. They opened the passage and walked down. When Crocodile saw a corner of the historical text, he couldn't wait to run over. Yin Xiang was speechless. Even if he ran so fast, what was the point? He couldn't understand. It's the historical text. It really is the historical text, Crocodile said after seeing the full text of the historical text. It turns out it has been hidden in a place like this. No wonder I couldn't find it after searching for 4 years. You've been looking for it for 4 years and still can't find it. That just proves that you're too stupid. Yin Xiang and Robin came over, and Yin Xiang said to Crocodile, I leave it to you. Then he looked at Robin. Robin also nodded, walked forward and started reading the history text, and after a moment he turned back to look at Yin Xiang and Crocodile. How is it? What is recorded on it? Crocodile asked impatiently. Chapter 226. Celestial Dragon's Heads. Cassia conquered Alabasta in 239. In 260 Pyr was ruled by Dima. In 306, Almar completed the construction of the Doctor's Cathedral. In 325, the hero of Erodia, Mam. Hey, wait a minute. Before Robin could finish, Crocodile couldn't listen any longer. Is this what I want to know? I don't care what the history of this country is. Tell me the location of Pluton who is sleeping in this land. Where is Pluton? After hearing this, Robin turned around and said, it's not recorded here. Crocodile was stunned. What did you say? Robin said, it only records history. Really? Crocodile said in disbelief. In Yin Xiang's memory, this historical text of Alabasta did record the location of Pluton. Robin had probably studied this history before, and now he was just memorizing it. The purpose is to prevent Yin Xiang and Crocodile from getting Pluton. The word Pluton doesn't even appear here, Robin said firmly. Yes, Sky Island, the Fishmen Island, Wano-kuni, Zou, and Cake Island all have historical texts. Yin Xiang nodded and said. The reason why she followed Crocodile 4 years ago was, firstly, to save her life, and secondly, for the historical text. Listening to Yin Xiang mentioning the 3 ancient weapons so casually, Crocodile was also filled with anger. Was the thing he had been pursuing for so long so unbearable in the eyes of this person? He really wanted the soldiers to arrest them right now, but he also knew that these soldiers could not be their opponents. He tried several times to secretly send a message to the soldiers, but he found that every time he wanted to say something about Yin Xiang and the others, his whole body would feel paralyzed and he could not speak. I'm glad I didn't chop the wrong one. I was going to kill another one, but this guy suddenly started swearing at me, so I chopped him, Indra said as he sat aside. Advertisement. Is it this guy? Indra put the bloody rag in his hand on the table. After opening the rag, there was a human head inside. Tisk. Crocodile stopped talking after hearing that. Everything would have to wait for Indra to come back to be clear. Pluton is nothing more than a ship that can destroy an island with one shot. I can destroy it with one punch. The same goes for Uranus. As for Poseidon, what kind of trouble can a few sea kings cause? 4 emperors are nothing to me. Yin Xiang said with a smile, whether Sky Island exists or not, you will know when I take you there. Yin Xiang was quite disdainful when he said this. Indeed, these 3 ancient weapons, except for the current Poseidon, which is the 2 giant objects on Shirahoshi's upper body that can cause some damage to Yin Xiang, the others are really nothing. After everyone had finished their meal and were sitting in the restaurant drinking tea, Indra appeared next to Yin Xiang, startling Cobra and the other soldiers. Whether I'm lying to you or not, if ancient weapon really had that much power, the world would have been unified long ago. There wouldn't be all this chaos of the Great Pirates era. To put it bluntly, ancient weapon is just a bunch of broken frames. Yin Xiang said disdainfully. Fortunately, Yin Xiang protected her now, otherwise, she would have died just now. I say, she is mine now. If you want to touch her, do you need my consent? Yin Xiang said to Crocodile who was lying on the ground. Did you meet the Admiral? Yin Xiang nodded and asked. St. Charlos. Cobra recognized this guy at the first sight. It seems that he is indeed a very evil person. When Indra returns with the heads of celestial dragons, you will know if I am a boaster or not. Although I don't know where Pluton is, I know where Pluton's blueprints are. I also know the whereabouts of Poseidon. I also know where many historical texts are located. Just follow me, and you will get the benefits. I didn't expect that this would be the result in the end. Oh, it's an acquaintance. Yin Xiang looked at the head. Wasn't it the famous St. Charles? HMPH, not to mention that Wano-kuni and Cake Island are the territories of 4 emperors Kaido and Bigmom respectively. Zou is an island that cannot be found at all, and the existence of Sky Island is even more illusory. Crocodile snorted coldly. Advertisement. He must get used to the life of a puppet emperor. He is not controlled by the illusion now. At the beginning, she reached an agreement with Crocodile that if the historical text was found 4 years later, she would tell Crocodile the location of Pluton. Now the historical text does record the location of Pluton, but she never intended to hand Pluton over to Crocodile from the beginning. This guy is definitely lying to me. Crocodile looked at Yin Xiang and said. I had no choice but to be inferior to others. I have never suffered so much humiliation in my life. Now Crocodile was silent. He had been lurking for 4 years just for this historical text. For the sake of this historical text, he pretended to be a good guy and used all kinds of conspiracies and tricks. Just when his plan was about to succeed, Yin Xiang and the other 3 crazy people showed up. No, it came back immediately after it was cut off. Indra shook his head. Everyone can brag. Crocodile had the same reaction as Cobra just now. I see. I understand. After a moment, Crocodile regained his composure and stabbed Robin's abdomen with the hook in his hand. Seeing this, Yin Xiang just lowered his head and smiled, then ate his meal calmly. When they returned to the palace, it was time for lunch, and everyone went to the dining room. The long table was already filled with food, and there were 2 rows of soldiers standing. Cobra sat on the main seat very unnaturally, and could be said to be fidgeting. Really? Robin became excited when he heard that Yin Xiang also knew the location of the historical text. Robin was so frightened that his face changed and he quickly stepped back. The next moment, Crocodile's hook was stepped on by Yin Xiang, and Crocodile almost rolled to the ground. So, following me wholeheartedly is better than anything else. Yin Xiang let go of Crocodile's hand and said, and Robin also breathed a sigh of relief. The three of them then left the mausoleum, but before leaving, Yin Xiang smashed the historical text to pieces with one punch. He didn't know why he did this, perhaps to make these garbage ancient weapons disappear from the world forever? Chapter 227. 5 Elders' Identities Revealed. What do you have to say now? Yin Xiang lifted up St. Charlos's head and said with a smile. You're crazy. You're absolutely crazy. Cobra slammed the table and stood up. Killing celestial dragons is a serious crime. From today on, the Marine and world government will treat you as their top target and hunt you down around the world. Don't worry at all, they don't even know who killed him. Indra smiled when he saw this. Before he left, he was careful. In order to avoid trouble in the future, he used the transformation technique to transform himself into another person. As for who he would transform into, Indra reached out and used the transformation technique. I used this appearance to kill this guy. No one knows my true appearance. After a burst of smoke, Yin Xiang was speechless. Indra went to kill someone, and the person he turned into was Ashura. Your brother will be very sad if he finds out, Yin Xiang said. It doesn't matter. He's not here anyway, Indra said after changing back to his normal self. Cobra didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, naval headquarters and world government were in an uproar. What did you say? Saint Charlos was killed in Mariajoy. Saint Topman Vokuli, the god of law, who was wearing a dark green suit, had a bald head, 2 splayed mustaches, and a Madara birthmark on his forehead, slammed the table and shouted, what are those marine good-for-nothings doing? This, the other party came too quickly, and it only took a moment to kill Saint Charlos, and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. No one could react at all. The CP member who came to report the news was also frightened, his legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. What about monitoring Denden Mushi? Did you take a picture of the other party? Said the scientific defense god of war, Zygolucia Satan, who was wearing a black suit, had white curly hair, a fluffy white beard, a flat hat, and a scar on the left side of his face. Yes. The CP member quickly stood up from the ground, took out a portrait from his arms and handed it to Zygolucia Satan. The portrait showed Ashura's appearance. Immediately arrest this person, the crime cannot be killing celestial dragons. The financial god of war Isambaren V. Nasujiro, who was wearing a white Taoist robe, bald head, glasses, and the only one of the 5 elders who was not wearing a suit and had a beard, and holding a samurai sword, said. Advertisement. If word gets out about the killing of celestial dragons in Mariajoy, will the Marine and world government still be able to save their face? Marine doesn't care whether they have shame or not, these 5 old guys still have to have some dignity. Then the charge will be trespassing into the Holy Land, and the reward will be 2 billion, Saint Washuli said. 2 billion is not a little too little. The god of agriculture Shepherd 10 Peter said, wearing a crimson suit, no bow tie, blonde hair and a golden beard. If it's any higher, it's easy for people to guess the problem, and the first reward is 2 billion, which is enough. Said the environmental martial god Marcus Moshe, who was wearing a dark blue suit, long straight white hair and a long beard. That's it. Nasujiro Shang nodded. Yes. The CP member immediately picked up the photo on the table and ran out the door. Nasujiro Sei then took out Denden Mushi and called Sengoku. Blue. 5 elders is calling. Sengoku looked at the Denden Mushi on the 5 elders dedicated line with an embarrassed look on his face, not knowing whether he should answer it. In front of him were the 3 admirals and Garp. Except for Sengoku who looked worried, the other 4 seemed fine. Moshi. It's Garp. While Sengoku was still hesitating, Garp picked up the phone and answered it. Hey, Garp. You be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* and then snatched the Denmushi. I'm Sengoku. You know about Mariajoy, right? Nasushiro-sei's voice came from the other end of the phone. Got it. Sengoku nodded. This incident happened suddenly, and we don't blame you, Marine, but now, the wanted order for that wanted criminal is ready to be issued. First, want you, Marine, to do whatever it takes to bring this man back to me tonight. If you can't capture him alive, you must kill him, Nasuhiro-sei said. He did this not to give an explanation to the Celestial Dragons. After all, the Celestial Dragons had to listen to their 5 elders. He did this just to save face. Understood. Sengoku also nodded. Advertisement, I'll have someone deliver the wanted warrant later, Nasu Sholengshen said and hung up the phone. When I received the message, it was said that the other party had already left. The whole crime took less than 3 seconds, and he escaped without a trace. It seems to be the ability of the Devil Fruit, and the goal is clear, which is to kill celestial dragons, Kizaru said, picking at his nails. I heard that his original target was St. Roswald, but St. Charlos suddenly appeared and cursed him, so he changed his target and killed St. Charlos. It seems that his goal is to kill the celestial dragons, no matter which one it is, Akainu also said. Good kill, ha ha ha. Garp laughed without any image when he heard that. Garp. Sengoku's face twitched as well, and he wished he could punch Garp away. By the way, Aokiji spoke up at this point. 2 days ago, Colonel Smoker of Logue Town sent a message back saying that a man suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, when he was unconscious, he vaguely saw that man and the Straw Hat Boy disappeared again. Is this related to the murderer of Mariajoy? Did that person leave any photos? Sengoku asked. You'll have to ask Smoker about that. I heard that he has already left Logue Town to chase after the Straw Hat Boy, Aokiji said. What? Sengoku was also shocked when he heard this. One or two, they actually left their posts without permission. Sengoku was so angry that he called Smoker immediately, but Smoker hung up the phone. The atmosphere in the office suddenly became a little awkward. Sengoku gritted his teeth and held back his anger as he made another call. This time the phone rang for a long time, and Smoker finally answered it. I'm Sengoku. Sengoku said, I'm Smoker, Smoker Kaido. Smoker. You. Why did you leave your post? Sengoku then shouted at Smoker. A dangerous guy ran away from my post to the Grand Line. Shouldn't I do my duty to catch him back? Smoker said calmly. Sengoku was also speechless for a moment. Chapter 228. Forget it. Let me ask you, do you have any photos or videos of the person who attacked you in Logue Town? Sengoku then said. That's an alley. It's not confirmed yet, but it's all ready. Before Smoker could finish his words, Toshigi ran up to Smoker and pointed at the photo in his hand. Seeing this, Smoker also stood up and took the photo and looked at it. Now I have it. Send it here right away. Sengoku nodded. Understood. Smoker nodded and Sengoku hung up the phone. It seems like something really big has happened. They didn't even bother to investigate my running away without permission. Smoker muttered to himself as he looked at the hung-up Den Mushi, then looked at Toshigi. Where did this come from? It was just sent from Logue Town. There is indeed a surveillance Den Mushi not far away, Toshigi said. Find someone to send it back to the naval headquarters. Smoker nodded and handed the photo to Toshigi. Yes. Toshigi nodded, then hurried away. In the evening, Yin Xiang explained to Indra and Madara the methods of practicing hockey, and naturally the two of them had very good understanding. That observation hockey, in other words, is to sense the changes in the natural energy around you, Madara said after hearing this. The change of natural energy. If you insist, it's not impossible. Yin Xiang thought about it and then nodded. The ability to strongly sense the opponent's aura is called observation hockey. Once you have this power, you can read the location and number of enemies outside your sight, as well as the actions they will take in the next moment. There are some similarities between feeling the breath and feeling the natural energy, which makes Yin Xiang wonder what it would be like if the fairy art of natural energy and the color of observation were combined together. Moreover, observation hockey is closely related to the psychology of the user, and one needs to be calm to ensure its use. One cannot use observation hockey when one is emotionally excited or has lost one's mind. Senjutsu also requires one to condense the surrounding natural energy while being calm. Observation hockey has many functions, including sensing attacks, predicting the opponent's next move, sensing the strength of a creature, sensing the emotions and thoughts of a creature, and sensing the position and number of objects outside the field of vision. These are the basic abilities of observation hockey, and the range and intensity vary from person to person. As for armament hockey, you can actually refer to Susanoo and shrink Susanoo down and make it transparent so that it feels like wearing armor on your body, Indra also said. Advertisement, that's right. You can understand it that way. Yin Xiang nodded. Anyway, just practice. The methods are the same. I have already told you all of them just now. In fact, even if they don't practice hockey, they can still use illusions to run rampant in this world. Letting them practice hockey now is also so that they can help when they meet people from the Kamisato clan again. The two of them nodded, then left Yin Xiang's room and returned to their own rooms. Then I'll go back first, Robin said to Yin Xiang after seeing everyone leave. It's getting late now, and it's not a good idea for him and I to be alone in a room. Yin Xiang also turned around and looked at Robin. He was silent for a moment, staring at Robin so hard that he felt something was not right. Alas. After a moment, Yin Xiang sighed and nodded. Go. The current black-skinned Robin is really not my type. Robin also breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly walked out of Yin Xiang's room. If Yin Xiang suddenly went wild, he might not be able to resist. Ding. Mission released. Strategy mission. Nico Robin, successful strategy reward. Modification point X1. Currently Nico Robin's favorability, 5%, fear level, 80%. As soon as Robin walked out of Yin Xiang's room, the modifier rang. Fear level 80%? Yin Xiang was speechless when she saw this number. She didn't do anything to Robin, so why was she so scared? But after thinking about it carefully, I understood that she was probably so scared because she was afraid that I would do something to her. The remaining 20%. Are they willing? Maybe it's fate. Although Yin Xiang can directly use the modification points to change Robin into a white skin, Yin Xiang's goal now is to not use the modification points if possible, and save them all. When the Kamisato clan comes again, if he can't defeat them, he can use the modifier to wipe out as many Kamisato clan members as come. Don't you believe that their clan can still have dozens or hundreds of people? Advertisement. As for money, now that I have the entire kingdom of Alabasta in my hands, am I still worried about not having money? As the saying goes, he is rich enough to rival a country. Now all the wealth of Alabasta, including Crocodile's wealth, belongs to Yin Xiang. That is much richer than a country. Thinking of his women, Yin Xiang couldn't help feeling lonely. Suddenly, Yin Xiang realized that he still had a woman available. And he is strong and can help me. Thinking of this, Yin Xiang rushed out directly, grabbed a villager on the road, and took her to the desert. You. What are you going to do? The woman looked at Yin Xiang in panic. Yin Xiang didn't waste any words and knocked her out with a palm. Then he formed a seal and used the summoning technique. Boom! As the ritual appeared, with a bang, Ten Tails' huge body appeared in the desert. Fortunately, it was late at night and far away from Albana, so he would not be discovered. Yin Xiang then transferred Ten Tails' chakra directly to the woman just now. The woman who was knocked unconscious did not expect that she could become Ten Tails' Jinchuriki in her lifetime. The woman immediately gained abilities like the Sage of Six Paths. Yin Xiang then used the mind transformation technique to enter the woman's body and use the woman's body to form seals. After the seals were completed, Yin Xiang quickly returned to his own body. The next moment, the woman's body swelled rapidly, swelling into a huge white ball of flesh, and then the ball quickly shrank. First there was long flowing white hair, then a pair of white eyes, the face gradually took shape, and the body soon appeared. Otsutsuki Kagaya appeared in front of Yin Xiang. Wood style. The tree world is born. Wei Yoroichi appeared, and Yin Xiang took action directly. Countless tree trunks grew in the desert and entangled Kaguya's limbs. Wei Yoroichi was also a little confused. What was going on? He had just come out, why did someone attack him directly? However, Kagaya immediately used the Heaven Realm to transform the scene around him into magma, and all the trees before were burned by the magma. Who are you? Kagaya floated in the air and said to Yin Xiang, who was also floating opposite her. Chapter 229 Playing with Kagaya, the collapsed Otsutsuki Kagaya. It seems that it is not so easy to surrender. Yin Xiang looked at Kagaya and smiled. My name is Yin Xiang, after today, I will be your man. Kagaya frowned upon hearing this, then raised his hand and used the grey bone killing technique. Two rusty iron rods stabbed towards Yin Xiang at an extremely fast speed, but Yin Xiang, who now had mastered observation haki, already knew Kaguya's next move. He dodged Kaguya's attack by casually tilting his head, and then used Aim no Manaka to transform the surrounding scene into a glacier, and Kagaya was instantly frozen. Yin Xiang knew that it was impossible to trap Kagaya, and instantly came in front of Kagaya. Sure enough, the next moment the ice around Kagaya shattered. Yin Xiang slapped Kagaya, who immediately dodged. Upper right. Yin Xiang raised the corners of his mouth and said softly, and Kagaya was also surprised. As expected, Kagaya dodged to the upper right corner. Yin Xiang slapped Kaguya's chest steadily, making Kaguya's face blush. Yin Xiang instantly disappeared in the distance and came not far from Kagaya. It feels so good. Yin Xiang pinched her hand and said, it's even bigger than Tsunade's. Putting aside the fact that Kagaya is bigger in stature, just looking at the bust size, Tsunade can't compare at all. Rogue. Even a goddess like Kagaya couldn't stand Yin Xiang's provocation and shouted at Yin Xiang. Is this a hooligan? Yin Xiang laughed and said, you have been marked by my flying thunder god. From now on, I can touch you again at any time. You. Although Kagaya didn't know what the flying thunder god was, she definitely knew that being touched all the time was not a good thing. As soon as Yin Xiang finished speaking, he suddenly appeared in front of Kagaya. Kagaya subconsciously prepared to use Shinra Tensei, but Yin Xiang's hand had already slapped her and pinched her twice. When Shinra Tensei was launched, Yin Xiang had returned to her previous position, and only the surrounding ice surface was shattered by Shinra Tensei. Hiss, Yin Xiang was still standing there feeling the touch just now, it was so unforgettable. Kagaya was already extremely angry at this point. He had finally been resurrected, but as soon as he opened his eyes he encountered such a shameless guy. Advertisement Kagaya also directly used a range attack, and his long white hair fell like raindrops and hit Yin Xiang. She is not a very emotional person and has little sympathy, as can be seen from her planting of the sacred tree and turning humans into white Zetsu in order to deal with Otsutsuki Yaoshi. Yin Xiang dodged calmly, dodging all the hair perfectly. After the rabbit hair needle move, she came in front of Kagaya in an instant and slapped him again. This time she pinched him 3 times, using both hands. Not only the Rinnegan, we also have a pair of couple eyes. Yin Xiang knew what Kagaya was thinking just by looking at her expression, and then pointed to her forehead. A crack appeared on her forehead. After it opened, it was the same 9 Magatama Rinnegan as Yoroichi's. Kagaya was totally shocked. What the hell is this guy? Kagaya is also a ruthless woman, and she immediately took action when she thought of this. Kagaya immediately used Aim no Manaka to change the scene, came to the lava area, and fell directly into the lava. Just obey me. Yin Xiang looked at Kagaya and smiled. The reason why he was eager to know Indra's location was not because she loved her grandson so much, but because she wanted to wipe out her descendants with her own hands. Don't be upset, this is a treasure, Yin Xiang said to Kagaya. You be asterisk 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 d. This is something that even Grandpa can tolerate, but Grandma can't. Kagaya also swung his sleeves at the same time, preparing to punch Yin Xiang, but Yin Xiang used Flying Thunder God to return to his previous position and avoid Kaguya's attack. Then he changed the subject, not caring about the 9 Magatama Rinnegan anymore. Where is Indra? Why would you? Kagaya hadn't finished her words when she felt a familiar chakra through Yin Xiang's fingers. It was Indra's chakra. Through this chakra, Kagaya sensed the Sage of 6 Paths, that is, her child. Kagaya now understood. It seemed that no matter how he struggled, he would always appear by his side. In order to prevent this from happening again, he had only one choice. But by sensing his chakra, he is neither Hamura nor Hagoromo's reincarnation, so why would he have the Rinnegan? Seeing this, Kagaya immediately used Yomi Hirabanzaka to open a black portal and entered the portal. Only then did Kagaya see Yin Xiang's pupils clearly, and they were actually two pairs of Rinnegan. Advertisement: Indra is under my command now. We will have plenty of opportunities to meet in the future, Yin Xiang said to Kagaya. Don't waste your energy. Your attack can't hit me. Yin Xiang looked at Kagaya and said. Kagaya didn't want to say anything more because of Indra's matter, and immediately attacked Yin Xiang with the Grey Bone Killer, but was easily avoided. When Kagaya was alive, the Sage of Six Paths already had their own offspring, so Kagaya knew Indra and Ashura. Yin Xiang immediately used Flying Thunder God to come in front of Kagaya and grabbed Kaguya's hand. At this time, Kaguya's hand was already in a knife shape, ready to cut himself in half, but fortunately Yin Xiang appeared in time. A black stick also appeared in Kaguya's left hand at this time, and he stabbed it towards Yin Xiang's abdomen. Yin Xiang grabbed it again and shamelessly buried her head in Kaguya's chest. Then the figure disappeared again. She just regretted the choice she made back then. If she had not fallen in love with the prince and had not given birth to a child, she would not have been sealed by her child and would not have been swayed by her emotions. Yin Xiang's observation Haki predicted Kaguya's next move, and she was also shocked. Such a great treasure, she couldn't let it be wasted like this. When Kagaya came out of the space again, Yin Xiang was already standing there waiting for her with a smile on her face. Is it fun? This time, Yin Xiang did not retreat directly. Instead, she stretched out her finger to hook Kaguya's chin, and smiled at Kagaya. Yin Xiang touched it again and then disappeared. Cut off your own chest. Make the ritual disappear. After these few tries, Yin Xiang couldn't wait to taste all of Kagaya as soon as possible. Kagaya immediately raised her knee, but unexpectedly Yin Xiang crossed her legs in the air and blocked her knee again. Although it is impossible for Yin Xiang to be injured by lava given her physical condition, Kagaya is likely to be disfigured. Unexpectedly, before she could walk out of the dark space, Yin Xiang appeared in front of her. Kagaya was also shocked. She didn't expect that he could even enter this space. So compared to her love, her hatred towards Indra and the others was stronger. Chapter 230. Kagaya is firmly under control. Yin Xiang also immediately entered Tianjimiao and brought Kagaya to the desert area. Kagaya also crashed into the desert with a thud, and his current actions are very intriguing. Kagaya was sitting on Yin Xiang, pressing Yin Xiang to the ground, completely in a woman on top position. Are you impatient? Yin Xiang looked at Kagaya and smiled. Come on, I can't wait either. After saying that, Yin Xiang closed her eyes, looking like she was ready to be slaughtered. Kagaya also directly drew out an iron rod from his sleeve and stabbed it at Yin Xiang's head. Yin Xiang didn't even open her eyes and tilted her head to avoid Kaguya's attack. Seeing this, Kagaya attacked several times in a row, but Yin Xiang dodged them all. During this time, because Wei Yoruichi was twisting and turning on top of Yin Xiang's good friend, Yin Xiang's good friend was about to stand up and pushed Kagaya, which also made Wei Yoruichi stunned. Then she realized what was pushing her, trembled all over, and jumped up quickly. Before Kagaya could stand firm, Yin Xiang appeared in front of her again, kissed her Sakura's peach lips, and then disappeared in front of her. Kagaya clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and wiped his mouth fiercely with his sleeve. Ding, Kaguya's desire. 20%. At this moment, the modifier prompted that this desire. If Yin Xiang expected, it should be that desire. Now Yin Xiang is still tasked with the mission to capture Robin, and the editor cannot release new missions, otherwise there would probably be a mission to capture Kagaya. Seeing this thing appear, Yin Xiang also had bad thoughts. What would happen if Kaguya's desire level continued to increase to 100%? Yin Xiang grinned evilly and immediately appeared in front of Kagaya. Then, beep beep beep. Advertisement: imagine yourself. Ding, Kagaya desire. 100%. After the degree of desire reached 100%, Kagaya obviously became a little strange. His originally pale face turned red, and he kept breathing rapidly. His legs under his robe were clamped together tightly, and he was very embarrassed, and he stuck out his tongue from time to time. My body. This is. What's wrong? Kagaya felt something strange about her body. She couldn't even speak clearly. The words she spoke seemed to carry a sense of charm. She sat down on the ground unconsciously, sitting like a young girl, with her calves kneeling on the ground. Unconsciously, she thrust her hand between her thighs and clamped them tightly, her body shaking uncontrollably. How about it? Are you willing to obey me now? Yin Xiang licked the corner of his mouth as he looked at Kagaya. Although he couldn't control himself anymore, he still had to endure it for a while and tease her. You. Kagaya looked up at Yin Xiang. After just one glance, she suddenly gasped. She didn't know what happened. Her legs trembled even more. The words on her lips changed their tone. Please help me. Please beg me. Yin Xiang squatted in front of Kagaya, lifted Kaguya's chin and smiled. Please. Kagaya looked at Yin Xiang and said with a blushing face. Yin Xiang smiled and then kissed Kagaya on the lips. Kagaya cooperated very well and was pushed down on the desert by Yin Xiang. By the time Yin Xiang and Kagaya finished, it was already 5 in the morning of the next day. Wei Yoruichi was naked, with a pair of perfect long legs, lying on the desert, looking at the sky with a dull expression. The blush on his face had faded, but he was questioning his life. Are there really such strong men in the world? Kagaya thought to herself. Kagaya herself is a sexually apathetic person with little sexual desire, but she didn't expect to be so aroused by Yin Xiang. She seemed to have discovered a new world and she couldn't stop from then on. Are you satisfied? Yin Xiang lay between Kaguya's legs, looked up at Kagaya and said, "This thing is much more comfortable than a pillow." This time Kagaya did not resist at all and just hummed softly in a mosquito-like voice. "Okay, put on your clothes, I'll take you back." Yin Xiang also stood up, put on her clothes and said. Kagaya nodded, and after putting on his clothes and releasing Aim no Mikado, the two returned to the desert outside Alabasta. The desert was just beginning to get light at this time, unlike the desert in Tianjiu where it was always bright daylight. Advertisement: why can't I sense any other chakra except yours? Why is there no chakra in this world? Kagaya looked at Yin Xiang and asked on the way back to the palace. Things are a bit complicated. Yin Xiang looked at Kagaya and used illusion on Kagaya. In an instant, Kagaya saw what had happened before, as well as what Yin Xiang had told Uchiha Madara and Indra about this world. So that's how it is. Kagaya also nodded. So don't worry about Indra. It's impossible for the Otsutsuki to follow us here. And even if we return to that world one day, the Otsutsuki will be scared to death when they see me. Yin Xiang said with a smile. Kagaya nodded, saying nothing. After returning to the palace, Yin Xiang and Kagaya took a bath and prepared to go to bed. However, Kaguya's height of more than 2 meters was just beyond the range of the bed, and her hair was so long that it even exceeded her feet. Yin Xiang had no choice but to cut Kaguya's hair to waist length, and then use the wood style to lengthen the bed before she could sleep. The next day at noon, when Robin came to bring lunch to Yin Xiang, she found that there was one more person in the room. However, she did not ask any questions and went to prepare another meal. After Yin Xiang and the others finished eating, she packed up and left. I have completely become Yin Jiang's secretary. Is there anyone else in his room? Indra happened to pass by when Robin came out with 2 plates, and asked after seeing him. Yes, it's a woman. Robin nodded and left. Indra walked towards Yin Jiang's room curiously, knocked on the door, pushed it open, and was petrified on the spot. I saw Yin Xiang hugging Kagaya and kissing her on the bed. Her hands were already getting naughty and she was preparing to do some after-meal exercise. What petrified Indra was not what the two of them were doing, but what Yin Xiang and whoever were doing. Grandma! Grandma! Indra shouted after seeing the person on the bed, with her mouth wide open. Indra! You are so good, Yin Xiang. I am your younger brother, but you want to be my grandfather? Hey, you guy, I didn't let you in. Why are you pushing the door directly? It's so rude. Yin Xiang looked at Indra and said. Chapter 231 Indra bites off her back teeth. No, you guys. What's going on? Indra said in disbelief. Indra. Kagaya also quickly jumped up from the bed, wrapping his clothes tightly around himself, blushing, as if he was caught cheating by his grandson. I resurrected Kagaya through the sacred tree. From now on, she will be your sister-in-law. No, from now on, I will be your grandfather. Yin Xiang paused and then said. Bullshit. Indra slammed the door and left after hearing that. The child is still young and needs some time to accept the fact. Let's continue. Yin Xiang looked at Kagaya and smiled. If this situation continues, it always feels weird, Kagaya said, looking at the door. Oh, I'll go lock the door. Yin Xiang said as she jumped off the bed, locked the door, then jumped back onto the bed, pressed Kagaya under her body, and started their afternoon exercise without saying anything. Until the afternoon, when everyone gathered in the restaurant for dinner, Cobra seemed to have accepted the fact that he was a puppet emperor. He sat on the main seat, sighing from time to time, but did not resist anymore. While Indra was eating, he kept staring at Yin Xiang and Kagaya fiercely, making Kagaya feel uncomfortable. Who is that woman? Why does she have white eyes? Asked Uchiha Madara, who was sitting next to Indra. Crack. It would have been fine if Madara hadn't asked. As soon as he asked, the fork in Indra's hand was broken by him. Then he gritted his teeth and said nothing. Ahem, let me introduce them to you all. Yin Xiang coughed twice. This is Kagaya, Otsutsuki Kagaya. This is Uchiha Madara. This is Nico Robin. This is King Cobra. And this is Crocodile. Let's get along well from now on. Everyone nodded without saying anything, only Madara looked at Indra suspiciously. I remember your last name is Otsutsuki? What is her relationship to you? Advertisement. Indra glanced at Madara and said, would you please stop asking questions? Her back teeth were almost broken. Madara was speechless upon seeing this. What was there to hide? None of them were active people. After dinner, they all left the table. Some were cultivating, some were managing state affairs, some were engaging in conspiracy theories, some were having S**x, ahem. For several days, everything was peaceful, until today, when Crocodile came to Yin Jiang's door and knocked. Come in. Yin Xiang shouted to the outside of the door. Crocodile opened the door and walked in. Yin Xiang and Kagaya were drinking afternoon tea. After a few days of getting along, Kagaya had become much more natural. What's wrong? Yin Xiang looked at Crocodile and asked. There's a guy named Monkey D. Luffy who killed my men in Little Garden. He seems to be heading to Alabasta, saying he wants to save Alabasta. It seems that your puppet emperor's affairs have been discovered. Crocodile looked at Yin Xiang and smiled. Really? Yin Xiang nodded. He knew that the matter had not been discovered yet, it was just that Vivi didn't know the current situation in Alabasta. When they arrived in Alabasta, they would naturally find that the matter had been resolved. Are we going to kill that guy then? Crocodile said. Whatever you want. Yin Xiang put down the teacup and said. Okay, there's one more thing. This. Crocodile took out a wanted poster from his arms and handed it to Yin Xiang. The wanted poster was for Ashura, who was transformed by Indra. The reward is 2 billion. That's a lot. Well, when you run out of money, just kidnap Indra and sell him. Yin Xiang put the wanted poster on the table and said. Kagaya couldn't help but smile when he heard it. Anything else? Number more. Crocodile said and turned to leave the room. Wait a minute. Yin Xiang stopped Crocodile, regarding that Luffy, if they come, let them pass, and don't show up. I will handle it to avoid any complications. Advertisement, yeah. Crocodile nodded and left. That monkey. D. Luffy seems to be a very famous pirate in East Blue. He has defeated many pirates in East Blue, Robin said behind Yin Xiang. Ever since Kagaya came, Robin breathed a sigh of relief and was no longer worried that Yin Xiang would pay attention to her again. After all, no matter from which aspect, the woman named Kagaya was better than herself, and her skin color was at the opposite end of the spectrum. I know him. I took their boat when I came to Grand Line. Yin Xiang nodded. Robin was also surprised to hear this. Don't you have your own boat? I can fly. Why'd I need that kind of thing? Yin Xiang laughed. Aren't you going to form a group of pirates? Robin asked. I am enough on my own, not to mention Indra and Madara, and now Kagaya. It will be easy to deal with those pirates' Marine World government. So what exactly do you want to do? Robin asked doubtfully. What on earth would such a strong person want to do? What to do? Yin Xiang lowered his head and thought about it after hearing that. His purpose was actually very simple. He just wanted to learn Haki, accumulate modification points, go back and kill the people of Kamisato clan, and completely rule the Hokage world. As for ruling the pirates' world or something like that, he had never really thought about it. But since we are here, it would be nice to take advantage of the situation to rule it. We can just kill Kamisato Riki here and take over this world from him. There are clones with the same strength as himself in the Hokage world, but there is no need to worry about anything for the time being. Forming a pirates group. It's not impossible, Yin Xiang said after thinking about it. It would be okay to leave a clone to take care of this world at that time. Since we are here, we might as well have some fun. The bunch of losers in the Baroque works under Crocodile were definitely not within Yin Xiang's consideration. Since he wanted to form a pirates group, he must form the strongest pirates group in the pirates world. The first thing to consider is the 4 emperors. If I could get all the 4 emperors to be my subordinates, then I would be very powerful in this world, right? But except for the red-haired Shanks, they are all old men. Whitebeard has 1 foot in the coffin and will not live for many days. Bigmom herself feels sick just by looking at her, let alone being with her all day long. As for Kaido, Yin Xiang is more interested in his devil fruit. If possible, Yin Xiang wants to take his devil fruit instead of accepting him as a person. Yin Xiang stood up and prepared to take Kaido's devil fruit. Chapter 232. Bounty for 3 people. Where are you going? Kagaya asked when he saw Yin Xiang stand up. I'm going out for a while and will be back soon, Yin Xiang said to Kagaya, then walked out of the room and found Cobra in the palace. Do you have the eternal pointer to Wano Kuni? Yin Xiang looked at Cobra and said. At this time, Jaka and Bell behind Cobra had also been freed from the illusion and were also cursed. After seeing Yin Xiang, their expressions were not very good. No, Cobra shook his head and said, Wano Kuni is very far away from here and in the extremely dangerous new world. It has always been in a state of isolation. Generally, no one would keep a record pointer to Wano Kuni. Tisk. Yin Xiang was also amazed. Does it mean that in order to find Wano Kuni, he can only use the record pointer to search bit by bit? It seems that it is really necessary to build a pirates group of his own. Yin Xiang then left, and Flying Thunder God came to Crocodile, who was lying in a room in the basement of the casino reading a newspaper. He was not surprised to see Yin Xiang appear. Something? Crocodile glanced at Yin Xiang and continued reading the newspaper. I'm planning to form a pirate group. Please find me a similar boat that's a little bigger, Yin Xiang said as he sat aside. You're here to rob, right? Do you know how much a ship costs? Crocodile said to Yin Xiang. He had been unhappy these past few days because he had not found Pluton and had to be inferior to Yin Xiang. Now Yin Xiang came to rob again. Hurry up, stop talking nonsense, disband your work agency and come with me to New World. Yin Xiang waved his hand and said. When Crocodile heard that they were going to New World, he put down the newspaper and sat up. Meanwhile, in Sengoku's office. Look, these 2 people, they look a bit alike, don't they? Sengoku pointed at 2 photos on the table, one of which was Indra and the other was Ashura. Since they were originally 2 brothers, and Indra's expression was expressionless whether he was his original form or Ashura's, they looked even more alike. Garp and Aokiji came over to take a look and nodded. They should be 2 brothers, Aokiji said. Advertisement. Yeah, it looks like it. Garp also stuffed the senbei into his mouth and said vaguely. They just got the photos of Indra today. In addition to the photo of Indra, there are 2 other people, Yin Xiang and Madara. When they were boarding the ship at the dock, they were also photographed by the surveillance Den Mushi. This guy is also a very dangerous guy. He cut off so many Marines in an instant. We didn't even see what weapon he used. Sengoku took out Madara's photo and slapped it on the table and said, in addition, this guy was giving them orders. He looks like their leader. When they arrived at the lighthouse, these three separated from the Straw Hat Boys. It seems that they were just taking the boat along the way. The fact that Marine was able to obtain so much information was obviously closely related to the fact that Yin Xiang had forgotten that there were surveillance Denmushi in the world. The Marine hiding in Alabasta sent a message saying that the 2 million rebels in Alabasta were wiped out by one man. It was this man. Sengoku pointed to Madara's photo. He looked like this at the time. He was suspected to be demon fruit power. Sengoku then pulled out a photo of Madara unlocking Susanoo's perfect form. Not only that, but it also summoned meteorites. Sengoku took out another photo of Tengai Shinsei showing 2 meteorites smashing together. These were taken by our informants at the risk of their lives. The people who took the photos are already dead, and the photos were found in a camera that was picked up by another informant who had buried it in the sand, said Sengoku. Where on earth did these 3 guys come from? Akainu listened and came over to look at the photos. These photos were more outrageous than the other. Is this still human power? Or in other words, is this something devil fruit can do? 2 million people were killed by one person in a moment. Hearing this, Garp put down the senbei in his hand with a serious face. As a Marine who believed in absolute justice, he naturally felt very uncomfortable hearing such things. At the same time, as a grandfather, he was secretly relieved because these 3 extremely dangerous guys had been on his grandson's ship. Luffy was lucky to be alive. And Whiskey Peak was also completely destroyed by this man. Sengoku said, pointing at Madara's photo. Madara. I am made to do all the dirty work. Has this person never taken action? Aokiji asked, picking up Yin Xiang's photo. Advertisement, from the intelligence, they haven't taken action. Sengoku nodded. No matter if these 2 are brothers or something, these 3 people must be listed as key arrest targets along with this person, regardless of life or death. Sengoku said as he spread out the pictures of Yin Xiang, Indra, Madara and Ashura on the table. You can't just write 4 anonymous names, Kizaru laughed. The lip-reading translator has analyzed the names of these 3 people through lip-reading. Sengoku wrote the names of Yin, Xiang and the other 2 on the photo and handed it to them. It was when Yin Xiang introduced himself to Luffy and others that he revealed their names. As for this person, we still don't know who he is. Sengoku said, let's send out wanted warrants for these 3 people first. How much is it? Aokiji asked. Uchiha Madara, 1.5 billion berries, Indra, 1.3 billion berries, and this Yin Xiang. Tentatively said at 1.7 billion berries. Sengoku thought for a moment and said. Madara's bounty was still too little, but considering it was his first bounty, it was already an astronomical figure. The bounties given by Sengoku were also ranked according to their current strength. Indra didn't do much, but it was obvious that he was very strong, while Madara had already killed countless people. Yin Xiang is definitely not a good person since he can make these 2 people his subordinates. However, considering that he has not yet demonstrated his strength, the bounty is tentatively set at 1.7 billion. 1.5 billion? That's a little less, Garp said. The strength that man showed, I'm afraid even Roger back then wouldn't be his match. But his attack didn't entangle Haki, Sengoku said. Huh? You mean, although these 3 people are very strong, they can't use Haki? Garp was also surprised when he heard it. How can someone with such strength not know Haki? Who knows? The intelligence says he didn't use Haki. I don't know if he doesn't need to or doesn't know how to use it. Sengoku shrugged and said, anyway, let's set the bounty for now and issue a wanted order as soon as possible. Chapter 233. Pirates Group is being formed. On Yin Xiang's side, Crocodile made a complete plan for Yin Xiang to enter the New World. After all, his original plan was to obtain Pluton, build a powerful weapons empire, and then enter the Grand Line with these powerful weapons. At that time, he would also be able to fight against the 4 emperors, and use these weapons to conquer the New World and find the great secret treasure. Now that Yin Xiang and the others are here, and they are stronger than Pluton and have the ability to roam in the New World, we can just charge straight ahead. I still have the eternal pointer of Sabaodi's archipelago here. We can go directly to Sabaodi's archipelago, coat the ship, and then enter the New World from the Fishman Island. Crocodile stood up, took out the eternal pointer of Sabaodi's archipelago from a drawer beside him and said. Coding takes too much time, I can just fly the ship directly into New World, said Yin Xiang. But after entering the New World, you also need the guidance of the record pointer. There are almost no eternal pointers in the New World. Basically, you rely on the 3-in-1 record pointers to choose a direction. In any case, you need to store the record pointer, Crocodile said. This is such a hassle. Yin Xiang sighed, then you should prepare the boat first. Luffy and the others are coming over these few days, so you should deal with them first and settle Vivi down. Got it. Crocodile nodded. Pirate's flag, and the name of the pirates? Being pirates is not playing house. Why do we need a name for the group? Yin Xiang couldn't help but laugh when he heard it. Pirates are pirates. Why do we have to have a whole name? No matter how mature and powerful the pirates group is, in Yin Xiang's opinion, as long as you give your own pirates group a name, it's just like children playing house. It's just a convention. In fact, some pirates groups didn't have names at the beginning. Later, as their names spread, people gave them names, like the Red Hair Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates, and the Bingmom Pirates. They were all named after the titles of their captains. These names are basically passed down from person to person. If you don't want to come up with a name, you'll probably end up with a name you don't like very much later on. Crocodile shrugged. Yin Xiang pirates, Black Coat pirates, Ninja pirates? Each one is uglier than the last. Yin Xiang thought about the possible names and decided to come up with his own name. Let's call it the Emperor Killing Pirates, which means killing all the 4 emperors, Yin Xiang said. In this case, we will be targeted by the 4 emperors as soon as we enter the new world. Are you sure? Crocodile said after hearing this. That's what I want. You can handle the pirate's flag yourself, Yin Xiang said and left Crocodile. Advertisement in the next few days, Crocodile began to organize the ship. Of course, he would not disband the Baroque works. After all, these people were still very valuable to him and could bring him a lot of wealth. Besides, after I leave Alabasta, someone will still need to run Yuyan's casino. At that time, I can hand over the casino to Zala. As for Mr. One, he will naturally stay with me. His strength is still good. Although many people from Whiskey Peak were killed by Uchiha Madara before, Crocodile still has nearly 2,000 people under his command. It is not a big problem for these people to deal with people who have just entered the Grand Line, so they are responsible for collecting money at the entrance. After Luffy and others left Whiskey Peak, Crocodile also sent people to Whiskey Peak to continue doing what they had done before. I've mastered it. Not long after Yin Xiang returned to the room, Madara broke in. Fortunately, Robin was still there and Yin Xiang didn't do anything to Kagaya. What did you learn? Yin Xiang looked at the excited band and said, why is this guy like a child? I've mastered observation haki. Madara said proudly, well, I'm faster than that Indra, right? Since one of Madara's Sharingan abilities is to predict the future, his training in observation haki is quite insightful, so it's no surprise that he mastered it very quickly. If Yin Xiang had started from scratch, he might not have been as fast as Madara. Really? Yin Xiang looked at Madara and said. When? Madara was about to say of course, but the next moment he bent down and Yin Xiang's fist passed over him and hid nothing. Ha 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 ha. So what? I told you I've mastered it. Madara laughed while bending over. It seems to be true. Yin Xiang retracted his fist and smiled. That punch just now was very unexpected. If he hadn't learned observation haki, it would have been impossible to dodge it. Of course, if Yin Xiang also uses observation haki, he can predict where you will dodge and punch him. It all depends on who uses observation haki more skillfully. Where is armament haki? How is he? Yin Xiang asked as he helped Madara up. Advertisement. Well, I have no idea yet, Madara said awkwardly. I have mastered it. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind Madara. Madara turned around and saw it was Indra. You guy, when did you come? Madara asked after seeing Indra. Since you said you were faster than me. Indra rolled his eyes at Madara and said. Madara was also slightly embarrassed when he heard this. This must be armament haki, Indra said as he stretched out his fist and then exerted force. Although no one could see anything, everyone could feel a special power in this fist. Armament haki is not black, it is invisible and colorless. In the anime, it is black to show the use of armament haki. Indeed. Yin Xiang nodded. You two can share your experiences and complement each other. No need, I can learn it myself. Madara said rather proudly, then turned and ran away, and Indra did the same. Should we say it is worthy of being called father and son? The insides of these two people are not as cold as their appearances. Robin couldn't help but complain. These days, Robin's skin has become whiter and whiter with the help of the skincare products recommended by Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang also doesn't let her go out in the sun. I believe that soon, Robin will become a fair and white Robin. Bulu Bulu. Bulu Bulu no rub. At this moment, Yin Xiang's Denden Mushi rang. Since she had come to this world, she naturally had to integrate into it. Yin Xiang also prepared Denden Mushi for herself and others for easy communication. Hello. Yin Xiang took out the Denden Mushi. You're wanted. It was Crocodile on the other end of the phone. As soon as the Marine Wanted order was issued, Crocodile got a new wanted order. Chapter 234. The Emperor's Provocation. Tisk, only 1.5 billion. After a while, Yin Xiang called Uchiha Madara, Crocodile and others. Madara looked at the wanted poster on the table and said unhappily that the Ashura that Indra turned into before had 2 billion. How could he know the power of celestial dragons? To kill celestial dragons, 5 billion would not be too much. 2 billion was also to prevent the matter from getting too serious. But, I'm taller than Indra, ha 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 ha. Madara then laughed while looking at Indra's wanted poster. Indra was also very upset. Why was he only 1.3 billion? Don't be happy too soon. My 2 wanted warrants are worth 3.3 billion, Indra said, pointing at Ashura's wanted warrant. Then what does Ashura have to do with you? Madara said with a grin. Watching them discussing their bounties, and actually feeling that they were too little, Robin had a confused look on his face, while Crocodile had an unhappy look on his face. If he hadn't become a Shichibukai, his bounty would definitely be higher than theirs. Although Crocodile will have a bounty of nearly 2 billion in the future, the bounty amounts for Yin Xiang and the other two have been deliberately lowered. I'm wondering why they know our names, Yin Xiang said while looking at his 1.7 billion wanted poster. The angle of the photo was probably taken in Logue Town when he was standing on Luffy's ship. In addition to the two of them, Shanks also received news about Yin Xiang, of course. The first bounty is 1.7 billion. It's really not easy. Whitebeard was also looking at Yin Xiang's wanted poster. He knew that you can't judge a person by his appearance. Although Yin Xiang looked weak, he was definitely not an ordinary person to get such a high bounty. The Marines have lip-reading experts. You revealed your names when you spoke, and the surveillance Den Mushi probably caught them, said Crocodile. Since your name has appeared on the wanted list, and now the citizens of Alabasta know that you are the captain of Alabasta's guard, what should we do? Indra looked at Yin Xiang and asked. Advertisement. Remember the last person so arrogant was Ace, who actually came to challenge Dad. I wonder how Ace is doing now, Marco said with a smile. Koolalala, I haven't seen such an arrogant kid for a long time. Let him be arrogant and see how arrogant he can be. Whitebeard laughed when he heard it. Although he knew that this guy was no ordinary person, he didn't believe that this kid would be his opponent. As long as he didn't provoke him, he would not take the initiative to attack Yin Xiang. Of course. I will let this arrogant guy experience the horror of the new world. Kaido tore up Yin Xiang's wanted poster and said, send Jack to guard the entrance of the new world. If this guy shows up, shoot him down immediately. Indra looked at the photo of Smoker lying on the ground with indifference, which made Smoker angry. Although it was only the back of his head lying on the ground, it was still humiliating enough. It was hard to say whether Sengoku did it on purpose to vent his anger. Alabasta? Did Teach go to Alabasta? Marco said. But this guy looks like Luffy's friend. Lakilu pointed at the photo on the wanted poster. In the corner of the photo, there was half of Luffy's silly smiling face. I can spread the name of the king killing pirates first, Crocodile said. This Yin Xiang doesn't look that powerful, but the two people beside him seem to be very powerful judging from their aura. Usopp said while looking at Madara and Indra. The photo of Madara was still in armor, with a picture of the flying upper body of a marine behind him, and he looked murderous. Tisk, how careless. It looks like the new world is going to be in turmoil. The intelligence we received says that they are about to enter the new world, Berman said as he lit a cigarette. I just spoke to him on the phone a few days ago and he was said to have gone to Alabasta, Vista said. I don't know. Ace just heard that he was in Grand Line, so just look for him, Vista shrugged. Should I also learn that hockey or something? Kagaya asked. You, just be my wife and be at peace. There's no need for you to do anything. Yin Xiang looked at Kagaya and smiled. Indra also nodded and then left with Madara. Advertisement. Dad, the name of the pirates group is obviously hostile to us. Do you want to kill them? Joes looked up at Whitebeard and said. Okay. Madara and Indra also nodded, then pass it on. Yin Xiang nodded. You guys learn observation hockey and armament hockey as soon as possible. We will prepare to go to New World in the second half of the Grand Line. The first goal is to take down Kaido of the Beasts, whose bounty is 4.6111 billion berry, and replace him as the four emperors. Should we send someone to deal with them? Black Maria smiled beside Kaido. Her breasts were not inferior to Kaguya's, and even seemed to surpass them. However, to know what it felt like exactly, Yin Xiang would have to try it first. The name of the emperor killing pirates indeed attracted the attention of the New World Four Emperors. How come I've never heard of such a powerful guy before? Shanks couldn't help but feel confused. How corny. Crocodile probably couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so he stood up and left. I see. Yin Xiang nodded, remembering that when he introduced himself to Luffy and the others, he said the names of the three of them. Under Crocodile's operation, the reputation of Yin Xiang and the other two in the name of the king killing pirates quickly spread to every corner of the Grand Line, and the names of the three became known to everyone. Yes, Lord Kaido. After hearing this, the subordinates hurried to inform Jack. Don't judge a book by its cover. This person gives me the feeling that he is already very strong and his aura is very restrained. He has the feeling of Captain Roger back then. Shanks said while looking at Yin Xiang's wanted poster with a serious expression on his face. It's a good start. Next, we'll try to make the pirates famous, and then surpass the bounty of the four emperors, and then surpass that of Roger in the past. Yin Xiang said as he put down his wanted poster. This kid is so arrogant, Kaido said while looking at Yin Xiang's wanted poster. From the wanted poster, Yin Xiang looked completely harmless and looked like a weakling. Then let's announce to the public that we have left Alabasta, Yin Xiang said. As for Bingmom, although she knew the news about Yin Xiang, she didn't take it seriously at all. Her main focus was just to eat and drink. Chapter 235. The Straw Hat Pirates land on the island. Sure enough, these guys are really strong. On the Revolutionary Army side, Dorag also saw the wanted posters of Yin Xiang and others, especially Indra. I've seen this guy before, and he gave me the impression that he's very strong. The 1.3 billion bounty is probably underestimated, Dorag said as he looked at Indra's bounty. Have you seen him? Sabo, who was standing by, couldn't help but become curious upon hearing this. At this time, Sabo has not yet recovered his memory. I've seen them in Logue Town. Dragon nodded without going into details or mentioning that they were there to see Luffy off. They don't seem to know how to use hockey. They seem to be newbies. At this moment, Dragon also remembered that when Indra's first attack on Dragon failed, he was stunned for a moment. From his reaction, it was obvious that he would not use hockey. You can't even do hockey, but you can still get a bounty of 1.3 billion. Sabo laughed when he heard it. Even though he doesn't know hockey, he has a way of dealing with Logia espers. I didn't understand what it was, but he passed out after one look at that marine. It reminded me of Conqueror's hockey, but I knew it wasn't it. Back to Alabasta. When the citizens learned that the captain of their country's guard was a pirate with a bounty of 1.7 billion, their reaction was not as great as they had imagined. After all, Yin Xiang claimed to be the one who saved Alabasta, but there are still some people who are unwilling to let him stay in this country. Crocodile is a precedent. Fortunately, Indra handled the situation promptly and asked Cobra to announce that Yin Xiang and others had left, with Bell as the captain of the guard, so the incident did not cause much sensation in Alabasta. Smoker attacked Luffy and the others without saying a word. Vivi is back, I think you should know what to do, right? Yin Xiang also called Cobra immediately. Seeing that it was the unbeatable Smoker, Luffy and the others ran away, but in the end Luffy was still pinned down by Smoker. At this time, a ball of fire collided with Smoker and saved Luffy. It was Ace. Advertisement. Luffy and the others were also shocked to learn that Yin Xiang was actually one of the 1.7 billion pirates. The outside version is that a man named Yin Xiang fought off Crocodile and the rebels, saved Alabasta, and became the captain of Alabasta's guard. However, it was later discovered that Yin Xiang was a big pirate with a bounty of 1.7 billion. Faced with opposition from the people, Yin Xiang left Alabasta with his men. After those pirates leave, we will head to New World. I will also send people to keep an eye on your movements, so you'd better behave yourself. You can go now, Yin Xiang said with a smile. Don't say that. We don't have anything to lose anyway, Usopp said with a smile. After all, he didn't want to fight against the 7 warlords of the sea in the first place, and this was the best outcome for him now. Luffy and the others went to Albana with Vivi and came to the palace. Vivi, you're finally back. Cobra hugged Vivi and smiled, he was happy from the bottom of his heart. Jacka and Bell were also very happy after seeing Vivi. To them, Vivi was simply a little angel. Alas, now the plan to save Alabasta has failed, and our source of income has been cut off, Nami said with tears in her eyes as she watched Vivi and Cobra reunited. After exchanging pleasantries with Luffy and the others and leaving his lifeguard, Ace left. At this time, Ace had searched the entire Alabasta and found no trace of Blackbeard. He was about to leave Alabasta, but unexpectedly met Luffy. If Ace had not happened to be here, Luffy would have been captured by Smoker, and Crocodile would not have been defeated later. I'm afraid you are no match for them. Sanji put the cigarette in his mouth and said, when he was about to find a lighter, a flame appeared in Ace's hand and he lit the cigarette for Sanji. This period of time was simply a life worse than death for him. At this point, I know that resistance is useless, Cobra sighed. Cobra nodded helplessly, then stood up and left. When Cobra heard Yin Xiang's words, he also nodded. Without Crocodile's obstruction, Vivi, Luffy and others arrived at the rain banquet smoothly. They planned to have a meal here, buy some food, and then gather some information. However, they ran into Smoker as soon as they entered the rain banquet. With the help of Ace, Luffy and others successfully got rid of Smoker and learned about Alabasta's current situation from Ace. Advertisement: if they hadn't left, I would have planned to wipe them out for Dad. They actually called themselves the Emperor-killing pirates. Isn't this a naked provocation? Ace said while squatting on the edge of the Mary. Ace was silent when he heard that. With such a bounty, Ace didn't think that they wouldn't use Hokage. But then he shook his head. Even if he wasn't their opponent, they couldn't be his father's opponent. And on the afternoon of the next day, Crocodile brought news that Luffy and his crew had arrived on the island. We have come into contact with them, and they are all very strong, Sanji said. They are so fast that you can't even see them clearly. It was only later that he realized that Indra had brought him to the boat 1,000 meters away in an instant. It really was an instant. These people are truly lawless. Luffy also looked disappointed. He had wanted to teach Crocodile a lesson. Vivi was greatly relieved to learn that Alabasta was fine. When she did not see Ecolem's body at Whiskey Peak, she had some guesses in her mind that Ecolem had returned to Alabasta. Now it seems that it was Ecolem who brought Yin Xiang and the others here. What do you mean? Ace asked afterwards. Speaking of Smoker, it was Marine who pushed the Pirates King into a dead end several times in the future. You can also teleport, Zoro said. If I find out that you have any intention or action to pass on a message, I will kill Vivi and the citizens of Alabasta in front of you. I hope you know better. But now that Yin Xiang is here, Luffy might not get the title of Pirates King. They had been on Magnetic Drum Island for the past few days. Nami, the only one who bought a newspaper to read, fell ill. Luffy and his friends never did any intelligence gathering, so they had no idea that Yin Xiang's pirates group had been making a lot of noise these days. There was a feeling of betrayal to the entire country. Father. After seeing Cobra, Vivi hurriedly ran towards Cobra and threw herself into his arms. Chapter 236 Cobra's Rebellion. Vivi later introduced Luffy and others to Cobra and others, saying that they were here to help pirates. When Cobra heard that it was pirates again, he felt terrible. However, they still politely hosted a banquet for Luffy and others, as a way of thanking them for escorting Vivi back to the country. After the meal, they had no intention of letting them stay overnight and hurriedly sent them away. This caused Vivi's dissatisfaction. Father, they came here specially to help us, why did you chase them away? After Luffy and others left, Vivi grabbed Cobra and shouted anxiously. Vivi, they are pirates after all, Cobra said helplessly. They are different from ordinary pirates. Rather than calling them pirates, they are more like adventurers, said Vivi. Vivi, pirates are pirates. Cobra shook his head. There are no kind pirates in this world. But, Yukon Yin Xiang. Cobra completely exploded this time. He put Vivi down and grabbed Yin Xiang by the collar. The next moment he was stiff and unable to move, but he still relied on his willpower as a father to pull Yin Xiang's collar hard. Vivi turned around and her eyes widened when she saw Yin Xiang. You are the Yin Xiang. Aren't you gone? Wait, what do you mean by your citizens? Father, what's going on? What do you want to do? Vivi looked at Yin Xiang and shouted. She had realized that the country had no hope of being saved, and instead, a more difficult person had arrived. This won't do. The princess is leaving with the pirates. What will my people think? At this moment, Yin Xiang's voice was heard. Without knowing when, Yin Xiang had leaned against the pillar of the hall and looked at the father and daughter. Damn it. After Yin Xiang left, Cobra covered his stomach and cursed in pain, tears streaming down his face. As a king, he couldn't even protect his own daughter, so how could he protect the country? Advertisement. I gave you face. Seeing this, Yin Xiang punched Cobra in the stomach, knocking him out and sitting on his throne. Yin Xiang then straightened his collar, walked in front of Cobra, stepped on his chest, and looked at his face. Isn't it good to live a good life? Cobra grabbed Vivi's arm and pulled Vivi behind him. What do you want to do? In this case, it would be better to let Vivi go with those people. After all, during the meal just now, Luffy and the others' behavior was indeed not like that of ordinary pirates. They looked very happy. Vivi was obviously a little confused after being yelled at by Kobula. After all, her father had never treated her like this before. Cobra nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. It seemed that this group of people were indeed quite good. Father, I know Crocodile has caused you some harm, but I am not the kind of person who does not know right from wrong. Luffy and his friends are really nice people, unlike. I won't listen to anything you say again. Cobra gritted his teeth and said, even if I die here today, I will never listen to you again. I want to go out to sea with them. Vivi finally mustered up the courage to shout. Vivi, tell me about them, Cobra said. Stop talking. Cobra waved his hand. Now pirates is his psychological shadow. At this point, Cobra suddenly realized something. This country would be handed over to Vivi sooner or later, but now with Yin Xiang behind him, if Vivi became king, would he be controlled by Yin Xiang like himself? It tells the story of what Luffy and his companions experienced along the way, and how when Nami was sick, Luffy knelt down for his companions and saved Drum Island. Okay, then you die. I'll let Vivi be my puppet. In addition to being a puppet, she can also accompany me to do many other things, Yin Xiang said with a smile. You're making me seem like a bad guy. After all, I'm the one who saved your country. Yin Xiang stood up, walked past Gaka and Bell, and pushed them gently. The two of them fell to the ground, looking painful, still unable to move. Vivi smiled happily upon hearing this, and immediately began to tell Cobra about Luffy and others. Advertisement, Vivi, don't mention this anymore. I won't agree. Cobra shook his head and interrupted Vivi. You don't know what this country is going through, in the future. Of course, even if this farce hadn't happened, Yin Xiang would have found an excuse to take Vivi away. After all, the current Vivi is more outstanding than the current Robin and Nami. If only I had strong power, I could fight against this person. Gaka, Bale. Vivi shouted worriedly when she saw the condition of the two. What can I do? Yin Xiang laughed. We will never allow you to attack Vivi. Yaka and Bell also drew their knives and stood in front of Vivi and Cobra. It seemed that Vivi was their bottom line, but the moment they drew their knives, their whole bodies stiffened and they stood there unable to move. Seeing this, Cobra gritted his teeth and held Vivi's hand tightly. I will leave Alabasta soon. Considering your current behavior, I will take Vivi with me. If one day I find out that you are ready to fight to the death, I will make Vivi live a life worse than death. I will leave in 3 days. Cherish the last time you and your daughter have together. After Yin Xiang finished speaking, she disappeared from Cobra's sight. Sorry Vivi. Cobra sighed, as if he noticed that he was too excited. However, he would never agree to Vivi's desire to become a pirate. I didn't expect your daughter is quite pretty. Yin Xiang looked at Vivi and smiled. Don't worry, I'll just let you inherit your father's business in the future. When Yin Xiang looked at Vivi, she cast an illusion on her. Vivi collapsed on the ground. Cobra quickly helped her up. I cast the same curse on her as you did. If she steps out of Alabasta without my permission, she will die miserably. Then Vivi, you should leave with them now, Cobra said. Seeing this, Cobra's face twitched, and Jaka and Bell also clenched their fists. As soon as he said this, Cobra was immediately discouraged. I was wrong, sorry, I will listen to you, please don't embarrass Vivi. Nonsense. Cobra slammed the table and got angry at Vivi, which was rare. You still want to go out to sea as a pirate? Do you think your father is dead? Chapter 237 Luffy running around. Hey, don't you feel that there's something wrong with the king and the captain of the guard? Usopp said to everyone after returning to the ship. What's wrong? Sanji asked. Well, I can't really put it into words, but it just feels wrong. Usopp scratched his head and said, they seem very reserved and anxious. There was a murderous aura around us while we were eating, Zoro said. This murderous aura definitely couldn't be emitted by Yin Xiang. It must be Uchiha Madara who got so angry while practicing armament hockey. Maybe the citizens hate the pirates. After all, this country has just been liberated from the pirates, Nami said while lying on the recliner. Everyone. Chopper called out softly. I don't think they're from the nation. They have a strong murderous aura that is not something they can emit, said Zoro. Everybody. Chopper yelled a little louder. Don't worry about it, the king has driven us away, said Nami. But that being said, Miss Vivi might be in danger. Let's go back and check, Sanji said. Everyone, Chopper suddenly grew larger and shouted. Everyone then noticed Chopper and looked at him. Chopper, who had just boarded the ship, felt a little embarrassed and quickly shrank. Luffy is missing. Huh? Everyone was stunned when they heard this and started looking for Luffy on the ship, but there was no sign of Luffy anywhere. Could it be? Nami stood up. Maybe. Usopp also nodded. This captain is such a worry. Sanji also sighed, and everyone had to go to the palace again. At the same time. I'm so hungry. I'm not full at all. Luffy covered his stomach and walked around the palace, sniffing from time to time, looking like he was looking for the kitchen. Advertisement just then, a woman carrying a tray passed by Luffy and gave him a frowned look. Do you know where the kitchen is? Luffy quickly stopped the woman and asked. I don't know. The woman was Robin. Yin Xiang and the others had just finished their meal. Robin was about to go to the kitchen to deliver the dishes, but she unexpectedly met Luffy. However, she also believed that less trouble is better, so she quickly walked away from Luffy. What's the hurry? Luffy muttered softly as he watched Robin hurried away. After putting the tray in the kitchen, Robin stood there thinking for a moment. If she let Luffy run around like this, he might run into Yin Xiang and others. Although it had nothing to do with Robin, she still wanted to help Luffy. Perhaps because of her dissatisfaction with Yin Xiang, she turned around and went out to find Luffy. Crocodile came to Yin Jiang's room, knocked on the door and walked into Yin Jiang's room. Then go ahead. When Indra saw Madara coming out, he went back to his room without even giving Madara time to refuse. The boat is ready. Do you want to go take a look? Asked Crocodile. I remember you just had dinner. Presumably, he didn't listen carefully to what Ace told him about Yin Xiang and others. Madara disappeared after saying this. It's you, Hedgehog Head. Luffy shouted at Madara. It was unlikely that Luffy would remember his name. The people just don't welcome pirates. Robin made an excuse. I see. Luffy also nodded. Just go. Yin Xiang nodded and stood up. Anyway, he didn't care about Luffy's life or death. If he fell into Madara's hands, he would probably not survive. Madara's face twitched when she heard that. Hedgehog Head? What kind of name is that? Who gives this guy the right to order me around? Madara was also furious, but he still walked towards the corridor and met Crocodile. Meanwhile, Madara and Luffy were staring at each other on the rooftop. Eh? You're the one from before. Are you willing to tell me where the kitchen is? Luffy said upon seeing this. Crocodile also nodded, and the two greeted each other and passed each other. Advertisement, stay here and don't go anywhere. Robin left after giving the instructions. But I'm very hungry, Luffy said, and his stomach cooperated by yelling. Why are you here? Madara asked Luffy. He had a good memory and knew that the captain of the ship that sent them into the Grand Line was the idiot in front of him. Huh? Luffy was also a little confused by Robin's sudden pull. He followed Robin all the way around and came to a room. Then Robin stuck his head out to look around, breathed a sigh of relief, and closed the door. Not only that, he became even more arrogant. He stretched out his arms and jumped to the highest point of the palace, looking around for traces of the kitchen. Vivi's father is just like you, always urging us to leave. What's going on in this country? Luffy asked. But that Uchiha Madara passed. Kagaya said. Madara was speechless after hearing this. Isn't this just pure stupidity? He didn't even have the desire to fight him. Leave this country quickly. I won't go. Kagaya shook his head. Don't you care about the man on the roof? Looking for Yin Xiang. Madara asked Crocodile. Let's go and take a look. Yin Xiang turned around and asked Kagaya, who was lying on the bed. You better get out of here. Robin turned the corner and appeared in front of Luffy and said. Disappeared again. Luffy's eyes lit up when he saw it. No matter how many times he saw it, he thought it was amazing. You stay here and don't move. I will come back later and send you out, Robin said to Luffy. Kagaya had naturally already spotted Luffy on the roof with his Byakugan and told Yin Xiang. Huh? When Luffy jumped onto the roof, Madara and Indra were both stunned, then looked up at the roof. The place where Luffy landed was just above the two people's room. The two of them were always accustomed to sensing the surroundings, so they sensed it as soon as Luffy went up, and walked out of the door at the same time. I say you should leave here quickly, this is not the place for you to stay. Robin said speechlessly, but inadvertently saw Crocodile walking up the stairs to the palace. His face changed. If Crocodile saw this, it would be no different from if Yin Xiang saw it. He grabbed Luffy and walked into the corridor on the side. Let him be. Yin Xiang nodded. I'm looking for the kitchen. Do you know where it is? Luffy asked. In other words, Robin doesn't understand Luffy now, otherwise he would not leave him here alone. Sure enough, as soon as Robin left, Luffy opened the door and went out, not paying any attention to Robin's instructions at all. Chapter 238 Chopper's Discovery. Meanwhile, Yin Xiang and Crocodile had left the palace and were heading for the port on a moving crab. The moving crabs were also moving very quickly and soon arrived at the port on Yuyan's side. A large ship about 200 meters in length was parked at the port. It was painted in wood and its decorations looked luxurious. A pirate's flag with a black and white skull crossed between two swords was floating in the ocean. It means killing the emperor. It's okay, Crocodile said proudly. This was the best ship he had. It's okay. I like black, so let's paint the boat black, Yin Xiang said. Okay. Crocodile nodded. We'll set off in 3 days, you should get ready, I'll go back first. Yin Xiang nodded, then used Flying Thunder God to return to the palace. At this time the palace was in turmoil. Robin looked for Luffy everywhere, and Luffy's crew returned to the palace. As a result, they found the unconscious Vivi and the weak Cobra, and Jaka and Bell also smiled bitterly. Because they didn't know they would come back suddenly, Cobra and the others behaved very abnormally at this time. Now everyone knew that something must have happened in the palace. Sanji anxiously asked Cobra what had happened, but Cobra couldn't say a word. He could only say that it was okay and nothing had happened, but Vivi suddenly fainted. Although Sanji and the others knew that Cobra was lying, he kept refusing, and they had no choice but to let Chopper treat Vivi first. After Chopper's diagnosis, he said that Vivi was in a coma due to mental oppression. In the illusion cast by Yin Xiang on Vivi, Vivi experienced a fantasy that was worse than death but also extremely happy. Also, I noticed a weird drawing on her tongue, Chopper whispered. Everyone was also stunned when they heard this. After all, when they were with Vivi, they didn't notice anything on Vivi's tongue. It seemed that it appeared during the time they were away. I'll go see if Vivi and his father have any too, Sanji said and ran out and found Cobra. Advertisement, how is Vivi? Cobra asked hurriedly when he saw Sanji coming out. She's traumatized, nothing serious. Chopper said she'll wake up soon, Sanji said. That's good, Cobra nodded repeatedly. Can I see your tongue? Sanji said. Tongue? Cobra was stunned, then realized that they also knew the mark on the tongue, but he was now confused about whether he should show it to him. If he showed it to them, even if he didn't say anything, they might understand. But, were they really a match for those people? If I resist again, will Alabasta really have no chance? Will Vivi die? What's wrong? Sanji asked, seeing Cobra in a daze. Your Majesty, there is something very important here. At this time, a soldier wearing Alabasta armor walked out from the corner. I have something to do now, let's talk later, Cobra said. Your Majesty, it's really urgent. The soldier looked at Cobra and said. This tone immediately made Cobra break out in a cold sweat on his back. This was definitely not the tone his own soldiers would use to speak to him. Suddenly he remembered that when he killed celestial dragons before, Indra changed into someone else's appearance. Excuse me first, Cobra said, and hurriedly ran towards the soldiers. Sanji was anxious but it was useless, he couldn't hinder others from carrying out state affairs. The soldier took Cobra all the way to a room in the corner, and after turning on the light, he turned into Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang, who had just returned, learned about Sanji and others from Kagaya, and rushed over without stopping, but found that Sanji wanted to see Cobra's tongue. It seemed that they had discovered something. I will remove the mark on your tongue. Let him see it, and then let them leave immediately, otherwise I will let them die here. Yin Xiang looked at Cobra and said, while removing the curse. He is not afraid of what Cobra will do. After all, the lives of Vivi and others are in his hands. Got it. Cobra nodded. This guy was really staring at him all the time. The reason why Yin Xiang did not kill Luffy and others directly was also due to his considerations. After all, Luffy had Garp, Shanks, Dragon and others behind him, and the backgrounds of other Straw Hat Pirates members were not simple either. Advertisement: if we kill them, Alabasta's affair will surely be exposed. Since Yin Xiang wants to conquer the world, he must first have a country of his own, so what he needs now is to quickly send these plague gods away and let Alabasta settle down. After Yin Xiang gave all the instructions, he let Cobra leave. Sure enough, Sanji was still waiting at the door. Let me see your tongue, Sanji said impatiently. You really have to look at the tongue. Cobra made an expression as if he didn't hear clearly, then stuck out his tongue. Sanji saw nothing unusual. Why look at the tongue? Cobra asked later. Nothing much. Vivi has a strange drawing on her tongue, probably from when she returned to Alabasta, so I wanted to see if you had it too, Sanji said. Have you seen Luffy? Zoro came out and asked. Luffy? No, didn't he go with you? Cobra asked. He really didn't know. This sentence made Sanji suspicious. He had told him that Vivi had a strange pattern on her tongue, but he didn't care, or was he deliberately avoiding it? He's in the kitchen. Robin came out and said. Just now Luffy jumped onto the roof and Robin had a hard time getting him down. In order to prevent him from being discovered, she had to stuff him into the kitchen for a buffet. But she didn't know that Luffy had already met Madara. How do I get to the kitchen? Zoro asked, nodding. Go down here, turn right, go straight, turn right, turn left, and it's right across the street. Robin said, and at the same time thought to himself. You guys should take this guy away quickly. Okay. Zoro nodded and prepared to go find Luffy, but was grabbed by Sanji. Let me go, you have no sense of direction. What did you say? Zoro's face turned red when he heard it and he shouted at Sanji. You stay here and protect Miss Nami and the others. I always feel like something is wrong. Sanji patted Zoro's shoulder and whispered. Zoro was also slightly stunned, then nodded. Got it. With that, Zoro walked back to the room, and Sanji went to, this beautiful big sister, what's your name? Aliwa Sanji. The moment he walked in front of Robin, his true nature was revealed. Chapter 239 Punishing Robin. Robin looked at Sanji speechlessly, then turned and left. Although Sanji also wanted to follow and tangle with him for a while, the situation in Alabasta was unclear right now, so it would be better to find Luffy first. See you next time, beautiful big sister, Sanji waved and shouted to Robin. After Robin disappeared from his sight, he ran to the kitchen to find Luffy. At this time the kitchen. Ikelem's wife, Tilaton, was looking at Luffy with horror. This guy had such a huge appetite that he almost ate up all the food in the kitchen. If it weren't for the fact that Tilagoden knew that he was the benefactor who sent Vivi back, she would not have cared about him. Hey, you're almost there. There's nothing left in the kitchen, Tilaton said to Luffy. Burp. Luffy also burped while holding his round belly. I'm full, thank you for the treat. Have you seen my husband? He looks like me and has the same hairstyle as me. His name is Ikelem. Tilagoden asked. She didn't know that her husband had been killed by Yin Xiang. Luffy looked at Tiergoden's face, thought carefully, and then shook his head. I have no impression at all. Isn't he at Whiskey Peak? Asked Tilagoden. The people at Whiskey Peak. Hey Luffy, what are you doing? Luffy was about to speak when Sanji arrived and shouted to Luffy, everyone is looking for you everywhere. Sanji. When Luffy saw Sanji, he also jumped off the table. His round belly became flat in an instant, and Tilaton was stunned. Sorry, I was too hungry just now and I'm full now, Luffy said with a smile. I'm so sorry to trouble you, Sanji said to Tilagoden, and Tilagoden waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing, it was just cooking anyway. Let's go, Luffy. Then Sanji pulled Luffy away without saying anything. What's wrong? Why does everyone seem so anxious? Luffy shouted while floating, in the air by Sanji. Advertisement, something's wrong with this country, Sanji said. For example, the truth of the historical text and monkey. D. Luffy, Yin Xiang said, now less than 1 meter away from Robin. After all, she had just done something wrong. Hedgehog head. Sanji also stopped when he heard that and let Luffy stand on the ground. What hedgehog head? This country is controlled by Yin Xiang. Branches grew out of the wall behind Robin, which lifted Robin up and made him sit on the table. Then his hands were tied to the wall. Because his hands were separated, Robin's hand on Yin Xiang's neck also disappeared. Shame on you. Kagaya next door saw this scene and cursed. Robin struggled to break free from Yin Xiang's branch, but it was useless. Didn't you listen to what Ace said before? Yin Xiang is a big pirate with a bounty of 1.7 billion, Sanji shouted. Then branches grew out from under the table, spreading Robin's legs apart, forcing Robin to sit on the table in front of Yin Xiang in an extremely shameful position. We are all adults now. There is no point in pretending to be stupid now, right? Yin Xiang said, and tore Robin's shirt to pieces, allowing Robin to stand, open, in front of Yin Xiang. What do you mean? Robin couldn't help but take a step back, his thighs hitting the table, and he subconsciously held the table with both hands, feeling extremely panicked. After integrating all the information, Sanji figured it out. After leaving the room, Yin Xiang went straight to Robin's room next door, opened the door and walked in. At this time, Robin was sitting at the table reading a book. Hearing the movement behind him, he turned around quickly. Seeing that it was Yin Xiang, he stood up quickly and looked at Yin Xiang with a wary look. That's the guy who took the boat from Logue Town. There were 3 of them together, the one who led it, Sanji said. Second round of flowers blooming. Lock the throat. Robin crossed his hands upon hearing this and chose to attack Yin Xiang directly. Robin's 2 hands grew out from behind Yin Xiang and grabbed Yin Xiang's neck, trying very hard to break her neck. You bad boy. Kagaya knew that Yin Xiang was definitely up to no good and her face turned red when she heard that. Yin Xiang looked at Robin, put his hands behind his back, and locked the door. Advertisement. Sanji's mind immediately showed the image of Uchiha Madara. For a moment, Vivi's coma, Cobra's unnaturalness, the country's expulsion of them, the mark on Vivi's tongue, the beautiful older sister, the soldier who called Cobra away, Cobra who urged them to leave, Cobra who was flustered when he saw them coming back, and the 2 guards. They found out. Kagaya said to Yin Xiang, rolling his eyes at Sanji in the room. Something's wrong. Oh, by the way, I just saw that hedgehog-headed guy, Luffy said with a flash of inspiration. Let them find us. Let them make trouble if they want, they can't find us anyway, Yin Xiang said with a smile. Vivi may have been knocked unconscious by him in some way, and his mental state has been severely damaged. His father has also been threatened. Now this country is no longer Vivi's country, Sanji said. What? Luffy widened his eyes and shouted, holding his face. Is that so? That guy doesn't look like a bad person, why does he want to control this country? Luffy asked puzzled. It's that. The one with the hedgehog head wearing armor, is super cool armor. Luffy thought for a while and said. I was originally planning to raise you until you were well behaved before taking action, but now that you're so naughty, I have to find a way to make you behave. Yin Xiang stroked Robin's face, and then a finger slid from Robin's face to his neck, and then all the way to Robin's chest. I'll take care of this little girl. Yin Xiang stood up and said with a smile, then walked out of the room. Don't peek. No matter how hard Robin tried, Yin Xiang remained motionless and came in front of Robin, put her hands on the table, and sandwiched Robin in between. What do you think? Yin Xiang walked closer to Robin and said, have you done anything behind my back? What do you want to do? Robin shouted at Yin Xiang. At this time, Yin Xiang was drinking tea leisurely. I didn't expect Madara didn't kill him. What about that Nico Robin? He's been helping the guy in the straw hat. Madara seemed to think he was too weak to even bother taking action. Kagaya laughed. Eh? Luffy was also stunned when he heard this. Yin Xiang? Who is that? Hearing the sound of the door being locked, Robin couldn't help swallowing. Are you okay? Chapter 240. Playing with the Straw Hat Pirates. Robin was resisting very weakly at first, until Yin Xiang pushed, and Robin's favorability instantly reached 100%, and she changed from resisting at the beginning to cooperating, and there was no need to tie her up with the tree trunk anymore. Listening to the noise coming from the next room, Kagaya became a little impatient and started to take action himself involuntarily. After the battle, the two had moved from the table to the bed. Robin was also a little doubtful about his life, just like Yoruichi at the beginning, lying on the bed and staring at the ceiling in a daze. It must be said that although Robin has been hanging around in the outside world for so many years, she has still been able to maintain her virginity, which is quite impressive. You must be obedient in the future, otherwise it will not be a problem that can be solved in these 2 hours. Yin Xiang said, lifting Robin's little face, and Robin nodded with a red face. During these 2 hours, Luffy also made a fuss. After seeing Vivi waking up and wanting to speak but unable to, with tears streaming down her face, Luffy, who had already regarded Vivi as a companion, naturally couldn't stand it, and ran around the palace, asking Yin Xiang to get out. He searched almost the entire palace. Cobra, Yakabel and the other 2 were simply unable to stop him. Luffy's fuss made Sanji and the others angry as well, and they searched for Yin Xiang everywhere in the palace. But no matter how hard they looked, they couldn't find it. After all, Yin Xiang and the others lived deep in the palace, which was a hard place to find. Plus, both Luffy and Zoro had poor directions, which made everyone very confused. If this wasn't Vivi's home, Luffy would have definitely overturned the palace. Madara and Indra seemed to have reached a bottleneck period and did not go out to take care of Luffy. Kagaya had no time to care about them either, as she was busy enjoying herself. Yin Xiang and Robin simply ignored the noise outside and enjoyed the moment. Yin Xiang. Get out here. After Yin Xiang and Robin had finished their fun, they heard the noise outside. Robin was also stunned when he heard this. How are you going to deal with them? Play with them. Yin Xiang stood up, put on his clothes and said with a smile, you take a rest. After that, Yin Xiang left the room and walked out of the corridor. He looked up and down and found Luffy standing on the lawn in front of the hall. Sanji was looking everywhere on the next floor. Nami and Usopp were standing next to Luffy and persuading him to shut up. I don't know where Zoro went, maybe he is lost. Chopper is probably taking care of Vivi. Hey, Luffy, stop shouting. That Yin Xiang is really powerful, he will kill us all, Usopp shouted, blocking Luffy's mouth. Advertisement, Luffy broke free from Usopp's hand, shouting something in his mouth. I finally found you. At this moment, Zoro's voice came. Yin Xiang looked back and saw Zoro had drawn his 2 swords and was looking at Yin Xiang. Unexpectedly, this person with a huge lack of direction arrived at the destination first. Yin Xiang smiled upon seeing this, and then jumped directly off the guardrail. Hey. Zoro was also shocked when he saw this, because this is the 15th floor. Zoro quickly looked down, only to find Yin Xiang landing smoothly in front of Luffy. It appeared. Nami and Usopp saw this and shouted at the same time, both of them were almost scared to death. Oh no. Seeing this, Zoro hurriedly ran down the stairs, but it was unknown when he would come down. When Sanji saw Yin Xiang falling, he also hurried downstairs. Yin Xiang. Why do you want to occupy Vivi's country? Luffy shouted at Yin Xiang after seeing her. Find a home for myself, Yin Xiang said with a smile. This is Vivi's home, Luffy shouted. That's right. This land has no owner. Anyone can occupy it. It's nothing more than a war between countries where he lost. Can you still stop the king from changing? Damn it. Luffy shouted, rubber, pistol. The next moment Luffy attacked directly and punched Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang didn't even try to dodge, letting Luffy punch him. Usopp and Nami were so scared that they closed their eyes. Bump. Advertisement. There was a loud bang, and Nami and Usopp slowly opened their eyes. Originally, I thought Yin Xiang was going to be knocked away, but unexpectedly, Yin Xiang stood there without moving at all, and Luffy's fist was bounced back. What's up with your cotton-like fist? Yin Xiang laughed. Rubber, machine gun. Seeing this, Luffy directly used the rubber machine gun and launched a fierce attack on Yin Xiang. This time Yin Xiang dodged all of Luffy's punches, but visually, it seemed as if he didn't move at all. Luffy also felt something was wrong while he was fighting, and stopped immediately. Strange, didn't he hit it? You B*****************. D. What did you do to Miss Vivi? At this moment, Sanji kicked Yin Xiang from behind. Yin Xiang did not look back, but dodged Sanji's foot by turning sideways. Then he grabbed his ankle and threw him onto Luffy. Both of them rolled out and hit the wall beside them. Luffy. Sanji? Usopp shouted worriedly as both of them were knocked away. The next moment, Yin Xiang appeared in front of him and punched him in the chin, knocking him away and rolling on the ground. Usopp. Nami was also shocked when she saw Usopp spurting out blood. The next moment, Yin Xiang turned and looked at Nami. No. Nami thought Yin Xiang was going to attack her and closed her eyes in fear. Ms. Nami. Hearing Nami's scream, Sanji and Luffy also got up from the ground, only to see Yin Xiang stretched out his hand and hit Nami on the forehead. Eh? Nami felt a light touch on her forehead and was a little confused. She looked up and found that Yin Xiang smiled at her and then returned to the starting place. Miss Nami, are you okay? Sanji quickly came to Nami and asked. No, it's okay, Nami said, shaking her head. Rubber, siege cannon. Luffy stretched out his arms and then bombarded Yin Xiang with both hands. Yin Xiang dodged sideways, then grabbed Luffy's hands, spun on the spot, spun Luffy several times in the air, and then threw him out. Luffy flew out like a rocket and disappeared in an instant. You'd better chase him quickly, because I might throw him directly into the sea. Yin Xiang looked at the few people and smiled. Damn it. Sanji looked in Luffy's direction, then looked at Nami who helped Usopp up, and for a moment he didn't know which to deal with first. Sanji, go save Luffy, he won't hurt me, Nami shouted to Sanji. Chapter 241 Vivi's Visit. Sanji, go save Luffy, he won't hurt me, Nami shouted to Sanji. But, Sanji was also very hesitant. Indeed, the man just now did not attack Nami. Go quickly. Leave this to me. At this moment, Zoro jumped directly from the 4th floor and landed in front of Sanji. He was already holding 3 knives and put his headscarf on his head. Once upon a time, Yin Xiang was also one of those people who would get excited when seeing Zoro wearing a headscarf. And now, Yin Xiang has power far beyond Zoro, but he still has some affection for Zoro in his heart. After all, who can not love such a Zoro? Okay. When Sanji saw Zoro coming, he rushed out without hesitation and chased in the direction Luffy flew. You can't run away this time. Zoro looked at Yin Xiang and said. Forget it, you don't really think you are my opponent, Yin Xiang said with a smile. How do you know if you haven't fought? Zoro said with full fighting spirit. Didn't you promise Luffy that you wouldn't lose again? Now that you've lost to me, you're a man who doesn't keep his word. How do you know? Zoro was also stunned when he heard this. This was the promise he made to Luffy after he was defeated by Hokage, and this guy was obviously not there at that time. Don't worry about it. The affairs of this country are not yours to interfere. I don't want your lives either. Leave quickly, Yin Xiang said. Our captain is not one to give up easily, Zoro said, ready to attack Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang also sighed and then released his murderous aura, which was just pure murderous aura without Conqueror's Haki. It was this murderous aura that was so cold and clear that it was like entering hell that made Zoro tremble all over. Nami and Usopp were so frightened that their legs went limp and they collapsed to the ground, tears welling up in their eyes. The Wado Ichimonji that Zoro was biting in his mouth also fell to the ground, and his hands couldn't stop shaking. Advertisement Yin Xiang came to where Cobra was. Cobra was also very panicked at this time. In fact, he was watching when Yin Xiang was fighting with Luffy and others just now, even though he knew that Luffy and others could not be Yin Xiang's opponents. As expected, Luffy and the others did not come back for the whole day, and Alabasta was temporarily settled. I didn't. Kagaya was a little flustered when he saw this, but at the same time he was very excited. Girl, were you peeking at me? Yin Xiang looked at Kagaya with a sly smile and walked towards Kagaya. They have this like me, right? Vivi stuck out her tongue and pointed at the curse mark on it. That's right, let's run. Yin Xiang is really not someone we can deal with. Nami also nodded repeatedly. Let's go. After adding the curse seal, Yin Xiang returned to Kagaya and saw Wei Yoruichi lying on the bed with a flushed face and sweat all over his body. After a little thought, he knew what Kagaya had just done. Zoro nodded helplessly. We have to find a way to get Luffy away. If he doesn't leave, we have to knock him out and take him away. I'll do it then, even if he blames me when he wakes up. Can you please let my father, Gaka and Bale go? Vivi said while sitting in front of Yin Xiang. Don't worry, it's okay. Yin Xiang smiled. In the environment, Yin Xiang also experienced Vivi. Unfortunately, it was not real flesh, so she could only regard it as watching a small movie with personal experience. Please sit down. Yin Xiang raised her head and gestured towards the sofa in front of her. Vivi walked towards Yin Xiang and glanced at Kagaya lying on the bed. She was a little surprised, but still walked over to Yin Xiang and sat down. I know. Yin Xiang couldn't help but laugh when she saw Cobra's panic. It seemed that Cobra had gotten used to his role as puppet emperor. They should have left. I'm just here to put the curse back on you, Yin Xiang said and reached out to touch Cobra. The curse was already on Cobra's tongue, so he wouldn't feel anything. Ding, mission released, strategy. Nefeltari Vivi, mission reward. Modification point X1, current modification point, X4. Let's go, Usopp said tremblingly, still with tears streaming down his face. I didn't do anything to them, Yin Xiang shrugged. Next, Zoro took Chopper and others and left the palace. As for what was going on with Luffy and how to deal with it, it was not Yin Xiang's concern. Advertisement the next day, unexpectedly, Vivi came to Yin Xiang's house on her own initiative. Yin Xiang controlled his strength very well and would not throw him directly into the sea. The distance was probably about 1 meter away from the seashore. Give up Alabasta. By the way, if Vivi leaves Alabasta, she will die miserably. I advise you not to try to take her away. If you want to challenge me when you become stronger in the future, that's fine. I'm always here to accompany you. After Yin Xiang finished speaking, she disappeared in front of the 3 people. Now you understand the gap between you and me. Yin Xiang put away his murderous aura, and the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Just at that moment, they almost forgot how to breathe and almost suffocated themselves. I really didn't say anything. Cobra spoke without waiting for Yin Xiang to speak. I didn't expect that Her Royal Highness the Princess would come to see me. Yin Xiang looked at Vivi and smiled. But he still held a glimmer of hope in his heart. He hoped so much that Luffy and others could defeat Yin Xiang. Come in. Yin Xiang turned around and shouted when she heard the knock on the door. The door opened and unexpectedly, it was Vivi who walked in. After a moment, Zoro put away Shuizo and Kitetsu and picked up the Wado Ichimonji on the ground. That man is stronger than that Hawkeye. Zoro muttered to himself. Zoro still hasn't recovered. After all, the murderous aura just now was completely released against Zoro. Nami and Usopp only felt the residual power. It must be said that Zoro is indeed a real man to be able to stand after taking Yin Xiang's murderous aura head-on. This is the responsibility of the deputy captain. Ah, is Vivi okay? Cobra asked. When Yin Xiang thought of Vivi, the editor also released a task, which was also within Yin Xiang's expectations. This thing won't harm you, as long as you don't leak my information and don't do anything that's harmful to me. Vivi didn't say anything, just walked in and closed the door. There are still 2.5 days before departure. Although Vivi will be brought along later, Yin Xiang is also planning to take Vivi down within these 2 days. A woman who says one thing and thinks another is so cute, Yin Xiang said and pounced on Kagaya. Chapter 242. Subjugating Vivi. By the way, we will leave Alabasta tomorrow, and you will come with us then. Yin Xiang continued. Cobra told you, right? You want to use me to threaten your father? Vivi asked. Judging from her expression, she obviously didn't know about this matter yet. Not really. With the curse seal in place, I don't need any other bargaining chips to threaten him. I just want to take you with me, do you understand? Yin Xiang said with a smile. You. Vivi gritted her teeth when she heard that. She was not a child anymore, so she naturally knew what Yin Xiang meant. She wanted to take her for herself. Because Vivi didn't know about the existence of illusions, she always believed that the dirty things she did with Yin Xiang when she fainted were just a dream. She was also very upset and wondered why she had such a dream. It was too outrageous. I didn't expect Yin Xiang to say such words to her today. However, the purpose of coming here today is actually similar to what Yin Xiang hopes for. I can go with you. I will accept whatever you want to do to me, but I have only one request. Remove the so-called curse that my father and others mentioned. Vivi looked at Yin Xiang and said firmly, otherwise, even if I die, I will never do what you want. Okay, then go die. Yin Xiang picked up the teacup and smiled nonchalantly. The only people in the world who could threaten him were the Kamisato clan. Vivi was also speechless for a moment. She didn't expect Yin Xiang to say that. Only then did she understand that her life meant nothing to Yin Xiang, and that he wanted to take her away only on a whim. But in fact, Yin Xiang didn't think so. To her, Vivi was not only a nice little beauty, but also a modification point for her. With the curse in place, Vivi cannot commit suicide unless Yin Xiang wants to. When I said I would take you away, I wasn't discussing it with you, nor was I negotiating terms with you. I was just informing you that you could leave, Yin Xiang said. Kagaya couldn't help but click his tongue as he watched from the side. He didn't expect that Yin Xiang was so gentle to him normally, but when he became strong, it was so suffocating. Vivi couldn't help but feel despair when she heard that. She stood up and walked out of the room in a daze. After the door was closed, Vivi stood at the door of Yin Xiang's room and cried, her whole body shaking uncontrollably. Vivi nodded again. Advertisement. As soon as Vivi heard the voice, she knew it was Yin Xiang, so she nodded. Ding! The mission to capture Vivi is successful. Reward modification point X1, current modification points, X6. Illusion. My trick is much more effective than illusion. Yin Xiang showed a sly smile. She also knew that Luffy and the others had already left Alabasta, and now no one could save Alabasta, save her. Although her words were gentle, her meaning was exactly that. Why should I beat around the bush with her? Yin Xiang smiled while hugging Kagaya. I only said I don't want to exchange with you, I didn't say I don't want you. Yin Xiang laughed, and then directly blocked Vivi's mouth. You don't want to use illusion to turn her into a puppet, do you? If so, wouldn't it be too pitiful? Vivi's eyes widened immediately. This was much more real than that dream. This made Yin Xiang very pleased. It seemed that the previous illusion had worked. As long as he attacked Vivi, she would instantly recall everything in the illusion and cooperate unconsciously. That night, Yin Xiang found Vivi's room. The lights in Vivi's room were off, but there was someone inside, and there was also a faint sound of crying. Come with me the day after tomorrow morning, and remember to pack your things, Yin Xiang said while hugging Vivi. What do you want to do? Vivi looked at Yin Xiang and said. Everything went smoothly until about 1 o'clock in the morning, when Yin Xiang ended the battle, which lasted a standard 2 hours. Yeah. This time Vivi nodded like a little bird, without any resistance. Yin Xiang stayed at Vivi's place that night, and the two women were missing Yin Xiang. The next morning, Yin Xiang took Vivi back to her room. Robin was now Yin Xiang's woman, so naturally she was no longer needed to carry meals and run errands. It was Tila Goton who delivered meals to Yin Xiang and others, as well as to Madara and Indra. I'm still a little girl, can't you be gentler? After Vivi left, Kagaya stood up from the bed, walked to Yin Xiang and sat down and said. Don't worry, after tonight, Vivi won't feel so bad anymore and will be willing to come with me. Advertisement, of course. She had tried before coming here, contacting Marine and sending Admiral to deal with Yin Xiang, but due to the existence of the curse, Vivi was unable to make the move to call Marine. Yin Xiang quietly turned the door handle and found that the door was locked. After being conquered by Yin Xiang, Vivi has obviously become much more obedient. After all, her favorability has directly reached 100%. Now Vivi doesn't say that she obeys Yin Xiang's every word, but she still obeys her in everything. In the darkness, Vivi couldn't see Yin Xiang's expression, but Yin Xiang could clearly see Vivi's panicked expression. In addition to the panic, there was also a hint of shyness and a hint of anger. As the house was dark without lights on, and Yin Xiang came so quietly, Vivi didn't even know that Yin Xiang was beside her. Ah! Vivi was immediately startled, and Yin Xiang blocked her mouth. Do you know who I am? If you know, nod your head. Vivi immediately struggled, but Yin Xiang's strength was not enough for Vivi to break free. Under Yin Xiang's guidance, Vivi cooperated unconsciously. Didn't you say you wouldn't exchange with me? Vivi said. She no longer had the tense attitude as before, and she no longer cried quietly over Yin Xiang's matter. I'll let you go, don't make any noise, isn't it obvious? Didn't you tell me when you came to see me this morning? Yin Xiang said with a smile. Of course, it is Robin and Kagaya. These two women are also very mature women and will not interfere with anything Yin Xiang does. This little girl is still on guard against me. Yin Xiang couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. So Yin Xiang let go of Vivi's mouth, climbed onto the bed, and pressed Vivi on the bed. Kagaya is a head taller than Yin Xiang, so it feels a bit weird to hug her like this. Hey! Yin Xiang quietly came to Vivi's ear and called softly. Fortunately, when the curse was placed on Vivi, the Flying Thunder God spell was also placed there. Yin Xiang used the Flying Thunder God to come directly in front of Vivi. Chapter 243 Luffy again. Yin Xiang! Get out of here! Just as everyone was having breakfast, there was a loud shout outside. Puff! Yin Xiang spat out a mouthful of porridge. This voice is Luffy. Why is this guy back again? After Sanji and others took Luffy away, Luffy was still stubborn and insisted on returning to Alabasta. Although Zoro tried to knock Luffy out. Zoro slapped Luffy on the neck, but the slap bounced back to his face. It was rubber. It couldn't knock him out at all. Although the ship had sailed a long distance, Luffy directly ejected himself from the ship with a rocket launcher and fell into the sea. Everyone was helpless and had to come back with Luffy again. Hey, this guy isn't done yet, I might as well kill him. Madara stood up and said. No, no, Yin Xiang waved her hand. Vivi, tell me when I go out, and they will leave naturally. Okay. Vivi also stood up and hugged Yin Xiang's arm. Madara and Indra also looked at each other. What the hell is wrong with this kid? We have been widows our whole lives and don't even have a child, but this guy has been around 3 women in just a few days in Alabasta. Mature women, queens, Lolita, princesses, goddesses, they're all the same. Then Yin Xiang took Vivi out. The two of them came to the lawn of the palace together, and Cobra was trying to persuade Luffy with an embarrassed look on his face to leave quickly. Why are you back again? Please leave here, I beg you. Cobra said to Luffy. If this guy continues to make trouble like this, there is no guarantee that Yin Xiang will not suddenly attack them again. Advertisement, I'm going to defeat Yin Xiang and save your country. Luffy shouted to Cobra, and Vivi is our partner, I won't let her face danger alone. Sanji and the others were also persuaded by Luffy on the way back. Now they all looked ready to die, holding their weapons and standing behind Luffy. But he was confused about Vivi's change in his words. Cobra and others opened their mouths wide, and Luffy and others also had a lot of question marks on their heads. Vivi, do you want to join us? Luffy looked up at Vivi and smiled. Aren't we already partners? Everyone, Yin Xiang is a good person, please don't make things difficult for him anymore. Vivi said to Luffy and others. Hey, do we really have to fight to the death with that Yin Xiang? Of course, there are exceptions to everything, Usopp whispered to Nami. Just thinking of Yin Xiang's murderous intent, Usopp's legs trembled. And now that they don't have Robin on board, there won't be the incident at Eni's lobby. Luffy and the others then left along the stairs. When leaving, Yin Xiang looked at Nami's back. Nami now, with neither a curvy figure nor a nice curve, really didn't have much appeal. Anyway, there was no problem of losing her virginity as she followed Luffy and the others, so she might as well stay with Luffy for the time being. No, Vivi shook her head. Yin Xiang did save the country. He wanted to protect the country, but the people were too hostile to him, so he took the blame and hid behind the scenes, quietly protecting the country, so he is really a good person. Vivi's words were naturally what Yin Xiang taught him on the way here. Vivi, what happened? Ah, sorry. Luffy also came directly to Yin Xiang and bowed. Everyone was even more confused after hearing this. Cobra, Jaka and Bell looked at each other and could see each other's surprise. Seeing this, Vivi quickly stood in front of Yin Xiang. Not only Luffy and others were confused, but Cobra and Yakabel were also confused. Then you should leave as soon as possible. The pirates coming in and out are frightening to the people. Yin Xiang said speechlessly. This guy just talks, why does he have to pat himself on the back? This is nonsense. Yin Xiang has already mastered it when he was in the Hokage world. Miss Vivi, did this guy threaten you? Don't worry, we came back to save you, Sanji walked forward and said. Advertisement, still not. Alabasta still needs me. Vivi shook her head and said, but we will always be partners. Vivi smiled. Luffy, everyone. At this moment, Vivi ran out from behind Cobra. Everyone was very happy to see Vivi, but the next moment they saw Yin Xiang walking out from behind Vivi, and everyone immediately became alert again. Now that things have been clarified, let's go. Zoro put away his knife and took off his headscarf. He was in full combat mode before, and for this reason, Zoro was still thinking hard about new moves on the way here. Okay. Luffy also nodded. Let's set sail, brothers. Well, very good. Yin Xiang touched Vivi's head and smiled. There's nothing to be sorry about. I should be sorry for throwing you so far away, Yin Xiang said with a smile. Utatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura still treat Yin Xiang as their own grandson. Is that so? Okay then. Luffy also nodded. I'm so sorry. Then he looked at Yin Xiang. It's okay. I don't blame you. I was just afraid that this would get out and be bad for Alabasta, so I kept it a secret from you. Yin Xiang waved his hand and said with a good-natured smile. Maybe Yin Xiang was just thinking too much. After all, they still have the aura of the protagonist. Huh. They finally left. Seeing Luffy and the others leave, Cobra breathed a sigh of relief. This outrageous farce was finally G over. Did I do well? Vivi ran to Yin Xiang and asked with a look of seeking credit on her face. I just don't know if they would have encountered danger in their subsequent journey if they hadn't had the battle at Alabasta, Luffy and the others hadn't gained strength, and Zoro hadn't figured out the sword intent. What can we do? After all, we are following this captain, Nami said with tears in her eyes. Apologize quickly, Luffy. Sanji also shouted at Luffy. That's great. I don't have to fight with you. Ha ha ha. Luffy patted Yin Xiang on the back and laughed. He no longer had the attitude of fighting to the death. This guy changes so quickly. So that's how it is. That's great. Nami breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that, and collapsed to the ground with Usopp and Chopper. This was simply surviving a disaster. Vivi has always disliked Yin Xiang, so why is she speaking up for Yin Xiang now? Is she being threatened again? Chapter 244 set sail to the Sabaody archipelago? Well, very good. Yin Xiang touched Vivi's head and smiled. This. Cobra was completely stunned after seeing this scene. What did you do to Vivi? Cobra pulled Vivi away and stood in front of Cobra and said. Father. Vivi also grabbed Cobra's arm and asked him to leave Yin Xiang. Father, Yin Xiang did nothing. I did it voluntarily. Yin Xiang and I are together. What? Cobra, Jaka, and Bell all exclaimed. They thought of countless ways for Yin Xiang to completely take Alabasta away, but they never expected that this guy would directly become the prince consort. When Cobra abdicates, wouldn't the throne naturally fall into Yin Xiang's hands? This guy is simply a beast. A beast. Vivi, are you really doing this voluntarily? Cobra asked Vivi. Yeah, look. Vivi stuck out her tongue and let Cobra see that the curse on her tongue had disappeared. Now Vivi no longer needed to be bound by the curse. But, you two have just met, less than 2 days. Cobra was even more surprised when he saw this. Is it so easy for his daughter to fall in love with someone else? And they robbed people from their own country. Hey, it's just a revenge for seizing a country. Isn't this good? From now on, you can just be your king. No one can touch Alabasta. And soon, I will turn the whole world into Alabasta, and you will be the king of this world. Yin Xiang looked at Cobra and smiled. King of the world. Hearing these 4 words, Cobra was a little dazed for a moment. The king of the world, he really didn't dare to even think about it. How strong is this person? Why can he say such words in such a relaxed tone? Advertisement. Maybe you don't believe in my strength yet, but you will understand it soon. Yin Xiang patted Cobra's shoulder and spoke like a senior, without any feeling of being a future father-in-law. Then, to the stunned expressions of Cobra and the other two, he took Vivi and left. After returning, Madara and Indra are arguing about whose armament haki is stronger. After a whole day of retreat yesterday, the two of them broke through the bottleneck and learned the armament haki and observation haki respectively. I have to admit that these two are geniuses, pure geniuses. Whether in the Hokage world or in the Pirates world, they can learn armament haki and observation haki in just a few days, which normal people may never be able to learn in their entire lives. Although they have not yet mastered it, it is only a matter of time. As long as they go through actual combat, their haki will be improved quickly. Of course mine is stronger. Madara stepped on the table and shouted at Indra. Bullshit. I learned the armament haki first, how can you be stronger than me? Indra was also aroused by Madara's desire to win, and he also shouted with one foot on the table. Learning first doesn't mean you'll be stronger. Are you sure your Mangekyo is stronger than mine? Madara smiled at Indra. Can you say your Susanoo is stronger than me? Don't forget that the ninjutsu you are using now were all created by me. Indra shouted. You guys. Kagaya felt helpless watching his two children quarreling. Robin was also speechless. How old are these two people in total? Are you two kids? Yin Xiang came back and saw their behavior and said speechlessly, come down and clean the table. Upon hearing this, the two of them looked at each other in dissatisfaction, then left the table and symbolically wiped the table with their clothes. You haven't even mastered the secrets of armament haki and observation haki, and you're already comparing strength. The two of you are over 1,000 years old combined, and you're still playing tricks on kids. More than 1,000 years, Robin and Vivi were also surprised when they heard it. However, Yin Xiang did not give any explanation for this. Pack up your things a bit, we'll be setting sail tomorrow morning. Okay. The two nodded and left the room. What could they pack? Yin Xiang just wanted to get them out of here. The two were sensible. Advertisement. After the two left, Yin Xiang showed a sly smile, and the three girls suddenly felt something was wrong. Could this guy, could he? Sure enough, the next moment, Yin Xiang locked the door directly, and branches grew under the feet of the three women. Then he threw them onto the bed and widened the bed with the wood style. What follows is the happy time when it is better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. The next morning, everyone packed up their things and went to the port with Yin Xiang. Crocodile was already waiting by the Emperor Killer ship, and there were also many people from the Baroque workshop moving things up in large and small boxes. After a whole day of wonderful communication yesterday, the relationship between the three girls has made great progress, and Kaguya is undoubtedly their big sister. By the way, Vivi didn't bring her Kalu this time. They are all the food, daily necessities, clothes and money that we need. Crocodile saw Yin Xiang looking at the box and said to Yin Xiang. That's a very thoughtful arrangement. Madara smiled. Of course. Crocodile smiled and said, let's leave some people on the boat to clean, cook, and guard the boat. We can't rely on you. Then, Crocodile looked at Yin Xiang and said. Yeah. Yin Xiang also nodded. This is Mr. One, my deputy. Is it okay for me to take him with me? Crocodile said, pointing at Mr. One beside him. Mr. One is a talented person. Before Zoro understood the sword meaning, he almost pressed Zoro to the ground and hammered him. In the later period, his strength seemed to have improved a lot. Yin Xiang also nodded. After everyone put their things away, they boarded the boat. There were more than 20 people from the Baroque works left on the ship. They were responsible for driving the boat, cooking, cleaning, and some miscellaneous chores. In short, with them around, Yin Xiang and others only had to wait for each destination on the ship. Set sail. Destination, Sabaodi's Islands, Crocodile shouted. With Crocodile's order, the boat started moving. Yin Xiang and others went to find a room for themselves. It's worthy of being Crocodile. They are really rich and powerful, Yin Xiang said as he looked at the luxurious decorations in each cabin. It was very Crocodile style and comfortable. The three women also chose a room each. Yin Xiang naturally chose the room with the biggest bed so that she could have fun later. There couldn't be only 3 women on her boat. There must be at least a dozen or 20 of them. Chapter 245 Marine 3 Admiral Raid. The days at sea were as boring as Yin Xiang had imagined. Even if one sailed non-stop from Alabasta to the Sabaody archipelago, it would take almost a month. Yin Xiang naturally couldn't wait, so he used the light and heavy rock technique to float the entire ship. Oh my god, the boat is flying. Is this really something a human can do? He is a fruit ability user. Seeing the boat flying up, the little cannon fodder on the boat shouted in surprise, why do we still need to sail the boat? All they could think of was that this was done with the power of the devil fruit. And it is very chakra consuming for Yin Xiang to operate such a large ship, but for Yin Xiang who has a chakra C, this is not a problem at all. After taking the eternal pointer, Yin Xiang sat at the bow and controlled the boat to fly towards Sabaodi's archipelago at an extremely fast speed, scaring the little cannon fodder so much that they dared not show their heads. Yin Zhang's hair was also flying wildly. Robin behind her just thought that Yin Xiang was so handsome, she was full of charm. At Yin Zhang's speed, it took Yin Xiang and others 2 days to reach the port of Sabaody Islands. In order not to attract attention, Yin Xiang put the boat back on the sea when it was about to reach Sabaody Islands, and let the little cannon fodder drive the boat to the island by themselves. During these 2 days, Madara and Indra were also on the deck, fighting each other with taijutsu combined with armament hockey and observation hockey, but other than that, no ninjutsu was used. The fight was so spectacular that everyone was stunned. Just in terms of physical skills, with their skills, they could have made a name for themselves in the new world. Why would such 2 powerful people be willing to follow Yin Xiang? That only proves that Yin Xiang is stronger than them. The little cannon fodders really couldn't imagine how strong Yin Xiang was. Let's go down and take a look. You guys drive the boat to do the coding, and then we can contact the Den Den Mushi later. Yin Xiang took Kaguya and the other 2 off the boat, turned around and said to everyone. Advertisement, got it. Crocodile also nodded. As for Madara and Indra, they had no interest in going down for a stroll. Bringing women with you is nothing more than going to the amusement park, buying clothes, and going on a shopping spree. These gentlemen don't need anything else. Yukong Yin Xiang. Surrender immediately. Just after Yin Xiang got off the boat and walked some distance, a group of Marines suddenly rushed out and surrounded Yin Xiang and his 3 companions. Marine? That's strange. I remember that number 29 was an illegal area. When will it be your turn as the Marine to take charge? Yin Xiang said while looking at the number 29 written on the surrounding trees. In the archipelago of Sabaody, numbers 1 to 29 are lawless areas, numbers 30 to 39 are parks and the like, numbers 40 to 49 are sightseeing and specialties, numbers 50 to 59 are shipyards, and coding is also needed there, numbers 60 to 69 are where the Marine is stationed, and the Marine passing through the Gate of Justice will also arrive directly here, and numbers 70 to 79 are hotels. The person in the lead is Yin Xiang, who is also quite familiar. He is the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, Flying Squirrel. On his left and right are Vice Admirals Hua Xiaoshan and Ghost Spider. It seems that they have indeed made sufficient preparations, read. So when Crocodile notified that Yin Xiang and others would enter Saboti's archipelago, they should have been waiting here. But with only 3 vice-admirals, isn't that underestimating ourselves? He looks very strong, so scary. Just as Yin Xiang was thinking this, an extremely obscene voice came from the tree, and the 4 of them looked up. It's the Admiral of Headquarters, Kizaru, Robin said. That's quite interesting. Yin Xiang said with a smile, probably Madara and the others are not doing well right now. That's right, just as Yin Xiang expected, as soon as Madara and others drove the boat into Area 50, several warships appeared and surrounded them. On the bow of 2 of the ships, one had a Kainu and the other had Aokiji. The naval headquarters directly dispatched 3 admirals. This is absolutely something that has never happened. That's because they estimated that Yin Xiang's strength was definitely not simple. In order to prevent the balance between the 4 emperors, Shichibukai, Marine, and world government on the sea from being disrupted, the Marine decided to eliminate Yin Xiang and his gang. Advertisement, surrender immediately. And you, Crocodile, you are now expelled from Shichibukai and the bounty is 1,079 million. Aokiji looked at Madara and others, then looked at Crocodile, took out Crocodile's wanted warrant and said, only 10 billion. Crocodile laughed disdainfully, but he was a little nervous because the other party were 2 admirals. Obviously, this is what they are doing, waiting for Yin Xiang and others to be away, so that they can defeat them one by one. Perhaps they originally thought that Madara, Yin Xiang, and Indra would split up, with the 3 admirals dealing with 1 each, and the vice-admirals dealing with Crocodile. But Yin Xiang and his men did not act as they expected, so they had to rearrange their plans in a short period of time. You don't really think you can be my opponent, do you? Yin Xiang looked at Kizaru and smiled. Kizaru also turned into a beam of light, and then gathered in front of the 3 vice-admirals and looked at Yin Xiang. I should be the one saying this. Let me take care of them. Kagaya walked up to Yin Xiang and said. Kizaru and the others were also stunned when they heard this. Why didn't she mention this woman before? And she actually dared to say such a thing. Could it be that she met a very strong woman somewhere and now she has become Yin Xiang's partner? Let me do it. I'll have fun with them as an entertainment. I'll call Madara and the others. Some of their people should also be there. Ask them not to beat the Admiral to death. Yin Xiang stopped Kagaya and said. The reason for not killing Admiral is very simple. If the news of the annihilation of the Admiral spreads, the pirates will become more unscrupulous and will start burning, killing and looting more frequently. Then, when I rule the world, there will only be a group of evil pirates left. Rather than seeing the world become like this, it is better to just destroy it. Yeah. Kagaya also nodded, and then called Madara using Dendenmushi. Yin Xiang drew a circle around Kagaya and the others and stood outside the circle. Anyone who dares to step into this circle will die. Yin Xiang said to the marines around him. I didn't release any murderous intent or conqueror's haki. I just wanted them to take action. It would be so boring if they didn't. Have you ever been lifted up at the speed of light? At this moment, a voice sounded in Yin Xiang's ears, and Kizaru's feet had already appeared in front of Yin Xiang. The next moment, Yin Xiang disappeared from the spot and appeared behind Kizaru. I don't have it, how about you? Yin Xiang said with a smile. Chapter 246 Uchiha Madara, 1 against 2, defeats Admiral. The next moment, Yin Xiang disappeared from the spot and appeared behind Kizaru. I don't have it, how about you? Yin Xiang said with a smile. What? Kizaru was startled. Just as he turned around, Yin Xiang had already kicked Kizaru in the face. Kizaru flew out like a bullet, hit the trees, broke more than a dozen trees in a row, and flew 50 meters away. You should know that the trees in the Sabaody Islands are very thick. Bump. When Kizaru landed, a large cloud of smoke was raised. All the marines, including the 3 vice-admirals, were stunned and their mouths opened wide. Faster than Kizaru Admiral. How is this possible? Cough. Cough cough. Kizaru coughed violently twice, stood up from the ground, and spat out a mouthful of blood, staining his yellow suit red. When he was kicked out just now, he had tried to transform into an element, but Yin Xiang's armament color was too overbearing, making it impossible for him to transform into an element at all, and he crashed into the big trees and broke them hard. If he hadn't covered his back with armament haki in time, this blow would have cost him half his life. Admiral Kizaru, are you okay? Hua Xiaoshan looked at Kizaru worriedly and shouted. He's really hard to deal with. Kizaru turned into a beam of light and returned to the 3 vice-admirals. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, my observation haki seems to have failed. It's useless against him. How could it be? The 3 vice-admirals were also shocked when they heard this. Admiral's observation haki is actually useless. Advertisement. He might be even stronger than the red-haired Shank's haki, Kizaru said, now with a serious look on his face, completely devoid of his previous laziness. You don't want to retreat? I haven't warmed up yet. Yin Xiang looked at them and said. I think we should capture the woman behind him first and use her to threaten him, said the flying squirrel. Although this move is a bit shameless, now that everyone here is surrounded by marines, no one will discover their actions. Since the opponent is very powerful, this is the only way. You can give it a try. Please ask Admiral Kizaru to hold back Yin Xiang. Hua Xiaoshan and I will hold back the tall white-haired woman. The other 2 are up to you. Ghost Spider pulled out his knife and said to the flying squirrel. Shoot. Kizaru waved his hands and shouted, intending to use the marines to disrupt Yin Xiang first. The Marines loaded their guns and prepared to shoot. At this moment, a powerful force erupted from Yin Xiang's body and began to spread with Yin Xiang as the center. In just a moment, all the Marines lay on the ground motionless. Conqueror's Haki. The three vice admirals were so frightened that they half knelt on the ground. Kizaru was almost unable to stand steadily. This was because Yin Xiang did not use his full Conqueror's power, otherwise the four of them would have been shocked to death. As a Marine, why don't you do your job? You even want to capture my woman. Are you crazy? Yin Xiang smiled at Kizaru and others. If you hadn't called me, I would have beaten them to death. Madara's voice came from the Denden Mushi. At this time, Madara was holding a Kainu, whose face was covered in blood, with Aokiji under his feet. There were broken marine warships around them, and Madara's other foot was on the frozen sea. Just now, Akainu ordered the surrounding warships to open fire together. Madara used Susanoo to protect the entire ship, and then with 2 slashes, the 4 warships were instantly shattered into pieces. Except for Akainu and Aokiji who dodged by elementalizing, none of the marines on the ship were spared. Aokiji also froze the sea before falling into it, creating land. After Aokiji and Akainu landed on the ice, Aokiji increased the strength of the ice and completely wrapped Susanoo in it, but Madara broke Aokiji's ice with just a twist. Seeing this, Akainu directly used Great Eruption, trying to penetrate Madara's Susanoo, but Madara's Susanoo directly covered the armament Haki, and Susanoo was extremely hard, so Akainu's attack was completely useless. Before Akainu could launch another attack, Madara disarmed Susanoo and then used the body flicker technique to disappear in front of the 2 men and reappear behind them. I remember Yin Xiang said that the weakness of you demon fruit powers is this. Madara said as he formed seals in his hands. Akainu and Aokiji also turned around quickly. Advertisement. Water style. Water Dragon Bomb. The ice under Madara's feet suddenly shattered, and then a water dragon jumped out from the water and rushed towards Akainu. Seeing this, Akainu immediately used Dark Hound to prepare for a mid-air collision with the water dragon bomb. Unexpectedly, the water dragon was able to move freely, and it directly wrapped around the Dark Hound and rushed towards Akainu. Seeing that the situation was not good, Aokiji was also preparing to freeze the water dragon bomb, but a fire dragon flew in front of him. Compared to Akainu, he definitely took care of himself first, and quickly threw out an ice sculpture to collide with the fire dragon. The water dragon bomb also gave Akainu a chill, making him powerless in an instant. Madara also came in front of Akainu at this time, and knocked Akainu away with an uppercut. Then he kicked Aokiji who had just blocked the water dragon bomb and sent him flying again. He grabbed Akainu's neck, opened the Sharingan, and cast an illusion on him. Indra also instantly came in front of Aokiji and kicked Aokiji towards Madara again. Originally, Aokiji wanted to use the power of the fruit to resist, but he was cast into an illusion by Madara during the flight. He fought with Madara directly in the illusion space, and his body was stepped on by Madara. Without chakra and without any knowledge of illusion, they had no idea that they were now trapped in illusion and were still having a great fight with Madara in the illusion. And even if they could discover that it was an illusion, they would not be able to break the illusion without chakra, so in a sense, illusions were invincible in this world. Didn't I tell you that I am enough on my own? Madara shouted to Indra. I just don't want him to run away, Indra said standing not far away. Tisk, minding your own business. Just when Madara was about to kill the 2 admirals, his den bug rang. I'm Kagaya, did you meet Marine over there? Yes, what happened? It seems you guys have encountered it too, Madara nodded. Yin Xiang said, don't kill them. Don't kill them. I've already killed all the Marines. Now there are only 2 guys left who are relatively strong compared to them. Madara was also shocked when he heard this. Isn't this a bad thing? That should be fine, just don't kill the admiral. You should be talking about the admiral, Kagaya said. If you hadn't called me, I would have beaten them to death. Madara was relieved when he heard that. Madara would only be a little cowardly when he met Yin Xiang. Chapter 247 Yin Xiang's Encirclement. Okay, then you guys go and do the coding and don't worry about them. Yin Xiang took the Denden Mushi and said. Okay. Madara nodded, hung up the phone, and threw away Akainu in his hand. This illusion will be broken soon. I believe that after they see the difference in strength, they will not provoke us again. Let's go. Madara kicked Akainu and Aokiji to the shore with both feet, then stepped on the ice, broke it, and jumped back into the boat with Indra. Crocodile doesn't even dare to fart now. 1 person, less than a minute. 2 admirals and 4 crew members, total destruction. Is this the strength of Yin Xiang and the other 2? Do you still dream that you will be able to go against them one day? Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. It's better to just be their little brother. Maybe when they rule the world, I can get a position, and being a celestial dragon of the new world would be nice. Don't continue to die, this is what Crocodile is thinking now. Then he quickly ordered the frightened little cannon fodder to sail the boat and find someone to code it. After Madara and others left, a pair of flip-flops appeared next to Akainu and Aokiji. The owner of the sandals took a sip of wine from the wine flask in his hand, looked at Akainu and Aokiji lying on the ground like dead fish, and sighed. What a great newcomer. It was Pluton Rayleigh. After he noticed Marine's movements, he followed along and just witnessed the whole process. Admiral's strength was considered top-notch in this world, and even if it wasn't top-notch, it was definitely impossible for him to be defeated by 2 of them in 1 minute. This can only mean that the opponent's strength is too strong, too strong, too strong. This made Rayleigh feel nervous. Some time ago, he also noticed the wanted warrants and news about Yin Xiang and others, but he didn't expect them to come to Sabaody so soon. Advertisement: it's easy to get killed if we lie here. Rayleigh put away the wine bottle, then carried Aokiji and a kainu and left. Rayleigh naturally didn't want to save them, but Rayleigh also knew that if there was no Marine Admiral in this world, there would be countless disasters, and he would not be able to spend his old age in peace in the Sabaody Islands. At the same time, Yin Xiang place. Please let me have some fun a little. I heard that Admiral is very strong. How about this? I will be more humble to you and I won't use my observation haki to fight with you for. Yin Xiang smiled as he looked at the four Kizaru in front of him. Both his eyes and tone were filled with contempt, and he didn't take them seriously at all. Damn it. Ghost Spider was also a person who cared a lot about his reputation. He could not stand hearing Yin Xiang humiliating them like that. He rushed towards Yin Xiang with a knife in hand, and rushed in front of Yin Xiang after shaving a few hairs off. Yin Xiang didn't dodge or evade, just stood in front of him. I succeeded. Ghost Spider was overjoyed when he saw this. Although he didn't know whether Yin Xiang had demon fruit power, he still covered the knife with armament haki and chopped it down fiercely. Bump. The lower body knelt on the ground and then fell down. Why can't Onigumo's sword cut him even though it's covered with armament haki? Ghost Spider's knives all turned into pieces. Yin Xiang smiled, grabbed Ghost Spider's face and lifted him up. Your performance is over, next. Yin Xiang looked at Ghost Spider and smiled. Then with a bang, Ghost Spider's head exploded like a watermelon, and bright red juice flowed out. Yes, so what? Hua Xiaoshan said while lying on the ground. Seeing that the situation was not good, Hua Xiaoshan prepared to use shave to get away from Yin Xiang, but he found that he could not move at all and was suspended in the air. He had even stopped using moonwalk, but was still in the air. This made Hua Xiaoshan extremely puzzled. Suddenly I felt like a teacher calling on a student. The flying squirrel gritted his teeth, unable to utter a word, while Kizaru put his hands in his pockets, watching everything silently. They simply don't understand what Yin Xiang's abilities are. Kizaru and the others looked unhappy when they saw this. Hua Xiaoshan was also visibly stunned. If I go, I will seem too obedient. If I don't go, I will seem like a coward. Advertisement: this is just a simple immobilization technique among ninjutsu. After Yin Xiang's kick just now, Kizaru has completely understood that it was not them who surrounded Yin Xiang, but Yin Xiang who surrounded them. With a bang. Seeing this, the flying squirrel could no longer bear it and immediately rushed forward. Yin Xiang saw this and stepped on Hua Xiaoshan's heart, directly exploding it. The flying squirrel also hurriedly stopped and said, "This is revenge for my Robin." Devil fruit? What kind of devil fruit is this? If you don't choose, I can choose. Yin Xiang saw that the three did not move, then stretched out her finger, waved it between the three people, and then stopped in front of Hua Xiaoshan. It's you, come on. I'm talking to you. Yin Xiang appeared behind Hua Xiaoshan, stepped on his back and pushed him to the ground. Yin Xiang squatted down with disgust and wiped his hands stained with blood and brains on Ghost Spider's clothes. Especially Fire Mountain and Flying Squirrel, who live with Ghost Spider day and night, but at this time they dare not speak out. The next moment. Why did Ghost Spider say he couldn't move before he died? Move. Can't move. Ghost Spider widened his eyes. He wanted to break free, but he couldn't move no matter what. Hearing Buster call, Robin shuddered all over, and then he remembered that he had seen Hua Xiaoshan's face before. I'm talking to you. Have you ever been to Ohara to perform a Buster call? Yin Xiang said while looking at the burning mountain. If you don't do it, I will. Yin Xiang said, looking at the burning mountain, and then stretched out 3 fingers. 3, 2. It's not like they haven't seen the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia before, and there is nothing that meets all the above conditions at the same time. You have accelerated his death. Yin Xiang looked back at the flying squirrel and smiled. Why was he able to catch Onigumo even when he wasn't using observation haki? This is really a stumbling block. What exactly are his abilities? A small hole appeared on the ground, and Hua Xiaoshan vomited blood and fell to the ground. Yin Xiang kicked the Ghost Spider's corpse and it was immediately split into 2 halves by the Fire Mountain. The sword energy attacked Yin Xiang with undiminished power. Yin Xiang not only did not dodge, but jumped up to meet the attack and was hit by the sword, but was unharmed. You kid. Hua Xiaoshan drew out the long sword from his waist and rushed to Yin Xiang in an instant. Then he jumped up, used moonwalk, and slashed down with sword energy in the air. Chapter 248. The 3 emperors form a group, and you. Have you been to Ohara too? Yin Xiang retracted her foot, looked up at the flying squirrel and said, how can you trample on the justice of the marine like this? The flying squirrel drew out his knife, and countless sword energies came slashing at him densely, but all of them were taken by Yin Xiang without losing a single hair. Before the flying squirrel could react, Yin Xiang took a step forward and instantly appeared behind the flying squirrel the next moment. Well, the flying squirrel felt a sudden pain in his body. He looked down and saw that his heart had been held in Yin Xiang's hand and passed through his chest. You will be buried with Ohara, Yin Xiang said, and crushed the flying squirrel's heart. Then he ignored Kizaru and walked to the beach to wash off the bloodline on his body, then walked back to the 3 girls. Let's go play. The 3 girls also nodded, followed Yin Xiang, and walked past Kizaru. Why mention Ohara? Kizaru turned around and looked at Yin Xiang's back and said. Because Nico Robin is my woman, can't you recognize her? Yin Xiang hugged Robin, turned and looked at Kizaru and said. Kizaru also stared at Robin for a moment, and after a moment he matched Robin with the child on the wanted poster. I see. Kizaru nodded, put his hands in his pockets and walked away, passing the bodies of the Marines. Yin Xiang brought the three girls to the shopping street at number 30. With Crocodile's small treasury, it was no problem to buy the entire street. Robin and Vivi were also happily shopping, but Kagaya didn't seem interested in these. Perhaps it was because there was no such prosperity in the era she lived in, so she was not used to such a life. Fortunately, Vivi is also a lively girl. She pulled Wei and Yoruichi to choose new clothes, and soon led Wei and Yoruichi to go shopping together. Thank you. Robin said while hugging Yin Xiang's arm after Vivi took Kagaya away. What's there to thank me for? It's just a small favor. If I see anyone who has been to Ohara again, I will kill them all. Yin Xiang said, touching Robin's head. Advertisement. Do you want to go over there? After a moment, Garp picked up his senbei and started eating it again, and said to Sengoku. At the same time, Kizaru, who had just returned to number 60, also saw Akainu and Aokiji, who looked like dead fish, behind the big tree behind the entrance. Can you and I defeat Yukong Yin Xiang together? If it were us, we could defeat them within 5 minutes. Garp thought for a while and said, this is Garp's confidence. Admiral is just like that to him. What? Bang. How could the other party be so strong? Is it possible to recruit them to become Shichibukai? No, forget it. Sengoku said, then shook his head. Sengoku had no choice but to increase the bounties of the three people, raising Yin Xiang's bounty directly to 4.5 billion, Uchiha Madara's to 4 billion, and Indra's to 4 billion. This is simply a group of 3 emperors. Yeah, I don't know what happened over there with Akainu, but on my end, I didn't understand his abilities until the end of the battle. His physical strength is very high, he's not afraid of slashes, he's faster than me, and his Conqueror's Haki is very strong, stronger than the red-haired Shanks, and he can immobilize people, and his observation Haki is ineffective in front of him. Tisk tisk, that's so miserable, Kizaru said while squatting in front of the 2 people. Then he called Marine with Den Den Mushi, carried the 2 people into the base, and then called Sengoku. Garp also said nothing and sighed. Kizaru is just a man who knows the current situation better. Yin Xiang smiled. If it was Aokiji, he would definitely not watch him kill the flying squirrel and the others. If it was Akainu, he would definitely not let him and the others leave like that unless he beat him to death. They got a little more information here. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Even the Admiral doesn't dare to act rashly. Robin said with a smile. Sengoku slammed the table and stood up, breaking it into pieces. Sakazuki and the others call me when they wake up. Sengoku was silent for a moment and hung up the phone. He then looked up at Garp and said nothing, but Garp knew what he meant. Yin Xiang and others were aiming to kill the 4 emperors, so how could they possibly care about the title of Shichibukai? Advertisement. The whole world was shocked, and rumors spread that the 4 emperors pattern would be broken. Garp on the side stopped yawning upon hearing this and looked at Sengoku seriously. Akainu and Aokiji are now unconscious, but they are still alive. The others are all dead. It seems that they deliberately let the 3 of us go. Kizaru said, we are no match for them at all. The whole battle lasted less than 5 minutes. It's really a headache that such a dangerous guy appeared in this world. How is it? Is everything settled? Sengoku said after answering the phone. It was not until that evening that Akainu and Aokiji woke up, and the first thing they did was to report to Sengoku. Garp nodded as well. The next day, a new wanted order for Yin Xiang and others was spread all over the world, causing an uproar. Let's wait until he fights one of the 4 emperors and see what happens, Sengoku said as he sat back in his chair. In comparison, if the current Killing King group fought against the Rock's Pirate of the past, Rock's Pirate would definitely be defeated. You won't forget his 2 men, right? From what Borsellino said, Sakazuki and his men were defeated by those 2. This group of people is not easy to deal with, Garp said with a smile. I don't know how this guy compares to the previous Rocks. All solved. Kizaru nodded. The Marine we brought, the 3 Vice Admirals, Akainu and Aokiji, have all been solved. How do you think our current strength compares to Admiral? Sengoku looked at Garp and said. Are those guys that strong? Sengoku was relieved but also worried when he heard that the 3 admirals were fine. In less than 5 minutes, the 3 admirals were defeated and the 3 vice admirals were dead. I think no one can stop him, Kizaru said. Madara can use the power of fire, manipulate seawater, observe an armament, and there is also a huge blue giant who is very hard and has a pair of red eyes. After looking at him, they fainted, but in their consciousness, they were still fighting with him. Later, more and more things went wrong, and then the surroundings fell into darkness, and they didn't wake up until now. Sengoku and the others were confused by what they heard, but the key point was that the other party took care of 2 admirals by himself, and within a minute. Chapter 249. The 5th Emperor of the Sea. It actually soared to 4.5 billion. Oh my god, what on earth happened? This is outrageous. I heard that a big incident happened in Sabaodi's archipelago yesterday, and many Marines went to collect the bodies of the Marines. Yes, I heard that too. At least tens of thousands of Marines and 3 Vice Admirals died. 3 Vice Admirals, oh my god. Someone else saw Admiral, it seems he has never fought before. Even the admiral has been dispatched. You guys didn't know that before. The pirates announced that they were going to Sabaodi's archipelago. The Marines must have gone there to capture them, but they failed. So that's why they redefined their bounty, right? That's outrageous. This pirates group actually has 3 monsters with bounties over 4 billion. Even the lowest bounty is Crocodile from the former Shichibukai, with nearly 1.1 billion. Something big is going to happen in New World. This is the 5th Emperor of the Sea. The whole world is discussing the pirates who killed the Emperor. At the same time, Yin Xiang had just gotten up, and everyone on the ship was sleeping directly on the open space next to the coating shop. Yin Xiang used wood style to build a building here, so there was no need to stay in a hotel. He didn't even know that his bounty had soared to 4.5 billion, but even if he knew, he might still think it was a bit too little. Blue. He really didn't want to admit that Whitebeard was old. As the ship's doctor, he knew this best. His father didn't have many years left to live, and even now he was still on an IV drip. Advertisement, Mr. Deputy Captain. Shanks was also very surprised to hear that it was Rayleigh who called, and what Rayleigh said to him next surprised him even more. Where on earth did this kid come from? BIGMOM shouted as he tore up Yin Xiang's wanted poster. 4.5 billion, what on earth did this guy do? Kaido also looked at Yin Xiang's wanted order with an incredible look on his face. It took him decades to get a bounty of 4.5 billion, but why did this guy get 1.5 billion as soon as he went out to sea, and now it has increased by another 3 billion, almost catching up with himself. This bounty is definitely not fake. If Jack stays there, he will definitely be beaten to death. Kulala, what a powerful kid. Maybe he's even more powerful than Rocks back then. Whitebeard laughed when he heard that. It seems like I'm no match for him. I'm really getting old. This kid is really extraordinary. Whitebeard naturally noticed the news about Yin Xiang, and smiled as he looked at the wanted poster of Yin Xiang. Kacha. Why don't we call Jack back first? He's still waiting at the entrance of New World, Black Maria said with some concern. Don't say that, Dad. If this kid comes to you, you can definitely defeat him, Marco said with a smile. It's only 4.5 billion. I thought it would be at least 5 billion, Yin Xiang said after seeing the wanted order. I'm Rayleigh. It has increased to 4.5 billion. Shanks was also looking at Yin Xiang's wanted poster and was very shocked. This guy's bounty was actually the same as his. It's yours. My bounty hasn't even increased, Crocodile said helplessly. His own strength was definitely not just 1 billion, but unfortunately the people around him were all monsters. Compared with them, he seemed to have no sense of existence. Yeah, Dad, we're here, Joes also shouted. Dad, according to the people in Sabaodi's archipelago, they defeated 3 admirals, killed 3 vice-admirals, and more than 10,000 marines, and the battle was all over in 5 minutes, Marco said. Damn it. He actually dares to call himself the 4 Emperors Pirates. If he dares to come to Cake Island, I will kill him and let him know the power of the 4 Emperors, BIGMOM shouted fiercely. Advertisement, it's only 4 billion, there's no sincerity, Madara said disdainfully. Mom, I told you before. You didn't pay attention. They announced a long time ago that they would enter the New World and provoke the 4 Emperors. Now they have reached the Sabaodi Islands. Perispero said with a worried look on his face while standing next to BIGMOM. Great. Vivi shouted happily. Although Robin and Kagaya were not interested in the amusement park, they nodded when they saw Vivi so happy. Forget it. After we defeat Kaido, the price should be able to rise further. How's the coding going? Yin Xiang asked, putting down the wanted order. Hello? Shanks picked up the Den Mushi and called out in confusion. After Yin Xiang woke up, she called Crocodile and asked him to arrange for someone to deliver food. After having the meal with the 3 girls, Crocodile brought the news that their bounty had been increased. Shall I take you to the amusement park today? Yin Xiang turned around and said to the 3 girls. After dinner, Yin Xiang took the 3 girls out. Madara and Indra went outside to fight and practice their hockey. Crocodile followed them, humbly asking for advice, and learning as much as he could. I understand. Shanks also nodded. The fact that Rayleigh called was enough to show that the problem was very serious. There was no way they could have any contact with them. But he doesn't have chakra, so even if he could understand it, he wouldn't be able to learn it. 10 days. Yin Xiang thought about it. Since we went to the commercial street yesterday, we could take them to the amusement park today. If it was 1.5 billion, it might still be a somewhat imaginary bounty, and Jack might be able to deal with it, but now, he had just arrived at Sabaodi's archipelago, and the bounty had soared to 4.5 billion. He must have done something earth-shattering. 4.5 billion? The 5th Emperor of the Sea? The Emperor killing pirates? What a joke. At the same time, BIGMOM finally noticed Yin Xiang's pirates. After all, the bounty of 4.5 billion had surpassed her bounty, and it was hard not to attract attention. That's right. Call him back first. Wano Kuni is on alert and ready to fight at any time. Kaido nodded. He was surprised but more excited. It would be great if this kid could come to Wano Kuni earlier. He has been invincible for too long and he really wants to fight Yin Xiang. He told Shanks about Madara's 1-on-2 fight against Akainu and Aokiji, and then told him, don't get into conflict with Yin Xiang's pirates. The ship is too big, and it will take 10 days to code it. We just have to wait for these 10 days, which is a good time to store the record pointer, Crocodile said as he lit a cigar. Chapter 250 Live Broadcast of Killing Celestial Dragons. In the next few days, everyone was waiting in the Sabaody Islands for the coding to be completed. Yin Xiang and others also visited almost all the Sabaody Islands. Although there were many people on the island who coveted the beauty of Kaguya and the other two, Yin Xiang's name was very famous. When they saw Yin Xiang's face clearly, they didn't dare to come forward at all. They wanted to run away from Sabaody's archipelago directly, let alone go up and cause trouble. It was not until the 9th day that Yin Xiang took the 3 girls to visit the auction house, but they encountered an accident on the way. Those 3 women, I want them, take them all back to me. As soon as they arrived at the gate of the auction house, a group of people came out. The man in the lead, who was wearing a white robe and a glass cover on his head, suddenly widened his eyes when he saw Kaguya and the other 2, and said excitedly while pointing at Kaguya and the others. Who else could be this blind person except the celestial dragons? Saint Roseward. This might be difficult. When the people around Saint Roseward saw Yin Xiang, they quickly stood in front of Saint Roseward, took out their weapons, and their legs were shaking. Obviously they were very scared. What's wrong? Is there someone I can't take away? Is it because of that man? Kill him. Saint Roseward glanced at Yin Xiang and said. Roar? Yin Xiang really didn't expect that celestial dragons didn't watch the news. He also took a step forward and blocked the 3 women behind him. Don't move. Yukong Yin Xiang, this is celestial dragons, if you dare. Before the man could finish his words, the head flew up. Saint Roseward was also shocked when he saw this. Before anyone else could react, heads flew up and fell to the ground. Yin Xiang smashed Saint Roseward's mask with a punch, grabbed his face and pressed him against the wall of the auction hall. Many reporters saw this scene and raised their cameras and Den Mushi to capture it. People were shocked when they saw this scene. He even dared to kill celestial dragons? You. What do you want to do? Saint Roseward obviously didn't expect that the man in front of him would dare to attack him after knowing his identity. Is this a live Den Mushi? Yin Xiang looked around, then came to a Den Mushi while carrying Roswald Saint and asked. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Although the reporter was very scared, he still said bravely, this is a precious picture. Hold it still, don't shake it. Yin Xiang smiled at the reporter who was almost scared to death, and reached out to straighten his Den Mushi. Listen up, fellow celestial dragons, fellow 5 elders, fellow marines. It's best not to let celestial dragons appear in front of me, or I'll kill them one by one. Yin Xiang said, and in front of Den Mushi, she crushed Saint Roswald's head. Advertisement. Although Sengoku also saw this live broadcast, he didn't dare to send 3 admirals to Sabaody's archipelago again. What if this guy really killed them all this time? It would be a loss. Also, the celestial dragon named Charlos who died in the holy land of Mariajoy was also killed by me. There was no special reason, I just didn't like celestial dragons. If the world government and marine make me unhappy one day, I will go to Mariajoy and kill all the celestial dragons. That might be fun. After Yin Xiang said this, he crushed the live Den Mushi. Seeing this, the reporters around also fled in panic. Everyone who watched the live broadcast stared at the TV in front of them with their eyes wide open and their mouths open. They were all speechless and very quiet. Until a moment later, they actually cheered. Unexpectedly, what Yin Xiang did this time actually earned him a large group of fanatical fans. For a time, celestial dragons, world government and marine all lost their prestige. Perhaps no one will be afraid of celestial dragons anymore. This guy must be dealt with. People on the street also stayed away from Yin Xiang and others when they saw them. The bald 5 elders shouted angrily, I want to follow in Master Yin Xiang's footsteps, I want to join Master Yin Xiang's pirates. Lord Yim called. On the way back, Yin Xiang was still wondering if the 3 admirals would come together to beat him up. Then he could kill time and play with them. But until Yin Xiang and the other 3 returned to the coding shop, they didn't see any marine. You guys watched the live broadcast too? Yin Xiang asked with a smile. After everyone around him ran away, Yin Xiang took the 3 women into the auction house. At this time, the people in the auction house were unaware of what was happening outside and were still auctioning with great interest. This is so cool. The 4 of them looked at it for a while, but found none of it interesting, so they left. You were so brave, but after waiting for a long time, no call came. Seeing Yin Xiang coming back, the workers coding the ship were so scared that they sped up their work. This guy is so handsome. Advertisement, they actually killed the celestial dragons right in front of the live stream. Some were happy, some were sad. The 5 elders who saw this live broadcast smashed the TV. Yeah. Madara nodded and pointed to the large screen next to it, which was the screen dedicated to live broadcast. What a joke. How dare you be so arrogant. That Den Mushi is for I am Sama only. Blue blue blue, last time, they were really convinced. They knew too well that they could never be their opponents. If they went there now, they would just die. Besides, it was the Saint Roseward who had offended Yin Xiang first, otherwise Yin Xiang would not have paid any attention to him. For that kind of thing, it doesn't matter how many there are. Yin Xiang waved his hand. Sengoku's desk has also been replaced with a new one, and he is now staring at the phone on the desk that contacts the 5 elders, waiting for the 5 elders to call and question him. Although he knew that something happened in Sabaody's archipelago at this moment, Sengoku did not send the marine from Sabaody's archipelago there, and the 3 admirals did not mention going to Sabaody's archipelago. At this moment, the Den Mushi nearby rang. The 5 elders were startled and looked at the Den Mushi. The Emperor-killing pirates are really strong. This is Doflamingo's auction house, and as expected, the items being auctioned are also human slaves. I was the one who killed the celestial dragons in Mariajoy, so now it's your fault, Indra said with a smile. The expressions of the other 5 elders weren't very good either. Over in Sengoku's office, everyone was silent. Then let Sengoku, let Garp go, let Sora go. We must kill this guy. What a show. Madara said after seeing Yin Xiang coming back. Sengoku was a little confused about the situation and was ready to be scolded. But 3 admirals have been there before and returned empty-handed. 7 Chapter 251 Uranus, Pluton, Invincibility, Vegapunk? Blue blue blue, blue blue blue. The Den Den Mushi that Sengoku had been waiting for a long time finally rang. Sengoku did not hesitate this time and immediately answered the phone. It's Sengoku. Evacuate all marines in Sabaody Archipelago immediately, Seiden Shang said to Sengoku. Evacuate? What do you mean? Sengoku was also stunned when he heard it. We will launch a devastating attack on Sabaody Archipelago. The entire Sabaody Archipelago will be wiped out from the map. You have 1 hour to evacuate the marine. Seiden said and hung up the phone. After Sengoku recovered, he immediately called the marines stationed in Sabaody Archipelago. As for the residents on the Sabaody Islands, they are probably beyond rescue. An hour is not enough for them to evacuate. Moreover, if the residents move, Yin Xiang and others will realize that something is wrong and leave with them. Although he was dissatisfied with this practice, Sengoku was also helpless. After receiving Sengoku's order, the marines stationed in the Sabaody Islands also began to retreat secretly. At the same time, a huge black shadow was gathering towards the Sabaody Islands. Yin Xiang also sensed the dangerous aura at the first moment and looked up at the sky with a frown. After entering Sage mode in an instant, Yin Xiang also sensed the situation of the entire island. The place where the marines were stationed was very chaotic, and countless marines were fleeing the Sabaody Archipelago by boat. And there is a very dangerous smell in the air. It seems that he is not taking action, but planning to use a big move. Yin Xiang smiled in his heart, and at this time he also remembered that Yimu used some kind of weapon to destroy an island and wanted to kill Sabo. It seems that she intends to use this weapon here and let herself and others die here, even if it means sacrificing the innocent people of the entire island. What's wrong? Sensing the natural energy around them constantly enveloping Yin Xiang, Madara and Indra hurried to Yin Xiang and found that Yin Xiang was looking up at the sky. The world government is planning to sink the entire island, so I'm going to deal with it, Yin Xiang said. I'll go, said Madara. I'll go. Yin Xiang thought about it, but he had no idea what the weapon was, and he couldn't guarantee that Madara could handle it, so he would feel more at ease if he went by himself. After saying that, Yin Xiang flew high into the sky. Advertisement. When Yin Xiang arrived high in the sky, he saw a huge black shadow in the clouds. It looked like a ship, but not a ship. It seemed to be gathering something and could be launched at any time. It seemed to be waiting for the marine to retreat. Is this thing Uranus? Yin Xiang thought as he looked at the black shadow. After seeing IM take action in the anime, everyone speculated that it was Uranus. Some people speculated that it was a weapon made by Peregrine, and some people speculated that it was IM's fruit ability. Yin Xiang passed through the clouds and found that it was indeed a spaceship. It was all black with a glittering hull. Under the hull were beams of laser-like things, forming a huge sphere. If it was dropped, the entire Sabaody Archipelago would be smashed into pieces in an instant. Thinking of this, Yin Xiang decided to go to Sky Island and was determined to get the Thunder Fruit. If it is a devil fruit, you will definitely know it. Nani. From the appearance, it looks like Pluton. After all, it is a ship, but from the attack method, it does not look like Pluton. After all, this thing is not a cannonball. Uranus is said to be able to control the weather, so this thing cannot be Uranus. Crocodile also nodded and said nothing. IM stood up from the throne incredulously and thought to himself. IM, who saw this scene through the ship's surveillance Den Den Mushi, also sat on the throne with his eyes wide open and stunned. Isn't there still one day? Vivi asked. Take me with you, Crocodile also said. Although she saw Yin Xiang appear there, she didn't think Yin Xiang had the ability to destroy her ship. Even if she did, it would take time. At worst, she could release the cannonballs in advance and sink Saboody's archipelago. It didn't matter even if the marines were implicated. Everything has been handled. There shouldn't be any more trouble. If there's any more trouble, I'll go to Mariajoy and kill them all, Yin Xiang said with a smile. Thunderfruit seems to be a very good fruit. That is, it is a combination of Pluton and Uranus, but compared with the real Pluton and Uranus, its power is not as good. What exactly is that power? Impossible. The ship was smashed into pieces, and the falling debris and the entire ship were blown away by Yin Xiang's Shinra Tensei. Advertisement. Vegapunk created a pseudo-Uranus using the same method used to create Pluton. Super. Shinra Tensei. Yin Xiang stretched out his hand, and the power of Shinra Tensei was directly increased to the maximum. An invisible barrier spread out from Yin Xiang's body, instantly shattering the sphere under the spaceship, and then the scattered lasers attacked the hull like raindrops. Devil Fruit. He has mastered the control of lightning attribute chakra very well, and he doesn't need to make hand seals to use lightning style, so Yin Xiang doesn't need Thunder Fruit. The store owner was scared and wanted us to leave quickly, so he worked overnight, Crocodile said with a shrug. Even the explosion of the cannonball that had already condensed could not get close to him. Huh? Okay. After hearing the main text of history, Robin also became interested. Isn't this much more interesting than shopping? Enel, Sky Island. But giving this fruit to Madara or Indra, or Vivi and later Nami is also a good choice. The membrane coating is done, we can go now. At this time, Crocodile came over and shouted. The next moment, the surveillance Den Denmushi was also shattered, and the entire huge ship was directly blown into outer space. Maybe one day, Enel wandering on the moon will see the fragments of this ship. Don't worry, I want to go somewhere, so let's stay in Sabaody for another day. Yin Xiang looked at Crocodile and said. What's wrong? Kagaya ran over and asked as soon as Yin Xiang landed. Robin, come with me, let's go and take a look at the main history of Sky Island. Yin Xiang then looked at Robin and said. After dealing with the ship, Yin Xiang returned to the surface. Now the world government would not dare to cause trouble again, and the residents of Sabaody Archipelago would not know that the Yin Xiang they feared had just saved Sabaody and their lives. There is only one possibility left, but she really didn't expect that Yin Xiang just raised her hand lightly, and her boat was completely shattered in an instant. Chapter 252 Blackbeard Pirates, take me with you, Crocodile also said. Go where it's cooler. Yin Xiang rolled her eyes at Crocodile and said. Then he took Robin away and walked into the commercial street. What are we doing here? Robin asked while holding Yin Xiang's arm. Come and buy an eternal pointer to Guy Island. Sky Island is just above Guy Island, Yin Xiang said. Robin nodded upon hearing this and walked into a shop with Yin Xiang. Welcome. The boss was originally smiling when he saw the Itachi business, but when he saw Yin Xiang, he suddenly got goosebumps and trembled all over. Why did this guy come? Isn't this the Yukong Yin Xiang? The 5 emperors, the one who dared to kill even celestial dragons? Do you have an eternal pointer from Guy Island? Yin Xiang asked the boss while standing at the door. Yes. The boss nodded quickly and then ran away. Hey, what are you doing? Yin Xiang saw the boss running towards the back door and hurriedly called him. Is he that scared? Yin Xiang shouted, and the boss also stopped immediately. I'm just here to buy a perpetual pointer, you hurry up. Okay. The boss nodded quickly, then turned around, rummaged through boxes and cabinets for a while, found the eternal pointer to Gaia, put it on the table, and ran out the back door. Never mentioned the matter of collecting money. Haha. Robin couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh when he saw this. Hey, I am their savior after all. Yin Xiang couldn't help but smack his lips upon seeing this. He picked up the recording pointer and left with Robin. Since he didn't want to take the money, Yin Xiang certainly wouldn't give it to him either. After getting the recording pointer, Yin Xiang made a flying dragon out of clay at the door, and then took Robin and rode the flying dragon away to Guy Island. It's just that although Yin Xiang remembered that Enel was on Sky Island and that there was gold and historical texts on Sky Island, he seemed to have forgotten that Luffy and the others' destination after leaving Alabasta was Sky Island. He's taking his girlfriend out for some fun again, Madara said, smacking his lips as he looked at the small black dot in the sky that was leaving at a very fast speed. What's wrong, are you envious? Indra said from the side. Advertisement, envy. What's the use of women? They're just a burden. Madara rolled her eyes and said. That's not right. You wouldn't exist without women. Besides, can you beat my grandmother? Indra said to Madara, pointing at Kagaya not far away. Madara was a little unsure for a moment. Although he had learned hockey now, that woman was stronger than the Sage of 6 Paths after all. He was not sure if he could be her match. After an afternoon of flying, Yin Xiang and Robin arrived at the port of Gaia. To be on the safe side, Yin Xiang transformed himself into someone else, otherwise it would cause a sensation and he would be very annoyed. As luck would have it, just as Yin Xiang put away his flying dragon and changed his face, an acquaintance appeared in front of him. He was a big and strong man with a face full of stubble and protruding teeth, some of which were missing. He wore a white shirt on his upper body, but because he was too fat, the shirt couldn't cover him. He was holding a bottle of wine in his hand and there were several people following him. Isn't this Blackbeard Marshal Teach? And his original crew? Lafayette, Poison Q, Vanoka, and Badgers. Several people were preparing to leave Guy Island. They passed by Yin Xiang and Robin, who were still chatting about something. Blackbeard laughed. Hey! Yin Xiang turned around and shouted to Blackbeard. Blackbeard stopped laughing and turned to look at Yin Xiang with a puzzled look on his face. His crew members also looked at Yin Xiang and Robin. Hey, is this guy calling me? Blackbeard said to Yin Xiang. Yes. Yin Xiang nodded and walked forward. Dark fruit is also a very good fruit. Is there something wrong? Blackbeard looked at Yin Xiang and asked. The smile on his face disappeared, because Yin Xiang's behavior and expression did not look very friendly. Yes, I want your devil fruit, Yin Xiang said with a smile. After saying this, Lafayette and the others' faces changed, and they all took out their weapons and pointed them at Yin Xiang. Badgers even punched Yin Xiang, and Blackbeard took 2 steps back. Badgers punched at him. Yin Xiang stretched out a finger and steadily caught the punch. What? Bahas was also shocked when he saw this. The next moment, the scene in front of him changed. Why are the surroundings spinning? Bump. Advertisement. It wasn't until Badgers saw his own body that he reacted. So, my head fell off, Badgers thought to himself, and then he lost consciousness. Badges. Blackbeard was shocked to see that Badges was killed instantly, and Fanoka immediately shot at Yin Xiang. Bump. Yin Xiang tilted his head to avoid it. Before Fan Ao Ka could fire his next shot, Yin Xiang disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in front of Fan Ao Ka and punched him with an uppercut, sending him flying. To the cloud, it turned into a small black dot and never appeared again. Dark water. Upon seeing this, Blackbeard immediately reached out his hand and used dark water on Yin Xiang, trying to suck Yin Xiang over. In his eyes, Yin Xiang must be a fruit ability user. As long as he can catch him, he will be finished. Universal pull. Seeing this, Yin Xiang stretched out her hand and used universal pull. The next moment, Blackbeard's feet left the ground and flew towards Yin Xiang, who grabbed his neck. Huh? Blackbeard looked at Yin Xiang, staring at her with a puzzled look on his face. Why was I the one who was attracted and attacked? Isn't this nonsense? Yin Xiang didn't say anything else. He used universal pull to suck an apple from the side, held it in his hand, and then broke Blackbeard's neck. Seeing this, Lafayette and Poison Q also ran away without any hesitation. After a moment, the apple in Yin Xiang's hand turned into a devil fruit. There is a chance that the devil fruit will be reborn on the nearest fruit nearby, and Yin Xiang's luck value has long been max. No matter how many people with special abilities he kills, as long as he has fruit in his hand, the devil fruit will definitely be reborn in his hand. The Magic Valley town on Guy Island was originally a gathering place for pirates, and they were no strangers to such battles between pirates. However, seeing the devil fruit in Yin Xiang's hand naturally aroused their desire. Although I don't know what kind of fruit it is, devil fruit is worth at least 100 million. Suddenly, all the pirates in Mogu town surrounded Yin Xiang and Robin. Chapter 253 Enel and Luffy. Thus, the town of Mogu disappeared from Guy Island. Is it a bit too much? Robin said as he looked at the bloody branch behind him. As they surrounded her, countless branches suddenly grew out of the ground around her, and then more branches suddenly appeared, piercing the bodies of everyone in Mogu town. The houses collapsed in an instant, and the entire Magic Valley town was suddenly flooded with blood. Yin Xiang took Robin and walked out of the Magic Valley town leisurely. When it came out, an apple rolled to Yin Xiang's feet and then turned into a devil fruit. After checking with the modifier, it was found to be a spring fruit. It seemed that Bellamy had been killed as well. They're just pirates, Yin Xiang said, putting the two fruits into his own space, and then the branches behind him returned to the ground, leaving only blood and uneven land. It was when he saw Blackbeard that Yin Xiang remembered that this was the first time Blackbeard and Luffy met here, and the two had a quarrel over the Sakura peach pie. As for Luffy, everything he eats is delicious, but the Sakura peach pie from Magic Valley Town is so unpalatable that he can't even eat it. But Blackbeard just likes this Sakura peach pie. Luffy really likes the drinks in the store, but Blackbeard hates them. It can be said that the two people were destined to be enemies from the very beginning. At this moment, Luffy might be on Sky Island, but since they are already here, Yin Xiang must go up. After taking Robin to read the main history text, he kills Enel and takes his fruit away. Sky Island is right up here. After bringing Robin to an open space, Yin Xiang looked up and said, "You may be a little short of oxygen after taking you up to an altitude of 10,000 meters. It's okay." Robin nodded. "You are here, you will definitely find a way," Robin said with a smile. "That's for sure." Yin Xiang also smiled proudly, then pulled Robin up and flew together into an altitude of 10,000 meters. After breaking through the clouds, a beach really appeared in front of them. Yin Xiang landed on it immediately, and then used medical ninjutsu to treat Robin, who was almost fainted from lack of oxygen. In an instant, Robin returned to normal. This is Sky Island. After Robin recovered, he looked around and said, "I didn't expect that there is actually a piece of land 10,000 meters above the sky." Advertisement. This island seems to have been the other half of Guy Island, pushed up by the rising ocean currents. It was formerly known as Golden Incense, and there was a lot of gold here. Are you talking about the story of Pinocchio? Robin looked at Yin Xiang puzzledly. Yes. Yin Xiang nodded. It turns out that person is not a liar, Robin suddenly realized. This is the Bye-Bye Sea. People on Sky Island will grow a pair of small wings. Occasionally, pirates will enter Sky Island. They call us Qinghai people, which means the sea below. There are still humans on Sky Island. Robin was also surprised when he heard this. Of course. You know so much about this. Have you been here before? I have been here before. Yin Xiang nodded. I will take you to find the historical text first, and then I will go to see someone. Yin Xiang said as he turned on Sage Mode again and locked onto the location of the Golden Bell. There was still a fight going on over there. It seemed that Luffy and Enel were fighting. Yin Xiang immediately took Robin to Shangdora and Abahado and found the location of the Golden Bell. Below the Golden Bell was the main text of history. You stay here and watch, I'll be back soon, Yin Xiang said to Robin. Okay. Robin nodded obediently, and then Yin Xiang left and came to the center of Arpayado. At this time, there was a ship in the air, which was Enel's Arc Maxim. It seemed that the battle between Luffy and Enel was coming to an end. In Yin Xiang's perception, Nami was still on the ship. Although her clothes were dirty, she did not suffer any substantial damage. It seemed that she fell by herself. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Enel waved the golden scepter and released a Thunder Dragon at Luffy. The Thunder Dragon went straight through Luffy's body and hit the wall behind Luffy. Luffy himself was confused. Did you dodge it? 100 million volts. Discharge? Enel turned into lightning and instantly appeared in front of Luffy. Then he stretched out his hand and slapped Luffy to ensure that his attack would hit. Advertisement Luffy's body was also covered in lightning, but it did not cause any damage at all, and it annoyed Luffy. Have you had enough fun yet? Luffy stretched out his arms and shouted. Enel also instantly returned to his previous position, opened his mouth wide, and looked at Luffy in disbelief. At this moment, Enel's style of painting completely collapsed. Luffy's rubber physique not only makes him immune to Enel's attacks, but he can also hit Enel, who is a thunderbolt. He is simply the natural nemesis of Enel and can knock Enel away with one punch. Although Enel had the hard net, he never thought that Luffy could hit him, so he had no intention of hiding. This time he suffered a great loss and was directly knocked out, spitting out blood and rolling on the deck of the Arc Maxim. Enel turned into lightning and stood up quickly. I see, but I won't let you hit me again next time. Enel is also a smart guy. After discovering that lightning has no effect on rubber, he turned his golden scepter into a steel fork through lightning metallurgy, intending to stab Luffy to death with the steel fork. Luffy also rushed forward and used the rubber machine gun, but as expected, Enel dodged all of them and stabbed Luffy's head with a fork. Fortunately, Luffy dodged quickly and jumped back to land not far away. Just when Luffy was having a headache, Yin Xiang appeared in front of Luffy. Hey, Yin Nuo. Why are you here? Luffy shouted at Yin Xiang. FK. Laozi's name is Yin Xiang. What's Yin Nuo? Yin Xiang turned around and looked at Luffy speechlessly and said, this guy and I have a personal grudge. I'm here to deal with him. Leave him to me, you guys go. Personal vendetta. But I also promised Uncle Bird Riding and the others that I would beat this guy to death, Luffy shouted. Enel was also confused when he heard Yin Xiang's words. He had never seen this guy before, so how could he say that he had a personal grudge against him? It's the same if I help you beat him up, Yin Xiang said. No, I must beat him up myself, Luffy shouted. Okay, in that case, let's play rock paper scissors, and whoever loses goes. Yin Xiang turned around and said. With the ability to predict the future, how could Yin Xiang lose? Chapter 254 The Gold Thief. It's a deal, Luffy shouted, extending his hand. You two are treating me like I don't exist. Enel looked at what the two were doing and said, 30 million volts, Thunder Beast. After saying that, Enel waved his scepter and released a Thunder Beast towards Yin Xiang. It couldn't shock the rubber, so could this person be incompetent? Boom. Yin Xiang stretched out his hand, and a strong beam of lightning came out from his hand. After swallowing the Thunder Beast, it directly hit Enel. Nah. Knee. Enel's head was buzzing after being electrocuted. As a lightning being, he actually felt the pain brought by lightning. How could this be possible? I'll deal with you later, so shut up first, Yin Xiang said without even looking at Enel. Now Enel felt numb all over his body, something he had never felt before. So amazing. Nami stood on the deck not far away and looked at Yin Xiang and said, why can Yin Xiang also use that ability? Stone. Scissors. Cloth. Luffy and Yin Xiang shouted in unison. Kesu. I lost. You should accept the defeat and leave now, Yin Xiang said to Luffy. I understand. Luffy nodded, then pulled Nami and jumped directly off the boat. With his rubber balloon, they would be fine even if they fell. Enel also resumed his action at this time, looking at Yin Xiang with a serious face. Yin Xiang searched around and found a plate of fruit on the boat and picked up an apple. Advertisement Enel frowned and looked at what Yin Xiang was doing, a little confused. What exactly do you want to do? I want your devil fruit ability, that's all, Yin Xiang said, and prepared to rush towards Enel. After putting away the proverb, Yin Xiang returned to where Robin was. In order to mobilize these funds, the underground market put in a lot of effort. The entire underground market was busy as crazy before finally collecting more than 500 billion before dark. After a lot of trouble, Crocodile finally brought back a bunch of big boxes full of gold with 20 little cannon fodders. Of course, it's our home. Yin Xiang hugged Vivi and said, when we get back, we will turn the desert in Alabasta into an oasis and add a river to make Alabasta more beautiful. After Enel's death, the Arc Maxim lost its power and fell to the ground. Yin Xiang immediately put the Maxim into his own space. After all, there was a lot of gold on it, which could be exchanged for a lot of money. I think there's no need for that, Yin Xiang said and waved her hand. Enel's head flew up and Enel had no time to react. Yin Xiang said as he took Vivi back to Alabasta's room using Flying Thunder God. After walking out of the room, he took Vivi and jumped onto the roof. The next moment, the entire sky of Alabasta was covered with dark clouds, and lightning flashed with a loud bang. The reason why Yin Xiang did not accept Enel was naturally because he considered that it would be better to give the Thunder Fruit to someone he trusted rather than accepting a guy who might betray him at any time. I will send this money to Alabasta someday so that Alabasta can develop well. Why would you still be pirates if you have this much money? You're rich enough to rival a country now. Let's just go back and rest. Crocodile called on the little cannon fodder to carry the money onto the boat and shouted happily. Although Crocodile was also stunned for a moment, he didn't say much. Yin Xiang had so many secrets that he was no longer surprised. Then let's go. Yin Xiang also nodded, and then did the same thing as usual, smashing the main text of history with a punch, and then put the golden bell into the space. In the moment of being in the mind net, he thought of countless ways to dodge, but without exception, all of them would result in being killed. Yeah. Yin Xiang nodded, then picked up Robin and started searching for gold on Sky Island with Robin. Yin Xiang would naturally not be like Luffy, who would just take a little and leave. All the gold on Sky Island, as long as Yin Xiang found it, no piece could escape. Madara and Indra were not interested in money. Vivi was also shocked when she looked at the sky. Before Vivi could react, raindrops fell from the sky. Advertisement. That's just a small problem. Yin Xiang waved his hand and smiled. During the Ninja World War, Yin Xiang had already learned the ninjutsu of the kid named Yoda, which allowed him to control the weather. A heavy rain was no big deal. I'll take you to make it rain in Alabasta. When Robin and Yin Xiang returned to Sabaodi's archipelago, when Yin Xiang put large and small pieces of gold in front of Crocodile, he was so happy that he seemed to fly, and without saying a word, he took the gold to exchange for money. The apple in Yin Xiang's hand also turned into the appearance of a thunderfruit and was put into the space by Yin Xiang. Now Yin Xiang already has thunderfruit, spring fruit and dark fruit. I'm afraid that's impossible. Alabasta is still very large. Although my father has always wanted to turn Alabasta into an oasis, he is powerless, and Alabasta is also subject to perennial drought, said Vivi. It records the location of Poseidon, Robin said, it's on the Fishman Island we are going to next. We're rich, ha 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 ha, Crocodile walked in the front and shouted excitedly. Wait a minute, in Enel's heart network, he had already seen himself being killed by one blow, and hurriedly raised his hand and shouted. At the same time, Yin Xiang was already in front of him, with his hand ready to take out Enel's heart. How is it? Have you finished reading it? Yin Xiang appeared beside Robin and asked. You don't have to kill me, I can join you, Enel said. I'm not interested. Yin Xiang shrugged and said, and if you want to say it, you will tell me naturally. You have to understand clearly that this is my money, not yours. Yin Xiang waved his hand, and more than 500 billion disappeared out of thin air in an instant. How much money was exchanged? Vivi asked in disbelief as she looked at so many boxes. It scared everyone. Aren't you curious about what's written on it? Robin looked at Yin Xiang and asked. Yeah. Robin nodded. 500 billion. 534.5 billion, ha 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 ha, Crocodile shouted happily. He had never seen so much money in his life. Really? Vivi was also very happy to hear that. It was reassuring to let Crocodile exchange it for Yin Xiang. After all, he knew the value of the gold better than himself. Chapter 255. Transforming Alabasta. Vivi was also shocked when she looked at the sky. Before Vivi could react, raindrops fell from the sky. Then the raindrops soon turned into a heavy downpour. Yin Xiang took out an umbrella from the space and used it to block herself and Vivi's heads. Oh my god, this is amazing, Vivi said in surprise as she looked at the heavy rain in the sky. It's raining heavily, oh my god, it's finally raining hard. Alabasta. It's raining heavily, Cobra, Bell and Jacka also ran out of the palace, and were very excited as they were caught in the heavy rain. Let's go and plant the tree. Yin Xiang jumped down from the palace with Vivi, and then Cobra and the other two saw them. It's Princess Vivi and the others. Bell pointed at Yin Xiang and Vivi who fell into the desert and shouted. Cobra also hurriedly took a few steps forward and looked at the two of them. Super. Tree World Descent. After Yin Xiang entered Sage Mode in an instant, he slapped his hands on the ground and used Tree World Descent. With Yin Xiang and Vivi as the center, countless saplings began to grow in the desert of Alabasta, and in an instant they became towering trees. This is. Cobra and others stared at the desert with wide eyes, they were already terrified. Vivi was also shocked, and the umbrella in her hand fell to the ground unconsciously. Earth Style. Earth Flow Wall. Yin Xiang then used Earth Style to open up a channel in front of him that led directly to the sea. Seawater quickly poured in and filled the entire channel. Yin Xiang has several Earth Styles, and the whole of Albania is surrounded by a circle of sea. Then Yin Xiang used Wood Style to create a bridge leading to the interior at the door. The entire Alabasta turned into a large oasis in an instant. With these trees, it won't be long before Alabasta becomes a fertile land. Oh my god. Cobra sat down on the ground and watched all this in disbelief. All of Alabasta, all of it, advertisement a whole country. In just a moment, a desert turned into an oasis. This is simply incredible. It turns out that person really has the power to change the world? Is there anything missing? Yin Xiang looked at Vivi and asked. This is scary enough. Vivi shook her head. After all, it is quite dangerous to enter the Fishman Island, and it will be troublesome if the bubble of the boat breaks. He looks very arrogant, but I don't know if he can still be so arrogant when he sees Yin Xiang now and is completely dominated by Yin Xiang unilaterally. After explaining everything clearly, Yin Xiang left Cobra and the others who were looking at the 400 billion in confusion, and took Vivi away from Alabasta and returned to Sabaody Archipelago. Of course he didn't appear out of thin air. At this moment, a voice was heard, and the 5 elders trembled all over. Imdu quickly stood up from the throne and knelt in front of it. Okay, go inside, go inside. Cobra nodded repeatedly. This is not the villain of Alabasta, this is the pure savior of Alabasta. At the same time, Yim and the 5 elders were also in an uproar. Is it you? Yin Xiang smiled and said, go inside, I have something to give you. Ah, yes, that's right. Cobra nodded repeatedly. He was no longer emotional at all. Seeing how good Yin Xiang was to Vivi and how powerful she was, Cobra wished he could hand Alabasta over to Yin Xiang right now. But Sengoku didn't dare to call and ask. Lord Kamisato, I shouted. What's the big deal? It's all for building Vivi in my country, Yin Xiang said with a smile. When Cobra saw Yin Xiang and Vivi, he quickly got up from the ground and asked, did you do all this? At this moment, a young man suddenly appeared on the throne. It was Kamisato Toshikazu. Cobra made a 180-degree turn in his attitude and walked in front to lead Yin Xiang. Advertisement, or will they both lose? But, if it were them, could they defeat Kamisato-sama? Lord Yim, actually, we have already investigated. These people first appeared in Logue Town. Before that, there was no trace of them at all, and we don't know where they came from. There is no sign of their growth in Logue Town. It's like they appeared out of thin air, Saint Satan said helplessly. Marine was also a little confused. Why was there still no response after so much time had passed after everyone had evacuated? The 5 elders didn't dare to speak. They didn't even have the qualifications to speak, let alone look up at Kamisato Rikyu. I let him in here accidentally. Let me handle it from now on. Don't interfere anymore, Kamisari Rikyu said while sitting on the throne, supporting his head. Yes. Yimu lowered his head and said, so that's how it is. It turns out that they're from other worlds just like Kamisato-sama. No wonder their powers are so strange. We are going to New World next and we probably won't be back for a while, so you guys better take good care of yourself. If there is anything you can't handle, you can call me, do you understand me? Yin Xiang said to Cobra. The 5 of them were so frightened that they immediately crouched down, and no one dared to speak. After entering the palace, Yin Xiang also put out all the boxes. Here is 400 billion, left for you to build Alabasta. I hope you can make good use of this money. If it is not enough, I will give you more later. As long as it is used for national construction, you can spend it as you like. 400 billion, yeah. Yin Xiang nodded and touched Vivi's head. Then I'll go back after I give the money to your father. It's time to prepare to go to New World. Then Yin Xiang took Vivi to the platform of the palace. I understand. Cobra nodded repeatedly. The things that could not be handled could not possibly involve the world government or the marine celestial dragons. Where did that guy come from? Find out all his previous information for me. Yim shouted at the 5 elders kneeling under the throne. How can people appear out of thin air? Stop talking nonsense. Slapped the throne and shouted to the 5 elders. By then, can I seize the opportunity to take back my own time world? Is it too much? Cobra said tentatively. Yeah, Vivi nodded. The 400 billion scared Cobra and his friends. You know, their entire country might not be able to raise 400 billion now. After a day of hard work, it was already evening, and everyone decided to rest for another day in Sabaody Archipelago before continuing on their journey. Chapter 256 Bald Sea Monster in Karakan. But, if it were them, could they defeat Kamisato-sama? Or will they both lose? By then, can I seize the opportunity to take back my own time world? Yes, just like Yin Xiang before, I am also had his world taken away by Kamisama Riwa. The difference is that Yin Xiang is only one step away from ruling the Hokage world, while Yimu has already completed his rule over this world. But not long after I ruled the world, Kamisama Riwa suddenly appeared. His powerful strength beat her so hard that she couldn't even raise her head, but he didn't kill Instead, he let manage the world for him. On the surface, the world is divided into hundreds of countries, each with its own king. Every 4 years, a world summit is held to decide the future direction of the world. In reality, it is the celestial dragons that control World Summit. The celestial dragons are just shields, and the 5 elders are the ones who rule over the celestial dragons. Few people know of the existence of the 5 elders. But even so, the 5 elders are just shields, and behind them is Yim sitting on the void throne. She is an existence unknown to anyone except the 5 elders. And behind her, the ones who truly control this world are Kamisato group. The seemingly simple world is actually very complex, very complex, far more complex than you know now. After saying these words, Kamisari Rikyu left quietly. Knelt for 5 minutes and still didn't hear Kamisari Rikyu speak before he was sure that he had left. Then he raised his head and sat back on the throne. You've heard it too. We should not be concerned about Yukong Yinjiang's affairs. Let the Marines from Sabaody go back. Yim said to the 5 elders, you can go down as well. Yes. The 5 elders said in unison and then left. After leaving the 5 elders breathed a sigh of relief. Facing was already stressful enough, but they didn't expect Kamisari Riwa to show up. Advertisement, I haven't seen him for hundreds of years, but he's still as imposing as ever, even stronger. As soon as they heard Kamisato Rikyu's voice, the 5 elders recalled the horrific scene when the 5 of them were almost beaten into a pulp. It was a memory they never wanted to experience again in their lifetime. The next morning, Yin Xiang and others began to board the ship, and the house Yin Xiang had lived in before was naturally burned down. This fire seemed like a launching ceremony, attracting many people to watch. Everyone stayed far away and watched Yin Xiang's boat open its coating and sink to the bottom of the sea. The moment the ship sank to the bottom of the sea, the residents of Sabaody Archipelago also breathed a sigh of relief. The plague god was finally gone. Little did they know that the plague god they thought of had just saved their lives yesterday, and they knew nothing about the marine evacuation. Wow! The boat actually went into the sea. Vivi ran to the bow and exclaimed as she looked at the scene around her. Be careful, don't fall out, Kagaya said to Vivi like an old mother from behind. After all, the lively Vivi is still very likable. I know, Sister Kagaya. Vivi also ran to Kagaya with a smile, hugged Kaguya's arm and said coquettishly. You are such a spoiled little devil, no wonder Yin Xiang likes you so much. Kagaya also smiled helplessly. The little cannon fodders also looked at the scene around them, were very surprised, and started to make a noise. You'd better keep your voices down. When the ship gets down there we might encounter sea kings. Your noises will attract the sea kings to attack our ship, and then we'll be in big trouble, Robin said to the little cannon fodders. The little cannon fodders immediately shut up after hearing this. With Yin Xiang and the others here, nothing can go wrong, Crocodile shouted with a smile and lit a cigarette. Wouldn't it be better if nothing happened? Robin looked at Crocodile unhappily. Robin was mainly afraid of alarming Poseidon's sea kings. It was said that their bodies were so huge that they could not be described as incomparable. If the sea kings as big as a mountain collided with them, even Yin Xiang and the others would find it difficult. That's what Robin thought. I didn't expect the sea to be so vast and have so many strange marine creatures, Madara said with his arms crossed, looking around. Advertisement. These things look much more strange than those in our world. I don't know if they taste good or not. Indra also nodded. The ingredients in this world seem to be very good, Yin Xiang said. Let's try a few. Be careful not to break the bubbles. Leave it to me. Madara nodded, then jumped out of the bubble. In no time, he killed several strange-looking fish and threw them back into the boat. Deal with these and have a fish feast today. Yin Xiang pointed at the fish on the ground and said to the little cannon fodder. Yes. Lord Yin Xiang. The little cannon fodders answered quickly and then got busy. This was the first task given to them by Yin Xiang and they had to complete it beautifully no matter what. Yin Xiang. Look at that. At this moment, Vivi shouted to Yin Xiang from the bow of the boat. Yin Xiang also came to Vivi's side immediately. What's wrong? Look, what a big octopus, Vivi said, pointing to a place not far away. They were already very deep under the sea. Fortunately, the boat was equipped with lights, otherwise it would be pitch black and it would be easy to bump into it. Yin Xiang looked in the direction Vivi pointed, and sure enough, he found a gigantic octopus. Yin Xiang was also familiar with this thing. It was the octopus named Kurakan that Luffy and his friends had taught a lesson when they came to the Fishman Island. When Luffy and his friends started fighting with the new Fishmen pirates, Kurakan also appeared, but when he saw Luffy and his friends, he ran away instantly. Do you like it? I'll catch it for you as a pet, Yin Xiang said to Kulakan, who seemed to be sleeping at this moment. How can it be a pet if it's that big? Vivi was also speechless. I just have never seen such a big octopus before. It feels very strange. How did it grow so big? This is what the creatures under the sea look like. There are even bigger ones than this one. Look over there, Robin said, pointing not far away. A huge figure appeared. People? Is that a human figure? Vivi shouted in surprise. That guy is a bald sea monster, a fishman, I guess. He's coming towards us. Indra, leave him to you. Yin Xiang turned around and shouted to Indra. Got it. Indra nodded, then stood on the edge of the boat, waiting for the bald sea monster to come closer. Kurakan. At this moment, the bald sea monster shouted and woke up Kurakan. Kulakan twisted his body for a while before noticing the ship in front of him. He roared and prepared to attack. Chapter 257 Arrival at the Fishman Island. Roar. Kurakan roared, and its two tentacles rushed towards the boat. Indra's figure instantly disappeared from the boat and appeared in front of Kurakan. She drew out a kunai from her sleeve, covered with wind attribute chakra, and directly cut off Kurakan's two tentacles. Roar. Kurakan also roared, and was visibly panicked. Before he could make the next reaction, Indra's figure disappeared in front of him again. When Indra appeared again, all 8 of its tentacles had fallen off. Yin Xiang also used wood style to make a palm and grabbed all 8 tentacles of Kurakan onto the boat. Add more food, more food. Yes. Lord Yin Xiang. You be ************. Seeing that his little pet had lost the ability to move, the bald sea monster punched Indra, and the wind from his fist caused the surrounding sea water to surge. Amaterasu. Indra's ability is also Amaterasu, it's clear. Indra's eyes turned into Mangekyo, and he used Amaterasu on the bald sea monster. Black flames ignited on his fists, which immediately made him feel extremely painful and stopped his attacks. The flames are burning in the sea. Robin and the others were confused. How could this be possible? But it did happen before their eyes, and it was black flames. Amaterasu is a ninjutsu that can burn everything. If left unchecked, this sea will be burned to ashes by Amaterasu, Yin Xiang said with a smile. Of course, this also requires sufficient chakra. It's so hot. The bald sea monster floundered in the sea and hugged Kurakan tightly, and Kurakan also started to burn. Roar. 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 Kulakan seemed to be saying, You be *****************, let lousy go. As the man and the beast howled in pain, they soon turned into ashes. Indra immediately stopped Amaterasu and returned to the ship. It stinks. Madara waved his hand and said, It's the body odor of that bald sea monster. Indra also nodded. After dealing with the 2 guys who suddenly appeared, Yin Xiang and others continued to dive deeper, and soon they saw the Fishmen Island wrapped in bubbles. At the same time, 3 fishmen appeared behind a reef where Yin Xiang and others left, looking at the direction they left with serious faces. Advertisement. It seems that a group of extraordinary people have come to the Fishmen Island, said the leading fishman. He is Hammond, a member of the new Murloc pirates and one of Hodie's men. They have been guarding the entrance to the Fishmen Island for a long time, attacking humans, destroying the bubbles of human ships, and forcing them to become slaves of the new Fishmen pirates. He originally wanted to watch the bald sea monster and Karakan finish them off, but he didn't expect them to kill the 2 by themselves, and they could also make the flames burn in the seawater. No matter how you look at it, it's not a simple thing. That's the Fishmen Island, it's wrapped in bubbles, won't the bubbles burst? Vivi said, looking at the Fishmen Island. They are all fishmen, so it doesn't matter even if they are broken, Robin said. That's true. Vivi was stunned, then nodded. Soon the boat approached the Fishmen Island. The moment the boat touched the bubbles of the Fishmen Island, the bubbles on the boat were swallowed up by the bubbles covering the Fishmen Island, and then the boat fell into the sea surface in the Fishmen Island. Bump! With a loud bang, stirring up surging waves, the pirates landed on the Fishmen Island. The fishermen playing on the shore were a little scared when they saw the pirates' flag, and they quickly hid behind the rocks and secretly watched Yin Xiang. Mermen can be sold for a lot of money. Crocodile smiled as he looked at the mermen. We are not the voice of human trafficking. Yin Xiang looked at Crocodile with disdain and said. Crocodile also shrugged, indicating that he would not do it. When Yin Xiang and others' boat docked and everyone got off the boat, many fishmen soldiers fell from the sky on bubbles, and some of them ran towards Yin Xiang and others and surrounded them. This Fishmen Island is quite welcoming. Madara twisted his neck, ready to kill everyone. At this moment, another group of people came from the air, along with some exaggerated sedan chair-like things. Looking up, they were the 3 princes of the Fishmen Island. I am the Prince of Dragon Palace City, Sharkstar. What is the purpose of your coming to the Fishmen Island? After coming down, Sharkstar looked at Yin Xiang and others and said. Advertisement. On my way to New World, passing by. If the other party had no ill intentions, Yin Xiang would naturally speak nicely. Don't worry, I won't do anything to the Fishmen Island. You are. Sharkstar looked at Yin Xiang, frowned, and then took out a stack of wanted posters. The first one was for Yin Xiang. After seeing the 4.5 billion reward for Yin Xiang, Sharkstar's face changed drastically. After seeing this, Flipstar and Emperor Star were also shocked and their faces changed drastically. Whitebeard, who is now nominally guarding the Fishmen Island, only has 5 billion bounties, which is the same as it was back then. Now that he has entered his old age, his strength has also declined. The man in front of him is so young, but he already has a bounty of 4.5 billion. His true strength is probably more than. The Fishmen Island has a plague god coming down here. You really won't do anything to the Fishmen Island? Sharkstar looked at Yin Xiang and asked tentatively. Of course, as long as you, the Fishmen Island, don't get in our way. Yin Xiang nodded. We'll leave after the record pointer is full. I hope so. Sharkstar also nodded. If you mess around on the Fishmen Island, we will fight with S*X. Before Sharkstar could finish his words, Yin Xiang appeared in front of him, with a kunai already against his neck. I don't like being threatened, so you'd better hold back what you're going to say. It was not until Yin Xiang finished speaking that the people behind Sharkstar reacted, and Sharkstar was already sweating profusely from fright. If you attack the Fishmen Island, the Whitebeard pirates will not let you go, Flipstar shouted to Yin Xiang. Don't you know that my pirates group is called the Killing King Pirates? I will kill as many old guys as Whitebeard come. Yin Xiang laughed disdainfully. The Rollover Star didn't know what to say for a moment. I understand. Sharkstar nodded. As the eldest brother, you are still sensible. Yin Xiang put away the kunai, patted Sharkstar's shoulder and smiled, then returned to his previous position. Go back to Dragon Palace City. Sharkstar then waved his hand and left with the Fishman soldiers, returning to Dragon Palace City. I thought we were going to fight. Madara spread his hands helplessly. We can't kill everyone on every island we go to, Indra rolled her eyes. Okay, let's find a place to rest first, and then walk around the island after dinner. Robin, come with me, Yin Xiang said to everyone. Chapter 258. Kamisato Rikyu's defeat. Okay, let's find a place to rest for a while, and then walk around the island after dinner. Robin, come with me, Yin Xiang said to everyone, and then left the port with Robin. The reason I took Robin away was naturally to go and read the main history of the Sea Forest. Soon Yin Xiang brought Robin to the Sea Forest, where there was indeed a historical text. Robin was very excited to see the historical text and ran over immediately. Yin Xiang sat aside waiting for Robin. He also knew that the main text of the history recorded things about Joy Boy and Joy Boy's confession. As for what the specific confession was, Yin Xiang didn't know and was not interested. I think this is the best place for you and me to fight. Just when Yin Xiang was sitting leisurely, a voice was heard from the side, and Yin Xiang turned around to look. Yin Xiang was not surprised when Kamisato Toshikazu walked out of the woods. After all, when Yin Xiang was using magic to search for the historical text, he had already sensed the presence of Kamisato Toshikazu. This guy will come one day. His own pirates group has been making quite a fuss lately, and he must have noticed it. Were you the one who ordered I am to fire that shot? Yin Xiang said to Kamisato Rikyu while sitting on a rock. How could I possibly think that thing could kill you? Kamisato Dashikazu also knew that Yin Xiang's strength was very much recognized by him, otherwise he would not have kept persuading Yin Xiang to become the manager of the Hokage world. That's right. Yin Xiang nodded. From Kamisato Rikyu's answer, it can be heard that I am indeed Kamisato Rikyu's man. It's time to settle our issues. Now that you have come to this world, I will no longer persuade you to go back. I will kill you here. Kamisari Rikyu walked up to Yin Xiang and said. Robin also noticed the situation here, but she didn't care. After all, in Robin's eyes, Yin Xiang was absolutely ridiculously strong. With a loud bang, the ground collapsed. The combination of freak strength, max power and armament Hockey's fists is no joke. You're not going to say something cliché like the Kamisato clan won't let me go, are you? Don't be ridiculous. If I were afraid of the Kamisato clan, I wouldn't fight you. But you still have a chance. If you tell me everything about the Kamisato clan, I will let you go. Advertisement. The moves made by the two just now seemed extremely simple, but their observation Hockey had predicted at least thousands of future situations, and Kamisato Rikyu was at a disadvantage every time thousands of times. Kamisato Rikyu did not dare to relax, and immediately controlled his body to fall to the ground. Sure enough, Yin Xiang attacked, and Kamisato Rikyu immediately raised his hand to block it. Kamisato Rikyu was floating in the air, and before he could make a move, Yin Xiang had already arrived in front of him and kicked him upwards. Kamisato Rikyu used observation Hockey to avoid Yin Xiang's attack, but was directly knocked over by Yin Xiang's kick. They still maintained the same posture as before, no one moved, no one spoke. Maybe you could have done it before, but now, you are probably no match for me, Yin Xiang said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Kamisato Rikyu also frowned, and then in the blink of an eye he came in front of Yin Xiang and stretched out his hand towards Yin Xiang's head. However, according to his observation, Yin Xiang's head had already moved before he could do anything. You have to know that Kamisari Riwa is a genuine person from the two-dimensional world. He doesn't have any system or modifier. If he wants to learn Conqueror's Hockey, it will take a long time. Snap. Bump. Kamisato Riwa said nothing, but Yin Xiang jumped down from the rock. I'm not going to let you go, since you came to me on your own. Do you understand? Yin Xiang and Kamisato Rikyu looked at each other. The distance between them was only 10 centimeters. Observation Hockey and armament Hockey are fine, but why does this guy even know Conqueror's and Conqueror's entanglement? The next moment, Yin Xiang appeared above Kamisato Rikazu, and launched another attack that covered Conqueror's Hockey. He stepped on Kamisato Rikazu's back, stomping him hard into the ground, and then grabbed Kamisato Rikazu's hair and lifted his head up. After a moment, Kamisato Rikyu stood up and took a few steps back. He had already realized from his previous attack that since the other party's observation Hockey was stronger than his, he probably would not be his opponent. After all, his every move could be seen through, so what was there to fight for? After Kamisato Rikyu rolled a long distance, a mouthful of blood spurted out. It was unknown how long it had been since Kamisato Rikyu had been beaten and his blood gushed out. Not fighting anymore? Yin Xiang looked at Kamisato Rikyu and smiled. Advertisement. There are still many things you don't know. You've had enough fun. Are you mentally prepared for what's next? Yin Xiang said to Kamisato Rikyu. You used to think you were invincible and could defeat me with the Conqueror's Hockey, but now I'm stepping on you. How do you feel? Yin Xiang smiled as he looked at Kamisato Rikyu, whose face was covered in blood. He would never have imagined that Yin Xiang's Conqueror's Hockey would become the best in the world in just a few days. Damn it. Kamisato Rikyu gritted his teeth, opened a passage and prepared to escape. Yin Xiang appeared in front of him in an instant, with Conquerors wrapped around his fist, and knocked Kamisato Rikyu out with a long-range punch. After saying that, Kamisato Rikyu immediately jumped back, and Yin Xiang indeed appeared where he was just now, punching the ground. As far as he knew, it was impossible for him to come into contact with Conqueror's entanglement in the first half of the Grand Line. Could it be that this guy figured it out on his own? Isn't this guy too outrageous? You guy. How come you were able to practice Hockey to this level in just a few days? Kamisato Rikyu looked at Yin Xiang in confusion. There was a collision, followed by the sound of broken bones. Kamisato Rikyu's bones were broken directly by Yin Xiang. He fell back with his right hand disabled. You dare to kill me, Kamisato clan. Yin Xiang's punch was just to scare him. This B************** D had scared him enough before, and he had to scare him back no matter what. What? Kamisato Rikyu was shocked. He didn't expect that the opponent's observation Hockey was so strong, even stronger than his own. There was no longer the calm look on Kamisato Rikyu's face as before. Now he was extremely panicked, and his panic was visibly visible to the naked eye. Now his eyes were full of disbelief. If Yin Xiang hadn't sensed Kamiri and dodged in time to remove the force from the fist, with just that one punch, the entire the Fishman Island would have been doomed to cease to exist in the world. Boom. This completely stunned Kamisato Rikazu. Chapter 259 Overview of the Kamisato clan. You're not going to say something cliché like the Kamisato clan won't let me go, are you? Don't be ridiculous. If I were afraid of the Kamisato clan, I wouldn't fight you. But you still have a chance. If you tell me everything about the Kamisato clan, I will let you go. Yin Xiang said and let go of Kamisato Rikyu's head. Would you like to consider it? The situation is completely reversed from what it was before. You're dreaming. I won't tell you any information about the Kamisato clan, Kamisato Toshikazu said. Kamiri Rinka's fear value. 70%. Although Kamisato Rikyu said that, Yin Xiang understood through the modifier that this guy was scared to death. Are you sure? Yin Xiang said, and then he stomped his right arm to pieces, turning it completely into a bloody mist, with the bones shattered without leaving any residue. Ah! Kamisato Rikyu also let out a long roar towards the sky, and the sound was so heartbreaking. Robin was also distracted by the voice. She turned around to look at Yin Xiang and was shocked to see the miserable look of Kamiri Riwa. Then she continued to study her history text. Kamiri Riwa's fear value. 100%. The fear value instantly soared to 100%. He was sure that Yin Xiang really dared to kill him and was not just trying to scare him. Next is this. Yin Xiang raised his foot and aimed at Kamisato Toshikazu's left arm. I'll tell you, I'll tell you, I'll tell you. Kamisato Rikyu sensed the miserable state he would face next with his observation haki, and shouted quickly. Yin Xiang's feet also stopped in midair, then he put them down, grabbed Kamisato Rikazu's head, turned him over, and made him look at himself. Go ahead. Yin Xiang then let go of his head, sat next to him and said. The Kamisato clan. There are 8 people in the Kamisato clan, including me. The other 7 went to more distant worlds. Because I was the weakest, they handed these worlds to me and left. They haven't come back for 400 years. Kamisato Lihei calmed down and said to Yin Xiang. Advertisement. Which world did you go to? Yin Xiang nodded and asked. I don't know. After they left, they never came back. Kamisari Toshikazu shook his head. Where is the world you manage now? The previous ninja world, the current world of the Pirates era, the world of basketball, the Holy Grail, magic, and so on. There are a lot. Kamisato Riki said hurriedly. Yin Xiang had not expected that the Kamisato clan's hands extended so far. Not only did they want to get involved in some hot-blooded anime, but also some daily life anime and romance anime. Listening to what Kamisato Rikyu said, the general meaning is that the entire two-dimensional world is already under their control. Now for him, the only variable is himself, so he has been chasing Yin Xiang everywhere recently. That's very strange. Where did the other members of the Kamisato clan go? Could it be that they have transcended the two-dimensional world and entered the real world? This thought made Yin Xiang feel a little overwhelmed. Could it be that? Could it be that she still had a chance to return to the real world? If that's really the case, then it's ridiculous. In other words, in addition to the power of this world and the ninja world, you can also use the power of other worlds? Yes. But with Conqueror's Haki, especially with Observation Haki, the power of other worlds doesn't seem so powerful. Kamisari Riwa nodded. Oh, I see. Yin Xiang nodded. Then what is your ability to travel through time and space? Yin Xiang asked afterwards. Although Yin Xiang had already learned it when Kamisamachi Riwa used that ability for the first time, he was still very curious. That was taught to us by our clan leader. I can't really explain what it is specifically, said Kamisato Toshikazu. What's the clan leader's name? Yin Xiang asked afterwards. Kamisato Kamiya, said Kamisato Toshikazu. He really is a man who answers all the questions he knows. Yin Xiang couldn't help but laugh. This guy is really timid. I didn't really see it when I couldn't beat him before. Advertisement. Upon hearing this, Kamisato Riki didn't know what to say. Maybe he was too arrogant before. I'm asking you, with my current strength, can I defeat your clan leader? If it was 400 years ago, maybe it could be possible, but now, I don't know how powerful the clan leader is. After all, the world they live in is very powerful, and the clan leader and his men must have become even more powerful. How can you be sure they are not dead, since you said that the power in that world is very strong? The clan leader has implanted a spell in each of us, Kamisato Toshikazu said, biting the clothes on his left arm with his teeth. There were many clan emblems of the Kamisato clan on his arm. Each clan emblem represents a member of the clan. If the clan emblem disappears, it means that the member is dead. Kamisato Rikyu looked up at Yin Xiang and said. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiang placed his hand on the clan emblem, trying to sense the other party's position. There was some chakra reaction, but other than that, there was no other feeling. I can't feel it. Kamisato Toshikazuya shook his head and said, for 400 years, I have tried to sense their location every day, but there is nothing. It can be seen that Kamiri Rikyu also misses his tribesmen very much. Maybe if I kill you, they will appear, Yin Xiang said with a smile. Kamisato Riwa was also stunned when he heard this. Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me? Don't worry, I'm a very reasonable person, Yin Xiang smiled. In fact, Yin Xiang originally had no intention of letting Kamisato Rikyu go, but if he killed this guy now, it would attract other members of the Kamisato clan, and it would be nonsense if he couldn't deal with them. Now I have 6 modification points. There are 7 people left in the Kamisato clan except Kamisato Rikyu. I only need to save 1 more modification point, and I can control the Kamisato clan at will. So before this, Yin Xiang was not planning to kill Kamisato Toshikazu. From now on, you must stay by my side and can't go anywhere, Yin Xiang said, and sealed Kamisato Riki's chakra flow, and then placed a restriction on him. If he left the distance of 5 meters from Yin Xiang without Yin Zhang's consent, or disobeyed Yin Xiang, he would explode and die. This can only be accessed with chakra, so now Kamisato Riwa can only control it according to Yin Xiang. There is nothing he can do. Kamisato Rewa held it in for a long time, but really couldn't say a word. Chapter 260 Neptune, you. Kamisato Rewa held it in for a long time, but really couldn't say a word. I've finished looking at this. Robin walked over and said. Well, I'm done here too. Yin Xiang nodded, then used wood style to make a collar and tied it around Kamisato Rikazu's neck, pulled out a rope, and led Kamisato Rikazu like a dog. Kamiri Rewa gritted his teeth but dared not say anything, otherwise if this kid killed him he would be left with nothing. A gentleman takes revenge. Even 800 years is never too late. When my brother and father came back, they insisted on chopping up the Yin Xiang and eating it raw. Holding Kamisato Riki, Yin Xiang transformed into a flying dragon, and then took Kamisato Riki and Robin out of the sea forest. The main historical record this time is a confession from a man named Joey Boy, but it doesn't tell you exactly what he was confessing, which makes it a bit confusing, Robin said on the flying dragon. Yin Xiang also nodded and said nothing. Soon the three of them returned to the boat and landed. Hey, who is this? Madara saw Yin Xiang holding Kamisato Riki's hand, and walked over and slapped Kamisato Riki on the head. You. Kamisato Riki looked at Madara viciously, but he couldn't do anything to him. If it were in the past, if this Uchiha Madara dared to do this, he would definitely stuff his head into his stomach. Oh my, you still have a temper? Madara pulled Kamisato Rikyu's nose and laughed. Why did you bring this guy back? Where did he come from? Indra also came over and asked. Sea Forest, I don't know where he caught up with me. Let's lock him up in the boat and keep him for now. Yin Xiang handed the rope to Madara and said, leave a shadow clone, be careful, and guard him yourself. Don't worry. Madara nodded, then left with Kamisato Riki. I'll go see if there's any record pointer for New World. Crocodile waved his hand and left with Mr. One. Don't cause trouble, Yin Xiang shouted at Crocodile. I know. Crocodile nodded, looking like he had eaten shit. Was he someone who could easily cause trouble? Advertisement, boss. It's time for dinner, the little cannon fodder shouted on the boat. Yin Xiang also nodded and then took everyone to eat. I didn't expect that this sea creature tastes so good, especially the 8 tentacles of Karakan. I didn't expect the taste to be so delicious. It seems that living for a long time does not necessarily mean that the meat will become old. It is also possible that Karakan is not very old. After dinner, Yin Xiang also planned to take Kagaya and others for a walk, but Kagaya was not interested in these, so Yin Xiang had to take Robin and Vivi with them. Vivi was very interested in the merman. She pointed at the mermaid and told Yin Xiang how beautiful it was along the way. The shops on the Fishman Island are actually not much different from those on land, except for some slight differences in food. Other clothing stores, weapon stores, prop stores, etc. are all the same. The three also met Crocodile in the prop store, who had just bought a record pointer and was going out. We've left food for you on the boat, Yin Xiang said after seeing Crocodile. Yeah. Crocodile nodded. However, this record pointer has been saved, we can go directly to it, should we leave directly? Let's wait a little longer. Yin Xiang looked up at Dragon Palace City and then said. Now that I'm here, how can I not take Shirahoshi with me? Okay, let's go back first. Crocodile nodded, then left with Mr. One. Do you want to take Poseidon? Robin looked at Yin Xiang and asked. Poseidon. I guess so, but just by the way. Yin Xiang thought for a while and said, taking Shirahoshi away means taking Poseidon away. At the same time, people in Longgong City were discussing the matter of Yin Xiang. He fought with a human in the sea forest? Neptune asked after hearing Sharkstar's report. Yes, both of them seemed very strong. It didn't look like they fought much, but it seemed like they fought for a long time. I couldn't understand their fight. But he just threw a random punch and a big hole appeared on the ground. Sharkstar nodded. When he went to see it, he was also confused. I always feel like their conversation seems to be very powerful, but I can't understand it. Advertisement, also, a woman he brought with him read the historical text of the sea forest and seemed to understand it. Sharkstar continued. Nani. Neptune's eyes widened when he heard this. He could actually understand the historical text. Then the purpose of their coming to the Fishman Island might be Shirahoshi. No, not necessarily. After all, the news they received before was that they were going to the New World. If they were going to the New World, they would indeed pass by the Fishman Island. Moreover, even if they could understand the historical text, they might not have seen the historical text about Poseidon. Is it possible to let them help Shirahoshi, father? Rollover Star asked Neptune. For many years, Shirahoshi has been harassed by Vanderdecken, with all kinds of weapons flying in every day. But they couldn't find Vanderdecken's location at all, and had no way to deal with him. As a result, Shirahoshi was trapped in that iron house and could not come out. Neptune was hesitant and very conflicted. This is indeed a good opportunity to help Shirahoshi out of trouble, but it may also harm Shirahoshi. But change your mind. Shirahoshi's true form is Poseidon. If the other party's goal is really Poseidon, then it will be impossible for him to harm Shirahoshi. At that time, Shirahoshi will also be free, which is better than being trapped here all the time. He immediately gritted his teeth, slapped the chair, and made a decision. I will go find him myself. After making the decision, Neptune brought the three princes down from Dragon Palace to look for Yin Xiang. We came all the way to the commercial street and landed from the air. When the mermen saw Neptune and the three princes coming, they quickly made way for them to land. What a big mermaid. Vivi exclaimed after seeing Neptune. She originally thought that mermaids were male and all mermaids were beautiful beauties, until she came to the Fishman Island and found out that there were also male mermaids. I didn't expect Neptune to come to me on his own. Yin Xiang also laughed in his heart. He was originally thinking about how to go to Longgong City with a legitimate reason. You must be Mr. Yukong Yin Xiang, I am Neptune. Neptune came in front of Yin Xiang and said, the outrageous height difference made him seem very majestic. Chapter 261. The appetite is really big. You must be Mr. Yukong Yin Xiang, right? I'm Neptune. Neptune came in front of Yin Xiang and said, the outrageous height difference made him look very majestic. I'm the king of the Fishman Island. It's me. Yin Xiang nodded. What's the matter? Seeing Yin Xiang's reaction, Neptune was also stunned and a little at a loss. He didn't expect Yin Xiang to behave so harmless. Just say whatever you want to say. Don't be shy. Yin Xiang looked at Neptune and said. It's like this. Neptune hesitated for a moment, but decided to speak directly. I want to ask you for a favor about my daughter, Shirahoshi. Wow, a mermaid princess? She must be very beautiful, Vivi said after hearing it. Of course, princesses are all beautiful, just like you. Yin Xiang looked at Vivi and said. Vivi's face also turned red. So, what happened to Shirahoshi? Yin Xiang looked at Neptune and said. Isn't this just delivering it to your doorstep? Ding, mission released. Capture Shirahoshi, successful capture reward. Modification points x2. It was also at this time that the modifier released the task, and it was directly 2 modification points, so this Shirahoshi must be met. After getting these 2 modification points, Yin Xiang had 8 modification points, and could directly wipe out Kamisato de Shikazu, and then wipe out the Kamisato clan. Why don't you come with us to Dragon Palace City? I will host a banquet for you there, Neptune said. Okay. Yin Xiang nodded. Do you want to take them with you? Robin asked Yin Xiang. Forget it, let them stay on the boat by themselves. Yin Xiang waved her hand and then got on Neptune's sedan chair and went to Dragon Palace together. The Dragon Palace City is indeed much more luxurious than the ones below. Everywhere looks high-end and classy. This is the underwater city in Yin Xiang's mind. Advertisement, oh. But why do you think I can find him? Yin Xiang nodded and said. Halfway through his words, Yin Xiang also remembered that this was the case. What on earth is this person thinking? I am a survivor of Ohara, so I can understand. Robin also nodded. She can now reveal her identity without restraint, because with Yin Xiang around, no one in this world can hurt her. Just tell me, as long as I can do it. Neptune looked at Yin Xiang seriously and said, it seemed that he really wanted to kill Vanderdecken. Neptune and the other 3 were stunned when they heard this. They were waiting for Yin Xiang to make a request, but they didn't expect Yin Xiang to say such words to them. The appetite is really big. I see. Yin Xiang nodded. I can indeed find him. Neptune and the 3 princes were a little panicked by the tapping of their fingers, fearing that Yin Xiang Lion would open his mouth too high. How about this? Yin Xiang looked up at Neptune. I heard that you guys on the Fishman Island have always wanted to go to land. I'll take you there, help you rescue Shirahoshi, and help you deal with the debris on the Fishman Island. I'll make sure you have no worries on land, and there won't be people buying and selling fishmen anymore. However, Yin Xiang and the others had just finished their meal and didn't have much appetite now. This smile also made Neptune and the 3 princes shudder. Just for a fruit that they were not sure whether they could get, they had to kill the 4 emperors. Why? Because I like his devil fruit. Yin Xiang smiled. Yin Xiang also looked at Whitebeard's flag, and suddenly the flag turned into pieces. As long as he doesn't provoke me, I won't attack him, but if he is dissatisfied with me taking the Fishman Island from him, he will disappear from this world, you understand? This guy is too arrogant. Shirahoshi has been locked in his room for many years and cannot go out. But we can't find where that guy is. So I want you to help me. Join your army. But, Neptune looked at the gate of Ryugu Castle, where the flag of Whitebeard was still hanging. What he said was exactly what they had always hoped for, and what Princess Odahime had always hoped for. Advertisement, it's like this. My daughter Shirahoshi was touched by a guy named Vanderdecken IV when she was little. That guy had the ability of the target fruit. Anything he threw would hit Shirahoshi 100%. At first it was just some flowers and corals, and later it turned into swords and axes. Until now, he throws a few axes at her almost every day, which has threatened Shirahoshi's life. I know what you're worried about. This time I can help you rescue Shirahoshi first. After I go to the New World and kill Kaido, you will know my strength clearly. Then you can consider whether to join my team or not. Kaido. Kaido of the Beasts. Why did you want to kill him? Neptune asked curiously. And I will move the entire the Fishman Island directly up there, so that you can have your own home and don't have to stay on someone else's island. Can you really understand the text of history? Neptune suddenly asked. Because this is your first time coming to the Fishman Island, but you can immediately find the location of the historical text, so I think you must have some ability. When Neptune said this, he looked at Robin. Not only did he not ask for anything, he also helped them? Of course I want to bring the Fishman Island under my control and make it my country. Now Alabasta is also my country. In the future, all countries in the world will belong to me, Yin Xiang said with a smile. Yin Xiang tapped his hands rhythmically on the table and thought for a moment. Yeah. Yin Xiang nodded and looked at Robin. But, what on earth are you doing this for? Neptune asked in confusion. And they thought Yin Xiang would ask for some money or something as compensation, but they didn't expect that he would ask for his own country directly. Then what benefits will I get if I help you? Yin Xiang then looked at Neptune and said. They are not like Luffy, who can eat another 20 kilograms after being full. Ohara. Neptune was also surprised after hearing this, and then nodded in understanding. I see. We just had dinner. I see your sincerity. What is the specific trouble? Yin Xiang looked at Neptune and asked. Following Neptune and the others, they came to the palace hall, where a sumptuous meal had been prepared, with everything available. At this time, Whitebeard had not been in trouble, and the Fishmen Island had not been touched by BIGMOM, so the supply of the most delicious marshmallow on the Fishmen Island was still sufficient. Neptune was also extremely surprised. He didn't expect that this guy would dare to go against Whitebeard. Chapter 262 Shirahoshi. Anyway, it would be great if we could save Shirahoshi now, Neptune said after hesitating for a while. No matter what, the top priority now must be to save Shirahoshi. Of course. Without further ado, I'll go now. Take me to meet Shirahoshi. Yin Xiang stood up and said. Do you still want to meet Shirahoshi? Neptune said hesitantly. Of course, I have to sense where the thing attacking her is coming from. Yin Xiang nodded and said seriously, actually, she just wanted to see how big Shirahoshi is. How big? Okay. Neptune thought about it again and then stood up. I'll take you with me. Yin Xiang nodded and then headed to Shirahoshi's bedroom with Robin and Vivi, with the other three following behind them. By the way, don't waste this food. Pack it up and send it to my crew members. Frugality is a good virtue in my hometown. Yin Xiang suddenly said halfway through the walk. Ah, okay. Neptune was also embarrassed, then nodded and quickly arranged for someone to do it. Soon the three of them arrived at Shirahoshi's door. Vivi covered her mouth when she saw the countless axes at the door and the axes stuck on the door. If it was herself living here, she couldn't imagine such a life. At this moment, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. Everyone looked and saw an axe spinning and rushing towards this side, about to hit the iron gate. Yin Xiang waved his hand casually, and a bolt of lightning appeared, directly splitting the axe into pieces, which turned into powder and dissipated in the air. This move also shocked Neptune and others. This power is a bit too strong. Then Yin Xiang waved his hand again, and all the axes at the door of Shirahoshi's room turned into dust. Open the door, don't worry, I'm here. Yin Xiang turned around and said to Neptune and the other two. Neptune also nodded blankly, then called the soldiers to open the oversized iron door of Shirahoshi's bedroom. Wow! The moment the door opened, Vivi also exclaimed. Advertisement: there was a huge pink mermaid lying on a huge bed, wearing only pink underwear and two straps. It was very beautiful, but it made people unable to help but look at other places. It's so big! Vivi exclaimed. It's really big. Yin Xiang nodded dully. Are you two talking about the same thing? Robin said with a frown. Of course. Yin Xiang said immediately. Father. You, who are they? Shirahoshi turned around and saw that it was Neptune. He sat up from the bed happily. To the surface of the sea. Shirahoshi was visibly happy when he heard this. Can we really go to the surface of the sea? Yin Xiang then realized that Shirahoshi first appeared after Luffy and others returned from 2 years of training. At that time, Shirahoshi was only 16 years old. Change Shirahoshi's age to 18. Yin Xiang then had an idea and used the modifier to change Shirahoshi's age to 18. Of course, I will help you deal with Vanderdyke and IV, and then take you on a trip on the sea. Do you want to go? Yin Xiang nodded. It's hard to imagine how Princess Odahime gave birth to a Shirahoshi as big as this. Shirahoshi also nodded. What does it have to do with helping me? Shirahoshi asked in confusion. I grew your body in advance to make it easier for you to get ashore. Don't worry, there won't be any other impact. Yin Xiang looked at Shirahoshi and said, and she couldn't help wiping her nose, fearing that she would bleed from her nose. After all, the moment Shirahoshi's lower body turned into a human, Yin Xiang had seen everything she should and shouldn't have seen. What's wrong? Do I want you all to see my abilities? Yin Xiang said to Neptune and others. Well, anyway, just keep your word. Yin Xiang said after a pause. This illusion comes from the fact that in the modern world, a word is as heavy as 9 tripods. Shirahoshi and the others definitely don't know this. Vivi and Robin looked at each other, shook their heads and sighed, then left the room with Neptune and the others. Shirahoshi's body suddenly grew bigger, and the 2 huge cannonballs became more proud. The fishtail gradually turned into 2 white and tender thighs, which were very long and very white, simply killing all women in seconds. Hello. I'm Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi also nodded and greeted everyone, very politely. Just tell me whether you want to or not. If you want, I can definitely take you up there. Yin Xiang stared into Shirahoshi's eyes and said. Advertisement? Neptune and the others were obviously stunned. Neptune and the others hesitated for a moment, and finally withdrew. Shirahoshi, please cooperate well. This is Yukong Yin Xiang. Neptune said. Yeah. Shirahoshi nodded. After growing legs, if you go into water, it will turn back into a tail. 14 years old. Shirahoshi was stunned for a moment, but his father said that he should cooperate well, so he should cooperate well. I do. Shirahoshi thought about it and nodded. Really? Thank you so much, Lord Yin Xiang. Shirahoshi looked at Yin Xiang happily and shouted. Nico Robin. Vivi and Robin also said, "How old are you this year?" Yin Xiang looked at Shirahoshi and asked. "I'm Vivi. I can't control it, I really can't control it." "One word is as good as gold. What does that mean?" Shirahoshi asked in confusion. "But father probably won't agree," Shirahoshi said hesitantly. "Of course, I always keep my word," Yin Xiang nodded. "Lord Yin Xiang. What do you need me to cooperate with?" After the door was closed, Shirahoshi looked at Yin Xiang and asked. "You're so polite. Okay, you guys can go out first." Yin Xiang then turned around and said to Neptune and the others. "So, do you want to become 18 years old now?" Yin Xiang looked at Shirahoshi and smiled. She could use a modifier to turn Shirahoshi directly into 18 years old, which would make it easier for her to commit crimes. "They are here to save you. Once they find that Van Dedekin, you can get out later." Neptune looked at Shirahoshi and said happily. "You fishmen, can you grow legs after you turn 18? Yin Xiang asked while sitting on the edge of Shirahoshi's bed. "Ah. What's going on?" Shirahoshi blushed immediately and was very flustered. Then he quickly grabbed the quilt and covered himself. And because they had just turned into human legs, they were not wearing pants. Chapter 263. Vander Decken is killed in seconds. But, Lady Yin Xiang, you saw everything. My mother once said that if one day my tail turns into legs, no man can look at it casually. Shirahoshi said shyly with a red face. "I will take responsibility, are you willing?" Yin Xiang looked at Shirahoshi and smiled. "I." Shirahoshi's face suddenly became even redder, almost as if blood was dripping out. Open black lens bracket. Shirahoshi's favorability. 80%. Close black lens bracket. It was also at this time that Shirahoshi's favorability towards Yin Xiang's sword. After all, it seemed that Yin Xiang had come to save her, and she was very gentle and always met her wishes. "It's hard not to like it. I was just kidding. Don't worry, I had my eyes closed just now," Yin Xiang said with a smile. Shirahoshi also breathed a sigh of relief. Open black lens bracket. Shirahoshi favorability. 85%, close black lens bracket. Such a joke that made Shirahoshi's heart jump up and down made him feel more favorable towards Yin Xiang. "Okay, wait for me here, I'll be back soon," Yin Xiang said and stood up. "Don't forget our agreement." "Yeah." Shirahoshi also nodded. Then Yin Xiang opened the door and walked out, closing the door behind him. "What's going on?" Neptune came over and asked. "I already know his location, you guys wait here, I'll be back soon." After saying this, Yin Xiang flew out. Neptune and others were also shocked. How could this person fly out directly? After leaving the sight of Neptune and others, Yin Xiang went directly to the nose arc outside the Fishman Island. In Yin Jiang's memory, Vander Decken IV was hiding on the nose arc outside the Fishman Island. Bump. Yin Xiang broke through the bubble of the Fishman Island and landed on nose arc. There was a loud bang and the plywood was directly crushed. Advertisement, huh. Vander Decken, who was hiding on nose arc, was also stunned. Then he walked out with bubbles covering his body. Seeing Yin Xiang in front of him, he was also confused. Because he had been hiding here, he could not receive news from the outside world in the first place and had no idea who Yin Xiang was. "Who are you?" Vander Decken looked at Yin Xiang and said. Now in the sea, Yin Xiang couldn't speak at all and had to hold his breath. After confirming that the other party was Vander Decken, he rushed up, broke the bubble with a punch, grabbed him in the face and pressed him on the deck, knocking him unconscious. Then he used Flying Thunder God directly to return to Robin. "You said he..." Neptune wanted to ask how long it would take Yin Xiang to come back, but before he could finish his words, Yin Xiang appeared. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. There were so many questions that Neptune didn't know how to ask them. "Shirahoshi, everything has been handled." Yin Xiang came in and said to Shirahoshi. "It's strange, what's so charming about Yin Xiang? They've only known each other for a few minutes." "Yes, father." Sharkstar nodded, and then the three of them left with Vanderdecken. "Father." Shirahoshi was obviously a little guilty when he saw Neptune, but he still raised his head. "It was Master Yin Xiang who helped me grow legs. Why can this guy fly? Why can he handle so many things in 10 seconds? Why can he make Shirahoshi grow legs? Shirahoshi has something to tell him. What is it? What exactly is his ability? Fly? Grow legs? Teleport? Cut off arms through the air?" Because I just really want to go to the sea," Shirahoshi said with a blushing face. "Shirahoshi!" Neptune shouted. Neptune knows that Shirahoshi is only 14 years old, how can he have long legs? Completely numb. "Shirahoshi has something to tell you, let's talk about it." Yin Xiang then looked at Neptune and said. Neptune looked at Shirahoshi in surprise, then at Yin Xiang, his mind full of question marks. What? Neptune was even more surprised. How could his daughter say such a thing? "Don't worry, leave Shirahoshi to me, I will definitely protect you." Yin Xiang looked at Neptune and smiled. Advertisement, I want to travel with Lord Yin Xiang. I want to go to the sea, Shirahoshi repeated while looking at Neptune. Seeing this, the three princes had no choice but to have one of them grab his head while the other two grabbed Vanderdecken's legs. He was going to be executed anyway, so losing 2 arms didn't matter. Because at this moment Shirahoshi was admiring his long legs. "Pirates? But the flag protecting the Fishman Island also belongs to the pirates, and I'm not a bad guy, either," Yin Xiang said with a smile. "I didn't say anything. I just asked her if she wanted to go to the sea and I could take her there. Yin Xiang said calmly, as a father, you can't stop your children from pursuing freedom, right? Then Yin Xiang opened the door and took Robin, Vivi and Neptune in. Now there was no threat from Vanderdecken, so there was no need to close the door. But as soon as he set it up, Yin Xiang used the chakra line to directly cut off Vanderdecken's 2 arms. This way, his abilities will be unusable. Yes. Neptune and the 3 princes nodded dully, they were numb now. How powerful is this person in front of me? No. But, why? Neptune was so excited that he couldn't speak. If the conditions were not allowing it, Neptune would definitely be petrified on the spot. No matter what, 10 seconds is too short, right? Robin and Vivi looked at each other in surprise. I want to travel with Lord Yin Xiang, Shirahoshi said firmly while looking at Neptune. Father. Shirahoshi summoned up the courage to shout at Neptune. This shout brought Neptune back to his senses. What's wrong? Neptune's mouth was wide open, the style of the painting was broken, and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. But, this is too ridiculous. How can I allow my daughter to go out with a pirate like you? Neptune said. Then I'll leave it to you. Yin Xiang nodded and threw Vanderdecken to the 3 princes, who immediately lifted Vanderdecken up. Shirahoshi. Neptune glanced at Shirahoshi's bedroom, a little confused, but then nodded, and then said to the 3 princes, take him away first. What did you do to Shirahoshi? Neptune leaned down and whispered in Yin Xiang's ear. He didn't call her you anymore, because the other party was trying to kidnap his daughter. Is it this guy? Yin Xiang picked up Vanderdecken in his hand and asked. Chapter 264 Arrival at the New World, Pirates? But the flag protecting the Fishmen Island also belongs to the pirates, and I'm not a bad guy, either. Yin Xiang said with a smile. This sentence made Neptune not know what to say for a moment. After all, what Yin Xiang said makes sense. Don't worry. Yin Xiang patted Neptune's fishtail and said. Father. Shirahoshi also looked at Neptune with a persistent look in his eyes. Neptune looked at Shirahoshi, then at Yin Xiang, then at Vivi, and finally sighed. Okay, I get it. Neptune finally nodded, but you have to promise me that you must protect Shirahoshi. Don't worry. Yin Xiang nodded. Look, Princess Vivi is here with me, isn't she very happy? Also regarding the Fishmen Island going to the land, do you plan to have the Fishmen Island inside or outside the New World? Yin Xiang said, looking at Neptune. Is there any other choice? Neptune was speechless. Of course. Yin Xiang smiled and said, it doesn't matter where it is. In the first half of the Grand Line, no one dares to provoke me now. In the New World, there are only the 4 emperors. I'm sure you will be worried, so wait until I kill Kaido and let you rest assured. Neptune thought for a moment, then said, then let's go with New World. He also wanted to see if Yin Xiang could beat the 4 emperors. If he got them to the first half of the Grand Line, they would be wiped out by the pirates within a few days. That would be. Okay, let's leave the Fishmen Island now. Yin Xiang nodded and said, Shirahoshi, pack up your things. So soon? Neptune was also very surprised when he heard this. He had said that he would talk more with his daughter in the next few days. It was not easy for his daughter to come out, but she had to leave so soon. Let them talk more. Vivi also shouted while hugging Yin Xiang's arm. Oh, sorry, I was careless. I was in a hurry. Yin Xiang also touched his head and smiled. He really couldn't wait to take Shirahoshi away. After all, Shirahoshi was really tempting. He forgot to take care of the feelings of Shirahoshi and Neptune. Then wait for 2 days, and we'll leave after 2 days. Yin Xiang looked at Shirahoshi and said. Shirahoshi also nodded happily. On the one hand, it was because I could go to the sea with Yin Xiang, and on the other hand, I could have a good chat with my father and brothers. Advertisement: she can also walk around the Fishmen Island. She hasn't looked around the Fishmen Island for a long time, many years. Then I'll pick you up in 2 days. Yin Xiang looked at Shirahoshi and said. Okay, Lord Yin Xiang. Shirahoshi nodded happily. Then Yin Xiang took Robin and Vivi away. The Fishmen Island was where they should go, and they spent 2 days on the boat. During that time, Crocodile's men became a little restless and wanted to catch some mermaids to sell. However, anyone who had this idea was killed directly by Yin Xiang, and the number of people on the boat was reduced by 5, which was not a big deal. With these 5 people taking the lead, no one else dared to have any bad thoughts anymore. Kamisato Riku has been very well behaved these past 2 days. He eats and drinks as he should, and hasn't shown any resistance, but he doesn't talk much. After all, whenever he opens his mouth, he will be ridiculed by Madara. It can be said that Madara has a very poisonous mouth. 2 days later, Neptune and the 3 princes took Shirahoshi to Yin Xiang's ship. Just because of Shirahoshi's reminder, there was no room for her on the deck. This is a bit embarrassing. What should we do? Robin looked at Yin Xiang and asked. Yin Xiang curled his lips, looked at the ship, and then waved his hand. All the cabins turned into pieces with a kua sound. Then Yin Xiang reshaped all the cabins with wood style, and made a huge room for Shirahoshi, leaving a lot of space on the deck. If I had known you were capable of this, why did you use my ship? Crocodile complained upon seeing this. That's right. If you go out to sea with me, you will bleed a little. Yin Xiang laughed, then looked at Shirahoshi. Get on board. Yeah. Shirahoshi nodded happily, then jumped onto the boat. Everyone on the boat stared at her in amazement. Although Shirahoshi was now wearing a long skirt that covered her invincible long legs, Shirahoshi's proud breasts were also very attractive. Let's set sail. Yin Xiang shouted. Oh, everyone also shouted, and then began to get busy, organizing supplies, raising the sails, and raising the anchor, and then the boat started slowly. Bye. Father. Brother. Shirahoshi stood by the boat and waved to Neptune and the others. Advertisement, take care of yourself. Neptune shouted to Shirahoshi. Come back more often. Shirahoshi, Sharkstar also shouted from the side. Don't worry, I can take care of myself. Shirahoshi waved and shouted, and the boat gradually went away. As the boat touched the big bubble on the Fishman Island, a layer of bubbles instantly attached to the boat, allowing Yin Xiang and others to support themselves until they successfully reached shore. So beautiful. Shirahoshi said excitedly, looking at the deep sea outside the bubbles. There will be even more beautiful things when we get to the sea. Vivi also took good care of the new sister and stayed with Shirahoshi all the time. Although Shirahoshi is now 18 years old and older than Vivi, strictly speaking, Shirahoshi is still younger than Vivi. I'm really looking forward to it. Shirahoshi smiled. The mermaid princess is so big. Kaguya, who had never seen Shirahoshi before, exclaimed as he stood next to Yin Xiang. Maybe she inherited her father's genes. Yin Xiang laughed. Kaguya's height was already surprising, and now there's someone even taller. There were so many people on the boat who envied Yin Xiang that they almost went crazy. As the boat slowly rose, the sea surface became brighter and brighter until the boat broke through the sea surface. Bump. With a bang, the hull rushed out of the sea. Bump. There was another sound, and after breaking out of the sea, the bubbles on the boat also burst. This is the new world. Crocodile said while holding a cigar in his mouth while looking at the endless sea in front of him. It's not much different from the first half of the Grand Line, Yin Xiang said while looking at the sea. It's all ocean, the only difference is that the new world is basically the territory of the four emperors. It's more dangerous for ordinary pirates, and for marines, it's a place they can't set foot in. Crocodile nodded. Let's choose a route. Crocodile then raised the recording pointer and said, the pointers of the three routes were swinging slightly, proving that the magnetic force of the island was very strong. Whatever, let's go to an island first, and then see if we can find the eternal pointer to Wano Kuni. Yin Xiang said after taking a look. Chapter 265 Take down Shirahoshi. Whatever, let's go to an island first, and then see if we can find the eternal pointer to Wano Kuni. Yin Xiang said after taking a look. Crocodile nodded upon hearing this, randomly selected a route to the left, then went to find a navigator and sailed in the direction of the selected route. Is this the ocean? Shirahoshi looked at the ocean with excitement on his face. It's just the sea, why are you so excited? Vivi asked puzzledly. To them, the sea was the most boring place, after all, they stared at the sea every day. Because she has never seen it before, Robin laughed. That's true. Vivi nodded after hearing that. At this moment, two dolphins jumped out of the sea and then fell down, but soon they poked their heads out from the side of the boat again, looking at Shirahoshi with silly expressions, as if they were very curious and inexplicably felt that Shirahoshi was very close to them. Chirp, chirp. One of the dolphins made a very pleasant sound and looked at Shirahoshi. Hello. Shirahoshi waved to the dolphin and said, my name is Shirahoshi. Chirp, your name is Fanmo, which is a very nice name, Shirahoshi said with a smile. Can you understand what they say? Vivi said in surprise. Of course. Shirahoshi nodded. That's amazing. I'm so envious. I suddenly miss Kalu a little bit. Vivi said, I wish I could understand what Kalu is saying. Kalu will be happier if he lives with his family. Yin Xiang came to Vivi and said, actually she didn't want to have another duck on her boat. That's true. Vivi also nodded. Those two dolphins look delicious, Yin Xiang said while looking at the two dolphins. Oh, you can't eat them, they're my friends, Shirahoshi shouted hurriedly upon seeing this. The two little dolphins were also startled and quickly dived into the sea. Haha, I was just kidding. Look how scared you are. Yin Xiang couldn't help but laugh when she saw Shirahoshi's reaction. Hate. Although the words were not nice, Shirahoshi's tone and expression were like a spoiled child. Let me show you your room. I'll fill in anything you need, Yin Xiang then said to Shirahoshi. Advertisement, but I still want to see the sea, Shirahoshi said, pointing at the sea. Just go ahead. You can see the sea anytime. You will get tired of it in the future, Vivi said as she pushed Shirahoshi all the way to the door of her room. Yin Xiang also specially made the door here big enough for Shirahoshi to walk in. Okay. Shirahoshi was also half pushed into the room. Vivi gave Yin Xiang a sly smile, as if seeking credit. Well done. Yin Xiang also gave Vivi a thumbs up, touched Vivi's head and praised her. Then Yin Xiang walked into Shirahoshi's room, turned on the light and closed the door. How is it? It's pretty good, right? Yin Xiang said to Shirahoshi after coming in. It's really nice. Shirahoshi nodded, but the color is a bit monotonous. Yes, the whole room is the color of wood. Although it is pure natural and pollution-free, it is still too monotonous for girls, especially when compared with Shirahoshi's previous pink room, the gap is huge. It's made rather hastily. When we get to the next island, I'll have someone paint your room, said Yin Xiang. Thank you, Lord Yin Xiang, Shirahoshi said with a smile. Don't call me sir, it seems so distant, just call me Yin Xiang. That's not good, Shirahoshi said hesitantly. What's wrong with that? Yin Xiang said with a smile. I asked them to put together a few mattresses. Just use it like this for now. I'll make up for it when the next island comes. Okay. Shirahoshi nodded. Try it. Yin Xiang said to Shirahoshi, then walked to the bed and patted it. Shirahoshi probably didn't understand that aspect either, so he went straight to the bed. It's quite soft, Shirahoshi said with a smile. Yin Xiang's hand also, inadvertently, touched Shirahoshi's calf. Hiss, the touch is so delicate that it can be said to be breakable with a touch. Advertisement. Shirahoshi also looked at Yin Xiang's hand with some confusion. He always felt something strange in his heart, and his face couldn't help but blush. Why is it so strange to be touched by someone you like? Shirahoshi, being on the sea is different from being in Ryugu Castle. There are some things you need to understand. I'm going to teach you now. Do you want to listen? Yin Xiang said to Shirahoshi. Since Shirahoshi did not resist, Yin Xiang became even more unscrupulous and stroked Shirahoshi's calf with his hand without any hesitation. Okay. Shirahoshi also nodded. Modify the body, and freely expand and contract the size. Yin Xiang thought in his mind. Ding, modification completed, current number of modification points, 4. In this way, after taking down Shirahoshi, the modification points can be restored to 6. Although it is the same as before, taking down Shirahoshi has made Yin Xiang very happy, it is impossible to refuse. As long as you don't kill Kamiri Riwa now, you can wait to get the next modification point at any time. Then I'll tell you. The next moment, Yin Xiang's body grew bigger and her clothes burst open, which scared Shirahoshi. Yin Xiang held down Shirahoshi's hands without saying a word and pressed her on the bed. Ah, Lord Yin Xiang. This is, fun game. Yin Xiang curled the corners of her mouth, and then kissed Shirahoshi directly on the lips. The touch was simply incomparably soft. Shirahoshi's brain froze up, his mind went blank for a moment, he forgot to resist, and his body went limp. This is convenient for Yin Xiang. After a long time, Shirahoshi's room finally fell silent. Lord Yin Xiang. Shirahoshi wrapped himself in a quilt with a flushed face and shouted at Yin Xiang with a very aggrieved expression. Although he was shouting, he was not angry. It's fun, isn't it? Yin Xiang said while lying on the side looking at Shirahoshi. Why are you like this? I'm not prepared at all. Shirahoshi saw Yin Xiang staring at her, and said embarrassedly, covering her head with the quilt. Shirahoshi's favorability towards Yin Xiang has naturally reached 100% now, and I don't know if it's because of Shirahoshi's personality or some other reason, but his obedience to Yin Xiang has reached 90%. The remaining 10% should be because of her family. She is not obedient enough to kill her family if I ask her to. Aren't you happy? Yin Xiang crawled into the quilt, looked at Shirahoshi and smiled. Oh, it's so embarrassing, please stop talking. Shirahoshi pushed Yin Xiang's face out of the quilt and shouted. Chapter 266 Thunder Island. After this battle, Shirahoshi was completely integrated into this group, but the title of Lord Yin Xiang remained unchanged. After the relationship changed, when she heard Shirahoshi calling her Lord Yin Xiang, she always had a different feeling. Every time Shirahoshi called her that, Yin Xiang could hardly control herself. I say, how did you two get together? Robin stood next to Yin Xiang, looking at Shirahoshi's body shape, and then looked at Yin Xiang. Although Yin Xiang is indeed not small, but compared to Shirahoshi's, it can no longer be described as simply as an embroidery needle. Do you want to try it? Yin Xiang looked at Robin with a wicked smile and said, if she made her body bigger, Robin might not be able to bear it. After all, by that time, his good brothers alone would be bigger than Robin himself. Forget it, forget it. Robin shook his head quickly, although he didn't know what it meant, judging from Yin Xiang's expression, nothing good would happen. Then next time. Yin Xiang said with a smile. The route on the ship was really boring, just as Yin Xiang expected. Especially since the people on the ship were all rather dull. Those little cannon fodders didn't dare to be active at all, and Vivi alone couldn't create any atmosphere. So after 4 days of sailing, this lifeless ship arrived at the first island in the New World. Boom. Boom boom. Before we got close to the island, we could hear a roar in the distance. This was an island with the sky full of thunder and lightning, which kept falling and hitting the island. Oh my god. Is this really an island? Can we reach this island? Vivi said while looking at the island. Yeah. Why is there an island full of thunder and lightning? Shirahoshi also said while looking at the island worriedly. This island should be called Thunder Island. It is a very dangerous island located in the New World. Lightning has been hitting the island since 300 years ago. It is said that there is no one on the island anymore. All the people who lived on the island before have been struck to death. Robin said. Before joining New World, Robin also did a lot of jobs. It means we can't get onto this island. Crocodile shrugged helplessly. What a crappy route you chose, Indra said to Crocodile. Hey, can you blame me for this? Crocodile looked at Indra and said, no one knows what the 3 islands are. There is no island I can't go to. Yin Xiang laughed, then jumped up from the bow, floated in the air, and condensed chakra in his hands. Advertisement, what's this for? Shirahoshi asked in confusion. Just wait and see. I'm afraid I can't do what he's going to do next, said Indra. Everyone looked up upon hearing this. Yin Xiang flew directly to the center of the island and was struck by lightning. Ah! Shirahoshi screamed, which scared them, and the next moment, Yin Xiang was fine. He raised his right hand and condensed chakra. Then all the lightning in the air gathered into Yin Xiang's hand. After a moment, a huge ball of thunder appeared in Yin Xiang's hand. The thunderball was still expanding, and the lightning behind the dark clouds quickly surged towards Yin Xiang's hands. A moment later, the clouds dissipated. A giant thunderball appeared in Yin Xiang's hand, which was larger than 2 mountains combined. Oh my god! Shirahoshi covered his mouth and said in disbelief. This is too desolate, Robin said, looking around. The power of God. The thunder and lightning slowly disappeared, but the cylindrical deep pit could not recover for a long time. There was another loud bang, the sea surface surged, and a huge cylindrical deep pit appeared, blowing away schools of fish. Hi, can he do this? Crocodile asked in disbelief. He is the user of the Logia fruit? Can he use lightning? You don't understand this. Yin Xiang looked at Crocodile and smiled. It's too outrageous. I saw the group of little cannon fodders behind me with their mouths wide open, petrified on the spot. That's not the case. Indra shook her head. There's no other way. Since we've chosen this place, we can only wait here for the record pointer to be full, Crocodile said. Advertisement. The entire surface of the island was covered with potholes, and not even the fragments of the houses of the previous residents were left, it was all charred. Soon everyone moored the boat, stopped at the edge of the island and walked onto the island. Go to the island. What are you standing there for? Crocodile turned around and shouted when he saw no response. You are really not modest at all. Vivi looked at Yin Xiang helplessly and said. I didn't expect Lord Yin Xiang to be so powerful. Shirahoshi, who witnessed Yin Xiang's strength for the first time, couldn't help but sigh. With such strength, what else do you need thunderfruit for? Tisk tisk, it's really useless. Yin Xiang laughed while looking at the deep pit, and mocked Enel again for no reason. Then just occupy this island and plant a flag on it. Yin Xiang turned around and said. In fact, Yin Xiang has been in Shirahoshi's room for the past week. After all, who can resist a huge, delicate and very obedient mermaid? He absorbed all the lightning that had not been released in the air, causing it to fall early and condense in his hands, said Indra. It was because Yin Xiang had more and more women and he hadn't favored her for a long time. She waited anxiously in her room every night for Yin Xiang to come, but she never got the chance. This made Kagaya very anxious and she suffered from insomnia. After dealing with the thunder and lightning, the surroundings were already very bright, and Yin Xiang also flew back to the boat. The next moment, Yin Xiang threw the huge thunderball in his hand and it landed on the sea. Mom, I saw God. It's okay. I just have the ability to beat everyone in the world. Yin Xiang waved his hand and smiled unabashedly. Sail away. You loser, Crocodile shouted. Ever since Yin Xiang directly changed the entire Alabasta last time, Vivi realized that Yin Xiang's strength was simply unfathomable and beyond their estimation. Boom. Boom. Everyone then came to their senses, shouted hurriedly, and then ran to start the boat. Yes. Boss Yin Xiang. The little cannon fodder immediately ran to get the flag. What can we do with this piece of wasteland? Crocodile pouted. Although he wanted to expand his influence, he couldn't have everything. Okay, let's go to the island, Yin Xiang said standing on the plywood. What's the difference between going to this island or not? Kagaya also said while hugging Yin Xiang's arm, looking very sleepy. I was scared to death. Chapter 267 Current Situation of Ninja Village. You don't understand this. Yin Xiang looked at Crocodile and smiled. After Yin Xiang finished speaking, he pressed his hands on the ground, and the entire ground began to surge. Soon a large grassland appeared, followed by large forests and rivers. Crocodile was also startled and the cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground. I just finished the lawn, please don't set it on fire. Yin Xiang glanced at Crocodile and said. What exactly are your abilities? Crocodile picked up the cigarette on the ground and said to Yin Xiang with a frown. I am omnipotent. Yin Xiang said with a smile, and then continued to exert force with his hands. A large area of houses appeared, and then a huge circular wall appeared, and an entire town was built directly. Isn't this the Konoha Shinobi village? Madara said speechlessly as he looked at what Yin Xiang had built. Just to reminisce. Yin Xiang stood up and said with a smile, wiping the sweat from his head, it was really hard to renovate the whole island. Speaking of Konoha Shinobi village, Konoha has been relatively stable recently, nothing has happened, and the new daimyo has not yet arrived. The ninjas have all moved to the Shadow Country and built a huge ninja village in the center of the Shadow Country. All the ninjas from the original 5 major countries have gathered here, and Yin Xiang has begun to recruit wandering ninjas. As long as they are wandering ninjas or rebel ninjas who join the Shadow Country, their previous crimes will be forgiven. With Yin Xiang's return, the ninjas of the Shadow Kingdom finally behaved themselves and no longer disobeyed orders like before. The 5 major countries have been holding frequent internal meetings recently. Spies report that it's because of the issue of the daimyo position. After the 2 previous incidents involving the daimyo, no one is willing to take over the position of daimyo now. Itachi said while standing in front of Yin Xiang. Well, since this can delay them, let's wait for them to elect the next daimyo and then arrange for someone to assassinate him. Yin Xiang nodded while sitting in the chair. Itachi nodded, without saying anything, nor leaving. Anything else? Yin Xiang looked at Itachi and asked. I asked Orochimaru to find Sasuke's body so that we can perform Impure World reincarnation, but I want to revive Sasuke completely, Itachi said while looking at Yin Xiang. During this time he has been busy with Sasuke's affairs. Although Impure World reincarnation can be considered a resurrection, it is still no different from a dead person. The Rinne Tensei technique requires me to exchange my life for his. Do you think I would do that? Yin Xiang smiled and said, or, I can let someone else use my Rinnegan to revive Sasuke, but with your personality, you probably wouldn't agree to a life-for-life exchange, right? Advertisement, I can. Itachi looked at Yin Xiang and said, use my life in exchange for Sasuke's life. Besides, as a member of the Uchiha clan, I can originally control the Rinnegan. It's not the Uchiha who can control the Rinnegan, it's the reincarnation of Indra. Yin Xiang smiled. Besides, will Sasuke agree? Then why can you use it? Why Nagato? I'm not a fool. As long as they get the Rinnegan and have enough chakra, anyone can use it. Itachi said excitedly, rarely. Itachi left happily this time. Ah, why are you not wearing anything? Vivi shouted, but before she could finish her words, she was pushed to the ground by Yin Xiang. There will be people coming later, and it will be lively then. Yin Xiang then collected the fruit and the eyeball and said, where's Shirahoshi? Indra and Madara can't use them, and he can't use them either. Kagaya is not even considered, and no one else has chakra, so Sasuke's pair of Eternal Mangekyo is just a decoration for him. Go ahead and continue to search for information. Yin Xiang nodded and waved his hand. Vivi also took off her clothes and put on her swimsuit. Tisk, these eyes are useless no matter who they are given to. In the pirate's world, Yin Xiang said while looking at Sasuke's eyes on the table. Speaking of Sasuke's eyes. Of course, this also gave Madara a weakness, and from then on he would begin to be afraid of seawater. The main reason is that the modification points are not wasteful enough. Well, I promised to resurrect Sasuke, but not now. You just wait for a while. Yin Xiang thought for a while and said, after dealing with the Kamisato clan, you can make some modifications and squander it as you like. Vivi said as she sat next to Yin Xiang and hugged Yin Jiang's arm and said, what is this? Vivi pointed at Sasuke's eyes and asked. And didn't you also resurrect me? Using your secret technique, why can't you use that secret technique on Sasuke as well? There are also dark fruit, thunder fruit and spring fruit on the table. Maybe you can give the dark fruit to Madara to further improve Madara's strength. Ding, host, please don't make such unreasonable requests. Change the modification point to infinity. Advertisement. This guy is not here to swim. The original body also sent a message last time, asking this side not to use the modification points. As the clone, he will definitely not use the modification points indiscriminately. Yin Xiang, just then, Vivi broke into Yin Jiang's room. This town you built seems very interesting, but it's a pity that there is no one here, so it's very boring. Although Shirahoshi couldn't understand it, she won without having to push herself. Eyeballs. Yin Xiang laughed. Swimsuit show, why not watch it? I know I am still useful to you. Even if you let me resurrect Sasuke, you can use Impure World reincarnation to resurrect me as well. Itachi saw that Yin Xiang didn't say anything, and then continued. Itachi only gets excited when it comes to things related to Sasuke. Of course Yin Xiang also tried this, but got this kind of response. Vivi shuddered and turned her head away from those eyeballs. When Yin Xiang arrived, Robin and the others were indeed dressed very refreshingly, and they kept sticking out their chests from time to time, as if they were competing with each other. Why didn't you call me for such a good thing? Yin Xiang said and ran out with Vivi in her arms. I'll come too. Yin Xiang took off her clothes. She's swimming in the river with Robin-san and Kagaya-san. Okay. Itachi nodded. After all, after spending some time together, he knew that Yin Xiang was not a man who went back on his word. Yin Xiang also immediately built a tall wall. It was enough for him to enjoy this beautiful scenery by himself, so how could he let others see it? Yin Xiang was silent after hearing this. He couldn't tell him about the modifier. As for whether the resurrected Sasuke has eyes, Itachi doesn't care and is willing to give him his own eyes. This is also the reason why Yin Xiang never shared the fruit with Madara and Indra. Chapter 268 Red Hair Pirates Territory. In the next few days, Yin Xiang and the other girls were naturally very happy. After the record pointer was full, everyone sailed away. As for this island, no one was arranged to stay here, so they just left it like this. Presumably, with Yin Jiang's flag there, no one dared to act rashly. Last time I said I would buy something for you, but it turned out to be a deserted island. I will buy it for you when we get to the next island. Yin Xiang said to Shirahoshi while standing by the boat. It's okay, Lord Yin Xiang, I don't lack anything. Shirahoshi smiled very understandingly. You're so sensible. Yin Xiang smiled, and then patted Shirahoshi's calf. After all, with Yin Jiang's height, she could only reach Shirahoshi's. Shirahoshi is a naturally beautiful woman who doesn't need any cosmetics. She doesn't consume much in her daily life. She just eats a lot, which is related to her body shape. As far as her eating requirements are concerned, Yin Xiang can still satisfy them. Sister Shirahoshi is sensible now, but we still need a lot of skincare products. We are not like her, who are born with skin that is as smooth as a baby's. Vivi said on the side. The age difference between the two was ultimately attributed to psychological age, which means Vivi is Shirahoshi's sister. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Yin Xiang smiled at Vivi and Robin. Kagaya is outrageous, his skin is always in the same state, comparable to Shirahoshi's. After another week of sailing, everyone finally arrived at an inhabited island. The island was quite prosperous. There was a flag flying on the island port, which was the flag of the Red Hair Pirates. Red Hair Pirates. Crocodile looked at the red-haired flag after getting off the boat and said, "Do you want to take action?" "There is no benefit in taking action against the Red Army. It will just lead to their annihilation. They don't bother me, and I am too lazy to pay attention to them for the time being. Let's go up and do the shopping." Yin Xiang also glanced at the flag and said. Crocodile nodded upon hearing this, then left with the little cannon fodder, leaving a few people to guard the ship. "I won't go down," Kagaya said to Yin Xiang on the boat. "Okay." Yin Xiang nodded. "Lord Yin Xiang, I think I'd better not go down," Shirahoshi whispered in Yin Jiang's ear. "What's wrong?" Yin Xiang asked. "I always feel like, there are so many people, and I feel like they are all looking at me," Shirahoshi whispered. Indeed, many people at the port were looking at Shirahoshi. After all, Shirahoshi was so big and so beautiful that it was hard not to attract attention. Advertisement: "It's okay, I'm here, don't be afraid. Besides, you're so beautiful that you're meant to be seen by others. It's an honor for me to have you around." Yin Xiang looked at Shirahoshi and smiled. "The problem is, Shirahoshi's body is bigger than the street," Robin said, pointing at the street. Yin Xiang was helpless after hearing this and could only sigh. "Then you wait for me on the boat, Kagaya, protect everyone." "Don't worry." Kagaya nodded. "Don't worry, my clone is here," Madara said from the side. "What are you following me for?" Yin Xiang looked at Madara speechlessly. She was going shopping with her sisters, so why were this guy and Indra following her? "Brother, we've been on the boat for so long, we have to get off and take a walk," Madara said with a complaining look on his face. "Then you guys go your way, don't follow me, and don't cause trouble. If you do, you will have to deal with it yourself." Yin Xiang nodded. Okay. Madara rolled his eyes and left with Indra. Now the relationship between these two people is surprisingly good. After entering the town, Vivi also started to have fun, shopping crazily everywhere, and picked things for Kagaya, Robin and Shirahoshi. Robin originally just wanted to buy a few books, but Vivi picked out a lot of new clothes for her. Afterwards, Yin Xiang naturally took Vivi and Robin to customize a mattress, sheets, quilts, pillows, etc. for Shirahoshi. They couldn't always let Shirahoshi use those sewn things. With Yin Jiang's space, it wouldn't take any effort to carry these things. Later, he bought some furniture for Shirahoshi and others. This trip went directly from day to night. Boom. At this moment, a fire dragon suddenly flew out from the other side of the town. Half of the town was submerged by the fire dragon, and the whole town was suddenly on fire. Uchiha Madara that be asterisk 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 d. Yin Xiang said, gritting his teeth after seeing it. Not because he destroyed the town, and not because he messed with Shanks. But it was because the fire dragon engulfed the factory that made Shirahoshi's futons. "What's going on?" Vivi said as she looked at the town that suddenly burned. Advertisement: "Help! Run! It's on fire!" The townspeople also started to panic and ran out of their homes. Those who lived far away even took the time to pick up some luggage. All the boats on the shore were packed, and some people were desperate to get on Yin Jiang's boat. However, Crocodile had already gone back at this time, and everyone who wanted to get on the boat was beaten out by Crocodile. "Let them come up," Kagaya said on the boat at this time. "Why?" Crocodile turned around and asked in confusion. "The island we took over just happened to have no inhabitants," Kagaya said. Crocodile was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then nodded and let the townspeople pass. "Everyone remember, it was the Emperor-slaying pirates who saved you. From today on, you are the Emperor-slaying pirates and the people of Alabasta. We will take you to live on a new island, where we have all the living facilities. You don't have to worry at all," Crocodile shouted to everyone as the townspeople boarded the ship. This guy is really good at winning people's hearts. Little did they know that it was the pirates who destroyed their hometown. "What are you doing?" Yin Xiang also brought Vivi and Robin to Uchiha Madara and Indra. It was discovered that Indra and Madara were both stepping on a lot of corpses, and Madara was holding a big man with a bloody face. "Damn it, you come to pick a fight when I'm drinking. How can I tolerate this?" Madara threw away the bloody man in his hand and said to Yin Xiang. "I testify that they were the ones who started the trouble first." Indra nodded and said. "I give up. There's no need to use fire style, they're just a bunch of crap," Yin Xiang said helplessly. "Besides, the bounties on Madara and Indra are already quite high, so why are these guys still looking for trouble? Don't you know them? It's all released, so just forget about it. If those red-hair pirates dare to come, I'll take care of them," said Madara. "You may not be able to handle the red-haired Shanks." Yin Xiang shrugged. Chapter 269 Boa Hancock. "You may not be able to handle the red-haired Shanks," Yin Xiang shrugged. "How is that possible?" Madara said disdainfully. "Shanks has mastered a hockey called observation hockey. Observation hockey is useless in front of him. Without observation hockey, it will be a piece of cake for him to deal with you. Besides, even if he doesn't use observation hockey, his other hockey is stronger than yours," Yin Xiang said. "Even if I can't use observation hockey, I still have Mangekyo," Madara said. "Then your Mangekyo is not as far as he predicted. Well, let's not talk about this, let's go back to the boat. If Shanks comes to us, I will deal with it. Yin Xiang waved his hand, then turned around and took a few people back to the boat. Madara and Indra were also cautious and killed all the people who witnessed them before leaving with Yin Xiang. When they returned to the boat and saw the group of people on it, Yin Xiang suddenly felt overwhelmed. They're back. I was the one who let them get on the boat. Kagaya walked down from the boat and said to Yin Xiang. You want to put them on our island? Yin Xiang nodded, knowing what Kagaya was thinking. Kagaya nodded. I didn't expect there to be so many people, Vivi said, looking at the boat. The whole town is on fire. It's definitely impossible to save it. So let's do this, Crocodile. You take them and the nearby townspeople and send them all to our island. We'll wait here. Yin Xiang shouted while looking at the boat. It's so troublesome. Crocodile sighed when he heard it, but could only nod. Do I need to leave some food for you? Crocodile asked afterwards. No, I just happen to have some to buy, so I'll share it with the townspeople on the way. Yin Xiang waved her hand, then looked at Madara. Go find a suitable house, protect it, and we'll live there. Yeah. Madara nodded and then left. Got it. Crocodile nodded, then sailed away. Yin Xiang and the others also headed in the direction Madara left. When they arrived, Madara had already put out a fire near a manor and created a barrier to prevent the fire from entering the town. The Red Hair Pirate's flag was also engulfed in flames. Advertisement. You are really good at choosing places to enjoy yourself. Indra said to Madara while looking at the large estate. That's for sure. Madara nodded and smiled. There are a lot of rooms here, we can live separately, and we won't hear any noise in Yin Xiang's room at night. When Madara said this, Vivi and the others blushed, especially Shirahoshi, who was extremely shy. Lord Yin Xiang. At this moment, Shirahoshi's voice came from outside the door, and everyone turned around and looked. I don't think I can get in. Then Yin Xiang went out and built a bedroom for Shirahoshi on the land of the manor. She made a mattress with clay and pieced together the sheets in the villa to make a comfortable bed for Shirahoshi. As for Bigmom, he is not within Yin Xiang's consideration. As for Kaido, if he can get a fruit that Yin Xiang is more interested in than his fruit on his way to Wano Kuni, he can also consider recruiting him. Are you and Shanks' enemy? Yin Xiang looked at Madara speechlessly. What's wrong with this guy? Is he in conflict with Shanks? He's been arguing with Shanks since they got to the island? Not only Yin Xiang, but also Vivi and others, all like to sleep on Shirahoshi's chest after finishing. After all, it is big and soft, and it is simply the best bed in the world. Her slender waist is captivating, and the two exposed breasts are extremely white and tender. Even her pair of men-hating eyes make people want to look into her eyes. A group of women. That's possible. Indra also nodded. When the fire broke out just now, I didn't see anyone running out from here. The whole door was so blocked that even Shirahoshi's head couldn't fit in, let alone his body. Are you Yukong Yin Xiang? When Yin Xiang and others came out, there was a group of people standing at the door. She is worthy of being my favorite woman in the two-dimensional world for many years. She is truly incomparable. Who knows? If the news of the destruction of this island gets out, he will certainly rush here at the first time. Now it depends on whether anyone will spread the news. If I can, I will naturally let it go. If not, I can only kill them all. Yin Xiang shrugged while sitting on the sofa. Shut up. How can you call me by my name? Hancock shouted at Yin Xiang with disgust. Yin Xiang was also helpless. It seemed that he had to find a way to make a fruit for Shirahoshi that could stretch his body. Don't talk nonsense. Yin Xiang kicked Madara on the butt and said. What enemy? I've never even seen him, Madara said with a roll of his eyes. Advertisement. In fact, Yin Xiang didn't really want to go to war with Shanks. Someone like Shanks was suitable to join his team, which would definitely be a great help to him. If the old man Whitebeard is willing to join his team, Yin Xiang will be happy to help him return to his peak form. It will take about 2 weeks for them to come back, and the record pointer will only last for 3 days. It seems that we will have to stay on this island for a long time. Yin Xiang also sighed helplessly. Someone is coming. At this moment, Madara suddenly said. Madara also curled her lips, then walked into the manor with everyone else. I didn't expect that it was the Pirate's Queen Boa Hancock who came to visit. Yin Xiang's eyes lit up when he saw Hancock in front of him. You think Shanks will also come during this period? Indra said to Yin Xiang. Who could it be at this time? Yin Xiang was a little surprised. She stood up and walked to the door. Madara and Indra followed behind Yin Xiang. I say, this couldn't be the gathering place of the Red Hair Pirates. They came to this island and lived here or something, Madara said while holding up the torn flag. It's also very fragrant. I don't know if Hancock is naturally beautiful or because of the charm fruit. Ding, mission released, strategy mission, capture Boa Hancock, successful capture reward, modification points x2. This resulted in Shirahoshi humming softly from time to time even after falling asleep, which was quite embarrassing. It was at this time that the editor issued the task. The decoration here is also very nice, and there is a Red Hair Pirate's flag hanging in the house. Of course, Madara walked over and tore the flag down. Even Shanks couldn't have come so quickly. Vivi is also very considerate. She is afraid that Shirahoshi will be bored, so she goes to Shirahoshi's room and plays with him. Kagaya and Robin, both of whom were cold on the outside but warm on the inside, went to accompany Shirahoshi. They all stood outside the barrier, unable to enter. Chapter 270. Tricking Hancock to Death. Shut up. How can you call me by my name? Hancock shouted at Yin Xiang with disgust. This woman. Madara was also ready to attack Hancock after hearing this. Although he was very happy to see Yin Xiang being scolded, he changed his mind and thought that he was Yin Xiang's subordinate after all, and if Yin Xiang was humiliated, wouldn't it be the same as his being humiliated? How could this work? Hey, calm down. Yin Xiang reached out to stop Madara. Why are you so murderous? Can't you see that I'm a beauty? You want to bring her on board as well? Isn't one room enough? Madara said, looking towards Shirahoshi's room. Of course, even 100 wouldn't be too many. Yin Xiang said with a smile, then waved his hand and lifted Madara's barrier. What are you doing here? Yin Xiang looked at Hancock and asked. How dare you speak to me in such an impolite tone, you? Sister. After all, they're 3 wanted criminals with bounties of over 3 billion. Hancock's sister Marigold seemed unable to bear it any longer and whispered in Hancock's ear. Tisk. Hancock tisk 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 tisk, looking down on Yin Xiang and the others. Little did she know that how much she looked down on Yin Xiang now, how much she would cling to Yin Xiang in the future. Your sister is right. You'd better be polite. I'm afraid you will regret it later. Yin Xiang looked at Hancock and smiled. If she was so rude to her again, she would tie her up with a chain and treat her like a B***ch. How do you know she is my sister? Hancock's eyes narrowed and he looked at Yin Xiang and said. At the same time, he led his men through the previous barrier, entered the manor, and came to a place 3 meters away from Yin Xiang. We've met before, have you forgotten? Yin Xiang smiled. The smile was so subtle that Hancock couldn't help but frown. I don't understand the hidden meaning behind Yin Xiang's smile. It's right there. Yin Xiang stretched out her hand, opened her palm, and faced Hancock. Hancock's frown deepened, but she and her 2 sisters then showed expressions of horror, because in their eyes, Yin Xiang's open palms suddenly turned into the symbol of the Celestial Dragon's clan. The 3 women were all horrified. Advertisement. You don't want me to say it in public, so let's talk about it in the room. Yin Xiang withdrew her hand and looked at Hancock. Hancock was stunned for a moment, then nodded, stretched out his hand to signal the people from the 9 Snakes Pirates, including her 2 sisters, to stay outside, and then walked into the room with Yin Xiang. Who are those people? Shirahoshi asked, sticking half of his head out of the room and looking outside. There are so many people, all women. Vivi also nodded. That symbol is the 9 Snakes Pirates of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Robin said as he looked at the pirates' flag surrounded by the women and the tattoos on their bodies. The 2 looked at each other, shrugged, and went upstairs. It was obvious that he no longer had the arrogance he had just had, and his attitude had changed 180 degrees. Yes. Yin Xiang nodded without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Hancock immediately clenched his hands and clenched his teeth. Hancock was not shy and sat directly on the sofa, crossing her long white legs. How about I help you kill celestial dragons? We can be friends, and you just tell me who to kill. Yin Xiang looked at Hancock and said. You used to be a slave of celestial dragons, right? Yin Xiang said as she poured tea. At that time, Yin Xiang was in the Sabaody Islands, but he was broadcasting Live to Kill the Rhodes World Saint. Hancock must have known about it, right? Of course. Yin Xiang nodded. Yeah. Yin Xiang nodded. I thought you didn't know. They did. As soon as I arrived at Saboody's archipelago, I was surrounded by 3 admirals. I killed them all. I also killed the people sent by the world government. That's why my bounty increased so quickly. Yin Xiang answered all the questions he knew. You must know that I killed celestial dragons. Yin Xiang smiled helplessly. Only then did I remember that this was really the person. Didn't I tell you that I have liked you since I was very young? Yin Xiang said without blushing. Yes, I have seen you in the holy land of Mariajoy. Maybe you have not seen me. After all, you were very good looking at that time, so I liked you very much and noticed you. I was captured when I was very young, and I escaped with Fisher Tiger during that time. Yin Xiang nodded and began to talk nonsense. Advertisement. This is not an exaggeration. After all, Yin Xiang has really liked Hancock since she was very young. Who wouldn't be greedy? Don't be so excited. It doesn't make sense that you are good looking and you cannot allow others to like you. Yin Xiang smiled and said while holding up the teacup. Kagaya quietly rolled her eyes at the villa where Yin Xiang and the others were. When she saw Hancock's appearance, she sighed helplessly. It seemed that she would have another sister. Don't be so angry, I was the same way. Yin Xiang put the teacup in front of Hancock and said. Her Salome was also lying on the side, staring at Yin Xiang. You were the one who killed the celestial dragons in Saboody's archipelago? Hancock was also stunned when he heard this, and then he remembered the face of that person. The face in his memory also overlapped with Yin Xiang's face. You too? Hancock then looked up at Yin Xiang with a look of shock. What did you mean by that just now? Seeing that there was no one around, Hancock looked at Yin Xiang and said. Disgusting man. Hancock glanced at Yin Xiang and was about to leave. Hancock was silent now, crossing his legs, supporting himself with his hands, and biting his fingers. You defeated the 3 admirals? Hancock said in surprise. I don't know. Robin shook his head. Why would people from 7 warlords of the sea come here? Vivi asked in surprise. I can help you kill celestial dragons, Yin Xiang said to Hancock's back. Are you killing celestial dragons to avenge your past? Hancock then walked back and sat opposite Yin Xiang. Hancock also stopped and looked back at Yin Xiang. Do you know what you were talking about? Why do you want to help me kill celestial dragons, and make friends with me? Hancock looked at Yin Xiang and asked in confusion. What do you mean I like it very much? Upon hearing this, Hancock slammed the table and knocked over the teacup in front of him. Go away, both of you go play somewhere else. After Yin Xiang entered the villa, he sat down on the sofa and waved to Madara and Indra. Aren't you afraid that the world government will cause trouble for you? Hancock asked. Chapter 271 Hancock Raiders Operation. Say you like it. Hancock didn't know why, but his face suddenly turned red. The next moment Yin Xiang understood why Hancock blushed. Actually, you don't have to help me kill any celestial dragons. The celestial dragon that captured me was the Ross World Saint that you killed before. It turned out that it was because Yin Xiang had already avenged Hancock, no wonder she blushed suddenly. It's just that you have changed a little from before, so I didn't recognize you at first. Hancock said shyly while looking at Yin Xiang secretly. At that time, Yin Xiang was dressed casually, which is completely different from her current image of wearing a white shirt and black coat. It is natural that she is not recognizable. I see. Yin Xiang nodded. Then, it's fate that you're here. What are you doing here? We were just passing by and were planning to restock some supplies on the island, but we didn't expect the island to catch fire, so we came to take a look. Hancock finally spoke to Yin Xiang in a proper manner. Did you start the fire? Yes. Yin Xiang nodded. If we are not careful, we will burn the whole island, but we have moved the residents to a safe place. I see. This is the red-haired Shank's territory. I'm afraid they won't let you go. Hancock nodded and then said seriously. Although he had never met Shanks, Hancock knew that Shanks was the youngest of the 4 emperors, his attainments in hockey were unmatched, and he was also a crew member on the ship of the former pirates King Roger, so he must be very difficult to mess with. Don't worry, it's just Shanks. Yin Xiang waved her hand and smiled. It was just an accident. If he is willing to reconcile, I won't make it difficult for them. Hancock couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this, feeling very confused. You were the one who burned down their island. Why are you asking them to reconcile and saying you won't make things difficult for them? How confident is this in one's own abilities? Advertisement. By the way, if you need to replenish supplies, I have some here. You can use mine first. Yin Xiang saw that Hancock was silent, so she said. As the active party, she would definitely not let the conversation get awkward and had to keep looking for topics to talk about. Let's not bother. You'll need supplies while waiting for the ship to come back, so let's just go to the next island. Hancock waved his hand when he heard that. It was already amazing for a man to be treated like this by Hancock. It's okay, I have plenty of supplies. Yin Xiang said as he conjured up a large pile of supplies out of thin air. In addition to the supplies bought on the island this time, there were also those he had stockpiled in the Hokage world before. The space has its own fresh keeping function, so there is no such thing as expiration. Is this your devil fruit ability? Hancock asked when he saw a large amount of supplies appearing out of nowhere. It's my own ability. I didn't eat the devil fruit. Yin Xiang smiled at Hancock. There was nothing to hide about this kind of thing. At this time, Hancock's favorability towards Yin Xiang is 70%. It was just killing celestial dragons. Yin Xiang naturally didn't think that killing celestial dragons alone would be enough to make Hancock fall in love with her. The reason why she fell in love with Luffy was because Hancock believed that all men in the world were lustful, selfish, and would not consider others. All men in the world would be attracted by her beauty. So in the eyes of the Empress, there is no difference among all men. But Luffy would rather give up his own ship in order to save the friends who helped him, and he was not tempted by the beauty of the Empress, so he was very different in the eyes of the Empress. Moreover, even though the Empress has the stigma of a slave on her back, Luffy does not despise her and still dares to resist the celestial dragons and the man who resists the world. In the eyes of the Empress who has had a tragic childhood, Luffy is a real man. As a result, the Empress falls in love with Luffy. But for now, Yin Xiang is just a man who has the courage to fight against the celestial dragons in the world to Hancock, and he will still be tempted by her beauty. Hancock has seen too many men like this and even feels a little disgusted by them, so Hancock's favorability towards Yin Xiang can only be at 70% and cannot rise any further. I see. Hancock nodded and said nothing more. Advertisement. By the way, when I said I liked you before, I was serious. And it wasn't because of your devil fruit. I liked you before you ate the devil fruit. When I saw the celestial dragons bullying you, I also resisted. But I was young and had no power. I was pinned to the ground and beaten severely. Maybe you don't even know it. Yin Xiang looked at Hancock and said. Hancock was also stunned when she heard this. She really didn't know about this. I was almost beaten to death at that time. Look at this. Yin Xiang said as she took off her coat and shirt. Hancock just looked at Yin Xiang like that. Then Yin Xiang turned around, shocking Hancock. You are. Hancock looked at Yin Xiang's back and covered his open mouth. He saw that Yin Xiang's back was covered with Celestial Dragon's branding marks, densely packed, and many of them overlapped. It looked painful just by looking at it. And this is of course Yin Xiang's illusion. After Hancock looked at it, Yin Xiang put on her own clothes. I was almost scalded to death, but I wanted to see you and protect you. It was with this belief that I managed to hold on and not die. Yin Xiang looked at Hancock and spoke nonsense with a sincere face. Hancock couldn't help but believe it. After all, those marks were impossible to fake. Later, I saw your wanted poster and knew you became a pirate, so I decided to become a pirate too, and went out to sea to look for you. At the same time, I trained myself to become stronger. By the time I had enough strength, you had become a Shichibukai, so I also started to work hard and made myself a wanted criminal, hoping that you would notice me. Yin Xiang looked at Hancock and smiled. I didn't expect you to do so much for me, Hancock said to Yin Xiang in disbelief. She never expected that there was a man who did so many things for her and she didn't even know about it. And looking at Yin Xiang's state, her sincere eyes, and the mark on her back, Yin Xiang definitely did not lie. Of course Hancock didn't know that Yin Xiang was already an expert at making up stories. Now Hancock is very touched, and his favorability towards Yin Xiang has reached 90%, and success is imminent. I thought about telling you these things one day, but I didn't expect it would be under such circumstances. Yin Xiang looked at Hancock and smiled bitterly. Chapter 272 New Crew. I thought about telling you these things one day, but I didn't expect it would be under such circumstances. Yin Xiang looked at Hancock and smiled bitterly. Hancock blushed and said nothing when he heard this. She had never met such a sincere man in her life. After all, she didn't even have the mood to look at other men, let alone listen to them. Celestial dragons only abused them, and there was no such sweet talk at all. So now Hancock's girlish heart burst out, her face was blushing and she was at a loss. For a moment I didn't know what to say. Hancock. Yin Xiang looked at Hancock and shouted. Ah? Hancock looked up and saw Yin Xiang staring at her, also stunned. Would you like to be with me? Yin Xiang looked at Hancock and said. Ah? Hancock's eyes widened, his pupils contracted, his face quickly turned red, and then he covered his mouth, which was wide open in disbelief, with his hands. She really didn't expect that Yin Xiang would say such words to her when they met for the first time, and she didn't expect that Yin Xiang didn't despise her at all for being a slave of celestial dragons. Coupled with Yin Xiang's sincere eyes, Hancock's heart couldn't stop beating fast, and his favorability rating soared. 91, 92, 93.94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99%, just a little bit. Yin Xiang, who can see Hancock's favorability, now certainly knows what to do. Yin Xiang came directly to Hancock, held Hancock's head and kissed her lips. Ha! Hancock was completely broken by Yin Xiang's move. His fingers unconsciously stretched straight and he let out a captivating hum. At this point, Yin Xiang could no longer control herself and immediately launched a more fierce attack, pressing Hancock directly onto the sofa. Hancock, who now has 100% favorability towards Yin Xiang, naturally would not resist and let Yin Xiang do whatever she wants. Yin Xiang's hands naturally became dishonest and entered Hancock's cheongsam, causing Hancock to tremble. Advertisement. What happened next wasn't pretty, so I'll watch it for you. After everything was over, the members of the 9 snake pirates who were waiting outside were a little anxious. After all, their lady snake had been in there for more than 2 hours, so why was there still no movement? If they hadn't heard the sounds of fighting or other noises inside, they would have rushed in long ago. What happened to elder sister? Why hasn't she come out yet? Marigold said impatiently, looking at the closed door. It shouldn't be a problem. With Onisama's strength, even if she can't win, she can still make some noise to let us know. Hancock's other sister, the green-haired Santasonia said, but she was also a little anxious. Should we go in? Marigold hadn't finished her words when the door suddenly opened. It was Hancock, who was holding the door with a flushed face, looking a little unsteady, and looking at his 2 sisters. Marigold, Santasonia, come in and move some food and share it, Hancock said to the 2 of them. Oh, okay, big sister. Marigold and Santasonia nodded quickly, looked at each other, and then led their people over. Sister. What's wrong with you? Marigold asked the strange Hancock. Nothing. Nothing. Thinking of the madness just now, Hancock's brain went blank for a while. He didn't expect Yin Xiang to be so scary. His legs became weak and he couldn't stand up at all. It was only after Yin Xiang rubbed him for a long time that he could barely stand up. Ah. In Shirahoshi's room not far away, Kagaya sighed. Although Kagaya did not watch what happened just now, looking at Hancock's current state, not to mention Kagaya, Vivi and Shirahoshi all knew what happened. Now there is one more sister on the boat, and she is a very remarkable person. Santasonia had already distributed the food. After waiting outside for a whole afternoon, everyone was starving. This meal was truly a lifesaver. You guys go back to 9 Snake Island directly. I will sail with Yin Xiang in the future. After the food was distributed, Hancock said to Marigold and Santasonia. Eh? They were both stunned when they heard this and looked at each other. What on earth happened in the room just now? Advertisement. Why is that Yin Xiang willing to share food with them and look so happy enjoying it? Now my sister has to sail with that person. I really don't understand. Before we went in, weren't they all in a tense situation, looking like they were about to fight at any time? But why, Onisama? Marigold asked in confusion. There's no reason. I have already decided to become Yin Xiang's wife, Hancock said with a blushing face and a longing look. Now Marigold and Santasonia were even more surprised and opened their mouths wide. Anyway, that's it, you guys go back, Hancock then said to the 2. But, Santasonia was about to say something. This is an order. Hancock's eyes changed and he looked at Santasonia and said. Santasonia also quickly shut up and said nothing more. After we go back, replace the flag of the Nine Snakes Pirates with the flag of Yin Xiang's Emperor Killing Pirates, got it? Hancock continued. Yes, sister. The two of them nodded helplessly. Honey. That's all. Hancock saw the two nod, then happily ran to Yin Xiang, threw herself into Yin Xiang's arms and said, looking like a little woman. This is completely out of the question for Marigold and Santasonia. Well, it would be great if we could go together. Yin Xiang nodded, touched Hancock's head and smiled, then looked at Santasonia and Marigold. You can take some more food here, make sure you have enough food to return to Nine Snake Island or reach the next island, and leave us enough for 10 people for 2 weeks. Okay. Marigold and Santasonia nodded, then called on the people from the Nine Snakes Pirates to move the food onto the boat. I chatted with Hancock for a while, telling him to call if anything happened, to contact Hancock if anything happened on Nine Snake Island, and to take good care of himself when he was out there. Finally, Hancock lost his patience and drove them all away. Chapter 273 Red Hair Shanks. Normally, when Hancock knew that Yin Xiang had 4 other women around him, he would be extremely jealous and would want to chop them all into pieces and eat them. But unfortunately, Yin Xiang has a modifier. Once Hancock's favorability towards Yin Xiang reaches 100%, it will be impossible for him to do anything against Yin Xiang's wishes. For example, if these women were killed, Yin Xiang would definitely be sad. I can never do such a thing. It seems that I have to put up with them for now. I just don't believe that I can't win their favor. This is what Hancock is thinking now. Then, Hancock, I'm talking to you. Why are you always hanging on me? During the meal, Hancock hugged Yin Xiang's neck so tightly that Yin Xiang couldn't eat. I like you. Hancock. I'm going to the toilet. How can I do it if you do this? Yin Xiang sat on the toilet. Hancock squatted in front of Yin Xiang, looking straight into his eyes. I like you. Hancock. I'm breathing. When Yin Xiang was in a daze, Hancock strangled her neck so tightly that she almost couldn't breathe. I like you. Hancock withdrew his hand aggrievely, and then pressed his face against Yin Xiang's. Shirahoshi Vivi and others who were watching from the side were also speechless. They never thought about competing for favor, but Kagaya hated Hancock so much that he wanted to kill him thousands of times. During this week, because that B*ch Hancock has been pestering Yin Xiang all the time, Yin Xiang can't be intimate with herself properly. This is simply unbearable. But Kagaya had another thought in his mind, which was the same as Hancock's. He couldn't kill her and make Yin Xiang sad. That night, Yin Xiang really couldn't bear it anymore. Although Hancock did have a great figure and was very cooperative, allowing her to do anything and was extremely tempting, Yin Xiang would get a little bored after having S*X with Hancock every night for a week. That night, she took Hancock with her and rushed into the room where Shirahoshi and others were, and had a friendly exchange game with Hancock and Shirahoshi and the other 4 girls. Advertisement. After last night's adjustment, the relationship between the 5 girls really improved by leaps and bounds, and there was no more intrigue behind the scenes. It all turned into trying every possible way to satisfy Yin Xiang in bed, and Yin Xiang was so happy now. The happy times stopped on the 9th day after Crocodile and others left. As Yin Xiang expected, the news that Takla Island was burned down spread, and there were photos of Yin Xiang and others taking refugees away at the port in the newspapers. It seems that the people who spread the news were the refugees who were helped by Yin Xiang and went to Yin Xiang's island. Calculating the time, it is indeed about the same. It took a week to reach the island and another 3 days to get the news out. It can't be wrong. The Red Hair Pirates ship arrived as scheduled and stopped at the port of Takla Island. Of course not. Yin Xiang nodded. It was Uchiha Madara who burned it, so it had nothing to do with him. That's because you haven't seen what fire is. Yin Xiang looked at Lakilu and said, this guy's words were really rude. Yin Xiang didn't want to waste any more words with them. Fire style. How long fire technique? So, you're saying that they're yours from now on? Shanks asked. Yin Xiang opened his mouth slightly, and an extremely huge fire dragon rushed towards Shanks and others. Where did you take the townspeople? It seems so. Before Yin Xiang could speak, Shanks already knew the answer from her smiling expression. I was just passing by. Yin Xiang said later. The people of the Red Hair Pirates also got off the ship one after another, all holding weapons. Seeing this, the Red Hair Pirates all took out their weapons and pointed them at Yin Xiang, ready to fight at any time. In fact, Yin Xiang had set up a barrier on the entire island. When Shanks and others just arrived on the island, Yin Xiang had already discovered it, and used Flying Thunder God to directly return to the place where he had left his mark at the port before. Of course, I helped you. I won't ask for a reward, but at least you should say thank you. The island. Was it your men who burned it down? Shanks thought for a moment and then asked. Could it be to lure us here? Usopp walked over and said. Advertisement. Yin Xiang's lips curled up and she couldn't help but smile. She didn't expect Shanks to be a smart guy. Believe it if you want, don't believe it if you don't want. Yin Xiang shrugged and said indifferently. Ray Island? Bullshit. Can a fire that starts by accident burn down the entire town? Lakilu shouted at Yin Xiang. Here. While they were still discussing, Yin Xiang appeared in front of them out of nowhere. That Thunder Island, cleaned up, what does that mean? I took it to an island I passed by before. It was Thunder Island before. I cleaned it up and it's my territory now. Did you burn the island? Shanks looked at Yin Xiang, who was still relatively calm, and asked. No, Yin Xiang shook her head. When they heard that it was the Thunder Island, Shanks and others were also stunned. But what was his purpose in burning the island and saving people? Shanks asked, nodding. Boss, this burn is too serious. Lakilu jumped off the boat and landed next to Shanks and said. Where will it be? Usopp nodded and said. Yes. Yin Xiang also nodded. But it was not intentional. Someone on the island was looking for trouble and accidentally set the fire. Shanks frowned slightly. They are not my people. I just gave them a place to live, and that place happened to be built by me, and it is my territory. If you want to take them away, or if they are willing to go with you, I won't stop you. Yin Xiang shook his head. You. Seeing this, Lakilu was about to attack Yin Xiang, but Shanks stopped him. It's really not you. Shanks' eyes narrowed and he looked at Yin Xiang and said. Yes, judging from the photos in the newspaper, Yukon Yin Xiang doesn't seem to have left the island. Lakilu swallowed the chicken leg in his hand in one gulp, then spit out 2 bones and said. There's nothing clear in the newspaper. Although it said that Yukon Yin Xiang and others rescued the townspeople, is it possible that the fire was caused by them? Beckman also got off the boat and stood next to Shanks and said. A wise choice. Yin Xiang looked at Shanks, nodded and smiled. Passing by. You had just arrived on the island and it caught fire. Who else could it be if not you? Lakilu shouted at Yin Xiang. Chapter 274 Instant Red Hair Pirates. What? Shanks was also shocked when he saw this, but he immediately drew his sword and cut off Yin Xiang's fire dragon with one blow of the sword. How could you be the user of the Mara Mara fruit? Shanks asked puzzledly while holding the knife after slashing Yin Xiang. He had seen Ace before and knew Ace's abilities, and Ace was considered a celebrity in the New World. If he had died, they would have known about it, so he was not the user of the Mara Mara fruit at all. More than just Mara Mara fruit. Yin Xiang smiled, and the seawater behind Shanks and others suddenly surged, and 3 water dragons rushed towards them. Shanks, Beckman and Lacus immediately attacked and dispersed the 3 water dragons. But the water dragon soon condensed in the air and turned into an ice dragon, continuing to rush towards the red hair pirates. It was too late to stop it now, and everyone immediately dodged to the side. At this moment, branches suddenly grew out from under their feet and entangled their legs, making them unable to move. Oh no. Seeing this, Usopp raised the gun in his hand and aimed at Yin Xiang. There was a gunshot. Yin Xiang didn't dodge at all. The bullet hit Yin Xiang and then fell to the ground. The ice dragon also came in front of them, and just when they were ready to be attacked, the ice dragon suddenly dissipated. It was Shanks Conqueror's Haki that shattered the ice dragon. At the same time, this powerful momentum continued to press towards Yin Xiang with undiminished force. Seeing this, Yin Xiang raised the corner of his mouth and released Conquerors. In an instant, all the momentum turned to the direction of Shanks and others. Many people from the Red Hair Pirates fell to the ground with foam at the mouth because they could not withstand Yin Xiang's Conquerors. In an instant, only Shanks, Beckman, Lakilu and Usopp were still standing. Advertisement, still playing. Yin Xiang sat cross-legged in midair looking at Shanks and smiling. Shanks obviously couldn't have imagined that Yin Xiang was so strong. His men, not to mention how strong they were at least Vice Admiral. The other party actually knocked them out with just a Conquerors. If his men were weaker, they would have died immediately. Fortunately, I didn't bring anyone new this time. Stop staring at me. I don't mean to kill you. It won't do me any good, nor will it do me any harm. It won't damage my karma. Yin Xiang said as she saw Shanks and the others staring at her in surprise. How about this, you join me and become my subordinates, which is also a good thing. Nonsense. It was obvious that Lakilu would not accept Yin Xiang's proposal. He kicked his legs hard, attached emission to his body, and rushed towards Yin Xiang. Oh, isn't this a human bomb tank? Yin Xiang couldn't help but think of Akamichi Choji when he saw this. Lakilu. Shanks stretched out his hand to stop him, but it was too late. Lakilu was already in front of Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang used observation Haki to accurately grab Lakilu's head and pressed his acupoints, making him unable to move. He was then held in the air by Yin Xiang. UB***************. D. Usopp gritted his teeth and became very anxious when he saw this. Tisk tisk, don't be impulsive. I can kill him with just a flick of my finger. Yin Xiang smacked his lips. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them immediately stopped what they were doing. After the battle just now, they absolutely believed that Yin Xiang could kill Lakilu in an instant. Let's talk? Yin Xiang looked at Shanks and said. What do you want to talk about? Shanks was also very sincere and put away his knife directly. Yin Xiang also put Lakilu down. Lakilu, who had been acupunctured, could only lie on the ground below Yin Xiang, unable to move. Didn't I just tell you that you join me? Otherwise I will kill him. Yin Xiang pointed at Lakilu and said. Lakilu gritted his teeth when he heard that, but his face turned red and he couldn't utter a word. Advertisement, Shanks remained silent upon hearing this, with a very bad expression on his face. Beckman lit a cigarette and looked at Shanks worriedly, while Usopp kept looking at Yin Xiang nervously. With my strength, there should be no problem for me to be your boss, right? Or do you have to wait for me to beat you down before you will obey? If that's the case, I can accompany you. Yin Xiang saw that Shanks didn't say anything, so she said. What is your purpose? I mean, what do you want to do to this world? Shanks looked at Yin Xiang and took a long time to come up with these words. I will turn the whole world into one country that belongs to me and I will manage it. Then, I will look for the so-called great secret treasure. I am just curious. If you know what it is, you can tell me and I won't look for it, Yin Xiang said decisively. You want to overthrow the current world government? Shanks frowned. Isn't that a certainty? Yin Xiang nodded and asked in return. What kind of question was he asking? Since he wanted to unify the world, he would definitely have to overthrow the existing world government. I admit that you are strong, but if you want to fight against the world government, I'm afraid it's just a pipe dream, Shanks said after hearing this. Peeved. Yin Xiang couldn't help laughing when he heard that. Ha 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 ha, you're so funny. It's been so long since I last killed celestial dragons live. What else can the world government do besides increasing my bounty? Do they dare to look for me? I'm afraid they don't even have the courage to face me. Besides, you are not stupid enough to think that this is all my strength. If I really get serious, let alone the people lying on the ground, even you can't stop my conquerors for a second. You will vomit blood and die on the spot. Do you believe it? Yin Xiang's voice was not loud, but it made Shanks and others shudder. How arrogant is this person in front of me? If it were someone else, they would definitely not believe it. But if it was Yin Xiang, they would really be a little shaken. I won't make things difficult for you. I can let you go now and give you 5 days to think about it. After 5 days, at 2 p.m., I'll be waiting for you here. If you want to join me, then come. If you don't want to join, then don't come. But I can't guarantee that I'll be in a good mood the next time I see you. Yin Xiang said, and kicked Lakilu back, untying his acupuncture points at the same time. The fat man Lakilu rolled on the ground several times in a comical way. He finally got up and looked at Yin Xiang breathlessly. Shanks stared at Yin Xiang for a long time, his mind running fast. He had simulated the battle scenes with Yin Xiang tens of thousands of times, and they were all defeated miserably. Finally Shanks could only turn around and leave. Let's go. Upon hearing this, Beckman and others could only carry the crew members back to the ship one by one. It seemed that their captain was not sure of capturing Yukong Yin Xiang. Chapter 275. Crocodile Returns, New Moon Tickets. Shanks and others who left the island sat on the deck in silence. They really couldn't understand why the other party was so strong, even stronger than Roger. This is the first time I've felt this powerless since becoming a 4 Emperor. It's been too long since I felt this way. I don't know how long the silence lasted, but Beckman came and sat down next to Shanks. What are you going to do? Me? Ha ha ha, if I join them, I will have no face at all. Shanks laughed when he heard it. But think about it another way. Maybe they can really save the world now, Shanks then said. So you're going to join them? Beckman lit a cigarette. Yes, what I have been doing is to make this world a new place and make the truth of 800 years ago known to the world. But if I use my method, I may not be able to do it in my lifetime. And that Yin Xiang has such powerful strength that he can find out the truth of 800 years ago even if he has to use force. Shanks nodded. Aren't you afraid that he will be the next world government, the next celestial dragons? Beckman asked. I don't think so. Shanks shook his head. I don't think he would want to be that kind of person. Boss, I really can't bear to join them like this. Lakilu also walked over and said. Does that mean you don't want to come with me? Shanks asked, looking up. That's not what I mean. I'll go wherever the boss goes, Lakilu said, touching the back of his head. Ha 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 ha. Shanks laughed when he heard that, then stood up and said, it's decided, brothers. Let's join the pirates for now and see how the world changes next. Of course, I won't force you. If you don't want to go, you can leave now. The red-hair pirates stared at each other for a moment, then said in unison, we will always follow the captain. Well, let's have a few more days of freedom and have a party, brothers. Shanks laughed when he heard it. Oh, advertisement. I have to say that the people of red-hair pirates are still very optimistic. Honey, you're back, are you okay? Yin Xiang had just returned to the manor when Hancock ran over. She seemed to have been waiting at the gate of the manor. Of course it's okay. Yin Xiang hugged Hancock who rushed over and said with a smile. Shanks and the others were all defeated by me. Maybe they will join me in a few days. Hancock immediately followed Yin Xiang and went to Yin Xiang's room with Yin Xiang. The others also returned to their rooms. Of course. Crocodile nodded. Those people made them sleep on the deck. They were not allowed to go anywhere except the kitchen. It was really tiring to lie there. Not at all. Yin Xiang said and kissed him. After 5 pleasant days, at 9 o'clock in the morning, Crocodile and others finally came back. Yin Xiang and others also packed up and got on the boat, ready to leave. Then let's go together. Yin Xiang pulled Vivi up without saying anything, Kagaya jumped up without saying anything, and Robin quietly slipped away. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. After all, they're the 4 emperors. I'm afraid they won't give in easily. Hancock said as he walked, holding Yin Xiang's arm. During this period, Yin Xiang and several women were extremely happy. He and Madara, the 2 widowed kings, were almost going crazy on this island. It was so boring. They had nothing to do and their heads were almost growing grass. I gave them 5 days to think about it. After 5 days, Crocodile and the others changed their minds. If they come then, they will have to join us. If they don't come, I will kill them the next time I see them. I don't know. Indra shrugged. Why are you all trying to be so cool, Chi? Crocodile said dissatisfiedly, holding a cigar in his mouth. Oh, I see. Hancock nodded. But if they really join, I'm afraid your bounty will increase again. Then no one in this sea will dare to go against you. After all, the scripts by Yin Xiang that I read the most in the past were Robin and Hancock. They are all strange people. Mr. One couldn't help but say while standing aside. Then why are we waiting for him? Although he was a little surprised that Yin Xiang had dealt with Shanks, Crocodile was still confused. Yes. Yin Xiang nodded. It's settled. They have an electrician. The circuit on Lei Island was already connected. They added some wires. Now there is electricity over there too. Advertisement had turned out that this was Shirahoshi's room, and the place where they were lying was not a bed, but Shirahoshi's chest. If you say it was shocking, then Shirahoshi was almost scared to death. I'll arrange a room for you later, Yin Xiang said to Hancock after returning to her room. Ever since I turned white, I am always being dragged by Yin Xiang to fight hard, which is really too much to bear. Wait for someone. Yin Xiang patted Crocodile's shoulder, leaving him confused, and Yin Xiang walked back to her room. Notebook. What notebook? Hey, there are other people here. Vivi and others looked at Hancock and Yin Xiang speechlessly. Who are you waiting for? Crocodile said as he looked at Madara and Indra who were getting on the boat. You didn't let anyone into our room, did you? Yin Xiang looked at Crocodile and said after getting on the boat. Join? Do you want to conquer the red-haired pirates? Hancock was also stunned when he heard that. It seems to be that red-haired Shanks who came here some time ago and was taught a lesson by Yin Xiang, Madara said. Of course. No one dares now. Yin Xiang smiled and picked up Hancock. The next moment, they both suddenly appeared on the bed. Yin Xiang pressed Hancock on the bed. Madara ignored Crocodile and went back to her room. At least there's something you can fish for and some fitness equipment on the boat, so you don't have to just sit there and stare blankly. No, I want to live with you, Hancock said while holding Yin Xiang's arm tightly. Well, we can't let Salome live here too, Yin Xiang said helplessly looking at Salome beside Hancock. Have they settled down on the island? Yin Xiang nodded and asked. Hancock was also startled and trembled all over, but he quickly recovered. It's too sudden, dear. That's good. Let's wait until 2 in the afternoon and then set off to the next island. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Why don't we just leave? We have been moving all this time and the record pointer hasn't changed. It's still pointing to the next island, Crocodile said puzzledly. Chapter 276 The Red Hair Pirates Join. Well, we can't let Salome live here too, Yin Xiang said helplessly looking at Salome beside Hancock. Hiss, Salome also spit out his tongue beside him. And look at Vivi and the others, they are all in their own rooms, aren't you less obedient than them? Seeing that Hancock didn't say anything, Yin Xiang directly used her ultimate move. Of course I'm better than them, I'll find a room now, let's go, Salome. This trick really worked on Hancock. Hancock immediately stood up and ran out of the cabin. Yin Xiang behind him also smiled. Little guy, can't I discipline you? The time soon came to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. There was still an hour left before the time to meet Shanks. The red hair pirate's ship had already appeared in the lookout's telescope. No. Something bad happened. The red hair pirates are coming. After the lookout saw Shanks' ship, he hurriedly shouted down. Crocodile's face also changed. Waiting for someone, now the red-haired guy is back, Yin Xiang. After that, Crocodile also hurried to the door of Yin Jiang's room and knocked on Yin Jiang's door. Hey, the red-haired guy is here again. This time he must have made full preparations before coming back. It will definitely be a fierce battle. Can you handle it? What are you panicking about? Yin Xiang yawned and walked out of the room, going straight to the side of the boat, and Crocodile followed him all the way. Who are you waiting for? Is it the red-haired guy? Crocodile asked beside Yin Xiang. Madara and Indra also came out of the room and leaned against the wall watching Shanks' ship approaching in the distance. Crocodile asked anxiously, but Yin Xiang ignored him and just stared at the sea in a daze. Hey, say something. Crocodile was anxiously walking around, but no matter what he said, Yin Xiang just ignored him. Until Shanks' boat landed. The red hair pirates came off the boat with bags of all sizes and threw over a dozen large boxes overboard. Then Shanks raised the torch and stared at his ship in a daze. What are they going to do? Crocodile looked at Shanks and others' behavior and was confused. From today on, the red hair pirates no longer exist. They're going to join us. Yin Xiang smiled as he stood by the boat. Advertisement, huh? Crocodile was obviously confused. Mr. One was also confused, his eyes widened and his mouth opened. 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks, join Yin Jiang's pirates group? This is simply a fantasy. Get ready, spread the news. Yin Xiang patted Crocodile's shoulder and said with a smile. Is this true? Crocodile still couldn't believe it. At this moment, Shanks threw out a torch, and the red hair pirate's ship burst into flames. As the red hair pirate's flag was burned out, Crocodile had to accept this fact. Go take a picture quickly, Crocodile immediately said to Mr. One. Okay. Mr. One nodded and quickly took out his camera and ran to take a picture of the red hair pirates watching the red hair pirate's ship burning. After the ashes of the entire ship sank to the bottom of the sea, the red hair pirates also came to Yin Jiang's ship. Can we get on board, Captain? Shanks stood under the boat, looked up at Yin Xiang and said. We've been waiting for you, let's go. Yin Xiang nodded. Shanks immediately asked everyone to move their belongings onto the boat. Long time no see, Shanks said to Crocodile after getting on the boat. Crocodile still hasn't recovered from his shock. No, you really want to join Yin Xiang? The ship is burned, what do you think? Madara looked at Crocodile speechlessly, then turned back to her cabin, and Indra also left. That's Uchiha Madara and Indra, two really cold people. Shanks looked at where the two had left and said, Captain, is there a room assigned to us? Empty cabins, take your pick. Yin Xiang pointed to the cabin behind him and said, Okay, let's set sail, Lao Sha. Lao Sha. What kind of name is that? Crocodile's face twitched when he heard that, but then he sighed and asked the navigator to start the boat. Advertisement, from now on you will follow me. No one has any objections, right? Yin Xiang said to the people of Red Hair Pirates. Their expressions were not very good, but they nodded, no problem. Let me make it clear first, I only listen to the boss. If you want to order me around, I won't listen, Lakilu said to Yin Xiang. Then it's the same if I let Shanks order you. Yin Xiang waved his hand indifferently. Although he could just kill this rebellious son, after doing this, the Red Hair Pirate's heart would be scattered here, so it's better not to kill him for the time being. HMPH. Lakilu also snorted coldly. Crocodile glanced at Lakilu from a distance and sighed silently. With Yin Xiang's attitude, it seemed that his future would not be good. After Yin Xiang returned to his cabin, Shanks also found a few cabins under the arrangement of the little cannon fodders. Naturally, they would not give each of them one cabin. There were 6 people in one cabin, and Shanks and Beckman had one cabin, so there were only 3 cabins in total. Is this the treatment of the loser? Beckman said helplessly while taking a deep puff of his cigarette in the room, looking at Shanks. Ha ha ha, that's pretty good. Can you please not smoke in the room? I'm almost choking to death. Shanks laughed and then waved his hand. You still care about this kind of thing now? Beckman was speechless. Lakilu was very dissatisfied with Yin Xiang. I am afraid that he will conflict with Yin Xiang in the future. At that time, Yin Xiang may really kill Lakilu. What should we do then? I don't think so, Shanks said after thinking for a while. Don't you know Lakilu's temper? Beckman said as he put out his cigarette. Ah. Why are you throwing cigarette butts on the deck like this? Can you be more civilized? Shanks shouted immediately. Be serious and talk about business. Beckman said this, but still picked up the cigarette butt, threw it out of the window and into the sea. It's also uncivilized to throw it into the sea, Shanks said. I'll kill you. Beckman grabbed Shanks' neck and shouted. Ah, I know. I won't say anything more. Shanks waved his hands and shouted, and Beckman let go. I'll go back and comfort Lakilu, Shanks said afterwards. It's better to go now. I think Uchiha Madara and Indra have worse tempers than Yin Xiang. If Lakilu provokes them, it will be difficult to end the situation, Beckman said. Those two. Shanks thought about it. He originally wanted to say that they were no match for Lakilu, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that it would be very easy for them to deal with Lakilu. Chapter 277 Spread of news. It's more than simple. Yin Xiang only beats people for fun, while Uchiha Madara and Indra are both fatal. They won't give anyone a chance to fight back. Shanks then went to find Lakilu and had a good talk with him. During the rest of the journey, the cannon fodder seemed more restrained. After all, the ship was full of monsters, including the former 4 emperors. Their status became even lower, and they were not even cannon fodder but only odd jobs. On this ship, even the requirements for being cannon fodder are very strict. Someone like Mr. 1 can only be considered cannon fodder. 3 days after the ship left, Crocodile stopped a newspaper delivery seagull at the bow and stole a newspaper. It is impossible to give money. Sure enough, the headline in the newspaper was that Shanks joined the pirates. Crocodile also immediately delivered the newspaper to Yin Xiang's room. 4 emperors. Red-haired Shanks leads the red-hair pirates to join the emperor-killing pirates. The name of the 4 emperors is secured. The world will be in great turmoil. Can the other 3 emperors still sit back and relax? Yin Xiang couldn't help laughing when he saw the newspaper headlines. It seems that journalists from any world are all equally smooth talking. It won't be long before a new wanted poster for you is issued. It won't be a problem for the bounty to exceed Rogers. Crocodile said, holding a cigar in his mouth. Shanks is sincere and has already spread the news that the former Red Hair Pirates' territory has now been replaced with your flag. It's all yours. By the way, how is Kamisato Ricky? Yin Xiang nodded, and suddenly remembered that there was such a person as Kamisato Ricky. The guy who delivered the food said that his mental state is much better than before. He doesn't yell every day anymore. Instead, he seems to be enjoying it and has adapted to life as a prisoner, said Crocodile. Crocodile was a little speechless about this person's adaptability. Then starve him for 3 or 4 days. Yin Xiang nodded after hearing this. Got it. Crocodile nodded. Anything else? Advertisement? Haven't Shanks and the others caused any trouble on the ship these days? It seems. We need to join forces with Kaido to get rid of this brat, Big Mom said with a fierce look. As for Big Mom, she was not on Kaido's list of opponents at all, so it was too easy for him to deal with Big Mom. I didn't expect that the red-haired brat would actually be inferior to others. It seems that Yukong Yin Xiang is indeed very capable, Whitebeard said while looking at the newspaper. On Yin Xiang's side, fortunately the red hair pirates came with supplies, otherwise the supplies on the ship would not be enough to make it to the next island. This time it took 2 weeks to reach the next island. Okay. You woman, You sneaked up on Yin Xiang while I was away. Hancock pushed the door open and came in. Seeing Yin Xiang hugging Robin, he pointed at Robin and shouted. Now this guy named Yukong Yin Xiang suddenly appeared and threatened to kill him. How could Kaido not be excited? Of course, the other 4 emperors also learned that Red Hair had joined Yin Xiang, and they were all quite shocked. I'm a bit excited. Come on, little brat. Kaido didn't care. He hadn't met anyone who could fight with him in many years. The red-haired Shanks had a broken arm and didn't have the strength of his prime. He was not worthy of fighting with him. I've already taken the red hair away. How can he not be obedient? Yin Xiang hugged Robin's slender waist and said with a smile. After we deal with Kaido and get his piece of history text, we will go to Big Mom. I heard she has a lot. Making trouble. Not really making trouble, they're just too noisy. The boat is in chaos, much noisier than before. Crocodile said. He really didn't like this noisy environment. After we finish, it's time to eat. Since taking down Hancock and Shirahoshi, Yin Xiang's current modification points have reached X8, and he can then eliminate Kamisato Rikazu. However, Yin Xiang plans to change his way of playing to see if he can drive Kamisato Rikazu crazy, which might be more interesting. That's right. We're good sisters, so what's wrong with sharing? Yin Xiang grabbed Robin's hand, then waved and closed the door, locking Salome outside, and then took Hancock in. A better atmosphere is a good thing, so let them do whatever they want. Yin Xiang nodded, then waved his hand, and Crocodile understood and left. Okay, I'll give it to you. Robin couldn't help but smile when he saw this, and then stood up from Yin Xiang. If Wano Kuni wasn't in seclusion and needed him to control the overall situation, he would have wanted to rush out and challenge Yin Xiang right now. Red Hair joined the king killing pirates. What on earth happened? Big Mom also shouted when she saw the newspaper. Advertisement. But Mom, Yukong Yin Xiang's current target is Kaido. If we join forces with Kaido, I'm afraid we'll be implicated, Parasparrow said. Cake Island. Conspiracy? Neither Red Hair nor this Yin Xiang seem like the kind of people who would engage in conspiracy. Maybe he used some method to convince Red Hair. Whitebeard said after thinking for a while. Hancock looked excited. It seems that even if they changed the pirates group, nothing would change for them, they just wanted to be happy. But they could hear Shanks and his people singing in the restaurant while eating in their own room, which was very joyful. Ghost Island. It's over, I can't run away. Robin suddenly felt something was wrong, and sure enough, the next moment, Yin Xiang threw him onto the bed. There were many people on the boat now, and the girls didn't like eating with a group of grown men, so they arranged for the meals to be delivered to their rooms. Yin Xiang, Uchiha Madara and Indra also didn't go to the restaurant. Big Mom was also stunned when she heard this. Well, let's think of another way. Old man Whitebeard had half his body in the dirt, making him even less worthy. Mom, it seems that this person really has the ability to threaten us, Parasparrow said anxiously. But Dad, this guy is too outrageous. I heard that Red Hair is very powerful, but looking at the photos in the newspaper, he seems to have joined on his own initiative. He also burned his own ship and even willingly gave his own territory to Yin Xiang. Is there any conspiracy here? Marco asked puzzled. Even Red Hair has joined the pirates group. Is that kid really that powerful? Kaido frowned as he looked at the newspaper. Yeah. Robin also nodded, feeling very happy. It was great that Yin Xiang still cared so much about her affairs. He is heading towards us, Jin said as he stood beside Kaido. Crocodile has become much more well-behaved, Robin said as he stood next to Yin Xiang. What a clever kid. Quinn couldn't help but say. Chapter 278 Dressrosa. Yin Xiang is also quite familiar with this island, which is Dressrosa. Dressrosa, I didn't expect to come to this island, Crocodile said, looking at the island. Dressrosa? Doflamingo's territory? Yin Xiang asked after hearing the name. Yeah. Crocodile nodded. Yin Xiang rolled her eyes and immediately thought of many good things. As for what good things they were, of course, they were Rebecca, Sugar, Monet, Violet, BABY5, etc. There are still a lot of beauties in Dressrosa, and it is a kingdom. This time, not only can we take over a kingdom, but also so many beauties. It is definitely a great harvest. If possible, I could also take Doflamingo as my younger brother. However, given Doflamingo's personality, it might not be easy to make him your younger brother. Blue blue blue, blue blue blue, Kacha, hello? Young master, something bad has happened. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Duobu Langming took off the newspaper covering his face. The news in the newspaper was about Yin Xiang's pirates and Shanks joining the pirates. There is also a wanted poster for Yin Xiang by the window, with a reward of 6 billion. Yes, it's the Emperor Pirates. The Emperor Pirates have landed. Someone shouted from the other end of the phone. What? Doflamingo also stood up from his chair. You're here so soon. Yes, young master, they have already disembarked, and red-haired Shanks and the others are indeed on his ship. Don't mess with them, just hide, Doflamingo said after thinking for a moment, then hung up the phone. Blue blue blue. What's wrong now? The call came back just after he hung up. Doflamingo picked up the phone with dissatisfaction and asked. Advertisement, I'm Crocodile. Crocodile said, holding the messenger on his hook and the Den Den Mushi in his other hand. Huh? Doflamingo frowned when he heard that. Foo, what do you want to do? Doflamingo laughed inexplicably. Our captain is here to find you. Bump, as soon as Crocodile finished speaking, the window of Doflamingo's room shattered with a bang. Yin Xiang squatted by the window and looked at Doflamingo, which scared Doflamingo. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Yukong Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang squatted on the window, stretched out her hand and smiled at Doflamingo. Doflamingo was stunned for a moment, then hung up the phone and silently took a few steps back. Feeling the pressure around him disappear, Doflamingo stood up and looked at Yin Xiang. I understand. I will lead my pirates to join you. Doflamingo didn't know what to say. Even though he had someone behind him and even though he wanted to be more decent, he always felt an inexplicable huge pressure when facing Yin Xiang. He couldn't tell where this pressure came from. What statement? Okay. Doflamingo nodded, then took out the Denden Mushi and dialed the number. After all, Shirahoshi's bedding was messed up by these two guys last time, and it can't be messed up again this time. Shirahoshi's bed is really uncomfortable to sleep on. The four of them were confused when they heard this. It seems that his 6 billion bounty is not in vain. He really didn't expect that this young man in front of him was actually one of the 4 emperors and had the highest bounty in the world. From the outside, he didn't look that great, but he always felt that he was no match for him. You're not as courageous as a woman. Yin Xiang saw this and said to Doflamingo. Why are you still looking at my wanted poster? Yin Xiang picked up his wanted poster and said, 6 billion, it's still a little short. Why don't you say anything? When they saw Yin Xiang, the 4 of them were all stunned behind Doflamingo. Baby 5, who didn't know the situation, threw King Liku to the ground. Young master, what happened? Seeing the cadres lying on the ground, Baby-5 asked in confusion, and at the same time saw Yin Xiang out of the corner of his eye. Red-haired Shanks is his younger brother, so why can't he just give up on that? Could it be his 6 billion bounty? Advertisement? Stop, if you say this condition out loud, you'll lose your head. Yin Xiang interrupted Doflamingo and said, you dare to make conditions to me, what a joke. At the same time, the rest of the Emperor pirates had entered the town and started collecting supplies for the next voyage. Doflamingo was very efficient. Not long after the call, Baby-5 came over with King Riku. All I'm saying is, you come and be my little brother, and Dressrosa will belong to me from now on. Yin Xiang jumped into the room through the window and said. Doflamingo was already sweating all over, and his pink feather coat fell to the ground. Doflamingo closed his mouth helplessly after hearing this. Thinking of this, Doflamingo looked up at Yin Xiang, but found that he couldn't lift his head at all. In front of Yin Jiang's conqueror's haki, he could only surrender. Dover. What happened? Just then, the door of the room was opened and several people rushed in. They were all Doflamingo's men, Onizel, Diamante, Torpal and Pika. She is just ignorant. Doflamingo pressed Baby 5's hand down from behind. Baby 5 looked at Doflamingo with confusion. Express your opinion. Yin Xiang looked at Doflamingo and said. Yukong Yin Xiang. Baby 5's arm turned into a cannon and aimed at Yin Xiang. Why are you here? This guy is so domineering that he releases such a powerful conqueror's haki without any reason. Why? Baby-5 widened his eyes and the cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground. What do you want to do? Doflamingo finally came to his senses. But I have conditions. As for Shirahoshi's bedding, Yin Xiang also sent Madara and Indra to do it. Where's King Liku? Call him over. Yin Xiang sat on the chair where Doflamingo had sat before, crossed his legs and said. Yukong Yin Xiang, from today on, he is our captain, Doflamingo told Baby-5. Speak, man, stop wasting time. After Yin Xiang finished speaking, Conqueror's haki was released, and the 4 people behind Doflamingo immediately knelt on the ground, foaming at the mouth and fainted. Doflamingo also felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground, but now he was also half kneeling in front of Yin Xiang. Seeing this, Yin Xiang also put away his Conqueror's haki. Chapter 279. Convincing King Liku, no reason. Doflamingo shook his head. Damn it, I can't agree with that, Baby-5 said and prepared to attack Yin Xiang, ready to fight to the death. Because I need you guys really much. Yin Xiang looked at Baby 5 and said. Baby-5 blushed immediately and put down the cannon in his hand. You need me very much, Baby-5 said with a blushing face. Hey, he's obviously talking about us. Doflamingo complained in a low voice, and at the same time, he felt a little more apprehensive. How did this guy Yukong Yin Xiang know Baby 5's weaknesses? If someone says this to Baby-5 will have no resistance at all. Yes, we really need you, especially you. Yin Xiang nodded and waved to Baby-5. Seeing this, Baby-5 immediately ran to Yin Jiang's side. The cannon in his hand returned to its normal state, and he naturally hugged Yin Jiang's arm. From now on, I am your master. No one in this world will need you except me. Whoever says they need you is just using you. So from today until you die, you have to listen to me. Do you understand? Yin Xiang said as he stretched out his hand and lifted Baby 5's chin. I understand, master, Baby-5 nodded repeatedly. Doflamingo really stood behind Yin Xiang like a younger brother. It seemed that he had become Yin Jiang's subordinate now. You. Who are you? King Liku's face was covered in blood, and he looked up at Yin Xiang. He had been enslaved during this period of time and had no idea about Yin Xiang. Red-haired Shanks. Hearing that the red-haired Shanks were all under Yin Xiang's command, King Riku was also extremely surprised. He didn't expect that such a big shot would appear on the sea during this period of time. When King Riku saw the amount, his eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. Advertisement, okay. Doflamingo nodded after hearing that. He was also a smart man, so he knew what Yin Xiang was talking about. It was about turning all the citizens back into humans. Doflamingo covered his forehead speechlessly upon seeing this. Now only Yin Xiang, King Riku, and Diamante, who was unconscious on the ground, were left in the room. I don't care what you think. You can think that I saved your country or that I used your daughter as a threat to make you a puppet. I am too lazy to explain to you. Yin Xiang said, and drew a kunai from his sleeve to cut the rope that bound King Riku. Anyway, this is the current situation. You said that Alabasta and the Fishmen Island are. That is to say, you will be my puppet from now on, a free puppet. This country will still listen to you, but you have to listen to me. Do you understand? Can you please let me see my daughter and Rebecca first? King Riku sat aside and looked at Yin Xiang and said. King Riku didn't know what to say for a moment after hearing this. You haven't watched the news for a long time, right? They all joined me willingly. I saved their kingdom and their daughter's life. The kingdom of women on Nine Snake Island is also under my command now. Red-haired Shanks also joined me with his island. Seeing that King Riku didn't sit down, Yin Xiang sat on the chair himself, crossed his legs and said. You'd better kill me, King Riku said with gritted teeth after hearing this. Purpose? The purpose is to become the king who rules the whole world. I'm not here to be a pirate king. That's too unsophisticated. Yin Xiang said, don't worry, there's nothing wrong with joining my world. It's free, democratic, fair, and just. There won't be celestial dragons and world government. What are you talking about? Why should I kill you? Yin Xiang crossed her legs and prepared to sit on the ground. Baby 5 quickly lay on the ground and used his clothes to wipe the ground under Yin Xiang's butt clean, and then let Yin Xiang sit down. Go do your work. Yin Xiang then turned back and looked at Doflamingo. Based on Yin Xiang's one-sided words alone, King Riku would definitely not believe Yin Xiang. Huh, do you mean that I still have to hand over my daughter to you? King Riku snorted coldly. Advertisement. He didn't know what Yin Xiang had done during this period, didn't know that Yin Xiang had killed celestial dragons, didn't know that Yin Xiang had subdued the red-haired Shanks, didn't know that Yin Xiang had saved the residents of an island, and didn't know that Yin Xiang had changed Alabasta. Regardless of whether the person in front of him is good or bad, he only wants to see his daughter and granddaughter now. Even the red-haired Shanks can join him. It seems that his strength is indeed immeasurable. Yes, master, BAYB5 nodded repeatedly, then ran out happily. I don't quite understand what you mean. King Riku raised his head and said. You don't have to listen to what I say, just watch what I do. Yin Xiang then turned back to look at King Riku and said, sit over there and wait. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yukong Yin Xiang. I'm a pirates. This is my bounty order. Yin Xiang slapped the bounty order in front of King Riku. Now the kings of Alabasta and the Fishmen Island are willing to obey my orders and have entrusted their daughters to me for safekeeping. They are also free now and live much better than before. So you should be like them and just wait for me to issue an order one day to combine all the countries in the world into one complete country. Go do it. Yin Xiang nodded and looked at Baby 5 and said. What is your purpose in doing this? King Riku looked at Yin Xiang and said. People on the sea now call me the Four Emperors, but it won't be long before I will be the only emperor on the sea. My purpose of coming to Dressrosa is very simple, to save your country and then make it mine. From now on, you will help me manage this country, Yin Xiang said afterwards. King Riku struggled to get up from the ground, looked at Yin Xiang, then looked at Doflamingo. Okay, you are King Riku, right? Yin Xiang then let go of Baby 5's hand and squatted in front of King Riku and said. No, it's not that you hand your daughter over to me, it's that your daughter will definitely go with me voluntarily. In short, whether you agree or not, the management rights of this kingdom now belong to you for the time being. I will take Doflamingo and the others away, and at the same time turn your citizens from dolls into normal people. Yin Xiang shook his head. Yin Xiang also touched Baby 5's head with satisfaction, and then continued to look at King Riku. But looking at the current situation, Doflamingo seems to be doomed, and the ownership of the kingdom now belongs to the man in front of him, who must be more difficult to deal with than Doflamingo. Chapter 280 Violet and Rebecca. They are now purchasing supplies on the island and preparing for the next voyage. If you don't believe me, I can let you meet them later. Yin Xiang nodded and picked up the newspaper beside her that Doflamingo had been reading just now. Isn't this a newspaper? Take a look. Yin Xiang said and threw the newspaper to King Riku. King Riku took the newspaper and lowered his head to read. The more he read, the more frightened he became, and the expression on his face became more and more surprised. The newspaper seemed fake, but it seemed real no matter how he looked at it. Father. Just then, Violet ran in from the door. Violet. Upon seeing this, King Riku immediately dropped the newspaper and hugged his Violet. Are you okay? It's okay, I'm fine. Violet shook her head and said, Father, all the people on the island who were turned into toys have returned to normal. What happened? This. King Riku turned around and looked at Yin Xiang, only to find that Yin Xiang was staring at Violet. Her eyes seemed to be about to eat Violet. If it weren't for maintaining her demeanor, Yin Xiang would have drooled. Violet's figure is really extraordinary. Wearing a tight purple dress, she has even more charm, a real mature woman. Thinking about being able to spend time with Violet and Rebecca in the future. It makes me excited no matter how I think about it. Yukong. Yin Xiang. Violet was also stunned when she saw Yin Xiang. Do you know him? King Liku asked. He is the most famous person on the sea now, and the person with the highest bounty in the world. Violet nodded woodenly. It's really like that. King Riku couldn't help swallowing his saliva when he heard this. This means that the person in front of him is the most dangerous person in the world right now. It turns out that the truly powerful people all look so, vulnerable. Did you hear that? Everyone outside has changed back to normal. It will soon be announced that you have returned to the throne. Before that, you have to make a decision. Yin Xiang said to King Liku. Decision? What decision? Violet asked puzzledly. At the same time. What happened? Advertisement. Wow. The doll turned into a human. Vivi and Robin were walking on the street and were shocked to see the dolls turned into humans. It turns out these dolls are transformed from humans, Robin said in shock. It should be the ability of the devil fruit. Indra said on the side. This is Indra's clone, used to protect Robin and Vivi. As for Shirahoshi, he will definitely not come down. Is this Shatang? Yin Xiang then hung up the phone and looked at Shatang. Kaguya also doesn't like meeting outsiders. Hearing the red-haired Shanks agree so readily, Doflamingo felt a little more apprehensive. It seemed that the red-haired Shanks really voluntarily joined Yin Xiang's pirates. He's a $6 billion pirate, they really don't dare defend this guy. Bulu Bulu. Kacha. The phone was quickly connected. Yin Xiang didn't say anything, took out her Den Mushi and dialed. Did Yin Xiang do something? Vivi looked at Indra and asked. You and your family should get together and have a good chat. There must be something outside that I need to take care of. After Yin Xiang said this, she stood up and walked out of the room. Baby 5 also hurriedly followed Yin Xiang out. Wife. Where are you? Wife, Dad, not to mention Hancock. Yin Xiang asked her not to follow, so she would definitely stay on the boat and would not get off. I really can't blame him. The ability of the childlike fun fruit turned her into a child, but Sucrose is actually over 20 years old now. It's just that this little loli's body makes Yin Xiang really don't know how to start. My dear master, all the dolls on the street have turned back into humans. A group of pirates have gathered at the port and they should be heading this way. BABY5 said to Yin Xiang after going out. When all the dolls turned back into humans, the people who had previously forgotten about them also recovered their memories and cried bitterly while hugging their families. Among them were many pirates who, after turning back into humans, gathered together and prepared to take revenge on Doflamingo. Advertisement. Indra shrugged. Who knows? Rebecca, come here. Violet saw this and quickly hugged Rebecca, blocking her from Yin Xiang. This guy didn't look like a good person at all. Especially the look in his eyes, which was exactly the same as the way those perverts looked at her. Doflamingo nodded, while Shatang looked at Yin Xiang, not knowing what was in his mind, holding a bowl of grapes in his hand. The women in the Hokage world were at least wrapped tightly, but most of the women in the pirates world only had 2 pieces of cloth on their bodies, and many only wore underwear, which made Yin Xiang a little confused and distracted recently. Can those prisoners in the arena really resist the urge to take action? Ding, mission released. Raid Rebecca, raid reward. Modification point X1. Hiss. Moshi Moshi, the voice coming from the other end of the phone was the red-haired Shanks. After seeing Rebecca, Yin Xiang also gasped. Rebecca was really just 2 pieces of cloth. It felt like everything could be seen when the wind blew, especially the 2 large halves of the northern hemisphere exposed on the upper body. They were so white that it was frightening, and you could vaguely see some pink. At this time, Doflamingo brought Xiao Shatang upstairs and came to Yin Xiang. They should all come for me. If there are too many people, it will be troublesome. How are you going to deal with it? She originally thought that Baby 5 had brought her here to see Doflamingo, and she had already prepared herself for a fight with Doflamingo, but she didn't expect that this would be the scene she saw when she arrived here. Grandpa. Aunt. Rebecca then came into the room under the guidance of Baby 5. She was also surprised when she saw King Riku and Violet. Seastone can only make Sucrose's ability ineffective, but cannot turn her into what she should be. It seems that if you want to take down Sucrose, you have to use a modification point to turn her back to her normal age first. At this point, the Modifier's mission is released. Cough cough. Yin Xiang also realized that something was wrong and coughed twice. Take your men and suppress the pirates at the port. Kill them all, Yin Xiang said to the red-haired guy. Then again, it seems like they were held separately. Change. Change back. Got it. The red-haired man nodded. Although he was reluctant to kill them all, this was the first mission given to him by the captain after all. Chapter 281 Brainwashing Violet, Ding, mission released. Raid Rebecca, raid reward. Modification point X1. At this point, the Modifier's mission is released. It is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. Yin Xiang was just worrying about where to start the strategy, and the Modifier showed him the way. Red Hair's action was indeed quick and decisive. The originally noisy port soon became quiet. However, Red Hair still let some of the pirates escape by boat. Perhaps he couldn't bear to see these men who had set out to the sea with their dreams but had been imprisoned by Doflamingo for so long die here. Feeling the red-haired man's movements, Yin Xiang did not intend to blame him. Being able to kill most of the pirates was already beyond Yin Xiang's expectation. It seemed that Shanks was indeed sincere in joining him. Are you satisfied now? Doflamingo asked Yin Xiang. Where are your other men? Yin Xiang looked at Doflamingo and asked. Some are doing business on other islands, and some are on their way here, Doflamingo replied. Do you have other islands under your control? Yin Xiang nodded and asked. All my efforts have been put into Dressrosa. When Doflamingo said this, there was obviously some resentment in his tone. That's right, all these years of hard work were taken away by Yin Xiang in less than an hour. It would be strange if I didn't have any complaints. There is also an underground black industry chain, right? You. Doflamingo was also stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that he knew such things. The other party had asked, so he must be able to confirm it. Doflamingo had no choice but to nod helplessly. I want 80% of the income from the underground industry chain, and the remaining 20% will be left for you as pocket money. As for the devil fruit factory that traded with Kaido, sell all the artificial devil fruit you have to him. After disposing of these rotten goods, Kaido will not be far from death. Although it would be the same if we killed Kaido and took his treasure. But Yin Xiang just likes to play with others. When Kaido found out that he had given the money to Yin Xiang really wanted to see the expression on his face. Got it. Doflamingo nodded, and pocket money, it was all my money. Advertisement. Tell your people to pack up and leave with me. Don't bring those useless people with you. Yin Xiang said and walked back to the room. Yin Xiang said, pointing at the Doflamingo cadres who were still unconscious on the ground. In Violet's eyes, Yin Xiang just wanted to help Dressrosa. No, not just Dressrosa. In Violet's eyes, Yin Xiang's current goal is to save this distorted world and make the whole world a better place, freer, more democratic, without oppression and without superiority. Tisk. What exactly do you want to get from this country? Rebecca has been fighting in the sword-fighting arena for so many years. Now she is still very courageous and she mustered up the courage to say to Yin Xiang. What's the difference? I won't interfere with your decision. Even if you want to go to war with other countries, I will help you. Yin Xiang looked at King Liku and smiled. I know you want to show your loyalty, but now is not the time. Yin Xiang looked at Doflamingo and said. Alas. Doflamingo then walked in and sighed helplessly when he saw the cadres lying on the ground. Yin Xiang couldn't help but smack his lips in surprise. After being in the Jianghu for so long, he didn't expect that he would accidentally fall into King Liku's trap. It turned out that the older you are, the wiser you will be. Then I'll give it to you. Alabasta, just surrender. Yin Xiang shrugged and said, it's their country anyway. At this moment, Rebecca and Violet's favorability towards Yin Xiang increased to 20%. At this moment, Rebecca and Violet's favorability towards Yin Xiang, who just came up, dropped to 0% again. This made Doflamingo even more speechless. Don't be fooled by him. Although the management rights are in my hands, he is still the real power holder. King Liku is also an experienced king, he said to Rebecca and Violet. No, Violet still has a 10% favorability towards Yin Xiang. Rebecca. Violet also subconsciously tried to stop Rebecca, but it was too late, the words had already been said. King Riku also looked at Violet and nodded. Doflamingo also looked at Sucrose helplessly. Advertisement seeing Yin Xiang coming in, King Riku, Rebecca and Violet subconsciously took a step back. At this point, knowing Yin Xiang's strength, they no longer had any intention of resisting. After all, it would be useless to resist. Did you hear that? Although the management rights of Alabasta are in the hands of the king, he is still the real decision maker. King Riku said to Rebecca and Violet. Aren't you the user of the glare fruit? Well, you can come and see what I'm thinking and you'll know. I may lie, but my heart will never lie, right? Yin Xiang looked at Violet and said. Shish. Doflamingo made a silencing gesture and shook his head. Rebecca and Violet also quickly stood in front of King Riku, even though they were just women with little combat ability. Humph. Everyone can say nice things, but what if I want to declare war on Alabasta? King Riku snorted coldly. I guess he was intoxicated by Yin Xiang's heaven-defying looks. Yes, that must be the case. What am I doing? Yin Xiang was puzzled. What I'm doing now is to rescue your grandfather, your aunt, and the people of Dressrosa, and drive away the pirates on the island. I'm going to take Doflamingo and the others away soon. The management of the country is still in the hands of King Liku. Have I done anything bad to Dressrosa? What happened here? Sugar was also shocked when she saw Torpal and others lying on the ground. After hearing what Yin Xiang said and seeing Doflamingo being so scared of breathing, Rebecca and the others looked at each other and suddenly felt that what Yin Xiang said made a lot of sense. How have you considered it? Yin Xiang walked into the room and said to King Liku. And at the moment when Violet used the staring fruit, Yin Xiang naturally used illusion to make Violet see something different. Sugar's eyes are clear and stupid. Okay. Violet nodded, then took a stance and used the power of the staring fruit to check Yin Xiang's heart. Doflamingo also quietly stepped aside. Although Violet really wanted to ask how you knew that, now was not the time to ask such a question. There's no need to reason with people like them. I'll kill him for you. Doflamingo walked behind Yin Xiang and said. He is simply a great saint. Chapter 282, King Riku's hesitation and Rebecca's favorability. In Violet's eyes, Yin Xiang just wanted to help Dressrosa. No, not just Dressrosa. In Violet's eyes, Yin Xiang's current goal is to save this distorted world and make the whole world a better place, freer, more democratic, without oppression and without superiority. He is simply a great saint. You are really a good person. Violet put down her hands, looked at Yin Xiang with a blushing face, and said in surprise. Ah, King Riku and Rebecca were obviously stunned. They never expected Violet to say such a thing. But after all, she is his daughter, so King Riku still believes in Violet. Of course. Your fruit ability will not deceive you, so you can help me explain it to your father. Yin Xiang nodded and said, at the same time, in order to convince the next country, I also need to take you and Rebecca on board, just like Shirahoshi and Vivi, who are also on my ship now. You still want to take my daughter and granddaughter away? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. King Riku became anxious when he heard this. If he hadn't had a knife in his hand, he would have wanted to jump up and stab Yin Xiang right now. I give up. I won't say any more to you. Just wait for Violet to explain to you. In order to record the pointer, I will wait at the port for 4 days. 4 days later at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I will wait for you on the ship at the port. Yin Xiang looked at Rebecca and Violet. Violet nodded, but Rebecca still looked at Yin Xiang with caution. She always felt that there was something wrong with the way Yin Xiang looked at her, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. Let's go. Yin Xiang then waved to Doflamingo, motioning him to follow her. What about them? Doflamingo pointed at the ground and said to his men. Young master. What on earth happened? At this moment, a group of people ran in from the door again. They were cadres of a slightly lower rank such as Lao Ji. It was Monet who caught Yin Xiang's eye. At this time, Monet was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Her body had not been transformed yet. She was very beautiful and had an impeccable figure, which made Yin Xiang lick the corner of her mouth secretly. Let them carry it together, Yin Xiang then said, calming down his expression. Okay. Doflamingo nodded helplessly, then looked at Lao Ji and others. Carry it up and go to the port. Advertisement, it's the young master. Lao Ji and others were also shocked when they saw Yin Xiang. They were even more confused when they saw their young master listening to Yin Xiang's words. But after careful consideration, it seems that the young master has joined Yin Xiang's pirates group. Then everyone got busy and carried Torpal and others off the ground. Yin Xiang walked down the stairs first and led the way, and Doflamingo followed immediately. What did you see? After Yin Xiang and others left, King Riku grabbed Violet's shoulders and asked seriously. Father, Violet then told King Riku everything she had seen. Your fruit ability. There won't be any problem, right? After hearing this, King Riku looked at Violet with disbelief. Impossible. My fruit ability must be correct, and he didn't have any intention of resisting at that time. Violet shook her head firmly. Yukong Yin Xiang and his people are very famous on the sea recently. I know them. Along the way, they haven't done anything to burn, kill, or rob. So, he really wants to help the world? Rebecca asked Violet. After hearing this, Rebecca couldn't help but have a better impression of Yin Xiang. Saving Dressrosa and saving her was enough to make her like him. Now this man even has great ambitions for revenge and wants to change the world. Such a man would inevitably make a strong woman like Rebecca, who has fought in the arena for many years, very moved. Rebecca's favorability increased to 50%. Seeing the prompt from the modifier, Yin Xiang curled the corners of his mouth. It seemed that Violet's persuasion was very successful. Hey, the captain is back. Red Hair and others were standing in front of the boat, apparently preparing to board the boat, and they happened to meet Yin Xiang and others. You're so sarcastic. Be careful or I'll punish you. Yin Xiang came up to the red-haired man and said. Ha 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 ha, there's no need to be sarcastic. We're just seeing the captain and saying hello. Shanks laughed and said, could these be our new partners? Shanks then looked at Doflamingo and the others and said. Advertisement, yes. Yin Xiang nodded. Rao Ji and the others also seemed a lot more reserved when they saw the aura of Shanks's former red hair pirates. Master, this is your boat. It's so beautiful. BABY5 hugged Yin Xiang's arm and shouted. Ha! You dirty woman. Take your dirty hands off me. Just at this moment, Hancock, who heard Yin Xiang's voice, walked out of the cabin. Seeing BABY5, the strange woman, holding Yin Xiang's arm, he immediately got furious, rushed down from the boat, and kicked Baby 5 at such a fast speed that Shanks and others were shocked, and Baby 5 didn't have time to react. By the time she reacted, Hancock was already in front of her. Okay, stop making trouble. Yin Xiang reached out, hugged Hancock, held her in her arms and said. Hancock also used armament hockey. It seemed that he really wanted to kick Baby 5 to death with one kick. If Yin Xiang's armament hockey was not strong enough, Hancock could have kicked Yin Xiang into stone. Honey, who is this woman? Why are there several more women? Hancock lay in Yin Xiang's arms, looked at BABY5, then looked behind Yin Xiang, and his eyes finally locked on Monet. After all, Chaola, an ugly fat woman, and Shatang, a little lowly, would not pose a threat to him. This green-haired woman looked pretty good. Yin Xiang must be tempted. Fufu. I didn't expect that Boa Hancock leading the Nine Snake Island to join the Emperor killing pirates was true. Doflamingo laughed after seeing Hancock. Who are you? Hancock looked at Doflamingo with disgust. Hey, we're all Shichibukai, we've met before. Doflamingo was speechless. Why should I remember anyone other than Yin Xiang? Huh, Hancock said disdainfully. They will join us from today. We should live in peace with each other and don't attack them again. Yin Xiang put Hancock down, touched her head and said, "Hi, honey." Hancock immediately put on a sweet expression and said to Yin Xiang with a blushing face. Everyone was speechless. This boa Hancock has two faces, it changed too quickly. Chapter 283. Conflict on the ship and the current situation of the ninja village. Then Yin Xiang took everyone on board. Hey, isn't this Doflamingo? Are you someone else's younger brother now? As soon as Doflamingo got on the boat, Crocodile looked at him and smiled. How dare you say that to me? Doflamingo glanced at Crocodile and walked past him. After all, I am a wanted criminal worth billions now. Crocodile was also very sharp-tongued, picking on Doflamingo's weaknesses. Doflamingo stopped walking upon hearing this and turned back to look at Crocodile. Lao Ji and others immediately surrounded Crocodile. Upon seeing this, Mr. One quickly transformed his arms into blades and stood on guard beside Crocodile. Want to fight? Crocodile looked at Doflamingo calmly. You don't think you're better than me just because you have a higher bounty, do you? Doflamingo looked at Crocodile and said. You'll know if you try it. Crocodile took out a cigar and put it in his mouth, lighting it, his disdain for Doflamingo written all over his face. You all want to die, right? Just as they were on the verge of a fight and Shanks and others were ready to watch the show, Yin Xiang's voice was heard. Doflamingo and Crocodile quickly put away their aura, and Lao Ji and others were immediately discouraged. Yin Xiang just looked at them with a smile and did not release Haki. Crocodile, apologize. Yin Xiang looked at Crocodile and smiled. Sorry. Crocodile looked at Doflamingo in silence for a moment, then said. Doflamingo, apologize. Sorry. Doflamingo said with a quiet roll of his eyes behind his glasses. You are already an adult, but you still act like a child. Do you think I am the principal of a kindergarten? Yin Xiang said. The two of them did not dare to say anything after hearing this. Damn it. Who do you think our young master is? Chaola stood up and shouted at Yin Xiang. It was obvious that the fat woman still didn't understand the situation. Bump. Advertisement. The next moment, Chaola's body was divided into more than a dozen pieces. I'm sorry. I didn't discipline him well. The one who made the move was Doflamingo, and if he hadn't acted quickly, Jorah's words would have killed all of his men. Clean up. Yin Xiang nodded without saying much, and was very satisfied with Doflamingo's performance. Let's do it. Let's do it. Shanks and the others knew that it was wrong for them to just watch the show from the sidelines, so they jumped out and shouted. The former red hair pirates also hurriedly got busy. Seeing that Shanks and others were so obedient, Doflamingo's men were even more afraid to speak. Arrange rooms for them. Yin Xiang then said to Crocodile. Understood. Crocodile nodded and took Doflamingo and others to the room. Even someone as strong as Shanks has to live in a double room, let alone Doflamingo? He was directly arranged in a four-person room, but his subordinates such as Torble were very loyal. After waking up and learning that they would share a room with the young master, they consciously said that they would sleep on the deck. However, Doflamingo, who was frightened by Yin Xiang, now calmed down a little and let them sleep with him. After all, on this ship, these people were the only ones he could trust. Besides, sleeping on this boat was more than his little heart could bear. Except for Shirahoshi's extra-large room, the other women's rooms are on the second floor, each with a single room, which is convenient for Yin Xiang to flip the card. Shanks and others' rooms are on the first floor, and Yin Xiang's room is on the third floor. Yin Xiang went to the prison under the cabin. It seemed that he hadn't seen Shen Yuli and this guy for a long time. Hey, how are you doing? Yin Xiang came up to Kamisato Riki and said. The guy huddled in a corner of the cage, looking very cold. I'm almost freezing to death. Kamisato Riwa said tremblingly, can you unblock my acupuncture points? Otherwise, I can't even protect myself. Untie your acupoints and let you escape. Yin Xiang laughed when he heard it. This guy has been a lot more obedient recently. I haven't given him food for 3 days, but he didn't even dare to complain that he was hungry. Madara's clone said on the side. Advertisement, really? Since you're so well behaved, I'll have someone send you a thick quilt later. Yin Xiang nodded in satisfaction when she heard that. Then, can I eat now? Kamisato Riki asked tentatively. Tomorrow. Yin Xiang said with a smile. Thank you, thank you. Kamisari Riwa nodded repeatedly. He was completely different from the arrogant person before. Seeing Kamisato Rikyu like this, Yin Xiang couldn't help but wonder if he could let this guy go now and let him help him manage the Hokage world temporarily. He didn't know what was going on there now. Hokage. Kingdom of Shadows. Cage Office. The 5 great nations have chosen a new daimyo? Yin Xiang sat on a chair and frowned at Itachi in front of him. Yes, within a week, the 5 major countries have successfully selected their daimyo. Itachi nodded. Are you planning to start a war? The spies report that they now regard the Shadow Kingdom as a thorn in their side, but have no intention of going to war for the time being. If this situation can continue for half a year, the Shadow Kingdom will be able to secure its position as the 6th largest country, Itachi said. It's not that simple. Yin Xiang shook his head. They're just afraid of all the ninjas in the Shadow Country. They don't want to be the first to stand out. If this trend continues, it won't be long before the 5 major countries will launch a joint attack. So what do you think, to fight or not? Itachi nodded and felt that what Yin Xiang said made sense. When the time comes, strike first. Let's find out if they have any strong people hidden. Yin Xiang's clone is very strong, but he was also a clone created before the Fourth War began. It is not that ridiculously strong. In addition, some ninjutsu cannot be performed in front of people. If there are powerful people hidden in the 5 major countries, the clone will have a hard time. Yes. Itachi nodded and then walked out. Yin Xiang, just after Itachi left, Hinata walked into the office. It seemed that she was waiting outside for Yin Xiang to finish her business before coming in. Hinata, what's wrong? Yin Xiang asked. Hinata also came to Yin Xiang naturally and held Yin Xiang's hand. Now that our village has sailed down, as for the matter of marriage, Hinata blushed and didn't finish her words. Yin Xiang naturally knew what she meant. Originally, I wanted to wait until the world was completely unified before getting married, especially after my original body came back, but Hinata has wanted to marry Yin Xiang more than once during this period of time, and it would not be a good idea to refuse further. Okay, I know. We just happened to move to the new village, and the 5 major ninja villages have been unified. We will be the first newlyweds in this new world. Yin Xiang stood up, took Hinata into his arms and said. Chapter 284 Yin Xiang's Happy Life. Okay, I know. We just happened to move to the new village, and the 5 major ninja villages have been unified. We will be the first newlyweds in this new world. Yin Xiang stood up, took Hinata into his arms and said. That's great. Hinata was very happy to hear that, her eyes turned into crescent shapes. Hinata had never thought that one day she would be looking forward to marrying someone so much. Then I'll go and arrange it, Shiri Hong standing aside said happily. Okay, let everyone know. Yin Xiang nodded. The meaning of notifying everyone is not as simple as informing the villagers that they are getting married. It also has another meaning, which is to let Shiri Hong tell the news to her women. I guess they will be very sad to know that Yin Xiang is getting married. Moreover, Yin Xiang and Hinata will live together after marriage. It will not be so easy for them to make Yin Xiang happy then. Although Hinata and others also know that Yin Xiang is now just a shadow clone, but for a ninja, there is no difference between a shadow clone and the original body, and the clone will not develop independent consciousness on its own. In any case, they are the same person. Shiri Hong had been Yin Xiang's secret technique for so long, so she naturally knew it all. She understood what Yin Xiang meant, and nodded and left immediately. I'm going to tell my father and them about this too, Hinata said happily after she and Yin Xiang separated. Okay, go ahead, I should also get ready, Yin Xiang nodded. Yeah. Hinata nodded, then skipped out of the office, not looking like the lady she had before at all. It was obvious that she was very happy. Huh. Yin Xiang also let out a long breath. After getting married, there were more obstacles in her S*X life. Fortunately, he could also use Shadow Clone, and now that the 5 major ninja villages had merged, the population of the village had increased dramatically. When the new village was built, its size would be 5 times that of the original Konoha village. All his women were also in the village, so unless something unexpected happened, they would definitely not be discovered. I missed you. Yin Xiang turned over, pressed Tsunade on the bed and started to lick her. Tsunade was very cooperative. When Yin Xiang was about to take the next step, he quickly stopped Yin Xiang. I just woke up and haven't brushed my teeth or washed up yet. What are you doing? After finishing this, Yin Xiang also went to find Ino, Little Sakura, Tianshin, Tamari, Terumi Mei, etc. Advertisement, hey, I'm just kidding. Be gentle. I'm a clone. Don't squeeze me. Yin Xiang quickly grabbed Tsunade's fist and shouted. No matter how brave you are, if someone suddenly appears next to you, especially when you just woke up, you will be scared, right? Tsunade rolled her eyes at Yin Xiang and said, why did you think of looking for me? After all, Hinata's affection for Yin Xiang is 100%, and her obedience is also very high, so she will never leave Yin Xiang no matter what. I'm afraid that Hyuga Hiyashi and the others will find out, which will cause a lot of trouble. After Hinata left, Yin Xiang immediately prepared to enjoy his last day, and left the office immediately to find his women to have some fun. You scared me. Tsunade sat up from the bed and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw it was Yin Xiang. You have to promise me that even after we get married, you will come to see me more often. Tsunade held up Yin Xiang's face and said solemnly. Then, what about me? At this moment, Shizun's voice came from the door. The two looked up and saw Shizun squeezing her legs tightly together with a red face. They didn't know what she had heard or what she had done just now. Hey, wait, what are you going to do? You're not going to take me with you, are you? Seeing this, Tsunade looked at Yin Xiang in panic and stepped back on the bed. Soon, the sounds of spring could be heard from the room. HMPH, I'll let you talk nonsense, Tsunade pouted proudly. Yin Xiang basically spent the entire day and night exercising. When everyone learned that Yin Xiang was going to get married, they also worked very hard. They basically used all the ninjutsu they could on Yin Xiang so that Yin Xiang would still remember them after marriage. What you said, how could that be? It's just that my mindset is different now. I cherish every minute and every second with you. Yin Xiang said, resting her head on Tsunade's pair of cotton. Isn't this thing much more comfortable than a pillow? Yin Xiang also felt this deeply. As for me, I've agreed to marry Hinata, and it's only a few days away. Yin Xiang said to Tsunade. Of course you are indispensable, Yin Xiang said, and appeared in front of Shizun. She picked up Shizun and walked towards Tsunade. Advertisement, okay, I'll come to see you often, Yin Xiang said, sitting up from the bed. Besides, it wouldn't matter even if Hinata found out. After everything was over, Tsunade's face was flushed, and she lay flat on the bed panting. Oh my god, this time is more intense than ever. You don't plan to see me anymore? Tsunade slept until the afternoon today as well. As soon as she opened her eyes, she found Yin Xiang sitting beside her bed. Why don't you take a nap here with me instead of going to the office looking listless? Samai put on her pajamas and said while holding Yin Xiang's arm. I'm not going to sleep anymore. It's almost time to go to the office. I still have a lot of things to deal with. Yin Xiang shook her head and put on her clothes. Have you become timid now that you're no longer Hokage? Yin Xiang couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Huh? Be careful or I'll kill you. Tsunade's veins popped up when he heard that, and he clenched his fists on Yin Xiang's head. I'm so sleepy. The next morning, Yin Xiang yawned. He was exhausted from working all night. No, I have so many women, how can I have time to see you often? Yin Xiang smiled. Mizukage, I'm ashamed to say it. Soon the two began their happy moment. Of course, Yin Xiang said, throwing Shizune onto the bed, and then pinning both of them down with one hand each. The first one is naturally his own big Tsunade. Tsunade is very idle now. He spends every day in the village casino and loses a lot of money. With Yin Xiang supporting her with funds behind her, Tsunade can never lose all her money. Tsunade was also stunned for a moment when he heard that, and then he knew what Yin Xiang meant. He immediately hugged Yin Xiang's neck, put Yin Xiang's lips against his own, and began to bite her frantically. Especially Terumi Mei, who was very excited after living in the same village with Yin Xiang and had been waiting for Yin Xiang to come to find her. As soon as Yin Xiang came, he brought her the news that he was going to get married, so Terumi Mei naturally worked very hard. Chapter 285 Wedding. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, Yin Xiang, you finally figured it out. Let's discuss the wedding date. Not long after Yin Xiang arrived at the office, Hyuga Hiyashi ran in and shouted to Yin Xiang. Then I'll go out first, Yuhi Kurenai said when she saw that it was Hyuga Hiyashi who came. It's okay, no need. Yin Xiang waved her hand and looked at Hyuga Hiyashi. Father-in-law came so suddenly, Yin Xiang said helplessly. Sorry, I was so happy that I forgot my manners and forgot to knock on the door, haha. Hyuga Hiyashi laughed. It's okay, father-in-law, please sit down first. Yin Xiang stood up and sat on the sofa beside them with Hyuga Hiyashi. Yuhi Kurenai also immediately prepared tea for the two of them. As for the wedding date, I have chosen several days. The 23rd, 25th, and 28th are all suitable for marriage. The 23rd is 2 days later. Father-in-law, what do you think? Which day is suitable? Yin Xiang said. Then it's the 23rd, the sooner the better. Hyuga Hiyashi said immediately, very decisively. Okay, then I'll listen to you. I'll prepare everything in the next 2 days. Yin Xiang nodded. I have already prepared everything you need for your wedding, Shi Hong said with a smile. It's so comprehensive, worthy of being Sister Hong. Yin Xiang also gave a thumbs up. As for the best man for the wedding, you have to find them yourself, and also your parents. Shi Hong's voice was a little low when she mentioned her parents. After all, everyone knows that Yin Xiang is an orphan. It doesn't matter, Hinata's parents are my parents. Yin Xiang said immediately upon seeing this, not daring to let the atmosphere become depressing. Don't worry, I will definitely treat you as my own child. Hyuga Hiyashi also immediately expressed his attitude. To show my determination, I will give you my Baikugan eyes right now. Hey, that's totally unnecessary. Yin Xiang saw Hyuga Hiyashi was about to start fighting, so she quickly stopped him. No need to buckle, it's enough for us to know it in our hearts. I was scared to death. Shi Hong was also shocked. I'm so excited. Hyuga Hiyashi also smiled awkwardly. Advertisement: his daughter was going to marry the strongest man in the ninja world. Even Hyuga Hiyashi, an old man who was always serious, couldn't hold back and couldn't hide his happiness at all. Then I'll go back first. I've also got some preparations to do. We'll visit each other often in the next 2 days and make the wedding a grand affair. Hyuga Hiyashi stood up and left the office happily without even taking a sip of the tea on the table. You can see that he is really happy, Yuhi Kurenai said as she watched Hyuga Hiyashi leave. Of course it's true, otherwise why would I notify you to come? Yin Xiang said speechlessly. I don't have many friends, and you happen to be Hinata's brother. After thinking about it, you are more suitable. It would be really cool if I had Uchiha Madara and Indra as my best men, but unfortunately they both followed their original bodies to other worlds. Because Yin Xiang saved the ninja world, is from the same class as them, and also dissolved the relationship between Hyuga's main family and branch house, Yin Xiang is now a complete idol in Neji's eyes. It's really lively. The scene is comparable to a great war in the ninja world, I said while sitting on a bench outside the office building. Ino, Sakura-chan, Tenten, Yuhi Kurenai, Samui, Shizune, Yugao, Anko, Izumi, Tamari, Terumi Mei, Conan and others were all there. Almost all of Yin Xiang's women were with Ino, and they were also in the most conspicuous position, on the rooftop of the office building, waiting for Yin Xiang and Hinata to come up. This can no longer be called a village, can it? Kankuro said. Looking for Naruto? I'm afraid that's a bit murderous. There are already huge crowds of people outside the office building, and every rooftop is full of people. There are many more people than when Yin Xiang first became Hokage. There is no end in sight. In the end, Hinata married Yin Xiang first. Sigh. I'm so sad, but also so happy for Hinata and Yin Xiang. Ino said to the girls around her, feeling both amused and helpless. Neji never thought that he could become the idol's best man. Because of their special status, their wedding is also unusual. The bride and groom will appear at the same time and come to the top of the office building to meet everyone. Really? This? I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Neji was flattered after hearing this. He didn't expect that he could become Yin Xiang's best man. Who should I choose as best man? Yin Xiang thought to herself. After all, these are the total population of the 5 villages. Advertisement. As for why, it was because they strongly requested it. Under the dominance of Tsunade and Terumi Mei, no one dared to get close. Although they could not marry Yin Xiang openly, they still wanted to stand with Yin Xiang when she got married. I really have a headache. Yin Xiang also sighed helplessly. Luckily you were here, otherwise I don't know how to get married. I will definitely be in a mess. Definitely next time, Yin Xiang said with a smile. What a pity, the person you are going to marry is not me. After closing the door, Shi Rihong sat on Yin Xiang's legs and hugged Yin Xiang's neck, which was very tempting. Hate it, what are you talking about? Shi Rihong rolled her eyes at Yin Xiang. Okay, I'll go get things ready for you. You should think about the best man issue. I never realized that there are so many people in the village before, Gaara also said. I have been in the Hokage world for so long, but if I were to ask myself whether I have any good brothers or good friends, I really can't find any. In the next 2 days, Yin Xiang didn't see Hinata again. She must have been dragged away by Hyuga Hiyashi to prepare things and make some arrangements for what to do after marrying Yin Xiang. By the way, have you all prepared your gifts? Gaara asked Kakashi. Everyone is used to calling me that. Kakashi walked out and said. I understand. Yin Xiang nodded. Shi Rihong kissed Yin Xiang on the cheek, then stood up and walked out of the office. Even the MC was Tsunade. It was not until the wedding day that Yin Xiang changed her clothes with the help of Yuhi Kurenai and finally met Hinata, who was wearing a kimono, in the office. By then, the entire rooftop was filled with women except Yin Xiang. Hinata is absolutely gorgeous today. It directly forms a beautiful landscape. I will definitely live up to the responsibility. Neji nodded immediately. Yin Xiang also immediately asked Anbu to call Neji. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't find any suitable good brothers, so he just let Hyuga Neji be the best man. In this way, Hinata's whole family would be together to accompany Hinata to get married. Chapter 286. The wedding is completed and the Fire Nation sends troops. By the way, have you all prepared your gifts? Gaara asked Kakashi. Gift? To be honest, that person is Yin Xiang. He has everything he needs. I really don't know what to give. Kakashi shrugged helplessly. Me too. I nodded. There are many people who don't know what gift to give Yin Xiang like them. Meanwhile, in the office, that's great, this day has finally come. Hinata looked at the crowds of people outside the window, and then at Yin Xiang beside her. Tears welled up in her eyes. It was so great to be able to marry the person she loved. Yes. Yin Xiang touched Hinata's head and helped her tidy up her hair. It would be great if we could be happy like this forever without war. It's come to this, you have to promise me that Ino won't think about the 5 great nations anymore. Hinata held back her tears when she heard that. Okay, I promise you, Yin Xiang said with a smile. In order to prevent any accidents from happening at her wedding, Yin Xiang sent all the people from the Shadow Organization to guard the border to prevent anyone from causing trouble at this time. Therefore, they would miss Yin Xiang's wedding. You too, it's time for you to come out. Shi Rihong knocked on the door, walked into the office and said with a smile. Yin Xiang and Hinata nodded. Then, the 3 of them came to Tiantai Mountain together. The protagonist has appeared. Someone in the crowd shouted, everyone looked up and then cheered. So beautiful. Hinata-sama. Master Yin Xiang looks super handsome today too. You must be happy. Baga, how can I not be happy if I marry Master Yin Xiang? I also want to marry Master Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang, Hinata, happy wedding. Naruto, the conspicuous one, shouted loudly while standing on the railing. Naruto. Get out of the way, you're blocking them all. Little Sakura rushed forward and punched Naruto on the head, and Naruto knocked him down. This brat. Yin Xiang looked at him and felt angry but also wanted to laugh. If she hadn't appeared, Naruto and Hinata would be standing here now. The following day, everyone in the Kingdom of Shadows had a great time, and until late at night, Yin Xiang and Hinata entered the bridal chamber. This time Hinata and Yin Xiang are more ceremonial than before. Both of them have a different mentality, and they don't plan to take any safety measures this time. Advertisement. Wait. Just as Hinata was cooperating with Yin Xiang and Yin Xiang was about to enter, Yin Xiang suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Hinata opened her eyes, blushed, and asked in confusion. I think that regarding having a baby, we should wait until the real body comes back, otherwise it will feel weird, Yin Xiang said. Hinata was silent for a while, then nodded. That's true. After saying that, Hinata took out the safety measures from under Yin Xiang's pillow, and then continued with the next business. In the room, Yin Xiang and Hinata were busy as hell, and there was a line of people peeping at the window outside the room. I'm so envious of my wife who I married in a formal ceremony. Yes, yes, when can we discuss having children with Yin Xiang? Move over there, I can't see it. Why are you pushing me? It's not like you haven't seen Yin Xiang's strength before. We need to learn some postures from Hinata. Let's see how Hinata conquers Yin Xiang. Keep your voice down, don't let them hear you. Tsunade-sama, your breasts are pressing against me. We were forced to do so. Yesterday, while you were getting married, the 5 major nations secretly held a meeting. At the meeting, they mentioned that you came from the Fire Nation, and the Fire Nation must bear the corresponding responsibilities. As a result, the Fire Nation had to be the first to send troops. Tianshan, stop dreaming. You're not even as old as Ino. But if there are ninjas, that's another story. I didn't expect they could come up with so many ninjas. Yin Xiang frowned when he heard this. Oh no. Did you hear Hinata's panting? I wanted to. Don't fight, it's already crowded. What can I do? This is innate. What are you saying? I'm already big, okay. The smallest one is obviously little Sakura, and little Sakura is not even as big as Tianshan. That's right, go, 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 it was a night full of passion. Advertisement, don't tire him out. What if it explodes? Conan got anxious when she heard that. That was her private collection. What would she do if it was broken by them? About 500,000, with around 5,000 ninjas. From what I've heard, there are 5 strong ones who remain with the daimyo. They're probably elite Jonin or a bit stronger. The Fire Nation? I didn't expect that the first to take action would be our hometown. Yin Xiang was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then said. No matter who wins or loses, too many people will die in this battle. So, a dozen women ran towards Conan's home. What did you say? UB *************. D. The Fire Nation has started mobilizing troops. Itachi ignored Yin Xiang's words and spoke directly. How many defenders are there in the Fire Country? Yin Xiang nodded and asked. These ninjas have always been in the Land of Fire, but they never get involved in the affairs of the Ninja World, so no one knows of their existence. If it weren't for this incident, I'm afraid I wouldn't have gotten this news. No, Yin Xiang is very strong. This is the most important thing I want to say. There are more than 10,000 ninjas in the Fire Nation, and they have also recruited a lot of wandering ninjas. A rough estimate is that there are 20,000 ninjas. Itachi nodded. I envy Tsunade-sama so much. When can I grow up like that? How about we go together? The next morning, Yin Xiang used his clone to contact the Pirates World and reported recent events to Yin Xiang. Not long after he arrived at the office, Itachi appeared. Good morning, you're back so soon. Yin Xiang greeted Itachi with a yawn. Hateful. Sister Conan, don't think we don't know that there is a clone of Yin Xiang hidden in your house. You want to go back and find him. About how many people there are? Are there any ninjas? Yin Xiang nodded. If it were a million ordinary people, there would be nothing to be afraid of. A planetary devastation or a Super Shinra Tensei could directly wipe them all out. It would be simply sending them to their deaths. Samui, I didn't realize you were such a nymphomaniac. It's not a good idea for us to do this. Let's go back to our own homes. Hiss. Why'd I feel a chill on my back? Yin Xiang shuddered at Conan's house. It's getting cold, I should change into thicker clothes. It's impossible to calculate, but a rough estimate is over 1 million, Itachi said seriously. I'm just expressing my true thoughts, don't you guys want to? Chapter 287. Notification, not negotiation. How many ninjas do we have? Yin Xiang said after thinking for a moment. 63,815. Itachi counted the number to the nearest digit. Where is Nagato? Yin Xiang nodded and then asked. Nagato is still at the border of Shadow Country, which is the original Frost Country, at the border of Shadow Country and Lightning Country. Does he know about the Fire Nation's action? Yin Xiang nodded. I don't know. The only ones who know the news are my spy, me, you, and the Anbu guarding outside. There are 4 of us. Itachi shook his head. Well, leave the Fire Country's affairs to me. Keep an eye on Nagato and don't let him know about this. If there's anything unusual, notify me immediately. Itachi nodded, then said, what are you going to do? Kill them all. Yin Xiang raised his head and gave a kind smile. This made Itachi shudder. Itachi was silent, then hesitated, wanting to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything and nodded. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey is the most effective method at present. Perhaps if the Fire Nation is taken down, other countries will not dare to take any action. Moreover, the location of the Shadow Kingdom is not very good. It is located in the middle of 5 major countries. Fortunately, the 5 major countries are relatively selfish and want others to charge first. If the 5 countries work together to surround the Shadow Kingdom, it would be really dangerous. How many days will they take to arrive? Yin Xiang asked later. Now everyone is converging towards the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Shadow. In about 3 days, everyone will gather at the border of the Land of Shadow. The one guarding there now is Kakuzu. Okay, go and keep an eye on Nagato first, don't let him get suspicious of you. Don't worry, I won't show up. Itachi nodded, and then body flicker technique left. Call Orochimaru and Jiraiya, Yin Xiang said after Itachi left. Yes. Anbu appeared in front of Yin Xiang and then left. Advertisement. This is what Itachi just said. Anbu, who was guarding outside, was immediately noticed by Itachi. Soon, Jiraiya and Orochimaru arrived at Yin Xiang's office one after another. Hey, groom, instead of staying at home with your wife, you go to work so early. Jiraiya joked after seeing Yin Xiang. Isn't this official business? Yin Xiang smiled helplessly. It's about the Fire Nation, Orochimaru said in a deep voice with a hint of a smile on his face. I didn't expect you to be so well informed, Yin Xiang nodded. What a coincidence, I have a snake nest over there. A large group of people passed by there and the snakes reported it to me. Orochimaru laughed. What? What are you talking about? Jiraiya was a little confused listening to the conversation between the two. Is the Fire Nation going to start a war? Yeah. Yin Xiang nodded, and then told the two about the Fire Nation and that Yin Xiang planned to kill them all. More than 1 million people, killed them all. Jiraiya was stunned when he heard this. He absolutely did not approve of Yin Xiang's approach, but he definitely did not doubt that Yin Xiang did not have the ability to do so. Are you stupid? He's not discussing with us, he's informing us. Orochimaru glanced at Jiraiya and smiled, then looked at Yin Xiang. So what do you want us to do? I want you to be known as the one who killed millions of people. Yin Xiang looked at Orochimaru and smiled. Oh, you're going to kill so many people, and you want us to bear the bad reputation? This. Jiraiya became even more unwilling after hearing that. Because I've thought about it, the reason these big countries dare to attack us is simply because they think I'm the only one who's powerful enough to kill so many people. But what if there's more than one person? Wouldn't they dare to take action? Yin Xiang nodded. You want to train us into ninjas who can fight 1,000,000 of them, spread this reputation, and shock the 5 major countries? Orochimaru licked his lips when he heard this, and he was also very interested in this matter. His reputation was bad anyway. Yes. Yin Xiang nodded. Anyway, I'll just inform you and you guys will cooperate when the time comes. Please leave some experimental subjects for me when the time comes. Orochimaru took the opportunity to make his own request. You can pick them up by yourself when the time comes. I will keep some that are still breathing. I will kill all the ones I can't pick up. Don't leave any alive to report the incident. Okay. Orochimaru nodded and left. Advertisement. Jiraiya was unwilling to leave. Is this really necessary? What's wrong? Do you not want them all to die, or do you not want to be known as someone who killed millions of people? Yin Xiang said with a smile. I don't want any of that. Jiraiya shook his head, especially not so many people dying at once. If they don't die, we will be driven to death by them sooner or later. As long as these 1 million people die, our shadow country will have a firm foothold in the future. Wars between big powers are like this. There are no big wars, but small wars are constant. Now that you have established a new country, it will definitely be difficult for them to accept it for a while. As time goes by and we continue to exist, they will no longer harass us, Jiraiya said. It's different. Our shadow country is almost entirely made up of ninjas. They can easily mobilize hundreds of thousands or millions of people to start a war. So, if you find me 1,000,000 soldiers, I won't kill these people. Yin Xiang looked at Jiraiya and said. You are making things difficult for me, Jiraiya said speechlessly. Then go out and wait to be known as the one who killed 1,000,000 people. Yin Xiang nodded and gestured to Jiraiya to invite him. Jiraiya gritted his teeth and left. Time quickly came to 2 days later, and an eagle rushed into the Shadow Kingdom at an extremely fast speed and landed at the place where the letter was received. When the recipient saw Yin Xiang's seal on the letter, he quickly ran into Yin Xiang's office with the letter. Master Yin Xiang. Urgent news from the border. Well, go out. Yin Xiang nodded and took the letter. After the recipient left, Yin Xiang unsealed the letter and opened it. Sure enough, it was from Kakuzu, and the letter mentioned that the Fire Nation troops were gathering at the border, seemingly preparing to start a war. What happened? Shi Ri Hong asked from the side. Seeing the recipient so anxious, he knew something was wrong. It's nothing serious, I'm just going out for a while, Yin Xiang said and used Flying Thunder God to go directly to Kakuzu. At this time, Kakuzu was standing on the guard tower, looking at the dark crowd from afar. When he saw Yin Xiang appear, he quickly turned around and said, You are finally here. It seems that the Fire Nation is going to take action. Well, I knew it a long time ago, leave it to me, Yin Xiang nodded. More than 1 million people, it seems like a lot. If you look from a farther distance, it's like seeing a vast ocean. Aren't you going to call for help? It's no use if you come here by yourself. Kakuzu looked at Yin Xiang and asked, It's already this late, why do you still look like you're trying to be cool? Chapter 288. Killing millions at a glance. Do I? Maybe I just look more handsome. Yin Xiang smiled when he heard it. Kakuzu was speechless. There were more than 1 million people on the other side, and there were many ninjas. You are not going to deal with them by yourself? Yes. Yin Xiang nodded. First inform everyone who stays here that the people of the Fire Country were killed by Orochimaru and Jiraiya. If anyone says it wrong, I will make his soul fly away. Got it. Kakuzu nodded, still a little worried. If you are beaten to death by them, can you tell me where your money is? I will definitely kill you before I die. Yin Xiang rolled her eyes at Kakuzu. Kakuzu stopped talking upon hearing this and went to notify the other ninjas obediently. Yin Xiang flashed and disappeared from the watchtower, and the next moment he appeared on a small hill in front of the Fire Nation's large army, looking down at the densely packed crowd below. It's Yukong Yin Xiang. Someone in the crowd saw Yin Xiang at the first moment. Almost every one of them had seen Yin Xiang's photo and recognized Yin Xiang at the first moment. What? How come they appear here? People panicked upon hearing this and picked up their weapons one after another. Word spread quickly, and soon the entire army knew that Yin Xiang was here, and they all rushed here with weapons in hand. Within 30 seconds, more than 10,000 ninjas surrounded Yin Xiang from all directions. Yin Xiang was wrapped up in 3 layers of clothes, leaving no space for him to take 2 steps. The strange thing was that no one came near Yin Xiang within 3 meters of him. Yukong Yin Xiang. What is your purpose for appearing here? At this time, a person who looked like a leader came out and said to Yin Xiang. Are you the leader? Yin Xiang turned around and looked at him and said. I'm the general of this army of 1 million people, Hegu Shimalong. Behind the man who spoke before, a big man wearing a forehead protector walked out. Judging from his height, he was nearly 2 meters tall, with a burly build, and looked very oppressive. Okay, then let me ask, what is your purpose of appearing here? Yin Xiang nodded and said to the stone wolf. HMPH, of course we are going to attack the Shadow Kingdom. I didn't expect that you would come to our door yourself. This is convenient. As long as we catch you, I'm sure the Shadow Kingdom will surrender obediently. Shimalong laughed sinisterly. Are you a fool? How could a normal person come in his true form? Of course this is a shadow clone. Yin Xiang said to the stone horse wolf with a mocking look on his face. Someone in the crowd laughed when he heard this. This made Shimalong lose face. Advertisement. Is there no room for negotiation? Yin Xiang crossed her legs, and the stone under her butt suddenly rose up and became the shape of a chair, and Yin Xiang sat down on it. What? Are you scared? Shimalong looked at Yin Xiang and said, determined to save his face. Ignorance. Yin Xiang shrugged. What I mean is, I don't want to kill so many people, so let's talk it over. If you go back, I won't touch you. Stop talking nonsense. Do you think we will let you go? Said the stone horse wolf viciously. At that time, Yin Xiang entered the Fire Nation and used the identity of Night God, but changed himself to the name of the Fire Nation. Later, Yagami's identity died in the last meeting of the 5 major countries, and the Fire Nation re-elected the daimyo. To the extent that until now, the Fire Nation still does not know that its previous daimyo was Yin Xiang. The crowd that was densely packed just now is now just a grain of sand in the wind. After a long silence, the stone horse wolf covered its missing chin and rolled on the ground howling in pain. No one reacted when Yin Xiang made the move. Even the stone horse wolf whose jaw was knocked off took 5 seconds to realize the pain. Run. Anyone who is targeted by his chakra and has murderous intentions towards him will be turned into ashes in an instant. This was the same move he used to kill Aburame Tone and Yamanaka Fuya. How could a group of ordinary people like them be a match for Yin Xiang? Sharingan. Yin Xiang activated the Sharingan and then transformed into Mangekyo. Are you mute? Seeing Yin Xiang not speaking, Shimalong shouted at her. Someone in the crowd shouted, and the remaining hundreds of thousands of people immediately ran away, scattering in all directions. Is this AF*********** G Ninja? Seeing hundreds of thousands of people in front of them disappear in an instant, the people behind couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Is this G Ninjutsu? Gulp. This, FK, is manpower? Advertisement. Thinking about Yagami, Yin Xiang suddenly remembered that he once entered the Fire Country as Yagami and tested the strength of the Fire Country ninjas. The conclusion given by Madara, the strongest inner guard, was, he could beat Chunin, but not as good as Jonin. There is also information obtained from Itachi, saying that there are 5 people guarding the daimyo, whose strength is probably that of elite Jonin. Where did these people come from? When the white light beam swept past, all that could be seen was piece after piece of blood mist. Kill him. Someone in the crowd shouted, and the people around Yin Xiang immediately rushed up with ninja tools. Bump. Tenseigan. Yin Xiang smiled when he saw this, then opened Tenseigan, raised his right hand, and a white beam of light shot straight into the sky. Then Yin Xiang swept across. Silver wheel reincarnation explosion. The next moment, the crowd rushing towards Yin Xiang turned into debris, and a gust of wind blew, raising a cloud of sand in the air. But then the question will become, why did all the other daimyos die and only the daimyo of the Fire Country survive? Was it something the daimyo of the Fire Country did? Sure enough, the leader is only a special Jonin. So the elite Jonin mentioned by the spies within the Fire Country are only the elite Jonin within the Fire Country. In the final analysis, they are still a group of weaklings. After Yin Xiang figured it out, he stood up with a smile. Could it be a recently recruited wandering ninja? There was no living person within a radius of 20 meters around Yin Xiang. Then, these ninjas in front of me. This is the ability of Yin Xiang Mangekyo Sharingan, Judgment. Yin Xiang also thought about using the identity of Night God to retake the Fire Kingdom and make the Fire Kingdom and the Shadow Kingdom stand on the same front. In particular, the people closest to Yin Xiang just now were all ninjas, which means that more than 10,000 ninjas were wiped out by Yin Xiang in an instant. That's about the strength of a special Jonin. The situation will only become more chaotic by then, and the other 4 countries will definitely unite. Instead of this, it would be better to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys and put an end to it all. The next moment, the stone wolf's jaw dropped with a click and disappeared. The silver wheel reincarnation explosion, which was originally only capable of vertical strike, was turned into a horizontal sweep by Yin Xiang. To the fleeing soldiers, the white beam of light looked like a Shinigami's scythe. Chapter 289 Finale. When the white beam of light disappeared, all the soldiers and ninjas gathered at the border of the Fire Country had disappeared, leaving only patches of scarlet on the ground, trees, grass, stone walls, and rivers. You dare to invade our border with such little ability. Yin Xiang yawned after landing. Cleaning up these rubbish was not enough for him to stretch his muscles. Wow. Looking at Kakuzu and the others, they were all stunned. Kakuzu knew that Yin Xiang was powerful, but he never expected that Yin Xiang would be so powerful. At the same time, Uchiha Itachi suddenly appeared beside Yin Xiang. The other four great powers suddenly took action at the same time. All of them were surrounding the Shadow Kingdom, and the battle had already started at the border of the Lightning Kingdom. Bump. At the same time, Yin Xiang suddenly received the news that the Shadow Clone had dispersed. It was sent by Deidara, who was guarding the border between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Shadow. The ninjas there were almost wiped out by the human wave tactics, leaving only Deidara to bombard there. Even though they are no match for Deidara's chakra is not enough to destroy them all. It was really fun to fry. Yin Xiang, who was in the pirate's world, also received the news from the clone at this time. He originally wanted to continue having fun here, but now it seems that he still has to resolve the issues over there first. Since the other party has already taken advantage of me, I can't indulge them anymore. Come back with me. Yin Xiang immediately jumped up from Shirahoshi, walked out of the cabin, and said to Madara and Indra. Go back? The two looked at Yin Xiang with puzzled expressions. The 5 great nations have come to surround the Kingdom of Shadows. The Kingdom of Fire has been destroyed. Now there are 4 nations left. Let's go back and destroy them, Yin Xiang said as he opened the portal. Honey, when will you come back? Upon hearing this, Hancock quickly jumped from the cabin above to Yin Xiang and asked. Knowing that his original body had returned, Yin Jiang's clone breathed a sigh of relief, then released himself and gave all his memories from this period of time to Yin Jiang's original body. Hey, kid, long time no see. Madara also greeted Deidara and waved. Advertisement, hey, are you sure you really need us to intervene? Madara said helplessly when he saw Yin Jiang's millions of clones. 8 years later, Yin Xiang was sure that his children were not time travelers, but simply inherited his talent for ninjutsu, and that each of his women was not a simple character either. 9 years later, the children's abilities have actually reached Jonin's level. Here we start taking care of them. Let's start the war. After Yin Xiang said this, he split into millions of Yin Xiangs, which immediately frightened the soldiers of the Thunder Country and made them stand still on the spot. Yin Xiang also released one of his clones and notified the Yin Xiang clone that was originally in this world. At this time, the border of the Shadow Kingdom has been surrounded by soldiers from the Thunder Kingdom. The crowd is a large black mass, and many people have rushed into the interior of the Shadow Kingdom. After the war, they will say that Nagato died on the battlefield to protect the Shadow Kingdom, and give him the title of hero. There's no need for them at all. Indra also sat aside and started to play badly. With so many clones, why do we still need them? Is that a joke? Millions of clones. How could a normal person have millions of clones? This guy is simply a monster. As for the world of pirates, it has naturally been ruled by Yin Jiang's shadow clone long ago. The women there are almost the same as here, and Yin Jiang's children are being born all over the world. 5 years later, the children have already started practicing ninjutsu. Each of them is very talented, which makes Yin Xiang wonder if these kids are time travelers. Yin Xiang brought all his women directly to the former Konoha. The 2 of them might not be able to defeat even one of his clones. It will be quick. I'll be back after I finish that. Yin Xiang touched Hancock's head and smiled. It's so cool. Today I completed my great art. It's so cool to see those blood-red flowers. Deidara laughed as he dropped the clay bomb. 2 years later, the children were weaned and learned to walk. Advertisement 3 months later, Hinata's belly gradually grew bigger. Moreover, the chakra of each of these millions of clones is the same as the original body, which means they are millions of extremely powerful Yin Xiangs. Then Yin Xiang and the other 2 stepped into the portal and arrived at the world of Hokage in a flash. At this time, the 3 were at the border between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Shadow. In just 1 hour, the 5 major countries were all wiped out by Yin Jiang's clones, and there would never be any voice against Yin Xiang in this world again. More than 9 months later, everyone's children were born almost on the same day. Okay, I'll wait for you. Hancock nodded charmingly. If for nothing else, just for such a charming Hancock, Yin Xiang would come back earlier. Under the attack of millions of Yin Xiang, the soldiers of the Thunder Country were beaten without any chance to fight back. The entire battlefield was filled with their screams. Hundreds of thousands of Yin Xiang also went to other borders to resist other countries. For a while, they dropped their weapons and ran home. Although Nagato stepped forward to stop it, Yin Xiang could not stand someone shitting on his head, so he executed Nagato secretly. Yin Xiang then sent out a shadow clone, opened the portal, and sent the shadow clone back to the pirate's world to conquer for her, while her original body stayed there to carry out her mission of having children. 3 years later, the children were able to have simple conversations. Yin Xiang, Madara, Indra, you are the real bodies? Deidara shouted excitedly when he saw Yin Xiang and the other 2 suddenly appear. Naturally, Yin Xiang would not let them go, and he chased them directly to their country and launched a war of annihilation. Anyone that Yin Xiang saw, whether they were soldiers or civilians, would be eliminated by Yin Xiang. Every woman had to let Yin Jiang's real body go to see her child. On this day, Yin Xiang was so busy that she was exhausted. Her ears were almost hurt from listening to her child's crying. After doing all this, Yin Xiang took back all her clones. The first thing she did was of course to have a wedding night with Hinata, complete the unfinished business, and give birth to a little Yin Xiang with Hinata. Over. Not only Hinata, but also Tsunade, Terumi Mei and others' bellies were getting bigger day by day. Gradually, the fact that they were pregnant could no longer be concealed. However, the world is so big now, and every corner belongs to Yin Xiang. 10 years later, the entire Shadow Kingdom was filled with Yin Xiang's children. There was no quarrel among them and they all lived in peace. Moreover, everyone's strength was abnormally high. Even a child of only 8 or 9 years old could easily defeat the Jonin.